Chapter 451 Video Playback. 100,000 people, nearly 100,000 people, and they only recruited 1,000 people. A person exclaimed after using magic to count the number of people. 1,000 people from 100,000? This is simply 1 in 100. No, how can this be 1 in 100? This is 1,000 from 10,000. Each person recruited must be better than 99,000 people. 1 in 100 can't even be described. Hiss, in this way, I'm afraid all the powerful mages in the world will gather in the Mage Association. No wonder the Mage Association is so powerful. First, the brand was established, and the entire association was clearly positioned. After the reputation was spread, it instantly became a holy place in the minds of all mages. The subsequent exposure of the Mage Association's treatment, as well as one new technology after another, and new spells, pushed the Mage Association's status to the peak. In the eyes of all mages, the Mage Association is now an absolute holy place for mages. A person next to him shook his head when he heard this. I have to say, Emolan is simply too strong. Yes, it's all because of Emolan. In addition, these 100,000 people have all entered the space channel. Where did they go? Has the Mage Association already developed a way to open up space? What the hell? Open up space? Impossible? So awesome? The person next to him was shocked instantly. He shook his head and said nothing more. After the candidates were guided into their compartments by the tower spirits, the exam began. The exam room is located underground, a 300-meter-high underground building. The underground was hollowed out using magic to shape this exam room, and the tower spirit was placed in the middle of the entire building. The distance of only a few hundred meters was directly covered by the spiritual power of the tower spirit. In just a moment, the examinees sitting in the compartment were connected to the tower spirit through the spiritual connection. Under the guidance of the tower spirit, the consciousness of all examinees instantly descended into the virtual world. From the beginning, the examination method designed this time was to test through the virtual world constructed by the tower spirit. The advantages of the virtual space were used to solve the problems of large number of applicants and difficulty in examination. Now it seems that everything is going well, and the effect is remarkable. After the exam in the virtual world began, projection screens appeared in the sky by the mirror lake. Players' images appeared on the screens. Some were sitting in cubicles, and some were in the virtual world. Everyone was confused when they saw the projections, but their eyes widened after they figured it out. Computer? Virtual reality technology? Or illusion? Wow, that's awesome. My mom asked me why I kept saying wow today. I don't think I'm here to watch the fun. I'm eating lemons. So sour. Nothing special. I'm not shocked at all. I'm not envious at all. A player whose eyes had turned into lemons said, I don't want to or envy you at all. Amid the sour words of the crowd, the assessment was in full swing. Compared to the simple and crude written test of the first time, which tested the ability to deduce simple spell models, this time the exam has changed a lot. This time the assessment is simply a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. It not only takes into account the current strength and level, but also tests the individual's mage thinking and innovation ability. In the end, a debate environment related to mages was even added. In a debate environment, winning or losing doesn't matter. Winning or losing doesn't affect the score. But everyone's performance will be seen, especially the calm attitude and quick thinking. These two factors often make the tower spirit give them good scores. Time passed quickly, and soon everyone's assessment was over. Emolan, Lu Bin and others also began to connect to the tower spirit and began to review the results of the top 1,000 people to ensure that there would be no problems. After a long time, the examinees who had been released long ago were waiting anxiously. When Linwa came out to post the results in person, they quickly surrounded him. In just a moment, the front of Linwa was crowded with people, but everyone was separated by a shield. Linwa did not say much, and directly projected a list in the sky, which only had the names of 1,000 people. The moment the list appeared, everyone quickly read it, trying to find their own names and photos on it. Some people were suddenly enlightened when they found it, and showed a sincere smile on their faces. Some people looked for a few times, but did not find their own names, and they immediately became disappointed inside. At this time, a person let out a long and sad sigh, very sad. The people around him, who had not passed the test, patted him on the shoulder, feeling sympathetic. Don't take it too seriously. Everyone has their own fate. If you don't go to the Mage Association, maybe you can have better development in other places. Huh? What are you talking about? I got in. I sighed only because my comprehensive score ranking was only more than 100. I didn't even make it into the top 100. It's unimaginable. Damn, how many perverts are there ahead of me? The people who sympathized with him immediately looked like they had eaten shit. Don't be too sad, everyone has their own fate. He was beaten. And at this moment, someone shouted, I don't accept it. Why wasn't I selected? I'm so good, there must be something fishy. Even if this is just the recruitment of your Mage Association, don't you need to talk about fairness and justice? I don't want to join this kind of association. Well said, I don't want to join. A person next to him responded. Everyone looked at them like fools. Someone couldn't help but speak out. It doesn't matter if you don't add it. You're talking as if you can be added. Come on, they don't want you. They don't even bother to pay attention to you. Wait, I'm paying attention to you. The Mage Association has replied. Fuck, what a show, brother, you're famous. The man looked at the projection that suddenly appeared and burst into laughter. A projection of the examiner from beginning to end appeared in the sky, only the face was mosaicked. But the poor performance still made all the onlookers laugh. Ha ha ha, this result is not in vain. There is such an Easter egg to watch in the end. The playback of this video immediately made the player's eyes widen, like a bolt from the blue. The player's eyes went dark. And he fainted. At this time, Lin spoke up. We uphold the concept of fairness and justice in the assessment. I admit that, because our work cannot be comprehensive, there may be some things that are not absolutely fair. And it is impossible to be absolutely fair. But I promise that our association will definitely pursue more relative fairness. So we accept all doubts. If you have any questions, you can raise them at any time. We have audio and video recordings of the entire assessment process. As long as we determine that there is a problem with the results, we will make changes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 452 Suppression. Of course, in consideration of personal privacy and emotional issues, those who have doubts about their own results can make private inquiries. We will provide private inquiry services. Only you can view the assessment video. If you still have doubts, a mage familiar with the review rules will find the video of those with better results for comparison. For those who have opinions about other people's results, we will first provide a private inquiry service. If the doubter still has doubts after watching his own video, it will be projected on the big screen for everyone to judge together. You need to be cautious when questioning others. Thank you all. Wait, I don't accept it. Why don't I have a private query service? Why do you play my video directly? I don't accept it. Linwa was startled when he heard it, turned around and smiled. Oh, I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize for the mistake made by our staff. You have violated my rights. I will sue you. I will file a complaint against you. Oh, whatever. I am in charge of the reporting team. I will handle your report against me carefully. Please rest assured. Puff. As soon as Linwa finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter, and the person who spoke blushed and was speechless. If you have anything else to say, please tell me. If not, then pass. Time is precious. I can't keep wasting my precious time on you. That would be a waste. Thank you. After Linwa finished speaking, he didn't even look at him again. He turned around and walked back. Other players also began to check their performance. Some were dissatisfied with their results. Some were curious. After watching the video, some went to the association's mage to ask. Everything was in order. Some were happy and some were sad. 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 Happy. Sad. 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 And there was a place that was dead silent. The faces of the noble young men were extremely ugly. They looked at the list of 1,000 people again and again, but they could not find their own names no matter how hard they looked. They watched their own assessment videos again and again, and then watched other people's assessment videos, especially the assessment videos of the first 1,000 people that were made public. After watching them, they were speechless. Some people did make mistakes in scoring and gave low scores, and successfully entered the top 1,000 after the score adjustment. This situation does exist, but it is very rare, and it has nothing to do with them. Because after watching the test video of the 1,000 place, they can no longer say such words when watching their test videos. They are all carefully selected, and they know the times. That is, they are nobles who know how to behave. And they are also the smartest nobles, who understand that knowledge and strength are the capital of nobles. That is why they are so angry at this moment. Some are angry because they did not pass the exam, but more of them are sad because they recognize their own strength. Originally, They looked down on ordinary projectors. They only looked at Molan and the projectors of the big guilds differently, because they had strong strength. They looked down on ordinary projectors. Maybe they had some strength, but to them, they were just that good. Besides, they were useless. There were even many abnormal ones. They even disdained to understand ordinary projectors. But at this moment, they suddenly found that they were not even as good as ordinary projectors. There were nearly 100,000 examinees. They didn't even think they were in the last 1,000, let alone the first 1,000. They knew nothing about the content related to mages in the examination. They couldn't understand anything. They could only smile stupidly, because nobles should be graceful. The meditation method they learned before, the mental power they gained by spending various resources, the skilled spell memory, and the flexible spell casting did not play any role in this examination. These were not tested at all. What are they testing on? It's about studying spells, improving spells, creating spells. A young noble said, and the others turned their heads to look at him, as if they were shocked that he understood the questions. The young noble added, I just ran into a familiar projector guild leader, and I asked him, and he told me. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then they became heavy again, because what they had been practicing from beginning to end was the use of spells. No one said anything stupid that use is more important than creation. Everyone was a little silent. Are all projectors like this? Have they all received professional education? Yes, not only the presidents we have contacted, all other projectors are full of knowledge, calculation, experiments, astronomy, and geography. They all know. In what aspects are we better than them? A young nobleman asked. No one answered for a long time. But the answer emerged in everyone's mind. No. President, they have been hit hard by you. Linwa looked at the demoralized nobles through magic, and said with a smile. Molan shrugged his shoulders. What does it have to do with me? I just showed them the facts. In the past, their eyes were in the sky. How could they see clearly without looking down? The heart is higher than the sky, and the life is thinner than paper. After pressing their heads down, it's much better, at least they are no longer so arrogant and ignorant. Linwa nodded after hearing this. It's really difficult for the president. There's no way. Some of these nobles must be recruited. But if we recruit them directly, then they will be apprentices? We'll just find a group of masters. If that's the case, it will just annoy me. So we have to train them in advance. If we train them now and recruit them, you see, they will all be obedient. They will do whatever you tell them to do. And they will study hard when they learn something. Who said that in this era? Those who can study are powerful. How can the young masters of rich and powerful people not be arrogant? President, I don't want to waste time. Just push them directly anyway. We have the strength now. Molan pondered for a moment after hearing this. If we push everything aside, then Professor Lu's nearly completed economic plan will be completely overturned. After the overturn, he will be asked to make a new plan to restore the economy. Professor Lu, who was studying data in the office, felt a chill on his back. He seemed to be shrouded in a strong malice. Lubin pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'm afraid that my family will go on strike directly, or die because of suffocation. Yeah, that's right. Molan nodded. Forget it. Since we have decided to do this, let's do it. Even if it's a little troublesome now, if everything is pushed aside, then the trouble will be many times more. The current troubles are to reduce future troubles. As for whether there will be any troubles in the future, what does it have to do with me? No one will dare to cause trouble before I die. If my descendants can't even solve this little trouble after I die, then I might as well die. It's embarrassing for me to live. Chapter 453 New Tense. Yeah, that makes sense. Lubin pondered for a long time, and nodded in agreement. There is no need to embarrass such a rubbish descendant. Keep some tricks to save their lives, and then stay where you want. When the capable descendants come out, they will naturally conquer the world on their own. Lubin smiled after saying this. Let's not talk about this. It's too early to talk about this now. You're talking about descendants before you even found a girlfriend. Yeah, I don't have a girlfriend yet, and it's still uncertain whether there will be descendants. Why think so much? Linwa pouted speechlessly. President, is it about time now? Should I go out and issue a new notice? Well, they should be willing to be apprentices now. Molan took another look at the mental state of the nobles, and then spoke. Linwa nodded, walked in the air, and appeared in front of everyone again. Okay, now we will start the recruitment and examination of mage apprentices. Mage apprentices are mage assistants. responsible for some miscellaneous work in the Mage Association, and assisting mages in their work. A total of 2,000 mage apprentices will be recruited this time. In addition, only indigenous people can apply for mage apprentices. Linwa looked around after speaking, and continued after a light cough. Here I would like to remind everyone who wants to sign up, once a mage apprentice is assigned to a mage, he must completely obey all the mage's tasks. We have detailed rules and regulations for the specific details. In addition to serving as a mage assistant and assisting the mage in experiments, the mage apprentice also needs to take care of the mage's daily life. Serving meals, cleaning, washing clothes are all part of the mage apprentice's job scope. In addition, mage apprentices can only enjoy the free library services of the Mage Association, and do not enjoy any other benefits. Of course, it is not that a mage apprentice will not have no chance to succeed in his life. There will definitely be opportunities. As a mage apprentice, there will be regular assessments. Those who pass the assessment can become formal mages and enjoy the same treatment as other mages, while those who fail will still be mage apprentices. I have roughly finished talking about the points that need attention. You can consider whether to sign up. Registration begins. The registration method is still the same as before. Enter the space channel and enter the waiting area to be considered as registration. I heard that only indigenous people are recruited. Originally, these players had many opinions. But after hearing Lin's complete speech, the opinions in their hearts suddenly disappeared. And the idea of becoming a mage apprentice also disappeared without a trace. What a joke, everyone is a baby at home. If they were to be assistants to mages in experiments, they would be happy even if they didn't get any treatment, but this was the job of a nani, and they wouldn't be nanis. And those noble young men who were demoralized, and even a little stuck in a dead end, had a gleam of determination in their eyes when they heard that they could enjoy free library resources, and assist in experiments, and gritted their teeth. I'll sign up. The people around were shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly stopped them. You are going to be a servant. You are a noble. Isn't this a disgrace to your family? Humph. Servant. Isn't it better for you to be a servant than others? If you don't want to be a servant now, you won't even be a servant later. Just wait and see. Others looked over and saw a large group of young people in gorgeous clothes, but without any family emblems, pouring into the space channel. They were all descendants of merchants, descendants of free craftsmen, or descendants of professionals. They were not nobles, but their good family conditions gave them a certain foundation. They are the majority of the indigenous people who have signed up. Watching them sign up, the noble who had said he wanted to sign up looked around coldly. Did you see that? Being a servant? Feel ashamed? You can choose not to go, but it won't be long before these projectors, these commoners will replace us, and will destroy our family. By then, we won't need to be ashamed, because there will be no family to shame us. And they will become the nobles of the new era, replacing us. After the noble said this, he strode forward, and no one else could stop him. Of course, it was also because their hands were loose. This is to be a wizard assistant. If you pass the assessment, you will be a formal wizard member. Someone suddenly said, and the others were stunned, and then nodded. Yes, this is indeed to be a wizard assistant. We are no worse than anyone else. What we lack is learning. With the excellent resources of the Wizard Association, we will learn quickly, become stronger quickly, and will definitely pass the assessment and become a formal member. Yes, it's a wizard apprentice. The arrogant noble children were completely wiped out of their arrogance, lowered their heads, and looked at the world with the clearest eyes. At the same time, they chanted this sentence, and all rushed into the space channel to sign up. Emolan in the backstage smiled slightly when he saw this. Linwa beside him also smiled when he saw this. These people are not stupid at all. They were just restrained by the arrogant hat of the nobility before. They lowered their heads today. They have this tenacity. There is room for cultivation. Emolan nodded when he heard this. Yes, then cultivate them. It is quite good to cultivate a group of natives. After speaking, Emolan moved his eyes to an examiner. This examiner is an acquaintance of Emolan. He is a prodigal noble who sold his castle to cultivate. His name is Mark Cohen. When Emolan left Taishu town and went to Hongfeng City, he met him once on the road. He had come to the Mage Association to apply for membership before, and Emolan gave him some study materials. He also promised him something. Since the recruitment assessment scheduled at that time was delayed until now due to some things, he did not come to participate in the assessment until today. It is worth mentioning that his performance in the assessment just now was the best among the nobles, and his ranking among the 100,000 people was also in the middle and lower, which was better than the performance of a small number of players. Of course, it is still a long way to go before the 1,000 finalists. Now, he is conducting the recruitment examination for magic apprentices. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably be the first. Lu Bin and Lin Wu followed Mo Lan's line of sight, and nodded immediately after finding that it was him. Well, I think so. Then are you going to fulfill your promise, President? Why not? Mo Lan smiled. Fulfill it. Lu Bin and Lin Wu said nothing more. The noble's behavior not only attracted the attention of Mo Lan and others, but also the guild leaders such as Geng Tao. They suddenly fell into deep thought when they saw this scene. From the beginning to the end, their guild was a guild composed purely of players, and both combat and logistics were carried out by players. However, with the increase in the penalty for death, changes were inevitable, and at this moment, they seemed to have a new idea in their minds. Chapter 454 Aboriginal Army. Aboriginal. Several presidents looked at each other, each of them fell into deep thought, with deep eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this time, Geng Tao rolled his eyes and said directly, Okay, stop pretending, I think it's feasible. When the presidents heard Geng Tao's words, they rolled their eyes, and secretly cursed him as an idiot. Every time this idiot was around, things would get out of control, and would run away in an uncontrollable frenzy. Why are you rolling your eyes? Don't think I don't know you're calling me an idiot, you can curse me as you like. Anyway, the guild that I, a fool, have developed is better than yours. The support from my subordinates, the approval rate is worse than yours. Both the market value and the growth rate of the market value are worse than yours. Humph, you call me a fool, you guys are worse than fools. Everyone was helpless immediately, wanted to refute, but they couldn't find a point to refute. The results are indeed not as good as others. It's really hell. Okay, Geng Tao. You should say less, and I'll remind you of the friendship we had in the past. Although Geng Tao looks stupid, he is actually stupid. But he always knows when to stop. Is not greedy. Does not want to take everything. And will give in. So I hope to cooperate with Geng Tao. And Mo Lan also likes to cooperate with this stupid guy. But what about you? Sometimes you know you can't get it, but you still want to fight and grab it. Of course, there is no problem from a personal perspective, but from the perspective of a force. If you fight and grab without self-knowledge, the best result is to get nothing. Others become stronger, and you get nothing. Then you fall behind. If you are like Geng Tao, the fool, you don't grab the best every time, but set your sights on the second, third, or even fifth and sixth. You will steadily take them, a little at a time, and become stronger steadily. You will stay where you are, but he will surpass you without you even realizing it. Don't look at him laughing. He may even look down on you. Today is different from the past. The situation is about to change significantly, and the power of players will be reshuffled. I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that I don't like a few strangers sitting in this position in the future. Getting familiar again. Rebuilding trust is too tiring. I don't want to go through it again. You guys should do better. Hearing Yifei's words, everyone fell silent and nodded. Yifei didn't say anything. That's all he had to say. It's hard to persuade a damned person with good words. It's true that a bad person can't change his nature. If persuasion is useful, then there would be no need for regret medicine in the world. Yifei said these words only because he felt a little touched. He wouldn't have the time for this at ordinary times. Yifei and Geng Tao walked down from the top of the mountain, chatting while walking on the road. Geng Tao said with a smile, Why are you telling them this? They might think you're trying to trick them, and trick them into giving up some of their interests. Yifei shook his head. It's none of my business, I said. I just wanted to say it. Okay, don't interrupt. Tell me what you think. Now that the death penalty has increased, players' lives are more precious. Compared to the resources and costs of supporting a player, it's much easier to support ordinary natives. From this perspective, the cost of using natives will be much lower, and players will be used as commanders and backbone forces. Wait, what are you talking about? Is this what I want to hear? Don't dither, let's get straight to the point. What do you think? Yifei shook his hand to interrupt, and said directly. Geng Tao smiled upon hearing this. The noble army. As soon as Geng Tao finished speaking, Lu Bin raised his eyebrows. Although we usually ignore it, each city has a group of ordinary people as soldiers, forming an army to maintain the rule of the highest ruler of the city. But for us, these ordinary soldiers have no value in existence, so we are more concerned about how many professionals and how many knights these nobles have. So you want to eat some of the original soldiers? Yes, this kind of soldiers first receive the most basic training. If nothing else, at least they have courage and a bad temper, so they are easy to train. Moreover, ordinary soldiers would definitely not be taken seriously by the nobles. It is not difficult to win their loyalty or to win their favor. The latter can be made to work hard by giving them more benefits, wages, and some basic guarantees in reality. Gung Tao nodded and said. Yi Fei was still thinking. I understand what you said. But this group of people still has a fatal flaw. They are weak. Compared with the players, these people are simply too weak. Ordinary people are at most physically stronger. It doesn't make much sense for us to take them in. A professional player can play a role that exceeds that of dozens or hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Originally, I planned to recruit adventurers. Although 99% of adventurers have not changed their jobs, they can change their jobs at level 5. They are basically at level 3 or 4. There are also many level 5 players who lack resources to change their jobs. And they fight monsters all year round. And there are probably many robbers and robbers. Their combat effectiveness can be guaranteed. And if they are trained, a group of professionals can be obtained. As for loyalty, just like you said, give them some basic treatment in reality, and then take their families over for centralized protection, care, and relieve their worries. Loyalty is not difficult to guarantee. And as long as their freedom is not restricted, and their parents' freedom is not restricted, it will not cause them to resent. Gung Tao nodded. What you said makes sense. But it is also one-sided. Although the soldiers are weak, they can maintain order on the basis of adventurers. No matter how weak they are not that weak. At least there are 3 or 4 levels. Adventurers do not have an advantage in this regard. Adventurers are used to freedom. Soldiers will be easier to manage anyway. And their worth is also clean. In fact, what I mainly said is not these, but a crucial point. Receiving soldiers can improve their loyalty more willingly. Treat them well. Under the same conditions, they will definitely be more loyal than adventurers. Gung Tao smiled slightly. Are you wondering why I place such high value on loyal subjects? Are you planning to go the route of realistic technology? Guns? No, this is not the realistic route. This is the civilized route. Civilization is destined not to be the civilization of the strong, but the civilization of the weak. The popularization of the extraordinary is crucial, because only in this way can the power between ordinary people and extraordinary strong people gradually move towards balance. I actually don't recommend you to spend resources to mass-produce professionals. The times have begun to change. Before this was the era of the knights, the ordinary people's army had no role, and even no sense of existence, but it may not be the case after this. Chapter 455 Training System. Before this, ordinary people's army had no sense of existence. Not only would they ignore it, even the enemy would ignore it. Why? Because it was too weak. But in the future, it will inevitably transform from the era of the knights to the era of large-scale army operations. The knights will still exist, but only as a vanguard force, not as the absolute main force now. Why? Because we players? Gung Tao said slowly. Whether it's Emolan or me, or you who hid the most, we all did research on the direction of the magic circle that ordinary people can control. And we have achieved certain results. Right? Yi Fei smiled and said nothing. It seems that I was not wrong. After all, Emolan's spell model constant technology was derived from the altar of the little devil. Even if Emolan studied it for a while, it was you who really obtained the altar. My president Yi Fei. You were the strongest guild in Hongfeng City. You dug the treasure house of Marquis Morse with me. And you were the one who kept it secret in the end. Yi Fei smiled. You think too much. Maybe I think too much, then tell me whether you agree with what I said or not. The future era will definitely transform from the era of the knights to the era of the great army, and this era will definitely be driven by the players, and we will definitely be able to promote it. Yi Fei pondered and nodded. That's no problem, it's the general trend. Well, then swallow up part of the army? What do you want to do specifically? Yi Fei asked, and Gung smiled after hearing it, and whispered something in Yi Fei's ear. What? You want to attack that fortress? Yi Fei was shocked. What Gung Tao just said in his ear was the fortress that separated the north and south of the Morse Kingdom. Why, is it not possible? The most elite troops of the Morse Kingdom are probably only 2. The first is the ordinary people's army in the capital and the palace. Even if the capital has the royal guard knights, then these ordinary people's army can guard the capital and must be the elite of the elite. I originally thought of this group of people. But when I think about it, these people are in the capital, and as the royal guards, protecting the capital's safety, they must be the most trusting and loyal people to Marquis Morse, so I bypassed them. If the royal guards bypass the capital, the first to be attacked would be the fortress garrison. Gung Tao said affirmatively. Let's look at the domestic situation at that time. Half of the Morse kingdom was strongly controlled by the Morse kingdom. The strength of the Marquis of Morse made Earl Hanfeng dare not act rashly. But the hidden danger of Earl Hanfeng still exists. As a king, Marquis Morse cannot ignore it. He cannot leave his safety and rule to the courage of one person. That is unrealistic. It was in this era that Marquis Morse mobilized his army to build a key fortress in the middle of the mountains. The fortress had knights and ordinary soldiers stationed there. But both the knights and ordinary soldiers were definitely the elite of the elite. We could do without the knights. But it would be enough for us to just take down the tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. But this was too difficult. The general who was in charge of the fortress was from a family that was one of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom of Morse. His power is deeply rooted. We want to take tens of thousands of soldiers from him? This may be a bit difficult. Right? Yi Fei just finished speaking when he found Gung Tao looking at him with a very strange, shocked look. Are you stupid? Or are you crazy? If it's not difficult, why would I ask you to do it? I can do it myself. Wouldn't it be nice to take tens of thousands of ordinary people? I asked you to do it because it's difficult? I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't difficult. Yi Fei immediately reacted after hearing this, nodded, and was a little amused. Okay, you make sense, then let's discuss it together, and figure out how to swallow up the tens of thousands of people in this fortress in one go. The natives are probably about to enter their field of vision, Linwa said. Mo Lan smiled when he heard it. They have already entered their field of vision, but the heavier death penalty has accelerated this speed. There is no way people with insight can see it very clearly. Oh no, or in other words, basically everyone who is not blind can see it very clearly. At this point, almost everyone knows, and is sure that when someone breaks through to the legendary level, the death penalty will definitely be increased. At that time, perhaps a player is just one life, and if he dies, his account will be deleted, and there will be no second chance. In this case, compared with the natives, the name is just one, and there is no difference. So although the players are still resurrected now, everyone will start to recruit and train the natives. Because the natives must be trained. Otherwise, after the system is updated later, the player's force may look very strong on the surface. But as long as the player dies a few more times, the force will be completely hit the bottom, and it will be difficult to turn over. The indigenous training system, training wave after wave, is the key. Who cares? Anyway, we are basically on the right track, Linwa said with a smile. The King's Capital Association and others have been communicating for such a long time, and have repeatedly expressed to us that they want to merge into our guild, formally join our guild, become a part of our guild, and enjoy the normal welfare benefits of our guild. In addition, the mage apprentices recruited this time will also become a powerful new force. Yes, Mo Lan nodded. In fact, we don't really rely on this. We are the Mage Association. We are all mages. We all build mage towers, and we never leave the mage towers when we go out. We are mages who carry the mage towers with us. Compared to ordinary players, our survival rate is too high. So what if we only have one life? It's hard for us to die. We can continue to research, continue to strengthen the mage tower, research various life-saving spells. Resurrection, undying, transformation of lich, doppelganger puppetry, space jump and so on. Simply put, as long as we don't die, the death penalty won't fall on us. Linwa laughed when he heard that. Yes, as long as we don't die. It's none of our business. Mo Lan laughed, and suddenly said at this time, the test is over, and he is indeed the first. Linwa turned his head and looked at Viscount Cohen, his eyes flashing with his test performance. And he was indeed almost the first. And the first place means that he will become Mo Lan's mage apprentice. And he will directly ascend to heaven and become Mo Lan's mage apprentice. What a lucky boy. Call him over, Mo Lan said, thinking in his heart. Chapter 456 Branch. Hello. Mo Lan looked up and down at Viscount Cohen standing in front of him. Mark Cohen was a little nervous at this time. After experiencing the beatings of society, and so many hardships, he deeply understood how stupid it was to sell the castle. He finally understood how fragile the face of the nobles was after he lost the castle, and the capital to support the night team. After experiencing so much, he has understood a lot of things, but even if he understood, there is no room for regret. Life will not come back. But from another perspective, if he hadn't sold the castle, he might not have had the chance to meet Imolan today. There are many great nobles in the kingdom outside, but no one can stand in front of Imolan, and there is no chance to meet such a great opportunity. If he can really follow Imolan today, what does that castle matter? Selling the castle was a turning point in his life. And now, it is probably another crucial turning point. He was a little nervous. Imolan looked him up and down, looked at him for a long time, and suddenly spoke when he was extremely nervous. You have made great progress, and you are much better than the first time you came. If nothing goes wrong in this assessment, you will be the first. What do you think? I hope I can learn from you. Imolan raised his eyebrows and smiled. You are quite direct. I think everything I say is nonsense to you, a waste of time, and wears out your patience. With such a tone, I might as well express my thoughts in the most direct way. Well, okay. Imolan nodded and turned to look at Su Zongxin. Zongxin, you take him for a month, help him get familiar with the association, get him familiar with the work, and hand over all the work to him after this month. Su Zongxin was stunned. President, what about me? You? You can't always follow me. Right? During this period, you have been with me. I took you with me when I had meetings. I also took you with me when I discussed with Linhua and Lu Bin. You were beside me when I was fixing the spell model. You were helping me when I was doing experiments. And you stayed by my side when I was out. If you ask me questions, I will answer them. I have also told you a lot of things from time to time. You should know you have learned more or less. In the future, you should not follow me anymore. Try to challenge an elder. It would be best if you succeed. If you fail, then I will be your elite member. As an elite member, I will participate in projects, lead projects, and develop new learning and growth. It is better than staying by my side all the time. President, go ahead. Yes. Su Zongxin took Mark away. Mark seemed to have not recovered from the surprise. He followed Su Zongxin blankly. Soon after, the ranking was announced, and Mark Cohen ranked first. At this point, the Mage Association had completed recruitment, recruiting a total of 1,000 formal members and 2,000 mage apprentices. Whether it was players or natives, the successful ones were a minority. The successful ones were jubilant, while the eliminated ones were dejected. However, at this moment, Linhua, the vice president of the Mage Association, came to the crowd again, with a slight cough. Everyone looked at Linhua in confusion. I am announcing something here. Please don't be disappointed if you failed the list. 1 week later, Red Maple City, Wangdu will establish a branch of the Mage Association respectively. Each branch plans to recruit 100 mages and 300 mage apprentices. Those who are interested in applying can pay attention to the official account of our Mage Association, or register on-site at any of the 2 cities. Looking forward to your arrival. I will not delay your time again. Everyone take care. Linhua bowed slightly, and then fell, and the players below, or the natives, were a little moved after hearing the news. If you can't join the Mage Association, then the Mage Association branch seems to be good too. At least it can be considered as entering the Mage Association. After entering, it should be much easier to find a way to go to the headquarters. Right? Compared to directly entering the headquarters? And some guild leaders woke up and reacted. The establishment of the Mage Association branch means the entry of the Mage Association. In any case, the entry of the Mage Association means the extension of the Mage Association's power. Even if it does not strive for dominance, it will probably become a hindrance and seize a certain amount of resources. As soon as this thought came out, some worries suddenly emerged in his heart. However, they had no way to deal with the Mage Association. Of course, the most worrying thing at the moment was the Mage Association in the capital. As for Red Maple City, the 10 guilds in Red Maple City had long been irrelevant. The headquarters was in Red Maple City. Red Maple City originally belonged to others. It had long been theirs. Based on this point, the 10 guilds basically extended their tentacles outward while developing in Red Maple City, laying the foundation. Gung Tao's plan for the kingdom treasury was a byproduct of the extension of tentacles. Regardless of what they thought or did, the Mage Association was not in a hurry, and even announced it in advance. Because no matter whether it was Emolan, Linhua, or Lu Bin, they didn't care. The players who watched the fun dispersed, and the unsuccessful candidates also dispersed. In the end, only 1,000 formal members and 2,000 mage apprentices stayed here, waiting for Emolan's arrangement. After all the outsiders left, Emolan stepped into the sky. First of all, as the president of the Mage Association, I welcome you to join on behalf of the entire Mage Association. Welcome you to become a member of the Mage Association. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause. This applause was not for Emolan, nor for the association, but for myself. For my efforts for so long. For so many days and nights of struggle. And finally I made it to the shore. The applause lasted for nearly a minute before it stopped. Emolan waited for the applause to stop before continuing to speak. Now everyone is no longer an outsider. So, let the first tower spirit of our association lead you to visit the association and familiarize yourself with it. This process lasts for 3 days. The tower spirit will lead you like a tour guide. And you can ask him directly if you don't understand anything. His intelligence is very high. And 3 days later, you will receive your unique points account. Obtain a unique identity code. Integrate into the association. Become a member of the association. And choose the life you want. You can go deep into the forest. Explore multiple alien worlds. And enjoy the unknown journey. You can join different project teams to study, research, and enjoy the joy of creation. You can also choose multiple mage schools including space mages and mechanical mages. And walk out of your own mage path. Welcome to the world of mages. Chapter 457 Mecha. Wait. What deep forest? What project? What multiple mage routes I can understand? The question is, what the hell is this alien world? The Mage Association is so proficient in using the space channel, it should be very easy to connect to the alien world. Right? It makes sense. How can this be the same thing? You build a road on the ground, and then he builds it to the alien planet. Is this reasonable? After Emolan left, the crowd burst into exclamations. What Emolan just said had a huge impact on them. The excessive amount of data made the brain a little overwhelmed. At this time, a player said faintly, "What other world are you talking about? Didn't you notice this real-time communication tour guide? He just presided over the simultaneous assessment of tens of thousands of people. He just processed the answers of tens of thousands of people and completed the scoring. And the president just said that his intelligence is very high. Would you say that a person's intelligence is very high? You can't expect this artificial intelligence to be like an ATM machine. There is a person hiding behind each one." As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings became silent instantly, and someone spoke cautiously after a long time. "We are playing a game with a medieval background. Right? Oh, don't be so surprised. The president is a mage. As a mage who opens the door to another world. Isn't it reasonable for him to artificially create a tower spirit? I won't be surprised if he creates a mecha one day. Why are you poking me?" As the man was talking, he suddenly felt someone poking his back again. He turned around and asked with some displeasure. But the man silently pointed behind him. "Is that the mecha you were talking about?" The man looked in the direction of the finger, and saw a humanoid black and gold mecha rising into the sky. It looked only about 3 or 5 meters high. It was just a skeleton, with dense hollow patterns all over it, and a silver luster shining in it. The person in the mecha package looked familiar. "Hey, isn't that Vice President Lin?" One person suddenly said in surprise, and at this time a passing mage heard and looked, and was a little surprised to find Lin in the mecha. "Yes, that's our President Lin, who has been building mechas for a long time, and didn't expect to have an experiment today. By the way, how did you know we were building mechas?" The player was silent, and said slowly after a long time, "I think it's very reasonable for a mage to build mechas." "Yeah, that makes sense." Emolan looked up at the window, and looked at Linhua in the air, slightly surprised, and then waved his hand. Linhua tried to adjust his posture in the air, and found that Emolan was beckoning. So he also beckoned, and fell down without looking back. While falling, the mechanical device on his back moved rapidly, and the constant nodes moved along with it. Linhua controlled the nodes to piece together, and the air elements poured into them. Then, the feather fall spell that had just been pieced together was activated, which reduced the weight of Linhua in the mecha. But it did not cause any spell effect on the mecha steel body of the gold-patterned black steel. Seeing this, Linhua was not surprised. because the feather fall spell could not have any effect on the gold-patterned black steel. The mental power controlled the machine to dismantle the feather fall spell model, and then pieced it together into a one-ring water shield spell model, controlling the inflow trajectory of the water element, and the spell model was activated. Buzz! A layer of water shield wrapped around the surface of the black and gold mecha, and then fell to the ground. Bang! The water shield shattered instantly, and the mecha and Lin were also smashed to dust. Pooh! 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 Lin was spit out the dust in his mouth. I was so focused that I forgot I could fly. That's outrageous. Lin would complain to himself. However, this spell model assembly system has been initially successful, although it can only assemble low-level spells now. Theoretically, spell models of the 6th ring and below can be assembled, and I can flexibly release spells of the 6th ring and below. Even after storing the rules, master-level spells may be considered. Well, I can consider using space technology to expand the space, so that I can have a larger space to create this assembly system, and thus assemble spells with more spell nodes, or even a super large 7th level spell structure. Well, I'll consult Lu Bin when I have time. It should be feasible to a certain extent. Linhua thought, and then moved his eyes to other places. The motion system, the balance system is not very good. I have to find a way to debug it. On the top of the mage tower, Emolan smiled. Mecha? Linhua finally took the step. Once this most difficult first step is taken, it will be much easier in the future. Su Zongxin and Mark also stood beside Emolan, and saw the moving spell nodes on the back of the mecha and couldn't help but exclaimed. The movable assembly spell model is just like movable type printing. You can assemble whatever you want. It is too free for fixed spells. It is simply to construct the effect of the spell slot with a fixed spell model. Emolan nodded. Yes, but if you can create a tower spirit and then mount it on the mecha, it should be stronger. Through the tower spirit to control the formation of various spell models, the operator can focus more on the battle. Yes, tower spirit at this time. Su Zongxin was suddenly stunned, looking at the latest news and said, another Earth spirit was caught in the abyss, and it is on its way back. Another Earth spirit was caught? Emolan was slightly surprised. Yes, it was caught a few minutes ago, and it has been stored and is on its way back. President, do you want this? Emolan pondered for a moment and nodded. Bring it to me. By the way, before you bring it to me, let them evaluate how many points an Earth spirit is worth, and deduct it directly when the time comes. Okay. Su Zongxin nodded, and then said, President, we caught the second Earth spirit so quickly. It seems that the frequency of Earth spirits in the abyss is quite high. It produces Earth spirits stably. There is no threat yet. We just need to go down and fish them out. This abyss is really a treasure land. Su Zongxin's sigh made Emolan nod. Indeed, Emolan was thinking in his heart. At this moment, he had merged with the fire spirit. His affinity with the fire element far exceeded that of a normal 6-ring mage, and his mental power level was almost at the limit of the 5th ring. He was only a hair's breadth away from being promoted to the 6th ring. Perhaps I can use the opportunity of fusing with the Earth Spirit to break through the 6th ring. An idea suddenly popped up in Emolan's mind. It should be possible. It should be the 6th ring. Emolan did not wait too long. After a while, the Earth element appeared in Emolan's hand. The Earth element was placed in a box that isolated elements. The spiritual power sensed it. The pure Earth element, the ignorant spirit, was the Earth Spirit. Chapter 458 6th Ring. Earth Spirit. Emolan did not hesitate, directly led the Earth Spirit into the elemental pool layer, and stopped in front of the Earth elemental pool. The Earth elemental pool was a bright yellow, giving a sense of heaviness and stability at first glance. Feeling the desire of the Earth Spirit, Emolan smiled gently, and threw the Earth Spirit into the elemental pool, and the vortex of the Earth element immediately rose. After a while, Emolan walked out of the elemental pool layer. At this moment, the Earth Spirit had become a part of Emolan, completely integrated with Emolan. If the Earth Spirit that became a Tower Spirit had not had its consciousness wiped out, and it was even equivalent to an evolution, then the Earth Spirit that merged into Emolan's mind had completely become a vassal of Emolan. At most, it had some instincts and could obey orders, but it was impossible to have a high level of wisdom, because compared to the autonomous Tower Spirit, the Earth Spirit was just an extension of Emolan's perception, and did not need too much autonomy, and could be completely controlled by Emolan. The Fire Spirit and the Earth Spirit have already merged. So the next is the Wind Spirit, and the water spirit. The earth, fire, wind and water. Emolan muttered to himself. He had already prepared a plan for his own practice in the 6th ring stage, and had already made plans. After fusing the wind spirit and water spirit, after the earth, fire, wind and water are all gathered, then maybe it's time for me to advance to the 7th ring, and maybe it's time for me to completely merge the arcane master and the mage. Emolan spread his mental power, and every scene and object within a radius of 800 meters appeared in his mind. After a long period of accumulation, Emolan's foundation is already very deep. When fusing the earth spirit, it was natural, and he was promoted to the 6th ring as if it was a natural process, without emitting a trace of fluctuation. Emolan's strength has also reached a new level with the breakthrough of his mental power. The 6-ring spells that originally needed to be charged can be used at will. Now that they need to be charged, the power is beyond imagination. Especially the dual attributes of fire and earth. The extremely high affinity of the element number has brought Emolan unimaginable power and flexibility. And the perception has also reached a new level. 800 meters is the maximum distance of the perception of the 6-ring mage, which is doubled compared to the 400 meters of the 5-ring mage. What makes Emolan very interesting is that the extension range of the tower spirit's mental power has also become 800 meters at the moment when Emolan is promoted. Synchronous improvement, this surprised Emolan, but after thinking about it carefully, it was natural. The spiritual power inside the tower spirit is his spiritual power, and the core of the tower spirit is his spell position. When his cultivation level is improved, the spell position will naturally be improved along with it, and although this spell position has been separated from the body, the connection in the dark has not been broken, and it is still one. Therefore, the improvement of the tower spirit's spiritual power surprised Emolan, but it was not surprising. After the tower spirit was promoted, its spiritual power could be directly extended to 800 meters, which means that the tower spirit's warning range has been expanded to 800 meters. This means that mages within a radius of 800 meters can directly contact the tower spirit and borrow the tower spirit's computing power. This also means that general elements within a radius of 800 meters are controlled by the tower spirit. Within this range, people with permission can easily cast spells, while people without permission can hardly mobilize elements. In short, the changes in the tower spirit will affect all aspects. It will be promoted with it, which will save a lot of trouble. Emolan walked out of the element pool layer and saw Su Zongxin and Mark waiting at the door. President, do you want to go and see the special show for Shadow Assassin? Oh, this special show. Emolan only realized it after hearing Su Zongxin's words. He had almost forgotten about this matter before. Emolan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Go and see it. After all, it was the special show I personally opened. I personally invited them. And as a mage who can create professions, this ability is enough for me to go and see it. Emolan said seriously. Although Emolan looked down on new professions, there are actually very few people who can create professions in the game. So far, Emolan has seen no more than 10 people who have made great innovations and created new professions out of nothing. And Shadow Assassin is one of them. Emolan even thinks it has the greatest potential. This group of researchers can develop such a promising profession. So there must be talent. After a while, Emolan came to the examination site. Since this is a special examination, the scale is very small, with only dozens of people taking the exam. The form of the exam is also different from the normal assessment. In the normal assessment, no matter how many points you get, it depends on the ranking. If you rank in the top 1,000, you will pass. Special examinations are not like that. In special examinations, you only need to reach a certain score to join. Of course, the standard of this score is directly based on the 1,000th place in the general examination. Although it is a special examination, Emolan will not relax the standard for it. Welcome everyone to participate in this special examination. I won't say much. The examination officially begins. The examination method is a pure written test. The total score is 150 points. You can join the Mage Association with more than 60 points. Many mages looked at each other after hearing this, slightly surprised. 150 points, 60 points to enter the Mage Association. They did not feel relaxed, but a sense of pressure. No one would think that it is easy to join the Mage Association. The only answer is that the difficulty of the exam content is beyond imagination. It is very difficult to get 60 points out of 150. Emolan looked at these people with interest, especially a man named Li Chaoyu in the crowd. According to the intelligence, Li Chaoyu is the mage who led the development of the shadow assassin profession, and is the big fish that Mo Lan really wants to recruit. Li Chaoyu also felt Mo Lan's gaze, and nodded slightly to Mo Lan. Mo Lan also nodded. The assessment was about to begin, however. At this time, Mo Lan suddenly found that Lin with mental power wanted to contact him. Isn't Lin with tinkering with his mecha? What do you want to talk to me about? It seems quite urgent. Mo Lan thought with some doubt, while connecting with Lin with mental power. President, it's a big thing, come back quickly. Mo Lan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What's the big thing, so urgent? The way to store mental power. The way to store mental power? Can't Soul Stone store it? Wait, the storage method? Mo Lan was shocked when he heard this, and immediately reacted. The reason why Soul Stones can store spiritual power is because of the characteristics of Soul Stones as elemental stones. So far, except for Soul Stones, Mo Lan and his team have not found any way to store spiritual power. Since spiritual power cannot be stored, the process that requires spiritual power must be participated by people, and is affected by the state of the participants, which greatly limits production efficiency. If this problem can be solved, the productivity released will definitely be more than just a little bit. This will be another important breakthrough in magic technology. Chapter 459 Mental Power Solution. President. Seeing Mo Lan rushing over, Lin Wu greeted him. When Mo Lan saw the laboratory in front of him, his eyebrows immediately raised. This was the laboratory that had previously developed the mechanical mother bed that could automatically maintain a constant array. However, the previous mechanical mother bed was severely limited by mental power, and the entire process required the participation of a human, or a main tower spirit that could generate and control mental power. Mo Lan thought about it for a moment, and immediately realized what they were developing mental power storage technology for. Walking to Lin Wu's side, he soon saw another very familiar mage. Yu Su. Yu Su is the creator of the mechanical mother bed. This time, he developed a way to store mental power. President. Let's look at the technology directly. Yu Su saw Mo Lan speaking directly. Mo Lan was curious at this time and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Yu Su took Mo Lan directly to a laboratory table. On the table was a spiritual super core. President. You should know the motivation for my development of this technology. I won't be long-winded. Let's just talk about the principle of this technology directly. Mental power storage technology, my breakthrough is the President's mental imprint spell. Because in essence, mental imprint is also to store one's own mental power in the outside world. The object of this mental imprint can be a living thing or a dead thing. After many experiments, I chose the storage material as the extraordinary core of the mental system. Mental imprint can store mental power, but the stored mental power cannot be used. The imprint is deeply rooted. This is a mental power spell that has been released. It is impossible to reuse the mental power in the mental imprint. So I made a bold change to the spell of mental imprint. I was lucky. After thousands of attempts, I found a feasible direction. Then I tried little by little in this direction, and finally developed this finished array. As long as the mental power passes through this array, it will be stored in this spiritual supernatural core in a specific way. After the storage is completed, through a specific decoding method, the mental power can be restored to a usable state, and then exported for use. The conversion efficiency of the whole process for mental power is about 27%. And the stored mental power will lose about 10% in a month. Mo Lan pondered after hearing this, while Yu Su was still talking. This is the process of storing mental power, and finally decoding mental power. Yu Su thought about it. And two three-dimensional projections appeared in front of the three people. Yu Su explained them point by point. While explaining, Mo Lan also tried to use the mental power to convert it into a storable way to input it into this spiritual system's extraordinary core. As expected, the mental power was stored in a special way. After decoding and restoring, Mo Lan felt the output mental power slightly. About 70% of it was consumed and lost due to various reasons during the conversion process. However, even so, this technology still has a milestone significance. Mo Lan spent some time to understand the principle of the whole technology, and said after a moment of silence, I just had a rough understanding of your technology. First of all, your technology is very groundbreaking. It is a pioneering technology, and has a milestone significance for the entire mage technology system. Yu Su was very happy to hear Mo Lan's high evaluation, and was also a little excited. But I think there are still some flaws on the technical level. I'll give you a rough idea. You can listen. Emolan immediately projected the magic circle of this technology. Let me talk about the technical level. You said the effective conversion rate is 27%. I didn't measure it carefully. But I just tried it, and it should be about the same. More than 70% of the mental power is lost. This is still a lot of loss. So I paid a little attention to it. I think I found some problems. You can look here. Emolan pointed to a structure in the projection and said, while pointing at the structure, he adjusted it. It's a little unreasonable here. If you change it like this, the mental power consumed in the transformation should be less. Yusu heard this, and was shocked after a little deduction in his mind. He optimized and improved the magic circle many times. Emolan found the problem after just one look and gave a way to improve it. The president is so strong. He was shocked and excited at the same time, facing the opportunity of Emolan's personal guidance. Yusu was very alert and said after careful thinking, will this not conflict with the spell structure here? Emolan smiled slightly when he heard this. Normally, it will. But you see, if you make a slight adjustment here, the conflict will be resolved naturally. Yusu suddenly realized. Then look here. Your structure here is not a big problem. But I feel it is a bit redundant. There is no need for so many here. And a lot of mental power is wasted in this environment. Cross it out. Just like this. A node. What do you think? Yusu's mind was working fast. And he also borrowed the computing power of the tower spirit. The more he verified, the more shocked he was. The originally heavy and thick structure was lightly changed by Emolan. And it seemed to become beautiful in an instant. Such a simplified spell structure is simply a work of art. So beautiful. Emolan smiled gently and continued to speak. The more he spoke, the more excited Yusu became. Emolan made 4 structural improvements in a short period of time, which was shocking. Your magic array is still very good. I probably only saw these 4 parts. After this modification, the conversion efficiency of mental power should be around 30%. Right? Yes, yes. Yusu nodded excitedly. He was very familiar with this magic array. After Emolan's improvement, he had a rough data in his mind. The new conversion ratio should be about 31%. I will test it in detail later. The deviation should not be big. Well, you can test it in this aspect. By the way, regarding this spell, what direction do you plan to develop next? Yusu said directly after hearing this. Improve the conversion efficiency. Reduce the loss. And then find a way to purify the mental power. Wash away the mark of the original owner. And make the mental power completely free mental power, which does not belong to anyone. In this way, the mental power of different people can be stored and used together. Okay, this direction is good. And the application scenarios are very wide. Emolan thought of many application scenarios of this technology in his mind after hearing this. Thank you, President. Emolan's understanding gave Yusu a shot of adrenaline, making him more confident. Emolan said after a moment of silence. So, Tao Ling, when allocating computing resources, give Yusu a certain preference, and his priority will be only after the elders. Yes. Tao Ling appeared in front of Emolan, and Yusu next to him became more excited when he heard it. Tao Ling's computing resources are like scientists' supercomputers. They don't rely on abacus, but with Tao Ling, it's like having a supercomputer, which is of great help. Before this, if he wanted the Tower Spirit's computing power support, he had to submit an application in advance, and then wait for the Tower Spirit to allocate computing power and usage time according to the priority level. In the past, he usually needed to use it during some low peak periods, and the computing power was not much. But now, with Emolan's order, he was ranked only behind the elders in priority, which was basically equivalent to full computing power, as much as he wanted, and he could use it directly. This is a real resource tilt. Chapter 460 Multifunctional Agricultural Machinery. Besides that, you can ask me directly if you have any questions. Although I am not specialized in this area, I can still understand the magic array and the spell model. You can ask Lin Wu about mechanical knowledge. He is proficient in this area. Thank you, President. Yusu said excitedly just now. Emolan discussed and increased the efficiency of mental power conversion by 4%, which shows how powerful Emolan is. If there is such a person to consult at any time, it will greatly improve the efficiency. In the past, it took a while to apply for the computing power resources of the Tower Spirit. And with a limited computing power, sometimes a calculation would take several days. And there were many times when a difficult problem was stuck for several days and nights, or even simply could not be solved. Now that Emolan has come, several major problems have been solved, really solved. Thank you, President. Yusu said again. Emolan smiled when he heard it, and left Yusu's laboratory with Linhua. President, once this purification of mental power is completed, it can basically be automated, Linhua said with a smile beside him. Emolan nodded after hearing this, and pondered for a moment. If it is really possible to purify spiritual power, collect spiritual power, and turn it into pure spiritual power, then this kind of spiritual power that can be naturally restored every day will directly become a resource, and a relatively precious resource. Linhua, with the help of the tracks opened up by the train, public transportation between cities can be arranged for players and professionals of face reading. Linhua raised his eyebrows after hearing this, thinking of something in his mind, and Emolan continued. If it is confirmed that spiritual power can be purified, some free public welfare measures can also be slowly arranged. The more professionals of face reading, the better. Linhua suddenly understood, and said aloud after thinking about it, President, it stands to reason that ordinary people also have spiritual power. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, then shook his head. The quantity is small and complicated. Let's talk about it later. Let's look at the purification cost first. Okay, oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Linhua suddenly remembered something and said, Hasn't Zhao Chen's eternal blazing sun formed a deep cooperative relationship with us? A group of people headed by Zhao Chen have joined our association, and Zhao Chen has achieved some results this time. What results? A farm machine, with 6 functions of turning the field, sowing, harvesting, ripening, killing insects, and watering. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What is the power? The fireball engine is just the most simplified and least powerful engine. A single-cylinder engine, with a simple design and extremely low casting cost. Emolan pondered after hearing this, and at this time, a document floated in front of Linhua from the direction of his office. Linhua reached out to catch it, and opened it in front of Emolan. This multifunctional self-propelled agricultural machine is made of a mixture of steel, wood and other materials. It can be driven by a single-cylinder engine. It has many functions, low cost, and can greatly improve work efficiency. Emolan thought for a long time after hearing this, and then slowly said after a long time, No, the engine material is not good. There is not much gold-patterned black steel in stock. Whether it is a tank or an elemental cannon, the core components are all made of gold-patterned black steel. So far, we only have gold-patterned black steel as an elemental metal. This is a strategic resource. It can only be used in key technologies such as tanks and elemental cannons. It cannot be used in low-end machinery sold to the outside world. But Zhao Chen's idea is good. So, you take the lead and work with them to study a steel engine. In theory, steel can withstand the explosion of a ring of fireballs. We have the foundation of the gold-patterned black steel engine, so we can directly transfer the relevant technology and then enlarge the size of the engine. At most, it will be less powerful than the gold-patterned black steel, less durable, and larger in size, but it will definitely work. Although it cannot drive a train or a chariot, it should be no problem to drive a small-scale agricultural machinery. Steel, gold-patterned black steel, this is really only a little bit short. Linhua muttered secretly, but after thinking about it carefully, he did think it was feasible. Okay, I'll go back and try. Well, do a good job of ideological work on Zhao Chen. We encourage him to develop machinery. This time it's just because of material limitations. I understand. Linhua nodded, and then looked at the blast furnace. The blast furnace has been basically occupied by Lu Bin during this period. I just don't know if Lu Bin can extract the second element metal. It won't be much if he extracts it. Emolan narrowed his eyes. Has the mine that Earl Hanfeng opened not been found yet? No. This is unrealistic. Emolan frowned. What strength did the Red Maple Earl have back then? How far could he run? The Red Maple City side of the mountain has long been searched by players. And we have also searched it. We have never found any traces of mining. Logically speaking, the Red Maple Earl mined so much black iron stone, there must have been a huge mine pit left behind, but we didn't find it. Could it be that someone else has already discovered it? That's unrealistic. Even if someone else discovered this place nearby, they can't cover it up. Linhua's words seemed to inspire Emolan, giving Emolan a flash of inspiration. Wait, there is a place that we have been ignoring. Linhua was shocked when he heard this, and his mind turned, and he immediately thought of it. You mean underground? Yes, there is only this explanation. Unless Earl Red Maple did not mine near Red Maple City, we will definitely find some clues. It is impossible that there are no traces. Before, we subconsciously ignored the underground, because we dug the underground world with magic, and Earl Red Maple should not be able to touch it. But it is inevitable that there will be accidents, such as a naturally formed passage leading to the underground. Linwa also fell silent when he heard this. It can only be explained this way. And when you mention the naturally formed passage, I think of something. Linwa and Imolan looked at each other and said in unison, the passage for the green dragon to the underground world. It seems that our guess is the same. I think it's outrageous that there are 2 underground passages in the same area. You know, this is not 40 meters, but 400 meters. A passage spanning 400 meters by chance 2 in the same area? Just like we don't believe that 2 green dragons happen to appear in the same area, I don't believe that there are 2 400-meter natural underground passages in the same area. And this can also explain from the side why Earl Red Maple didn't continue mining. It's not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. The green dragon may have just left temporarily, or the green dragon took a fancy to this passage when he first came. Chapter 461 Elemental Metal Ore. That may be the case, but it is not ruled out that there is indeed a second passage. Maybe there is no need for a second passage. Just a cave is enough. The cave collapsed when we left, so it is normal that we cannot find it. Linwa looked into the distance. After all, finding a cave in this mountain range is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Either you have clues and look for it bit by bit, or you have to find a lucky guy and risk your life to find it. Imolan shook his head helplessly when he heard this. I hope it's taken by the green dragon now. After all, no matter how strong a green dragon is, it still has a dream. If it's outside, it's useless to be unlucky. No matter how strong it becomes, it's useless. If you can't find it, you can't find it. What's the matter? Linwa complained. By the way, do you know where the green dragon's nest is? I don't know. The nest on the ground is deep in the mountains, where we haven't reached yet. Let alone the nest underground. We haven't seen a green dragon. We can only barely confirm from the dwarf's words that there is indeed a green dragon underground. Linwa said and thought, and then he suddenly remembered the video he had watched before. Alas, the stone giant may have elemental metals on its body. So is that the stone eagle? I was not there at the time, so I don't know. But after watching the video, I feel that the body tissue of the stone eagle is a bit like black iron stone. That is, gold-veined black steel ore. Imolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, thinking, all the bodies of the stone beast kings are with Lubin. It depends on whether he can extract elemental metals from them. There is only one black stone eagle, and I didn't kill it, so I don't know. From what you said, it does look like it. But even if it is, it's useless. The stone eagle is not big. Even if it is all black iron stone, it is just gold-veined black steel ore. After smelting, it may not be enough to cast an elemental cannon. That's right. Linwa was also a little disappointed. And it's not very realistic to study the formation of black iron stone. The formation of the lowest level of elemental stone has not been studied yet, let alone this. It can be sent to the elemental stone project team as a material. As he was talking, Linwa suddenly had an idea, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Hey, wait, President, I have a question for you. Well, you say? These stone beasts are living creatures. Right? Yes. Then living creatures can grow, they can also grow. Right? Yes, wait, what do you want to do? A gleam of light flashed in Linwa's eyes. Ahem. Actually, I just want to see if our healing spells have any effect on stone beasts. Hiss. Imolan thought of Linwa's idea, and couldn't help but take a breath. Try it? Linwa urged. It's not a good idea to disturb those stone beasts for no reason. Doesn't Lubin have a silver stone wolf? He has been showing off in front of me before. How about us? Those stone beasts are outsiders. It's not good to disturb them for no reason. But the stone wolf is one of us. Imolan thought for a moment and nodded. Hit! Ah! A miserable wolf howl sounded, and Lubin beside him was helpless. I haven't started yet, don't scream so miserably. Okay? The silver wolf looked at Lubin pitifully, making Lubin feel a little sorry. I can't bear it either, but I'm also curious, so you sacrifice yourself. Imolan and Linwa looked at Lubin and the silver wolf helplessly. Okay, it's just a haircut, a manicure, and I'm not going to cut your thigh, Is it that serious? Okay. Okay, get started. Lu Bin shrugged, and directly used the sharp scissors made of gold-patterned black steel to cut off the silver-white hair on the head and back of the silver wolf, and then cut off all the nails with a few clicks. The golden black steel scissors produced a series of sparks when trimming the silver-white wolf hair, and the sharp metal friction sound when trimming the nails made people's scalps numb. The entire trimming process was done by utilizing the self-sharpening characteristics of the golden black steel and the sharpness technique added to it. It must be said that the hair on the stone wolf is harder than steel, and the wolf claws can easily melt the steel plate, which is extremely sharp. The trimmed nails and hair emit a metallic luster in the sun. The three ignored the silver wolf, who was in great anger after being shaved bald, and directly carried the trimmed hair and nails to the blast furnace. They would know whether it was elemental metal after refining it. They opened the blast furnace, threw the hair and nails into the blast furnace, activated the magic circle, and the temperature in the blast furnace suddenly increased. The scorching heat made the air in centimeters seem to be distorted. The silver nails and hair in the center of the blast furnace still remained silver. However, it soon turned red under the scorching heat, and finally turned red. The red nails and hair slowly deformed under the high temperature, and some liquid slowly seeped out of them. Bit by bit, the nails and hair gradually melted down and turned into a ball of silver liquid. The fierce fire refines the real gold. Under the extremely high temperature, everything that cannot withstand the high temperature vaporized bit by bit, and a layer of gray smoke floated along the opening into a storage box above. The vaporization was very slow, but whether it was Emolan, Lu Bin, or Linhua, they were very patient people, and they waited quietly by the side. After a while, the silver liquid gradually shrank, and when it shrank to about 50% of its original size, it stopped moving. No matter how the flames burned, it could not melt away any impurities. When Emolan extended his spiritual power into it, he instantly felt the surging gold element. It was undoubtedly elemental metal, but only 50%. Emolan and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. 50%. Who has ever seen or with 50% purity? This mining rate is ridiculous. After Linhua finished speaking, Emolan had an idea, and a silver-white liquid the size of a human head flowed out of the gate and finally floated in Emolan's hand. Watching the silver-white elemental metal gradually cool down, Emolan said faintly, "Is this what you are shocked about? These hairs and nails really melted into elemental metals. Shouldn't this be more shocking?" Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other. For some reason, the silver wolf hiding in the corner felt a little cold, making it mutter, "Why is it so cold? Is it because it was cut bald? It's okay. It's okay. It's just a little hair. It will grow back soon." Linhua, who was standing next to the blast furnace, said quietly, "If there are a large number of elemental metals among these stone beasts, wouldn't that mean they are a group of living small elemental metal mines? Dozens of types? And they are all different." Emolan recalled the generally large size of stone beasts. The output is not small, and it's mainly about sustainable development. Emolan looked up at the sky and murmured, "It's rich." Chapter 462 behaved. Emolan had just finished speaking when Lu Bin suddenly covered his heart. "What's wrong with you?" Linhua asked. "I think of the stone beast kings that I smashed to pieces. Heartache. If they hadn't been killed, the number would have tripled or quadrupled at least." Hiss. Emolan and Linhua also began to gasp and covered their chests. "Chest stuffy, heartache." And Emolan suddenly remembered something. "Hey, no, I seem to have heard the white jade stone lion say that the leader of a tribe is like the head beast in a herd. If one of them dies, it will naturally damage the vitality of the tribe, and a new one will be bred in a special way." "Really? It should be true." "Oh, in that case, it won't hurt." Lu Bin rubbed his chest, and Emolan continued to say, "It's just that we also destroyed most of the tribes together. The firepower of the elemental cannon was too strong." Lu Bin's face did not change, and he silently covered his chest. "My heart." But fortunately, every tribe went out with adult beasts, and the young beasts, whose strength remained below the 4th level, were left on the floating island. Although they have not grown up yet, they have left seeds. As long as they are cultivated patiently, there is still hope for the king beast. Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and Emolan continued, "It's just because of our previous struggles that these stone beasts have already run to the shore. I don't know if they were killed by other stone beast tribes, or if they ran away on their own. Lu Bin was almost killed. After he recovered, he left without looking back. Lu Bin, where are you going? The Earth Elemental Realm. Oh, I'm going too. Linhua, who was feeling a little heartbroken, followed him, holding his chest. Emolan shrugged slightly when he saw this, and after thinking about it, he also followed. The stone beasts looked at the magician, who had suddenly gathered them in confusion. I saw these magicians looking at the young beasts eagerly, asking about their well-being. And I don't know why, I always feel that they are always peeking at the curled hair on my head. Hiss, it seems a bit cold. From the book on those who are worse than me, written by a stone dog king, who does not want to reveal his name. After counting, Emolan and others determined that there were a total of 207 different stone beast tribes, including the young beasts. There are only 22 tribes with kings alive, and only 5 of these 22 tribes have kings made of elemental metal ores, while the remaining 17 tribes have bodies made of special elemental stones. As the kings of the remaining 100 or so tribes have died, it is not clear whether the special kings are elemental metal ores or ordinary elemental stones. However, by collecting the remains of corpses in the sky, we can get a rough number after statistics. 27. There should be 27 stone beast kings whose bodies are made of elemental metals. That is to say, there are a total of 32 elemental metals. Yes, 32. Although the output is not high, it can definitely be used in a small range and on a small scale, mainly for sustainable development. This happiness came too suddenly. It was so comfortable. 32 elemental metals, not counting the others, just the 5 at the moment. One is gold-patterned black steel, so there are only 4 non-repetitive ones. New elemental metals mean a breakthrough in new materials, and we can even play with elemental metal alloys. 5 kinds of elemental metals. I wonder what brilliant fruits will be produced in the end. Emolan muttered to himself, and Lu Bin and Lin Wu beside him also smiled. At this time, Lu Bin suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, President, we mine elemental metals, but what about elemental stones? I just saw that these elemental stones are not simple either, and each has its own characteristics. In fact, it doesn't matter whether they have characteristics or not. The main problem is that it is not the lack of them that is worrying, but the uneven distribution of them. What our ancestors said is definitely correct. We only have a part of it now, which is a bit unfair to the other part. So I think it's better to be fair, and mine all of it," Lu Bin said sincerely. "There is no problem with fairness, but I think elemental stone is not like elemental metal that can be smelted and accumulated. Elemental stone cannot be accumulated. We can grind it into powder, and if possible, compress the powder into bricks again. If that doesn't work, then mixing these powders into clay and firing them may bring some surprises. Or mixing them into the elemental metals being smelted, maybe there will be some surprises too. Anyway, I think these elemental stones each have their own characteristics, and there are treasures everywhere. I won't use them now, but Emolan can save them and dig them up slowly." "Well, that makes sense." Emolan nodded. Many stone beasts looked at Emolan and others in confusion. Although they were chatting in front of them, they didn't reveal any sound or mouth shape, so they didn't know what they were talking about. At this moment, I don't know if it was a spell error, but the sound came out, but hearing the stone beasts made me feel a little creepy. "Hey, President, Lu Bin, I have a question for you. Is there any difference between the hair and the core structure of the body of these stone beast kings?" "Well, there shouldn't be any difference, right?" Emolan smacked his lips, said hesitantly. "What if there is?" Lin was said excitedly. "I think it's too inefficient for you to just cut nails and shave hair. We might as well remove 2 legs or 2 hands at a time. That would be very efficient. And it would save us time. We can just leave them here to recover after a while." "No, I don't think it will work. Forget it. Just cut some hair and nails. Hair and nails grow fast, and they don't hurt. A little bit adds up to a lot. I think it would be more rewarding than removing the thighs directly. But what if the hair and nails grow very slowly?" "Very slowly? If they grow very slowly, we'll talk about it later. Let's not talk about that for now." "Okay. In that case, then why don't you give me a stone beast king to study? I want to see if the structures of all parts of their bodies are the same. Anyway, if one is killed, a group will give birth to a second one. This is not a big problem. But killing them for no reason will make them feel disappointed. Since we need their production, they must be treated well, and cannot be killed for no reason. Well, this way, choose the most disobedient one later, just to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The spell seems to be working. The voice disappeared again, but all the stone beast kings were cold all over, shivered, and found that Emolan turned his head to look at him, and they immediately lined up neatly, and sat upright. Well, how can you be so obedient? Emolan said in surprise, and Linwa beside him showed a bit of disappointment at the right time. Chapter 463 Ambition. Did they hear it? Linwa glanced at the stone beast king in front of him with some disappointment, then turned his head to look at Emolan. President. Emolan looked at the stone beast in front of him, scanning left and right, as if he was choosing something. Where his eyes passed, the body of the stone beast king instantly froze, not daring to move. Forget it, it's embarrassing to be so obedient, Emolan said, then looked at the stone beast and said again, I've cut it. I've cut it too. President, here. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the stone beasts instantly piled their nails and hair in front of Emolan. Those with hair trimmed all the hair on their bodies, those without hair, but with scales plucked off a lot of scales. Those without hair or scales could only pluck off a few nails to offer as a token of respect. Fortunately, although they are also living things, they are rock life, relatively speaking, and they don't feel any pain, and losing a little hair, scales, nails, etc. is not painful or itchy. Actually, you don't have to do this, Emolan said slowly. But since you've already brought it, I won't be polite. I won't say much else. Just do it regularly. You can decide how long it will take. The length of time doesn't matter. The main thing is to get the point across. Just show your intention. As for what you mean, I don't care. Just don't make it boring in the end. Emolan turned and left. But when he left, he suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, I won't move the floating island. I'll tell you in advance before I move. You can go up inside now. You can ask the magician here for anything you need. Emolan left. Linwa followed. There was a voice coming from afar. President. Don't worry. We accidentally let them hear it this time. We'll be embarrassed if we do it again. Next time. When they have almost forgotten, or are not paying attention, there will always be a few who perform poorly, right? We'll have an excuse to do it again. Okay. Linwa's disappointed voice came, making the stone beast king, who had just relaxed, shudder and instantly become energetic. After walking away, Emolan smiled. Okay, you don't have to act anymore. Take those elemental metals and elemental stones back. You arrange people to test them, and give them names. Huh? I didn't act? Linwa said strangely. I am indeed quite curious. Which will grow faster? A stone beast losing a leg or cutting off some hair? Is there any essential difference between the two? I can study the corpse for materials. But it is useless to study the corpse at this level. It must be a living stone beast. Emolan fell silent after hearing this, and said slowly after a long time, Now that you mention it, I am also a little curious. Then wait for a disobedient one. Believe me, there will be one, and it will definitely not take long. Okay. Emolan walked to the side of the abyss, seemingly looking down at the abyss. But in fact his thoughts had already fallen into the abyss, and appeared in the mind of the white jade stone lion. At this time, the white jade lion was located at a depth of several thousand meters in the abyss. No one knew where the floating island had drifted to. Even Emolan could only determine the approximate location by relying on the perception of the spell position. In the abyss where one's hand could not be seen in front of one's face, no one could see the floating island at a depth of several thousand meters with the naked eye. And no one could capture it with mental power. This is what Emolan needed. This effect meant that even within the Law Association, the situation of the floating island was an absolute secret. No one knew about it, and there was no possibility of leakage. Emolan appeared in the mind of the white jade lion, and his mental power spread out directly, and he instantly took in the situation nearby. At this moment, a huge sinkhole had appeared on the floating island. The floating island, which was like a cone, had a big hole dug out in the middle of the cone. At the bottom of the big pit, the white jade lion cast a spell with a 7-ring stone wall spell in the air at a rapid speed. A large amount of earth elements were drawn into the structure, and were instantly transformed into a 7-ring stone wall spell. One stone wall spell after another fell on the rock, and the rock was instantly compressed, leaving a huge hole on the cliff in the blink of an eye. And under the hole was a dark stone slab. The 7-ring stone wall technique repeatedly compressed the soil and rocks, transforming them into 7th-order polymer stone with a harder hardness than normal elemental stone. Layer after layer of 7th-order polymer stone was stacked together, layer after layer, and all turned into a whole under the effect of the spell. But no one dared to imagine how terrible the defense of the 7th-order polymer stone, with a thickness of several meters, would be. And at this moment, the platform under the feet of the white jade lion was more than a few meters thick 7th-order polymer stone. Since the day the floating island fell into the abyss, the white jade lion has not rested for a second, and has continuously used the 7-ring stone wall technique to create 7th-level aggregated stones, and connect them completely together, blending them into one, and completely turning them into a whole. Emolan paid attention for a while, and then withdrew his mind after confirming that there was no problem. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan. After all the ordinary soil and rocks on the entire floating island have been transformed into 7th-level aggregated stones, we will go to dig on both sides of the abyss. After digging, it is compressed into 7th-order polymer stone, used to build the platform. The floating island is now as big as Red Maple City, but it is just ordinary soil, rock, too empty. This is not what I want. What is the compression ratio of the 7-ring stone wall technique? How many thousands or tens of thousands of times? The volume of the 7th-order polymer stone after compression is only a few thousand, tens of thousands of times of the original. It was originally the size of Red Maple City, and after compression, it is probably just a little bit. So we have to continue digging from both sides, keep digging, and compress the 7th-order polymer stone until the new platform returns to the size of Red Maple City. At that time, the mass of the entire platform should be an extremely terrifying number. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. At that time, a large-scale constant array will be built on this platform, with the anti-gravity rule as the core to build a floating core, as the floating power of the entire platform. Install the largest caliber turret on the platform, and the most complex, most terrifying and powerful spells, forbidden spells, and open up the largest space on the platform. Farm on the platform. Build factories on the platform. Live on the platform. And develop on the platform. It has the strongest combat power in the world. The strongest self-sustaining ability in the world. The strongest flying ability in the world. The strongest defense ability in the world. And the strongest space jumping ability in the world. Such a platform may be called a floating city. Emolan muttered to himself. Floating city. This is his ambition. This is his romance. Chapter 464 Armor Summoner. President, the special assessment is over. Emolan just returned to the Mage Association, and Su Zongxin said, "The first place is Li Chaoyu." "Yeah, it's normal. If every little bit of ability is not enough, how can it be possible to lead the development of Shadow Assassin? He wants to see you." "Yeah." Emolan was a little confused. "Why?" "He needs to assess the association to see if the strength of the association is really as strong as the legend. He said that with his strength, there is no need to be too limited, and the assessment is no longer one way, but a two-way choice." "Why didn't he say it before?" "He said that it would be too arrogant to say it before, and it would be a provocation. Now that he has proved his strength, it is a two-way choice for the strong." "Is this his original words?" Emolan was even more puzzled. Su Zongxin nodded. "Absolutely not a word has been changed." Emolan's face was a little weird. "Interesting, this way of speaking. But I guess only such an interesting person can develop such an interesting profession. Okay, now we have time. I'll wait for him on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. Since he has the ability, we can have a good chat. I'm also somewhat interested in the shadow space. Also, you can ask Lu Bin if he is interested in the shadow space. Maybe it can help him too." "Okay." Just as Su Zongxin was about to leave, Emolan suddenly stopped him again. "Wait, you call Linhua as well. Since you called Lu Bin, don't leave Linhua behind." "Understood." Su Zongxin left, leaving Mark alone with Emolan. "Go make me a cup of tea. Put 2 pieces of the Yanshan tea in the second drawer of the first noble on the right-hand side of the entrance on the 5th floor." "Yes." Mark nodded, turned around and made tea. He no longer had any aristocratic arrogance, which made Emolan curious. What did this guy go through during this period of time after selling the castle? He completely wore away his aristocratic arrogance. Emolan shook his head, too lazy to think so much, and took a sip of the tea. At this time, Lu Bin came up, but to Emolan's surprise, Linhua also came. "Well, Linhua, you are here too. Why are you interested in space?" Didn't you not listen to the space part when I talked with Lu Bin before? Oh, I didn't listen to Lu Bin because his knowledge was of limited help to me. And I have limited energy. I am too lazy to delve into knowledge that is of limited help. I just want to specialize. As for today, I feel that this shadow space may be of some help to me, Lin was said with a smile. Compared with the deep space studied by Lu Bin, this shadow space is a shallow space. Or perhaps it can be called a subspace. This subspace may help me reduce the size of the mecha, or fold the structure of the mecha, Emolan said after a moment of silence. Create a shadow, and then use the shadow as a medium to hide the structure of the mecha in the shadow space? Yes. Linwa kept a smile on his face, grabbed his hand, waved it to his waist, made the same action as the armor warrior summoning armor, and said, weight can be ignored in the shadow space. Where there is a shadow, there is a shadow space. If the theory is feasible, I can completely hide all the structures and materials of the mecha in the shadow space, leaving only a palm-sized mechanical box in the outside world to maintain the existence of the shadow space. If successful, it can also be called a summoner. Holding a summoner, a summoning armor can be combined, or a mecha can be summoned with one click. If it can really succeed, let alone combat power. Even if it has no combat power, this thing can be sold out. And no matter how high the price is, it can't be stopped. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and immediately became interested. There was no way, it was that the scene described by Lin was too tempting. It just perfectly hit the romance in Emolan's heart. Emolan decided to add this to the romance in his heart. After all, who could refuse to become an armored warrior? But is it feasible? Is it difficult to see? At least it is much simpler than using the deep space that Lu Bin studied. Relatively simple, but it's not that easy. It's not easy to maintain the existence of the shadow space, right? Su Zongqin walked in from the door with a man. Hearing Lin was speech, the man asked, "Hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Qiyu. Shadow." "Oh, we know. It's Li Qiyu, the pioneer who plays Shadow Assassin." "Hello." Li Qiu's face froze. He obviously understood the meaning of the word that Lin would just said the fastest. If Linwa was deliberately mocking him, it would be fine. At most, he would just walk away. But Li Qiu could hear that he was just talking fast, which made him uncomfortable. My lifelong reputation. Shadow Assassin is obviously a very powerful profession. Although there are some minor drawbacks, the merits outweigh the flaws. How did it become what it is now? Li Qiu was mad inside, but he still had a normal conversation on the surface. However, he was obviously not experienced enough, and his expression was a little stiff. "Let's do it. I'm Emolan, this is Linwa, this is Lu Bin. Since you said you want to talk, then let's talk together. What do you mean by the difficulty of maintaining the shadow space?" Hearing Emolan change the subject, Li Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and said directly, "Because in order to maintain the existence of the shadow space, you must always merge with the shadow space." "What does fusion mean?" "Actually, it's still the resonance principle, but it's just a more advanced resonance technology. Simple resonance is not enough. The body must stabilize some magic arrays in advance, activate some spell effects, and then use the multi-level resonance technology that I developed specifically for this profession to merge the body into the shadow, and then escape into the shadow space. If you want to do it, you must go through long-term training, which leads to a relatively high threshold for the profession, which may be the disadvantage of the powerful profession. It is so complicated for people to do it. How can it be simple to make a dead object merge into the shadow space? The difficulty will only be higher. Otherwise, do you think I want to design a naked shadow assassin? The main reason is that I can't make dead things blend into the shadow space. One wears clothes, the other doesn't. The difficulty has directly increased by several levels. By the way, how did you come up with the pictures? If you say you found something, you might have found it, but you were able to take pictures, and they are in color, which is even more outrageous than taking screenshots of elements. Lin Qiu said puzzledly. From his speed of speech, it seems that these questions have been in his mind for a long time. Maybe it is because of these questions that he came to the Mage Association. There is no way. The Mage Association only sends pictures, but doesn't explain how the pictures came from. They only care about killing but not burying. Chapter 465, I just joined the Mage Association. What should I do if I want to quit? Is this normal? Oh, you mean this. It is indeed invisible, but through magic detection, Little by little, we can do the most subtle and careful detection. We spend a day or two continuously detecting every detail of this photo, and then use projection magic to piece together the pixels. Piece together this picture little by little, and then took a screenshot. Although it is a projection, it is absolutely no different from him in person. The clarity of the projection is even higher than taking a screenshot of him directly. Emolan said casually. That's it? Li Qiaoyu said in disbelief. Wait. How do you say to investigate? Investigate in detail. I mean, how detailed is it? We use all kinds of magic to detect every hair and pore on his body. He himself can't detect anything unusual? Li Qiaoyu said in disbelief. What are you talking about? We didn't hide anything from the beginning to the end. We scanned openly, scanning and studying in front of him. Didn't he tell you that? Fuck this piece of crap, he's blind. Li Qiaoyu cursed. Emolan and Lu Bin, Linhua looked at each other, shrugged. Let's stop here. I'm too lazy to talk about this. You just said that objects can't enter the shadow space. Is it because they can't fit in? Yes, because many people can't complete the objects themselves, and our technology can't help them complete it for the time being. So every time the shadow assassin enters stealth mode, his clothes fall to the ground because of the disappearance of the person. Is that so? Emolan pondered after hearing this, and Lu Bin next to him became interested. I also have a question about the shadow space. The shadow space is the space inside the shadow. So here comes the question. Assuming that the two shadows have no contact point, theoretically there is a shadow space behind them. Then are these two shadow spaces connected? Theoretically, they are not connected. But in real life, there are other shadows between the two shadows. You misunderstood me. I mean there is no contact point, and there is no shadow between them. How is that possible? Li Qiaoyu's words made Lu Bin stunned. You have some misunderstandings about shadows. A person's shadow is a shadow. A tower's shadow is a shadow. Then what about the shadow of dust? In a little while, what about the shadow of air? What about the shadow of atoms? What about the shadow of electrons? Unless a vacuum is created, where there is no matter, where atoms and electrons cannot exist, there must be a shadow between the two shadows. Lu Bin frowned slightly when he heard this. I understand microscopic shadows, but these microscopic shadows are difficult for us to capture, and they are almost non-existent. Can they be used? In theory. Yes, no matter how small the shadow is. The shadow space exists, but the shadow space is a little smaller, so it is not possible to sneak well. In theory? You haven't tried it? No, I haven't reached that level yet. Lu Bin nodded when he heard this, which was not surprising. It is normal for theory to exceed reality. Just like quantum theory, it has been proposed for many years, and quantum computers are not commercially available yet. There are also controlled nuclear fusion, electromagnetic railguns, etc. Theory is always limited by various problems in reality. After a short pause, the four people started to discuss again. You ask and I answer, I ask and you answer, through the question and answer method. The two sides had a very pleasant exchange. And during the exchange, both sides knew their level. Level cannot be hidden in the eyes of experts. You can tell as soon as you open your mouth. It is more real than any exam, but it is more time-consuming and energy-consuming. After a long time, the communication ended. The four of them smiled, and Emolan looked at Li Qiaoyu. How is it? The level of the Mage Association should satisfy you. Right? Li Qiaoyu smiled. President, you are joking. Both you and the two people next to you are far better than me. I can only communicate with you normally in the shadow space, which I am more proficient in. No, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Learn from each other. Anyway, welcome to join the Mage Association. Thank you. It's my honor to join the Mage Association. Lu Bin and Linhua were laughing beside them. When they finished talking, Lu Bin spoke up. Qiaoyu, can you integrate into the shadow space? Of course. I am the first to take up the profession of shadow assassin. It's just that I am not as talented as others in shadow assassin. I can't use stealth skillfully, and I can't use a few shadow melee spells skillfully. Of course, I am even more embarrassed to enter stealth mode and let others sneak in. That's good. Then accompany me to do an experiment? I want to verify something. In the shadow space? No problem. Together? Lu Bin and Li Qiaoyu were about to go outside. At this time, Lu Bin looked at Emolan and Linhua and spoke up. Emolan and Linhua looked at each other, nodded, and followed. Together, Lu Bin created a shadow in the prepared venue, activated the magic circle, and turned to look at Li Qiaoyu. Enter stealth here? Yes. Okay. Li Qiaoyu nodded, and the three of them looked at him in unison. They didn't see him do anything, but just relied on special spells to sense some shadow element fluctuations. And Li Qiaoyu disappeared without a trace, leaving only clothes falling on the ground. In addition, there is a human-shaped space channel. The space channel is dark inside, and the colors are black and white. Wait, what? Li Qiaoyu was shocked when he noticed the sight. The next moment, with an element fluctuation, the side of the space channel was instantly separated. When Li Qiaoyu appeared in front of everyone again, he was already dressed. However, facing Li Qiaoyu's sight, the three of them took a step back. We didn't see anything. Li Qiaoyu continued to look at them, and Lu Bin shrugged. Okay, the skin is pretty good. The main thing is that I didn't know that I could actually see directly along the space channel, well, see through stealth. Li Qiaoyu felt very fucked. I just joined the Mage Association. What should I do if I want to quit? Is this normal? The principle of stealth is to sneak into the shadow space. The shadow space is like a layer of opaque one-sided glass. You are on this side, and the stealth is on the other side. You can't see him, but he can see you. And now you have opened a door on the glass. The glass doesn't have it. As long as you are not blind, you will definitely be able to see it. What kind of magic array is this? It retains the space channel that is broken within the range? Your technology has reached this level? Li Qiaoyu said in disbelief. He felt as if he had never seen the world before. He was surprised to see it. But it was really surprising. Chapter 466 Thought Imprisonment. Well, our technology is slightly ahead of the outside world. Mo Lan nodded. A little. Mo Lan's words made Li Qiaoyu speechless for a long time. What the hell is a little? Forget it. Let's get back to the point, President Lin. Since we already have this technology, why do we still need to use shadow space to fold? Because we haven't mastered the space development technology, we can only use the existing space at most, but can't create a space out of nothing. In that case, open a space channel, fold the structure you need in the Magician Tower, and when you need to summon it, can't you just summon it through the space channel? Faced with Li Qiaoyu's question, Lin shook his head. You are still thinking too simply. Theoretically speaking, the space channel is indeed feasible. But we cannot just look at the theory, but need to combine it with reality. What is reality? The reality is that my summon is used for fighting, so the application scenario is the battlefield. And in reality, there are already spells that can confine space, and there are probably quite a few such spells. Thinking about these two problems in combination with theory will find that the space channel cannot be used at all. As long as there is a space anchor, the summon is useless. So I gave up the space channel, and set my sights on the shadow space. Because the shadow space will not be restricted by space confinement? Yes. The shadow space can only be regarded as a subspace on the surface, or even a temporary space formed by the enrichment of shadow elements. I found that space confinement cannot confine this kind of space. Of course, this conclusion is not certain, because for the time being I have only tried to confine it with space anchors. But according to my inference, referring to the principle of space confinement, the final conclusion is that the shadow space will not be disturbed and can still be used normally. Its stability and reliability are much stronger than the space channel. In that case, Li Qiaoyu pointed to the space channel leading to the shadow space and said, then you don't need to do anything else. Just shrink this array and keep it constant. Maintain the shadow space, etc. Li Qiaoyu paused, turned his head, and looked at Linhua. Linhua nodded. You also found the problem. Right? The problem is that the array of this solidified space channel cannot be miniaturized. And the minimum size cannot meet your requirements? Yes. What is the minimum size now? The size of a ping-pong table. Hiss. Li Qiaoyu immediately understood. So you want to bypass this space channel solidification array and directly integrate the object into the shadow space through the shadow assassin stealth? Yes. But the difficulty is also very high. If the object can enter the shadow space so easily, how can I go to the trouble of developing melee spells? How can I let the shadow assassin leave such a big disadvantage? Isn't this? Before Li Qiaoyu finished speaking, Linhua grabbed the wolfberry tea cup in his hand and poured it in. Goji berries and tea were poured directly into the shadow space along the space channel, and fell on the ground of the shadow space. Everything inside was gray, and the red color of the goji berries was eye-catching. Li Qiaoyu could not continue. Just after he said that objects could not enter, Linhua poured a cup of goji berry water in. Linhua took out some goji berries again, and soak them in water with yanshan tea. Goji berries nourish the body, and yanshan tea nourishes the mind. Linwood took a sip and said, I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that it is indeed difficult for objects to enter the shadow space. But it is not necessarily unsolvable. You couldn't solve it before, because of limited resources, not because it was really unsolvable, because I just verified that. Objects can indeed enter the shadow space. Now that you have joined the Mage Association, you can enjoy some of its resources, such as some new concepts, and some cutting-edge technologies. With such good conditions, why do you insist on the original result, and are unwilling to study it again? Li Chaoyu was stunned. Break the mindset, as a mage, if you just want to be a turret. It doesn't matter, just learn spells. But if you want to be a real mage, you can't form a fixed mindset. A real mage needs to learn for a lifetime. What seems right now may be proven wrong in the future. This is very likely, because our current research is limited to our current knowledge reserves and horizons. And these are not necessarily correct. Do you understand? Li Chaoyu was stunned when he heard this. It seemed like he was talking about him again. Oh, no. He was talking about him. It is great to research the Shadow Assassin. But if you are always proud of the Shadow Assassin and limit yourself to the Shadow Assassin stage, then no matter how talented you are, you will only be like this for the rest of your life. Thank you, Li Chaoyu said seriously. With his intelligence, he will understand it immediately. Linwen nodded and said nothing more. Understanding it immediately means understanding it immediately. Being able to understand something does not mean that you can change it or do it. If you can do it, then everything will be fine. Li Chaoyu will also achieve something in the future, perhaps comparable to the current level of the elders of the association. If I should not kill him, I still say that, this is how my life will be. Maybe I will not even be as good as the elite members of the Mage Association in the end. Come on. Li Chaoyu nodded. President Lin, can I apply to join your project team? I want to give it a try. Welcome, happy cooperation. After saying that, Lin was said to Emolan. President, then Chaoyu will follow me first. Yes, okay. After Emolan nodded, Lin took Li Chaoyu to find a place to stay. Li Chaoyu was also full of expectations. Joining the Mage Association would usher in a new life, and perhaps a new life. President, then I'll leave too? Yes. Lu Bin turned around and was about to leave, but at this time Emolan was stunned. Wait. What's wrong? The lotus seeds are about to come out. Lu Bin raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and instantly opened the chat panel, waited for about a few seconds, and immediately a message came. The lotus pods are almost grown. Lu Bin and Emolan looked at each other, and left the test site as quickly as possible, and then rushed towards the shore. While they were on the road, the two communicated with each other through mental power. After so long, it's finally going to grow. I don't know what this space lotus seed does, what effect it has. I hope I won't wait in vain. Emolan was also full of expectations when he heard this. It's a space magic potion, and it took so long to grow, it must be extraordinary. Pursing his lips, Emolan had an idea in his mind. I just don't know if it's good to eat. Chapter 467 Space Lotus Seeds. It should be edible. Right? And there must be a lot of benefits. Even the winged sky beasts are so greedy. I just don't know what effect it will have after eating it. Emolan's thoughts gradually became crooked. The two of them came to the island in a short while. After coming over, they found that the scene was bigger than they had imagined. The huge space fluctuations instantly made Emolan and Lu Bin's faces change, and their expressions became serious. Lu Bin, how could there be such a big scene? Such a strong space fluctuation? I don't know. It stands to reason that the lotus pod only affects a few connected lotus roots and a few lotus leaves. But now, all the lotuses we planted on the island began to emit spatial fluctuations. They clearly have no connection. Wait, they are connected. Lu Bin was suddenly startled. Emolan also noticed that the spatial lotuses in different areas are connected by a thin root. It was not noticeable before, but now the spatial fluctuations emitted by this thin root made Emolan and Lu Bin notice it. Are these spatial lotuses a whole? After being separated by us, they grew together again on their own. But those that Zhou Peng took away. Maybe the distance is too far, outside the sensing range, so only those on our island formed a new whole. Emolan nodded. That should be the case. Then the question is, why does the growth of a lotus pod draw energy and space elements from other lotus leaves and other lotuses? If this continues, I'm afraid the others won't be able to grow. This shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Emolan and Lubin have come to the lotus pod. At this time, the last lotus petal on the lotus pod has fallen, and there is a box-shaped mobile element pool under the lotus pod, which is releasing space elements at a constant speed. Lubin focused all his attention on the lotus pod. His face was serious, and after careful investigation, he had the answer in his mind. President, I'm afraid we are to blame for this. What do you mean? Lubin pointed to the mobile element pool under the lotus pod that released the space element. When the lotus pod grows in the natural environment, the space element is very scarce. Right? What do you want to express? What I want to say is that the lotus pod became incomplete because of the incomplete space element. The incomplete lotus pod only needs a thin space element to complete its growth. The space element pool we placed interfered with this process. In order to make the lotus pod grow faster, we supplied it with space elements. That is why, with sufficient space element supply, the lotus pod that was originally incomplete due to space elements grew completely from the beginning. Complete growth, this process is irreversible. We have laid a good foundation, then the next complete formation requires an extremely terrifying space element. And we did not supply enough. So it plundered other parts of this whole? This cannot be called plunder, just like fruit farmers actively pruning to make the fruit bigger and sweeter, reducing the amount of fruit hanging. The two are actually similar, except that this is a natural selection, at the cost of the withering of other lotus pods. This lotus pod was completely nurtured. President, we have found a treasure. Lubin murmured to himself. There were many doubts in my previous research, but now I have finally figured it all out. Lubin felt like he had cleared away the clouds and mist, and saw the green mountains. The original space lotus was incomplete. I don't know why the space lotus grew underground. In short, the thin space elements underground cannot meet the growth needs of space lotus. And it is even more impossible to breed new seeds. Under the threat of survival, the twisted seeds that grew in an environment lacking space elements fell into the lake and successfully grew new lotus. Although these seeds are incomplete, they are still extraordinary. President, aren't you curious about why you haven't seen the second winged sky beast from beginning to end? In fact, it's very simple. Because there is no second winged sky beast at all. There is only this one winged sky beast. And before, it should not be a winged sky beast. It only evolved into a winged sky beast after eating the incomplete seeds. You know, the blood of the winged sky beast is a blood involving rules. Can the spatial lotus seeds of this grave really allow a fish or an ordinary magic beast to breed spatial blood involving rules? Emolan turned his head to look at the winged sky beast in the lake, and fell into deep thought. Is there any evidence to prove it? President, can you feel this lotus pod? And then feel the other lotus flowers. And see what you feel. Hearing this, Emolan's mental power wrapped around the lotus pod in front of him. After carefully perceiving it, his mental power went to perceive other lotus pods. After a slight comparison, Emolan's face gradually became cautious, incomplete and perfect. Lin was smiled. Yes, maybe I couldn't feel anything before, but now with the comparison, I can easily find their incompleteness. Indeed, then as for the space element, Emolan nodded, turned to Su Zongxi next to him, and said, Go and bring 80% of the association's space element reserves. Yes. Su Zongxi left, and Emolan looked at the mobile space element pool that released space elements at a constant speed. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the restrictions of the mobile space element pool were opened, and the space elements stored in it rose up, but were immediately sucked away and absorbed by the lotus pod. There were not many space elements in the mobile space element pool, and they were all absorbed by the lotus pod in a short while. Looking around, looking at the lotus flowers and the lotus pods that were about to take shape, Emolan pondered. I don't know if these lotus flowers, these lotus pods can be saved. If they can be saved, whether they are incomplete or perfect, they will probably be an extremely terrifying wealth. Do your best, Lubin said softly. But according to my estimation, this piece of space lotus will be drained. All the lotus flowers and lotus leaves will decay and wither, and even the lotus roots will not be spared. I am afraid that only a few surviving lotus roots will be left in the end. Emolan said nothing after hearing this, but silently enveloped the lotus head with his mental power and sensed it carefully. The space elements in the space lotus seeds have formed an extremely terrifying level. At the same time, there are also endless space elements flowing into the space lotus seeds along the lotus head, and being compressed madly. At the same time, the other lotus flowers and leaves of the space lotus withered and decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and fell into the lake. During this process, the breath emitted from the space lotus seeds fascinated Emolan, gradually improving, slowly moving towards perfection. Emolan didn't even dare to imagine what would be nurtured inside. After carefully sensing it, the professional Lu Bin next to him murmured in shock. Space Node? Chapter 468 7th Level. Space Node? Emolan asked in confusion. He was quite unfamiliar with this term, but its literal meaning also made Emolan think of a lot. Yes, Space Node. Space Node is a definition I recently discovered, and I named it. The so-called Space Node is the basis for carrying space. For example, President, you are very clear that there is space inside the winged sky beast. Right? Yes. Emolan understood a little after hearing this. Is the space inside the winged sky beast inside or outside? If it is inside, then the space outside the winged sky beast is the void, that is, chaos. The winged sky beast also contains a space, a piece of chaos? This is unrealistic and impossible. Then the space inside the body is outside the body? That's not it, because when the winged sky beast opened the space inside the body, the space solidification array did not leave any traces. In addition, there are various signs that this space is inside the winged sky beast. Are you confused after hearing this? Isn't this contradictory? It doesn't make sense. That's what I thought before, so I spent a lot of effort to study it. I must study it clearly. I am a space mage. I can't even figure out the existence of a space, let alone other things. After a long period of research, I have confirmed one thing. The space inside the body of the winged sky beast is indeed inside the winged sky beast. And there is no distance between it and the winged sky beast. The winged sky beast can open and close it at will, without any space channel. Of course, the channel it opened when we entered is still called a space channel. After all, it is from this space to another space. Back to the point. The reason why I am sure is because I found the space node. The entire space inside the body is based on this node, which is infinitely small, but infinitely large. And its definition is somewhat similar to the legendary singularity. Emolan nodded when he heard this, and pointed to the lotus pod and said, So you said that the space node is inside this lotus seed? Is there a space inside? Emolan's eyes widened slightly when he heard this, and he asked in surprise. If there is a space inside, then this surprise is simply too big. No, but it's almost the same, Lu Bin said. Space is based on space nodes, and there are space nodes inside. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this, and roughly understood what it meant. So each of these lotus seeds can open up a space, is that what you mean? Lu Bin nodded. Yes, an independent space. Not a space like a space box. I understand. Emolan turned his head to look at all the space lotuses on the lake, feeling the flow of space elements. I hope there will be a root left after the extraction. Lu Bin shook his head as soon as Emolan finished speaking, sighing. I still hope that a perfect space seed can be condensed. Imperfection and perfection are two completely different concepts. I am really worried that even if all the space lotuses are emptied, it will not be enough. Lu Bin did not continue to speak. At this time, Su Zongxian had already brought a space box. The space box was full of liquid space elements. The silver-white liquid was swaying, as if there was a world hidden inside. It is difficult to collect space elements, and the consumption is high. The Mage Association does not have much in stock, but this is based on the stock of an association. Compared with an individual, this box of space elements can be regarded as a large amount. Lu Bin no longer hesitated, took the space box directly, stepped forward, and stepped into the water. The lake water avoided him, and Lu Bin walked directly to the bottom of the lake, as if there was an invisible staircase under his feet. The silt was automatically drained, revealing a section of space lotus root. As the sludge was removed, the lotus root gradually revealed its true appearance. The silvery white lotus root had a very delicate surface, giving it a delicate feeling. The lotus roots were connected one by one, and the roots spread out at the connection points, taking root in the mud. Lu Bin directly opened the space box. The space elements in it did not leak out at all under the restriction of the element pool array. Then, Lu Bin directly put a section of the root of the space lotus root into the space box, directly contacting the silver-white liquid space element. At this moment, Emolan on the shore immediately felt that the space lotus stopped extracting nutrients from other lotuses and turned into normal nutrient delivery. Along with that, the root was frantically extracting space elements like a water pump. The extremely rich space elements were continuously extracted by the roots and continuously input into the lotus pod along the straight rod. The lotus pod was like an invincible hole at this moment. No matter how many space elements, it could not be filled. Lu Bin went ashore, and Imolan looked at the lotus pod quietly. Should it be enough? It's hard to say. Lu Bin shook his head, and Imolan didn't say anything and fell silent. Imolan looked at the lotus head, continuously paying attention with his mental power, perceiving it gradually becoming full, and then suddenly frowned. Huh? The lotus itself is also growing, Imolan said in surprise, hearing this. Lu Bin turned his head to look at Imolan, then used his mental power to deeply scan the space lotus, and found something strange after scanning several times, and said in surprise. Is its roots growing? Yes, and I feel that it is not growing into the soil, but taking root in space. Lu Bin said in surprise. The roots of this space lotus can actually break into space. President, can you sense it? The space in front of the roots is being broken through by the roots little by little. It's broken. The roots are starting to extract space elements. Lu Bin said in surprise. He reacted instantly, and suddenly realized. This space lotus has not grown well from the beginning to the end. This time, with the help of this huge space element, it officially took root in the space. President, we don't have to worry. This lotus pod will definitely grow out. Even if we remove the space element, it will not affect the formation of the lotus pod. The lotus itself will continuously extract space elements from the space behind to nourish the lotus pod. We remove the space element only to make the maturation period longer, that's all. Imolan nodded lightly, and he was relieved. After the space lotus took root in the space, it seemed to have undergone a transformation, and the speed of extracting space elements was faster. Every minute and every second, extremely terrifying space elements were extracted and infused into the root system, and the space lotus root. Imolan was quite impressed by this. I didn't expect this space lotus to have such high potential. In terms of grade, the space lotus is probably the highest grade among all our magic plants. Right? The real grade is at least the 7th grade, but originally due to insufficient space elements, it was underdeveloped. So it was only low grade. Come to think of it, how could the grade of a space magic plant be low? Imolan smiled, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wait, 7th grade? Do you think there are space rules in this space lotus seed? Lu Bin reacted immediately after hearing this, was shocked, and looked at Imolan fiercely. You mean it's used to release 7th grade spells? Chapter 469 9 Lotus Seeds. Yes, why not? According to our speculation, rules are the key to the 7th level. With rules as the core, a 7-ring spell structure can be formed, and a 7-ring spell can be released directly. After Imolan finished speaking, Lu Bin fell into deep thought, and then spoke out. It contains a perfect space node. This space lotus seed is definitely at the 7th level, and it definitely contains relevant space rules. In other words, theoretically speaking, this space lotus seed can release a 7-ring space spell. But using it to release space spells is probably the most wasteful use. If it can be released, then there is no problem. As for whether it is a waste or not, there are 9 space lotus seeds here, and they can be formed again in the future. We can use space lotus seeds to construct spells. We can use them when we need them, and take them out when we need them. I believe it should be easy to do this. If that's the case, it's possible. Lu Bin nodded. Imolan said nothing more, looking at the space lotus leaves on the lake, looking at the space lotus flowers. Well, there are no lotus flowers, no lotus pods. The first ones to be extracted from the space elements are the lotus pods that do not affect the main trunk but still consume space elements. After being drained, it withered instantly, fell down and sank into the lake. And all the lotus leaves were also limp, without any vitality. Only the lotus leaves of the space lotus with lotus pods growing out were still green and juicy. Time passed bit by bit. Imolan and Lu Bin could sense that the lotus seeds were taking shape quickly. So they didn't worry too much. Sitting cross-legged in the air, closing their eyes and meditating. Meditation time always passes quickly. And in the 7th hour, the liquid space elements in the element pool were still completely drained, and the lotus pods were still a little away from being fully mature. If the growth rate of the lotus pod is converted into a percentage, then it has grown to 99.96% at this moment, and is only a little away from maturity. Fortunately, the root system of the space lotus has broken through the space, and taken root in the space, and can directly extract space elements to nourish the growth of the space lotus pod. So, after another 10 hours, the last 0.04% was nurtured, and the space lotus seed was completely formed. At the same time, Imomolan and Lu Bin, who had been guarding beside them, opened their eyes and looked at the space lotus pod emitting brilliant silver light at the same time. This last 0.04% is really long. As Imolan finished speaking, the space lotus seed was completely formed, and the silver light was restrained. Lu Bin took a step forward and removed the straight pole with the lotus pod growing on it. There were many small barbs growing on the 3-meter-long straight pole, and Lu Bin would bleed if he accidentally touched it. Well, the barbs have some space properties, so sharp. Not to mention the space lotus seed, just this lotus stem is a valuable treasure. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he gently picked the lotus pod on the top with his hand, and then handed it to Imolan. Imolan took the lotus pod, and before he could even look at it, Ikung Beast came over to the side, his eyes rolling at the space lotus pod. And the feeling of flattery kept hitting Imolan's mind. Ikung Beast widened his eyes, staring at Imolan. And Imolan felt a little embarrassed. So he turned around with the lotus pod, and turned his back to Ikung Beast. Well, this is much better. Ikung Beast fell to the ground dejectedly. Sad, lonely, desolate, disappointed. But he just didn't leave, and glanced at Imolan from time to time. Imolan pretended not to see it, and tried to pry the lotus pod open with his hands. However, although the lotus pod was soft, it was very tough. No matter how hard Imolan tried, there was no sign of cracking. Let's go to the lab table. It's probably difficult to open it. Okay. Imolan did not hesitate and followed Lu Bin to a laboratory. He found a device specially used for fine cutting and started cutting. Under the effects of various spells, the 6-ring extreme was reached. The black steel knife with gold patterns that surpassed the 6 rings struggled to cut the lotus pod open and took out a space lotus seed. Imolan and Lu Bin's spiritual power extended in at the same time to perceive. Imolan perceived the embodiment of the rules inside the core of the lotus seed, and Lu Bin perceived the spatial node inside the core of the lotus seed. In fact, both are the same thing, but Imolan and Lu Bin focus on different things. The same thing is that both of them showed surprise. 7th level. 7th level. And there are 9 of these 7th level spatial lotus seeds. What's even more surprising is that this kind of lotus seed is not obtained by accident, but produced by the association itself. If nothing goes wrong, the association will be able to harvest a lotus pod regularly in the future. It is a continuous and sustainable supply. There is a space node here. Do you want to open up space now? Imolan handed the space lotus seed to Lu Bin and asked. Lu Bin hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No, I am not capable enough now. And I don't understand the space structure thoroughly enough. Opening up space now would only be a waste of things and a waste of resources. Let's use it as the core structure of a 7-ring spell. We'll talk about opening up space later. Okay. Then you choose a 7-ring spell. You will be responsible for this structure. And Linwa and I will assist. Yes. Lu Bin nodded. Imolan glanced at the other lotus seeds and did not take them out, but let them hide inside the space lotus. A black shadow passed by the window. Imolan shook his head helplessly. He didn't know how many times the black shadow had passed by. In desperation, Imolan cut off a small piece of lotus pod from the place where he had just taken out the space lotus seed, and threw it to the window. The black shadow flew out and caught the thumb-sized lotus pod, swallowed it into his mouth, and swam away happily. You are content? Imolan scolded with a smile. Lu Bin also smiled. After putting the space lotus pod and lotus seeds away, the two came to the space lotus again. Looking at this space lotus that was very bad, Imolan was in a good mood. But he suddenly raised a voice of doubt as he looked at it. Hey, Lu Bin, come and see. Is this space lotus helping other space lotuses grow their roots? Lu Bin nodded. It should be. They are all one. I extracted their space elements before, and now they are feeding back, helping them grow together. President, this is a good thing, although it has not started to produce lotus pods now. But after all the space lotuses grow up, the speed of growing space lotus pods will be much faster, and the growth cycle will definitely be shortened a lot. Imolan nodded, and said to the black shadow in the lake, guard it well, as long as you ensure that these lotuses are not damaged. I will give you a lotus seed when they are produced next time. Walala. The winged sky beast suddenly fluttered happily. Its huge body rolled up layers of waves, pushing the lotus leaves to sway in the water. Chapter 470 Starplate. Hey Zopeng, come over when you have time. I have something to tell you in person. Emolan sent a message to Zopeng as soon as he returned to the Mage Tower. As the Mage Association grew stronger, as a cooperative chamber of commerce of the association, Jioding Chamber of Commerce also gradually became larger. Zopeng became busier and busier. But it also brought a huge income to the Mage Association. Okay. Zopeng only replied with one word. Emolan closed the attribute panel after seeing it, and looked at the several space spells on hand. President. I heard that our association has produced a 7th level lotus seed. Linwa walked in from the door, and asked happily. Yes. And not just one, but 9 7th level lotus seeds. Emolan said with a smile. Obviously in a very good mood. Then which spell does the president plan to create a 7th level structure? Linwa asked directly. Lu Bin also came in after him. They obviously came together, and had communicated with each other a long time ago. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and shook his head. It's nothing more than defense, confinement and attack. My idea is very simple. We have 9 lotus seeds. It's too much to say that we can make 9 7-ring spell structures. But it's not a big problem to make 2 or 3 of them. So I plan to try to make a space anchor structure, a space barrier structure, and finally make an offensive space spell. Lu Bin and Lin will look at each other in silence. It seems that there is no problem. What are you thinking about now, President? Emolan smiled at this. Nothing. I'm just thinking about the problem of building the structure. I built the structure with the help of the tower spirit before. This step is not a problem. The main thing is that once the structure is built, it will be in operation, which will more or less generate a lot of consumption. The ordinary space element consumption is fine, it can barely support it, but I am afraid that it will cause consumption of space lotus seeds, which will cause a shelf life problem. And if the structure is not completed, it is not impossible to just prepare the materials and wait for the completion on the spot, but no matter how fast the tower spirit builds, it will take some time, and in an emergency, such a short time may be too late. After hearing this, Lu Bin and Lin also fell into deep thought and thought. After Lin pondered for a moment, an idea gradually emerged in his mind. President, do you think this is okay? A projection appeared on Lin's fingertips as he spoke. What we need is to complete the architecture as quickly as possible, but not complete the architecture. Right? And the architecture, in the final analysis, is to induce the power of rules through fixed trajectories, thereby leveraging the power of heaven and earth, and erupting a powerful 7-ring spell. This space lotus seed is the rule, and this trajectory is the spell model. Completing the structure is to complete the operation of the trajectory, by drawing lines from dots, right? No problem. Emolan nodded. Then why can I use machinery to complete this step? It's just a fixed trajectory. Since there is a pattern in the complex trajectory, there is a trace to follow. President, you see, this is like a celestial sphere, comparing the magic nodes to the stars in the sky, comparing the trajectory to the formed operation trajectory. Even the stars in the sky can be deduced, can be simulated and calculated. Why can't the magic nodes? If it can't move, isn't it just that the number of rings is not enough? If 100 rings are not enough, I will add 200 rings. If 200 rings are not enough, I will add 300 rings. As long as the trajectory can be simulated in this way, then when we need to release the spell, we only need to think about it, then the structure will be completed instantly, driven by mechanical force, inducing the power of rules, releasing a spell as high as 7 rings. And it does not consume it at ordinary times. The most is that this mechanism will be very complicated, and the maintenance cost is a bit high, but compared with the consumption of space lotus seeds, this maintenance cost is nothing. And we can let the tower spirit be responsible for maintenance, to maintain accuracy. Emolan shook his head after pondering for a moment. This trajectory is not circular, many are irregular, and it is difficult to simulate. Lu Bin smiled when he heard it. The spell node is fixed on a ring, and it is impossible to simulate irregular trajectories. But what if the spell node can move freely on the ring? What if each ring is double-layered and detachable? President, these are all technical things, and we can solve them. The solution is that each different structure must be designed and manufactured separately. This kind of mechanical structure requires very high precision, but as mages, our mental power can barely perceive the microscopic field. It is really not difficult to pursue precision, because we can personally perceive and process it accurately. The main thing that may be more troublesome is that the structure can easily span 100 or 200 meters. The amount of work is huge, and the work will be very slow when precision is required, and the construction period is very long. In addition, this architecture is too large, and it can no longer be installed on the Mage Tower. President, we need a bigger and stronger platform. Emolan nodded slightly upon hearing this, and fell into thought. Connecting to the tower spirit, the ink box computing power was fully turned on. Emolan was deducing the feasibility. After a long time, the deduction result came out. Emolan said slowly after a moment of silence. In theory, it is feasible, but it requires overcoming quite a few difficulties. President, have we not overcome enough functions along the way? Emolan said nothing more and nodded. A machine that calculates the trajectory of stars, turns the spell nodes into a sky full of stars. This machine is called a star disk, a fixed star disk. Lupin smiled. Okay, then President, I will need more computing power from the tower spirit during this period. I will try to deduce the virtual model of the star disk, the operating principle, and the operating algorithm of the spell model. Let's use the space stretching technique as a template, which is of a lower level, but more familiar. At this time, a breath entered the sensing range of the three people. Zopeng. Then, President, you go ahead and do your work. We are leaving. Yes, okay. Lu Bin and Lin Wu left. When they left, they happened to meet Zopeng. They nodded to each other. As soon as Zopeng came in, he threw himself on the sofa. Huh, it's comfortable. Emolan smiled at this, stretched himself, showing a hint of comfort. Zopeng walked to Emolan's teapot and poured a cup of tea, sat down in front of the sofa and asked, "What's the matter with calling me here so urgently? And you specifically asked me to come here in person?" Emolan also took a sip of tea and said casually, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I called you here mainly to get together. By the way, I want to tell you that the Space Lotus has produced several 7th-level Lotus seeds." Zopeng was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then his face suddenly turned red. And the sip of tea he just drank was instantly sprayed out. Puff. Chapter 471 Improved Engine. Bounce back. Emolan looked at the tea coming towards him, and casually threw out a 6-ring space barrier spell. The tea sank into the space barrier, appeared in front of Zopeng, and poured on Zopeng himself. 6-ring spell, have you advanced to the 6th ring? Oh, I just happened to advance some time ago. Emolan said calmly. Just by chance? Wait, say the previous sentence again. Zopeng then wiped the tea off his face, and said with a flushed face. Some time ago. The sentence before. Rebound? Before. The Space Lotus produced a 7th-level Space Lotus seed? 7th-level Space Lotus seed? Emolan, are you sure you were right, or did I hear it wrong? The Space Lotus itself is only 4th level. How can a 4th-level magic plant produce a 7th-level Space Lotus seed? Don't be ridiculous. I am kidding you. Emolan shrugged, took out a lotus seed and threw it over. That's it. Zopeng took the lotus seed, and after a little perception, his eyes suddenly widened. Can you understand it? Emolan asked in confusion. I can't understand it. Oh, I want you to understand it. It would be strange if you could understand it. Is it really level 7? Zopeng looked up at Emolan. Why would I lie to you? I'm fine after eating it. So why would I spend so much time to lie to you? It's level 7 Space Lotus seed. But the problem is that the Space Lotus is only a level 4 magic potion. How can it produce level 7 Lotus seeds? You mutated the Lotus? Does this Lotus have this potential? Lupin calmed down a little, and asked in confusion. No. This Lotus is a 7th level magic plant. It was only because of the lack of space elements in the environment that the Space Lotus was underdeveloped, which was equivalent to a 4th level magic plant. After providing enough space elements, it will develop again and grow into a 7th level magic potion. The 7th level Space Lotus will naturally produce 7th level Space Lotus seeds. Is there any problem? Emolan just finished speaking when he found that Zopeng stood up. After standing up, he ran out without saying a word. Hey. I didn't lie to you. Why are you running? I ran because you didn't lie to me. I put my precious Lotus in the store. At the door of the store. If someone steals it, where will I go to cry? Ah. This. Emolan sat down again, smiled and shook his head. And at this time Yusu and Lin Wu walked in. President. What happened to Zopeng? I just saw him rushing out. So anxious? Did he not even have dinner? Oh, I just told him about the space lotus seeds. Then what? He placed the lotus in the store as a landscape flower. Oh, so that's it. Linhua suddenly realized. Linhua found a place to sit down. And Emolan looked at Yusu, who followed him. President, I have a few questions for you. I wonder if you have time. Linhua, who was looking at a material nearby, raised his head and said, I've looked at all his questions. I've solved the ones I can solve. The rest are the ones I can't solve or I'm not sure about. Let him come over to ask for advice. And discuss it together. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Emolan took the materials from Yusu. The first question was about cleansing the personal characteristics of mental power. Yusu had already found the idea of cleansing, but encountered a problem. A bottleneck. When doing specific research, Emolan looked at him and fell into deep thought. He had his own unique insights on mental imprints. When the tower spirit was not formed and human authorization was needed, similar methods were used. After a moment of silence, Emolan spoke. Regarding the clarity of personal will, I think we can think from the perspective of the master of spiritual power. As the master, Emolan roughly explained his thoughts. Yusu suddenly understood, and Linhua, who was standing next to him, also became interested and started to communicate with Emolan. Yusu occasionally interjected a few words while talking. In his project, he was more authoritative than Emolan and Linhua, so he naturally had a say. One question after another was discussed. Soon, all of Yusu's problems were discussed. Emolan and Linhua did not directly give a solution. However, they had sorted out the solutions to each problem during the discussion. There were no more problems. Yusu left with satisfaction. Emolan stretched and looked at Linhua. Linhua, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to deduce the star chart? Linhua smiled when he heard it. I just ran into something when I went downstairs. I thought about it and decided to show it to you. What's it? Do you remember the multifunctional agricultural machinery I mentioned before? Yes, I remember. This project is good, but I rejected it because it involves the takeout of gold-patterned black steel. How come the ordinary metal version of the engine has been manufactured? Yes. Linhua nodded, which surprised Emolan a little. So fast? I was a little surprised too. I asked and found out that there is a person in Eternal Blazing Sun who knows about internal combustion engines and steam engines. He likes to reproduce these two things in the game the most. According to him, if he traveled to ancient times, he would be soaring to heaven in an instant. Linhua said with a smile. I don't know whether he traveled to ancient times or not, but I know that he was soaring to heaven this time. After getting the detailed parameters of our engine and a lot of operating data, this person boldly completed the plan. He directly downgraded the first-level fireball spell to the zero-level trick burning spell, also known as the expansion spell. There are fewer spell nodes, less constant space required, lower instantaneous explosive power, and the explosive power is released linearly. In short, this spell is tailor-made for the engine. And it is true. In addition, he directly used an alloy combination that Eternal Blazing Sun tried out. This alloy was smelted by the Eternal Blazing Sun itself, and is one of their heritage. This alloy has high hardness and toughness, and can withstand more than 10,000 impacts of zero-ring combustion in a closed space. After solving the materials and spells, he copied and made an ordinary metal version of the engine. Is it this blueprint? He is indeed a talent. Hey, it looks a bit different from ours. Emolan looked at it and suddenly said in confusion. Linhua's face showed a bit of weirdness and admiration when he heard it. This blueprint is the result of his improvement of the engine after he finished copying it. It successfully improved the efficiency of the engine and increased the engine's control performance, energy utilization, and output power by several or even nearly 10 percentage points. Linhua paused slightly at this point, and then continued, We are ready to modify our engine. Emolan was silent. Well, this is not just talent. This is awesome. Chapter 472 Paying Taxes. What are you thinking now? Emolan put down the materials and asked. Mass production and promotion, taking advantage of the market being completely blank and the huge demand to expand the market on a large scale, occupying the market share. Cars, tool carts, machine tools, production machinery, etc. all require power, with our technical strength. They can all be involved, and relying on the ability of the Mage Association, we can definitely take the lead. Drive the market, change the production and lifestyle of the Morse Kingdom, and initially enter the Industrial Age. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded and made a decision. Yes, but you need to set up a company, and do this in the name of the company. Agricultural machinery will be made by agricultural machinery companies. Automobiles will be made by automobile companies. And steel will be made by steel companies. Then a general power company will hold shares and control them. And finally the Mage Association will hold the main company. This is roughly the plan. When you are ready, give it to me. As for automobiles, agricultural machinery, and special engines for production machinery, you can also start preparing. If necessary, you can also issue tasks to the association to customize special magic arrays or spells. The resources of the association can be used, and the prices will be clearly marked. Just do it impartially. Emolan thought about it, and realized what a terrifying behemoth it would be if the Mage Association got involved. The size was too huge, and the economic benefits involved were too great. Emolan spoke again after a long pause. All company registrations and contract signings follow the most standardized procedures in reality, and nothing should be missing. In addition, contact the leaders of the tax department to discuss the tax payment of in-game assets. No, this is not called in-game assets. This is income, although it is obtained from the game. But when it is converted into real money, it is income. If it is income, we have to pay taxes. Well, set up a company specifically responsible for converting in-game assets into real assets, and then convert real assets into game assets. Everything must go through this process. Nothing needs to change, but it must go through this process. For a reason to pay taxes? Linwa asked. Emolan nodded seriously. Yes, for a reason to pay taxes. This Linwa was a little confused. President, are we a little bit pretentious? Emolan shook his head when he heard it, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Linwa quietly. Are we strong now? Linwa was stunned. Emolan's question was a bit sudden, and he couldn't react to what Emolan meant. On the surface, we control a city, but in reality, we affect the entire Morse Kingdom. We have more than one 7th ring spell that can easily destroy a city. We mass-produce the Wizard Tower that can release the 6th ring spell and command a region. We have our own armed forces. Each of us is a walking missile vehicle, and we will even be upgraded to a walking nuclear bomb vehicle in the future. Are we strong? Yes, we are strong. Linwa nodded. Well, you think we are strong, right? I think so too. Although it is still a game world. But what if it's not the case in the future? Emolan looked at Linwa seriously. Linwa understood immediately after hearing what he said, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his back. Emolan smiled at this. Tax? Will I lose money if I pay such a small amount of tax? Will I go bankrupt? Will I fail? No, am I paying taxes? No, I am paying attitude. Linwa nodded after hearing what he said, but after being pointed out by Emolan, his mood seemed to become heavy. Emolan smiled at this. Don't feel pressured, we just need to make our attitude clear, and be firm and unwavering. Since the game is open, since they endorse the game, and are one of the publishers of the game, then they will consider these issues. There are hundreds of millions of players, they must have already prepared. Again, we just need to maintain a clear attitude, and move forward unswervingly. You don't need to think about anything else, just play your game well, it's just a game now. Understood. Emolan made his attitude clear. After explaining, Linwa felt much more relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. After Linwa left, Emolan logged off, and walked out of the game room. Fireball. The moment Emolan recited the fireball spell, his mind had already instinctively constructed the spell model. But the fireball spell did not appear. Still no element appears? Emolan muttered to himself, shaking his head. Mechanical thinking. Instantly, Emolan's spirit was stricken, and the computing speed of his brain suddenly increased, and the world seemed to become clear. Emolan felt the state at this time. Silently opened the game room, entered the game again, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Soon. The next system update. Emolan logged back into the game, and returned to his laboratory to continue his research. The Mage Association was very busy during this period. Linwa was busy with the mecha, the engine. Lubin was busy with the lotus seeds, the smelting of the stone giant's body, and recently there was the finalization and design of the star disk. And Emolan himself was not idle either. Emolan's mind moved, and his thoughts sank into the mind of the white jade lion along the connection of the spell position. Originally, if you want to do this, you must stand near the abyss. And now after breaking through the sixth ring, the quality of mental power has reached a higher level, and the sensing range of the spell position has also been further improved. Now Imolan can sense the white jade lion in the depths of the abyss through the space channel when standing in the mage tower, and use the spell position in its mind as a medium to cover the mental power within a radius of 800 meters. As if Imolan was there in person, the thought sank into the mind of the white jade lion, and the mental power was extended. Comprehending the crystal ball as usual, comprehending the anti-gravity rules contained in it. This was the first reusable regular object that Imolan had ever seen, and it was the most powerful and complete regular object that Imolan had ever seen. He studied it carefully, made full efforts to deduce it, and occasionally built some spell models to interpret and verify it. Imolan's idea was very simple and bold. He just wanted to control the power emitted by the anti-gravity rules. Repulsion is simply the most suitable spell to control this force. But it is also true that it should not be said that repulsion is the most suitable, but repulsion itself is the evolution of the stone beast tribe in order to adapt to the abyss environment, or the accumulated experience. It matches the floating island itself. The repulsion spell model in Imolan's hand is ever-changing, becoming more and more complex, and more mysterious. And as Imolan deduces, he slowly discards the redundant parts and becomes more concise. The core point of repulsion is repulsion. Repulsion refers to the force of mutual repulsion. Seeing its essence through the phenomenon, maybe we can use this as a starting point to deeply comprehend the anti-gravity rules. Chapter 473 Red Maple City Branch. Welcome everyone to the ceremony. From today on, the Red Maple City Magic Association is officially established. Lin was stood in the air, said solemnly and seriously. Now welcome our Red Maple City Association president. Please let him speak. As soon as Lin was finished speaking, an elite member stepped into the sky and walked to Lin's side. I am very happy to have this opportunity today. Thank you, President, thank you, Elders, and thank you all. As a branch of the Mage Association, the Red Maple City Mage Association, that's about it. Now let's start building the Mage Tower. As soon as the voice fell one by one, the nobles, professionals, and more players immediately turned their eyes to the open space behind. A large open space in the prosperous area of Red Maple City, next to the open space. Several assembled construction platforms are ready. As soon as the mage finished speaking, the construction platforms started to move, one by one. The completed structures were taken out of the space boxes, and quickly piled up on the open space. Often, as soon as two components were put together, a magic light flashed. The two components instantly became one, indistinguishable from each other. The height of the mage tower rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 50 meters. In a flash, a pure white tower 50 meters high appeared in front of everyone. A 50-meter-high building was completed in less than an hour. For the first time, the Mage Association showed the outside world such a terrifying speed of mage tower layout, as well as the strategic significance and productivity behind it. Everything was so dazzling. The moment the pure white mage tower was capped, a golden light flashed on its surface, and then there was a surge of spatial element fluctuations. However, except for Imolan, Linwa and other insiders of the Mage Association, no one present felt this spatial fluctuation. The president of the Red Maple City Mage Association fell from the sky and stood at the gate of the Mage Tower. Everyone, please. The nobles looked at each other, and the adventurers and professionals next to them did not dare to go in directly. At this time, a group of players were in high spirits and ran in happily. Then a burst of exclamations rang out. The exclamations aroused the curiosity of the people outside, and made them feel like they were being scratched by a cat. Among them, the nobles walked into the Mage Tower from the door after a while. They were stunned as soon as they entered the Mage Tower, and some people couldn't help but exclaim. The first floor, which originally looked only 30 meters in diameter from the outside, was actually 300 meters in diameter from the inside. The first floor had no obstructions at all. It was just an extremely large hall, and everyone looked around. It was extremely empty. Isn't it a trick? Someone said in disbelief. But then when they walked from one end to the other, they suddenly discovered that the first floor of the Mage Tower was actually 300 meters in radius. Hiss. Sumeru mustard seed. Some players also murmured in shock, even they were deeply shocked by this, not to mention the short-sighted nobles. There are also many adventurers, professionals, with unbelievable eyes as if they are looking at a miracle. At the door, Linhua and Imolan walked in, looking at the space inside the mage tower. They were not surprised, as Lu Bin led a group of mages to study and understand space in depth. As the technology gradually matured, the application of space stretching in the field of architecture was mentioned many times. After many experiments, after adding many guarantees, the space stretching spell became one of the necessary spells for mass-produced mage towers. And that is why the Mage Association uses a mage tower as the foundation of a branch. Only by stretching the space can it be used. And the current tenfold stretching is not the limit of the Mage Association. If you want, you can do it higher. However, considering the maintenance cost, consumption and actual use, the number of 10 times is finally set. Feeling the stability of the space, Imolan nodded with satisfaction and asked, Zong Xian, how many mage towers have we mass-produced now? Su Zongqin, who was behind, stepped forward and asked. 3 mage towers have been produced so far. One is located in Hanfeng City. One was brought to the capital by President Lu Bin as the location of the capital mage branch. And one is idle. Only 3? Yes, because most of the productivity is in the production of construction platforms to improve productivity. If necessary, we can focus on producing mage towers, and the production volume should be doubled. Imolan frowned slightly. The production efficiency is still a bit low. This is the efficiency of the tower spirit intervening to help production. If there is no tower spirit, the speed will be even slower. Imolan said after a moment of silence. Linhua, your mage Yusu, if you have time, please give him some advice. Improve the mechanical mother bed. Try to improve it to the point where it can produce mage towers. When the time comes, once the machine is running, the mage tower will come down directly. Unlike today, although the assembly line has been initially formed, manpower is not as good as machinery after all. Only then can we say that the mage tower has been truly mass-produced. Yeah, I see. Linhua nodded, and he was quite emotional. Mage tower in the past. A mage tower was invincible in the past. Building a mage tower required the help of other guilds. I didn't expect that we can now mass-produce. It feels a bit dreamy. Imolan also smiled when he heard it. President, do you think the mage tower has reached its limit? Linhua suddenly asked. Imolan nodded when he heard it. Business is always changing. And so is the mage tower. I once thought that the 3rd level mage tower was just the beginning. But I didn't expect that the 3rd level mage tower was already the end. The mage tower is too small to carry the star plate, which means that the mage tower cannot release the 7th ring spell, which means that the mage tower can only stay at the 3rd level forever. President, why can't we use the space stretching spell to stretch the space, and then place the star plate in it? Su Zongqin asked with some confusion behind him. Before Imolan answered, Linhua beside him spoke up. It's feasible in theory, but it's not feasible in practice. What is the principle of stretching space? It's just flattening the space. It's like a big cake. If you spread it out, the cake will be thinner and easier to break. Actively thinning the internal space will simply give others a flaw in the combat power in the high-level field. If you put the key 7-ring magic star disc on the loophole, isn't that courting death? Linhua said with a smile. It doesn't matter if the branch's mage tower uses space stretching. It's just a branch. The enemies faced by the mage tower are only 6 rings and below. It doesn't matter. Just add a space anchor. But you can't play like this when facing enemies with 7 rings or above. Do you understand? Su Zongqin suddenly realized. Chapter 470 for the purpose of the Mage Association branch. Is Lu Bin's work over? Imolan walked out of the mage tower and asked. Yes. They all started at the same time. I just talked to him, and he's done. Imolan nodded slightly and fell into thought. Branch. 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 We said we would open a branch a long time ago, but it was delayed again and again. Today, we finally established 2 branches. Imolan muttered to himself. Tomorrow, the association will be officially open to the public. Linhua beside him smiled when he heard the words. President, there is no need to worry too much. We have already established the rules and regulations. And we have also explained what should be explained. We just need to wait patiently. It doesn't matter if there are some problems. There has never been a perfect organization or individual from ancient times to the present. And neither is our association. There will definitely be various problems. As long as we correct them in time, stay alert at all times, and stay conscious, there will be no problems. Our association will also correct the mistakes one by one and become more and more perfect. How can I not understand these? It's just such a big decision. Think more, and see if there are any flaws. Emolan said casually. The reason why the branch was delayed again and again was because Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin did not clearly determine the positioning of the branch. It is easy to establish a branch and send people there. But what is the purpose of establishing a branch? This is worth considering. Is it like the Mage Association? Only recruiting elite members, regular assessment and recruitment, and then regularly sending elites to the headquarters to form a talent selection and screening system? It is indeed useful. But to be honest, is it worth establishing a large number of branches for this? It is not worth it. What is the purpose of establishing a branch? What is the use of establishing a branch? It is impossible to become a huge decoration for the sake of prestige. Right? On this question, Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin thought deeply. Thinking from beginning to end, thinking hard in the end. Emolan thought of his original intention. What is the purpose of establishing the Mage Association? Why establish the Mage Association? In order to command all mages, in order to gather the wisdom and strength of all mages, to promote the profession of mage together, to push mages to a higher peak together. Following this line of thought, I thought of another point in the future. By extending the mage technology through the development of the peak mage, changing the world, letting the world directly leap at this critical node, transforming into a brilliant and dazzling mage civilization, a magic civilization created by mage technology. So, the role of establishing a branch naturally emerged. Converge and gather the wisdom and strength of all mages. All mages should not be limited to individual elite mages, but the Mage Association only recruits elites. Each formal member is a genius among geniuses, each one is a child of destiny. But at the same time, the wisdom of ordinary mages cannot be ignored. The final civilization is still established by them, and they are equally important. But will the Mage Association recruit ordinary mages again? No, I must not. Once ordinary mages are recruited again, not only will they fail to gather the wisdom and strength of all mages, but they will destroy everything in front of them. The current Mage Association will become chaotic, and will fall from the high sky to the ordinary. But we can't not recruit, we can't ignore the wisdom and strength of ordinary mages, so what should we do? So, adhering to this concept, a new version of the Mage Association branch plan came into being. If the Mage Association cannot do something, then let the Mage branch do it. Of course, the Mage Association branch still cannot recruit everyone into the association, and can only recruit the top local mages, and this will never change. The Mage Association branch will become a talent selection process in the future, and the elite members of the branch, and the top members will be sent to the headquarters. Of course, this is just by the way, the core concept of the branch is to gather the wisdom and strength of all mages. The branch of the Mage Association still recruits elites. And this step is completed by the functions of the branch of the Mage Association. I declare that the functions of the Mage Association are as follows. The president of the Red Maple City Mage Association floated in the center of the first floor of the Mage Tower, looking around at the visitors, said slowly. His voice echoed in the tower, looking quite majestic and magnificent, making everyone look up involuntarily. First, register all the information of the mages within the scope of responsibility, including but not limited to name, level, specialty, interest. The people below frowned slightly when they heard this, not knowing what the Mage Association was selling. Registration information? Who are you? Do you think I have to listen to you just because you are the Mage Association? Hobbies and interests? Unless you say that you will give priority to those who have registered when recruiting otherwise. Registration? What does it have to do with me? There was a little murmur below, reflecting the doubts in many people's hearts. However, facing the voices below, the president of the Red Maple City Mage Association did not pay attention, but continued. Second, all mages who have completed registration in the Mage Association can obtain different levels of free subsidies from the Mage Association according to different levels and different talent ratings. Subsidies include but are not limited to money, potions, and various materials. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Giving money? Someone accurately grasped the key words. Giving money is nothing. How much is given is the key. The man had not finished speaking when the grand voice sounded again. Here, I convey a word from the president of the Mage Association. Emolan. The subsidy for the lowest level registered mage must meet the mage's rental housing in the local area, the minimum living security, and the minimum level magic experiment once a month. Everyone was shocked. What a big deal. What does this mean? For the players, this is just an extra sign-in reward, but for the natives, especially the poor civilians, or even the poor, some players instantly caught the key point, and instantly thought of a series of impacts behind it. Listen, the Mage Association is probably going to reveal something explosive, and now all professions will probably be outshined by mages. No way, which other profession can be so generous? If you can't come up with money, the momentum will never be so huge. Apart from anything else, mages will probably become the well-deserved first profession in real game in the future. The premise is that MOLON can maintain it for a while. You know, there are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of mage players in this game now. This does not include those who continue to change their jobs later, and does not include the natives. These players will make tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions even if they pay $1 each time. Chapter 475 Digging the Root. Horrible. Are you stupid? MOLON has just established two branches. Only two. Do you really think MOLON is fake? It must be easy to support two magic associations. And he is not stupid. You can think of things that he can't think of? But since he did it resolutely, first of all, this kind of ambition has to be admired. I surrender. From another perspective, you only talk about the cost. Can you only calculate the cost? What can MOLON get? It's like a chain store. The first and second stores have to pay for it, but does the 10,000 store still have to pay for it? According to your calculation, wouldn't the big boss who opened 1,000 stores have to go bankrupt and jump off the building? There are also people who can see clearly in the crowd, and there are also people who look at things seriously and objectively. While they were discussing, the president of the Red Maple City Mage Association continued. Third, the Mage Association will set up a knowledge base, a treasure house, and store various cutting-edge technologies, magic arrays, concepts, and treasures distributed by the Mage Association. Any registered mage can exchange these things with contribution points, so as to master the most cutting-edge technology, spells, and obtain scarce, precious potions and treasures. Fourth, the Mage Association will set up a task hall, and issue tasks and accept tasks entrusted by others. All quests can be accepted by registered mages. Mages who complete quests can obtain corresponding contribution points. Through contribution points, knowledge, spells and magic can be exchanged in the same way as before. Isn't this the quest hall? No, this is the Adventurers Association, and there is no difference between it and the Adventurers Association. No, there is a difference. The Adventurers Association can be accepted by anyone, but this can only be accepted by registered mages. In addition, the treasures will not be available soon. The Adventurers Association is too broad, covering everything, and there are all kinds of people, but there is only this one. But the Mage Association is different. The Mage Association is different. The Mage Association specializes. It only has things for mages. Other professions will not come. For mages, this attraction is definitely far more than the Adventurers Association. Under the same circumstances, they will not choose the Adventurers Association at all, but they will directly choose the Mage Association. And this is a card issued by the Spell Association. Did you hear that? Frontier Mage Knowledge. Others don't matter, but the cutting-edge mage knowledge must come from the Mage Association. What is the General Association? The Holy Land of Mages. The place where the Pioneer of Mages, MOLON, is located. It has a group of talented mages such as Lin Hua, Lu Bin, Zhang Guangmo, and Zhao Hua. Each member can basically dominate a city. They are well-deserved first mages. Each one is a genius. This kind of resource is a unique resource. It is not available in other places. It cannot be replaced by other places. This means that if a mage wants to get in touch with the most cutting-edge knowledge, he must do tasks here in the Mage Association. Or in other words, if a mage wants to be the best, wants to get in touch with the best, wants to achieve something, then he must go through the Mage Association branch, which is the most powerful place. Moreover, the Mage Association can also make a profit through this means, thereby obtaining wealth to pay for the welfare of mages. By raising mages through mages, attracting mages through mages, the Mage Association is great. Someone with a discerning eye said directly, which made everyone stunned. At this time, someone also mentioned a point. Let's not talk about whether this will work or not, or whether it is feasible or not, but there is one thing that must be mentioned. This branch of the Mage Association is basically digging at the foundation of the Adventurers Association. Don't look down on the Adventurers Association, but it would be foolish to think that they are weak. Does the Adventurers Association agree to this? Someone sneered. Obviously, there is no shortage of jealous people, and people who like to eat lemons. No matter where they are. But what he said does make some sense. People from the Adventurers Association also came to watch the ceremony today, and many players looked over when they heard it. When he saw the people from the Adventurers Association, he secretly said in his heart, "As expected. As expected." The faces of the people from the Adventurers Association were so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the Mage Tower became a little weird. Basically everyone thought of this. Even those who were stupid and didn't think of it were reminded by others. Why is the atmosphere weird? Su Zongqin asked curiously. Lin Wu gave him a strange look. And it was hard to say anything. So he explained silently. Su Zongqin suddenly realized that everyone, nobles, players, and professionals could not help but look at the president of the Red Maple City Mage Association in the air, and could not help but look at the people of the Adventurer Association in the crowd. Many nobles looked amused. You know, the Adventurer Association is a very terrifying force. This is going to be a good show, a noble said gloatingly. Why? It's just an Adventurer Association. Some nobles did not know the inside story, and asked in confusion. The noble who had just gloated over the misfortune laughed. The Adventurers Association is not simple. Have you noticed that? There is an Adventurers Association in every city? Some adventurer missions are often across cities, or even across countries. And missions can be concluded across countries. The Adventurers Association in each country is actually one. You don't know this? Right? The noble gloated. Not to mention us, even those real nobles don't dare to provoke the Adventurers Association too much. This association is very deep. The Mage Association dares to do this. This is going to be a good show. The noble became more and more gloating, and at this time a player passed by and glanced at them. Strange, does the Mage Association's misfortune have anything to do with you? It is immortal, no matter how unlucky it is. It can't die, no matter how unlucky it is. It can easily kill you. Why can you be so happy? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Do you really think Emolan has a good temper? I said, Emolan does have a good temper, but aren't you afraid that someone will use your head to please Emolan? Maybe you can't please Emolan, but as long as there is a chance to please Emolan, there will be plenty of people who will do it. Life is precious, don't waste it easily. Instantly, the faces of the nobles who were laughing and talking suddenly froze. Especially the noble who was gloating just now, who didn't think anything was wrong just now, but after hearing what the player said, he suddenly became nervous, looking around, fearing that some other player heard it and wanted to use him to please Emolan. And no matter what happened next, the president of the Red Maple City Mage Association continued to speak. He must have known. Maybe he didn't care. Maybe he didn't want to care anymore. It's okay to have too much debt. You won't die anyway, whatever happens. Chapter 476 Adventurer Association 5. Each branch of the Mage Association will build a communication platform, and all registered mages can communicate on the platform. Exchange spell experience, exchange what you see and hear, or trade with each other, set up stalls to trade, etc. The fourth point of the branch president made many players raise their eyebrows. Hey, isn't there a forum? Isn't this useless? Hiss, could it be that Emolan thinks there will be no forum in the future, so he takes the initiative? But all of us players didn't believe it, were dismissive, were slandering, and finally the forum function was deleted, and everyone had to communicate with the Mage Association, and they were slapped in the face instantly. Hiss. Everyone looked at this ragged player in silence, who didn't wear much, but had a lot of ideas. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you so embarrassed? Me? I'm a novelist, is it embarrassed? The player looked at himself a few times. It's pretty good, I've been eating 2 meals a day recently, and I can eat meat once every 3 days. Although I sympathize with you, you still shouldn't be so self-indulgent. Molin's communication function is not for our players at all. In this regard, his target group has always been the indigenous mages. They don't have a forum. If they want to communicate with the outside world in real time, they must rely on Molin. If they want to shop online, they must rely on Molin. Molin's points almost mean that if they want to achieve something in the way of mages, they must register with the Mage Association. And as long as they achieve something, they will definitely owe a huge favor to the Mage Association, the grace of rebirth. The main functions of the Mage Association branch are the above 4 points. The Red Maple City Mage Association will start working at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all for coming. Next, you will have lunch at the Mage Association. As soon as the branch president finished speaking, tables floated out from upstairs and were set up on the first floor of the Mage Tower. There were huge round tables, each with 10 chairs, and they were filled with dishes, including meat and vegetables, and some hard dishes. Many players burst out laughing when they saw them. Ha ha ha. You are so good at playing. You actually made a feast. Brothers, come to the table. As soon as the words fell, the silly players happily ran to the table and sat down. Just as they raised their chopsticks, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait, you are not going to give gifts, are you? Everyone froze, and the chopsticks were suspended in the air. It would be bad if they fell, and it would be even worse if they didn't. The branch president laughed when he heard it. Of course. Everyone froze. Of course not. As soon as he spoke, everyone rolled their eyes, and their chopsticks fell instantly. While many players were in full swing, many nobles looked at them with contempt, and turned away. The Adventurers Association glanced at them coldly, and turned away. Some of the remaining professionals left directly, while some looked at the table with envy, but left after a moment. They couldn't afford to offend the Mage Association. And they couldn't afford to offend the Adventurer Association even more. There was no need to get into trouble, or even lose their lives because of a meal. In just a moment, all the natives left, leaving only a group of players feasting on the round table. It must be said that the chef hired by the Mage Association was really good. And he was a chef who had cooked banquets in real life and could cook banquets, which was even more difficult. Almost the same scene also happened in the Mage Association of the Royal Capital. Linwood is in charge of the Red Maple City Mage Branch, while Lu Bin is in charge of the Royal Capital Mage Branch. Their functions are exactly the same. What is more similar is that the Mage Branch's actions directly anger the Adventurers Association. The almost root-digging action directly angered the Adventurers Association, an organization with a weak presence and a relatively loose organization. Before long, before the meal was finished, Emolan looked into the distance. Linwa followed Emolan's gaze, but only saw a wall. The wall of the Mage Tower. President, what are you looking at? Linwa asked Emolan curiously. Emolan smiled. They are here. Linwa was a little confused at first, but then he quickly reacted and said, People from the Adventurers Association? Emolan nodded, and Linwa called the branch president over and told him about the situation. The branch president nodded, without any pressure. Oh, I understand. As soon as the voice fell, a rampant voice sounded outside the Mage Tower. People from the Mage Association. Come out! The arrogant voices came one after another. The players who were just eating suddenly became interested. They picked up their signs and chopsticks and filed out of the door, eating and waiting. The people from the Adventurers Association were stunned when they saw this scene. They looked at them with contempt. A bunch of fence-sitters, the Adventurers Association said with contempt. Then the branch president came out and looked at everyone from the Adventurers Association quietly. What do you want me to do? The branch president asked in confusion. When the Adventurers Association saw this, they sneered. You're pretending to be ignorant even though you know the truth. Right? You just said something nice, but now you're pretending not to know me? You're dreaming. The people from the Adventurers Association showed a sneer on their faces. I'm telling you, I'll give you a chance. I'll announce the cancellation of the mission hall. Puff. The branch president couldn't help laughing. Sorry for laughing. Well, you guys continue. The faces of the people from the Adventurers Association became more and more serious. I'm telling you, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a dark fireball exploded in front of them. The scorching hot wind blew on them, causing their hair to curl up instantly, and the dark flames instantly corroded a huge pit on the ground. The branch president's face suddenly turned sideways, and he shouted, Give you face? I tell you, don't be shameless. Let me close the mission hall. Okay, if you have the guts. Come into the range of the Mage Tower, and then talk. You don't even dare to enter the range of the Mage Tower. You are so timid. Who do you think you are? Are you a thing? You? The face of the people in the Adventurers Association instantly turned red, and they were so angry that they were about to take a few steps forward, but they were immediately stopped by the people next to them. Don't be impulsive. Oh, don't dare. Really, if you want to play house? I can be your father. If you call me Dad, I might consider whether to accept you. As for now, get lost. My mage association welcomes all friends, but if you have bad intentions, leave as soon as possible, otherwise I will be rude. Some people in the Adventurer Association were so angry that their faces turned red, but the person standing in the core position had a normal face, just showing a gloomy smile. Chapter 477 Bombarding Adventurers. Little friend, you were probably still breastfeeding when I became famous. Right? Don't be so arrogant. This world is not just what you can see. The Adventurers Association is not just what you can see. Don't think that just because you have a mage tower, you can kill a master by chance and think it's great. Before anything irreversible happens, close the mission hall honestly, and then apologize. From now on, the Adventurers Association is the Adventurers Association, and your Mage Association is the Mage Association. We don't interfere with each other. The gloomy middle-aged man said slowly. The cold light in his eyes made people feel cold in their hearts, and they were fighting in their hearts. The branch president. Not only was he not afraid, but he also wanted to laugh. If you dare to enter the range of the mage tower and say these words, you will be a little convincing. Puff. You have made me laugh. The branch president took out an apple, wiped it and ate it. The crisp apple made a very crisp sound. Do you think you are invincible with a turtle shell? You don't know what you are talking about. The middle-aged man sneered. I tell you, real strength is the foundation. I now declare that I will hunt down all those who come out of the Mage Association and hunt down all those who want to join the Mage Association. If any civilian dares to join the Mage Association, their whole family will be hanged. As soon as the words fell, exclamations rang out. Hiss, how ruthless. This is a way to eradicate the roots. How vicious, if you dare to join the Mage Association. Your whole family will be killed. It doesn't matter to us, but for the natives, once this sentence comes out, no one dares to join the Mage Association. It is completely contrary to Emoland's original plan. If this Adventurer Association is not resolved, all of Emoland's plans will be ruined. The Mage Association can only be a player Mage Association in the end, not a real Mage Association for all mages. So this Adventurer Association is doomed. Yes, if the Adventurer Association dares to play like this, I'm afraid it will be gone. Next, let's see Emoland's performance. The branch president is naturally clear about Emoland's plan, and his face instantly turned cold when he heard this. He threw the apple core at his hand to the ground, and shouted, You are shameless. If you want to die, I will send you to death. Boom! Send them away. As soon as the branch president finished speaking, several roars came from the mage tower behind him. Boom! 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 A series of elemental cannons roared, and flames of more than 10 meters long gushed out, like branches growing out of the mage tower. In an instant, under the violent fire element, the shells instantly appeared in front of the Adventurers Association. Boom! 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 The shells exploded, and directly swept all the people from the Adventurers Association in. Everyone was stunned. Fuck, so domineering. So straightforward? Awesome. Why is the Adventurers Association so stupid? They know to avoid the range of the mage tower, but don't know to avoid the range of the elemental cannon. By the way, has Emoland ever used the elemental cannon outside? Yes. I remember using it in the capital. Isn't that normal? It's not easy for them to make it to the mage tower. How did they know that the Magic Association actually has an elemental cannon? A player picked up a piece of braised pork and said while eating, I don't know anything else. I only know one thing, the Adventurers Association is going to be finished. Boom! Elemental shells exploded one after another, and the terrifying elemental fluctuations made everyone in the Adventurers Association look suddenly pale. How is it possible? One person said in disbelief. How can your spell reach so far? 600 meters? More than 600 meters? One person said in disbelief. But it was obvious that the branch president did not have the leisure to answer his questions, nor did he have time to answer his questions. After the first shot, he, who was the weakest, was directly swallowed by the endless flames and turned into a conversation. The man whose expression had not changed at all before finally changed suddenly at this moment, becoming gloomy, and terrifying. Mage Association. Don't let me go back alive. Otherwise I will. Boom! 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 He was blown to death. The gloomy face was wrapped in hot flames and turned into a ball of charcoal. What a strange request. The branch president shrugged and said strangely, But what can we do? We have to satisfy them. After all, We are not bad people, right? The endless bombing instantly killed most people. Only one person had a flash of light on his body, resisting the violent explosion and high temperature, escaping the explosion area in a mess, trying to rush towards the Adventurers Association. However, no matter how he rushed, it seemed that he was hundreds or thousands of meters away from the road next to him, and he could not pull in. Unknowingly, the place where they were had become a huge open space. Even the nearest house was more than 100 meters away from them. The huge explosion killed them. But it didn't blow up even a single house. Only a large construction platform appeared on the ground. The earthy yellow light shone, and the uneven ground was instantly flattened. It was almost the same as before. Well, the big pit was gone. The last shot fell, and the adventurer, who had been running all the time, died. The last adventurer died, and the stretched space returned to its original state. Red Maple City regained its tranquility again, as if nothing had happened. The crowd watching around was stunned. It was okay for players, because they knew the Mage Association was powerful, and it didn't matter. But the other professionals and nobles watching nearby were stunned and speechless. It was because of Imoland's power, and also because he actually killed all the people in the Adventurers Association? It's over, I'm afraid the Mage Association is finished. If it's just a dispute, it's fine. Even a mission hall is just a challenge to the local Adventurers Association. Just two of them can't pose any threat to the Adventurers Association as a whole. Such things are usually handled by the local Adventurers Association. But now the people of the Adventurers Association have been killed. The real strong man from the outside Adventurers Association is coming. The real strong man? The 6th level warriors were easily killed. Who can be called a real strong man? 7th level. Master. Everyone was shocked, looking at the pure white mage tower. The Mage Association is finished. The Adventurers Association is definitely not just a 7th level, not just a master. No matter how strong the Mage Association is, I'm afraid it can't escape this time. Hurry up and break away from all relations with the Mage Association, otherwise you will be implicated. Chapter 478, Shocking the Platform. President, are you going to do it? Linwood turned his head to look at Imolan, and asked. Imolan looked into the distance quietly, and smiled when he heard it. Do you still need to ask? They have already done it. Would you rather save it for the new year? Imolan pondered for a moment after he finished speaking. Leave the 2 locomotives that have not yet set off, get the gold-patterned black steel chariot ready, and the construction team in place. I want to surround the Adventurers Association in half an hour, leaving no blind spots. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Imolan's orders were transformed into messages and sent out. At this moment, the Mage Association turned into a huge war machine, running at high speed. The shocking elemental fluctuations that erupted at the location of the Mage Association branch quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the entire Red Maple City turned their eyes here, when they heard that several elders and deacons of the Adventurers Association were killed on the spot. They immediately took a breath of cold air. In just a moment, countless eyes were cast on the Adventurers Association. Killing on the spot was equivalent to slapping the Adventurers Association in the face. How would the Adventurers Association deal with it? They looked at it with gloating eyes. The Mage Association and the Adventurers Association were not good things to them. They had conflicts and they were unlucky. They were naturally happy to see it. There's something exciting to watch. Asshole. The president of the Adventurers Association cursed with a red face. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with a cold face. President, I think the Great Elder shouldn't have brought people there. It's just a special mage mission hall. The Assassins Association also has its own assassination hall. Will it have any impact on us? He just wanted to help them. Now he has caused serious losses to the association and also violated the neutral order issued by our headquarters. You didn't take the benefits? The president looked at the 2nd Elder coldly. Everyone is dead. Do you want me to promote you to the position of Grand Elder right away? The most urgent thing now is how to solve this matter. What to solve? Just report to the General Assembly. We have the General Assembly behind us. Does the Magic Association dare to attack us? The president shouted at him. Pig brain. Dog brain, everyone is dead. Will they still care about this? The General Assembly is strong. If the General Assembly is strong, will the General Assembly be here? The General Assembly is strong. Is it you? No. I want to leave. I will come back to settle the score when the people from the General Assembly come. The 2nd Elder smiled reluctantly when he heard this. Not really. President, 2nd Elder, the association is surrounded. Before the 2nd Elder finished speaking, a man rushed in and said, "How is it possible?" The second elder's face turned ugly instantly, and the president was furious when he saw that he was so stupid. Without any hesitation, the president took out a precious sphere from the drawer, the core of which was a supernatural core. The sphere was activated, the silver light of the space element instantly filled the middle of the hollow sphere, and a spell model in the supernatural core instantly enlarged, absorbing the space element, and completed the construction in the air. The president felt a little lucky. But at this moment, an old voice sounded. "Dimension anchor." Click. The president seemed to hear a crisp click, and the magic model condensed in the air was directly broken because of the anchoring of the dimensional anchor. The president's heart was also broken like the magic model, and deep despair emerged from the depths of his heart. "President Errol, thank you very much. It's just a piece of cake." Errol, who had just released the 6-ring spell dimensional anchor, smiled and waved his hand. After studying in the Mage Association for a long time, Errol's life has become the shape of the Mage Association. When he heard that Lu Bin was going to the capital to set up a branch, he even wrote a letter to the vice president of the Capital Mage Association, asking them not to obstruct him and even to help him. Of course, even if there was no letter, they would not dare to obstruct him at all. They didn't want to die. Isn't it good to be alive? But this attitude is here after all, and the original intention is good. It's not long before the Capital Mage Association is completely merged into the tower defense. After Errol cast the spell and stepped back, the previous scene emerged in his mind, and he was shocked. Just a minute ago, when everyone was looking at the Adventurers Association, teams of mages with boxes floating behind them appeared around the Adventurers Association. After each of them arrived at the designated location, the floating space box behind them fell instantly. The falling box began to unfold in the air, and components kept flying out of it. When all the components had flown out, a steel frame slowly rose at the box mouth. First, 4 large iron plates for fixing were extended from the space box and fell to the ground, stabilizing the shelf. Then, 91 iron pillars came into being, more than 10 meters high. The moment the shelf was formed, the structures floating in the air leaned against it and instantly connected with the shelf tightly. One by one, the components were fitted together. In just a moment, a construction platform that was equivalent to a 6-ring resonance spell was instantly formed. One after another, one after another. The platforms rose rapidly. In just a moment, dozens of construction platforms had surrounded the Adventurers Association magnificently, without any gaps. A rampant adventurer deacon wanted to attack, but just as he pulled out his knife, a dark red palm slapped him. The man flew backwards in an instant, knocking down several strong walls, and his life or death was unknown. Feeling the power of the construction platform, everyone was stunned. Wait, how long did the Mage Association take to complete these platforms just now? Someone thought of it belatedly. Yi Fei, who was watching nearby, heard the words and said slowly, 11 minutes. Yi Fei said with a serious face. And as soon as he finished speaking, there were sounds of cold air coming from the surroundings. Hiss! Hiss! The cool air was about to be sucked out of them. But it seemed that they could not express the incomparable shock in their hearts without doing so. If I remember correctly, each construction platform can release a 6-ring spell, and there is no limit to the number of times. Yes, as long as the elements are sufficient, you can release spells continuously. One person said faintly. In a sense, one platform can suppress a bunch of 6-ring. 3 platforms matched with each other can be equivalent to a magician tower, which is almost invincible below the 7th level. And the Mage Association can build dozens of platforms within 10 minutes. One can suppress the 6th level, and dozens of. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. They had heard of the construction platform a long time ago, but the word construction caused them some confusion. Now take a closer look, it's so terrifying. Chapter 479, Razoring the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association is going to be finished, one person said, and the others nodded. Yeah, the Adventurers Association is gone. Oh wait, the Adventurers Association is gone. Then where can we go to get quests in the future? Go to the Mages Association. Doesn't their branch have a quest hall? Go to the Assassins Association. They also have an Assassin's Quest Hall, with many quests. 2 players said in succession, making this player stunned. Oh! So, wait. That's not right. Only mages can go to the Mage Association. And only assassins can go to the Assassin Association. I'm a mage. A player looked at him with strange eyes. I'm an assassin. Another player also said. and then looked at him with strange eyes. This person was confused. President. Someone said that he was just taking quests inside and wanted to get out. Su Zongqin walked to Emolan and said, "Let him go or not? Let him go. We still have to work in Hafeng City in the future. There is no need to kill innocent people." "Okay. I understand. But will this let the people from the Adventurer Association go?" Su Zongqin said with some concerns. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, many people know those prominent people. That group of people can't escape. It doesn't matter whether the others escape or not. Well, there is one thing. If you want to leave, come to the front and walk in front of all of us." "Okay, I understand." Su Zongqin nodded. However, before he could pass on the order, a voice came from the Adventurers Association. "Emolan, give others a way out so that we can meet again in the future." "Do you have to do this today?" the president of the Adventurers Association said slowly. Emolan laughed in anger when he heard this. "Why do you all like to say this at this critical moment? Leave a way out for others? We can meet in the future? It's like I took the initiative to provoke trouble. I feel so wronged. You are the ones who are aggressive. Now you want me to leave a way out? Sorry, we won't have the chance to meet in the future. Have a good journey." Boom! As soon as Emolan finished speaking, dozens of elemental cannons that had been powerful in the Earth elemental world at the beginning suddenly burst into amazing elemental fluctuations. Dozens of elemental cannons exploded instantly, and the fire elements in the environment directly produced terrifying shocks. Dozens of red dots shot out, and landed directly on the Adventurers Association, and directly around the president of the Adventurers Association. Boom! 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 After just one round of bombing, the Adventurers Association could no longer be seen. The Adventurers Association was in a mess. "President? Keep bombing, there are enough fire elements, and level them," Emolan said in a cold voice. Since the fire element pool was connected to the fire element realm, the speed at which the fire element pool collects fire elements has instantly increased by several levels. Connecting to the fire element realm, the terrifying collection efficiency is like liquid fire elements flowing into the element pool every moment. Oh no, it's like liquid fire elements flowing into it every moment. As time went by, Emolan didn't know how much fire element Emolan had stored. He only knew that substantial fire elements seemed to have begun to form in the extremely dense position of the fire element pool, which made Emolan look forward to it. In short, Emolan had no shortage of fire element. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dozens of elemental cannons roared continuously, destroying the Adventurers Association in the continuous explosions. Every bit and every inch of the Adventurers Association was hit by shells, and the bombing razed the entire Adventurers Association to the ground in an instant. The ground inside the Adventurers Association sank several dozen centimeters, completely turning into a scorched earth. After the Adventurers Association was completely razed to the ground, everyone felt a palpitation when looking at the scorched earth. Spell platform, Mage Tower, Mobile Mage Tower, Elemental Cannon. Unknowingly, the Mage Association has already had such a profound foundation. You let it slip. There are a few locomotives over there. There is a Mage Tower on the locomotive, which is basically equivalent to a Mobile Mage Tower. It's useless even if Emolan drove over, he was too cautious, and his preparations were a little too sufficient. The player paused, and then sighed. What's the difference? Who among you can withstand Emolan's attack? Who among you can increase Emolan's firepower? It only takes one round, they are all scum. Everyone was silent, especially Yifei, Gung Tao, and other presidents. They were full of mixed feelings. Alas. After a long sigh, Yifei shook his head and said slowly, "Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the Mage Association is no longer on the same level as us. He is one level higher than us, both in strength and in other aspects. No need for anything else. We are not even qualified to be opponents of the Mage Association. The Mage Association can easily destroy us with just one round of bombardment." Everyone was silent. Perhaps only the 7th level, Master level, or other forces with Master level professionals in the 3 empires are qualified to be opponents of the Mage Association. Emolan should not be able to deal with Masters now. Right? Someone said softly. Who knows? Emolan likes to hide the most. Can you ensure that what he takes out now is the most powerful one? I plan to leave, Yifei suddenly said, and the others were stunned. Red Maple City has always belonged to Emolan. As the headquarters of the Mage Association, even if Emolan does not target us, we will be suppressed and feel very uncomfortable. So the God of War Guild will move away today. Where to? To other cities? Someone asked. There are people everywhere. There are players everywhere. It's not easy for us to get involved. The system update directly disrupted our original arrangement. It is almost impossible to force our way into a city as before. That will definitely mean a bloody battle, a battle that is not in our favor. The bloody battle after the system update, maybe the guild will be crippled after the battle. Can you afford it? At this time, because of the increased penalty for death, no guild wanted to provoke a war between players. Mountains. I will break through into the mountains and build a new city in the mountains. Yifei shook his head and said slowly, his tone full of determination. The eyes of others were stern when they heard the words. And Gung Tao pondered for a moment. Build a new city? Well, if that's the case, then I'll be one of them. It sounds much more advanced than a bloody battle to grab territory. Well, let's go too. There's no need to stay here. I want to see. Open up wasteland and build cities. Develop territories. And see whose territory will develop best in the end. Many presidents smiled at each other. And then turned and left. From today, under the background of system updates and increased death penalties, players in Red Maple City began to leave the city, abandoning the original plan to occupy a city, and rotating to open up territories, and open up wasteland and build cities. They may lead players into a new era. Chapter 480 Clues to the Golden Patterned Black Steel. I heard that Yifei, Gung Tao, and the others have all run away. Emolan asked curiously. Yes. They all went to the deep mountains to open up wasteland. Lin was said, as he counted the underground treasure house of the Adventurers Guild. It's not easy for them either. They are too close to us in Red Maple City. Even if we don't target them, their development will naturally be suppressed, slowed down, and their future is worrying. They had already chosen their targets and were ready to attack. But the system was updated, and the death penalty was increased. At this juncture, anyone who dared to fight with the players' lives would only die even if they won. Now, I can't stay in Hanfeng City. I can't stay there. I can't enter other cities at all. Especially strong dragons like Yifei and Gung Tao. The local snakes will not let them take root. If they want to stay by force, they will inevitably have to go through a bloody battle. I have no choice but to go out to open up wasteland. But now I think about it carefully. This idea is simply too good. It seems to be a helpless move. But now it seems that it is a magic move. Well, I can't stay and can't go to other cities. It seems to be related to me. Emolan smiled unkindly when he thought of this. This is a good step indeed. No matter how strong the player guild is, other cities and towns cannot avoid this point. The ecosystem formed by the complicated local forces, nobles, lords, gangs, civilians, poor people will not disappear because of the appearance of players. Even if a player guild actually controls a city, it cannot avoid this point, and this point is also affecting them continuously. If Yifei and his team can successfully open up the wasteland, it means that Yifei and his team have obtained a territory that is completely under their control, like a blank piece of paper, where they can write freely. Emolan said after a moment of silence. Send me a notice. And issue a land reclamation order as the Earl of Jingshui. As long as the land reclamation is successful, you can become a noble and be in charge of the land reclamation territory. Emolan smiled after saying this. Since you are leaving, I will give you a big gift before you leave. Linwa raised his eyebrows when he heard this. In this case, I am afraid that many people will follow and go to the land reclamation together. Yes, sending them some people is a favor. Just a few people. Those who are willing to maintain the status quo must be the majority. And leaving these restless people will not have much impact. And the public security may even improve a lot, Emolan said with a smile. In addition, I also want to try to start a trend. What's the point of fighting for a few acres of land? If you want to play, just play the game of opening up new land. Internally, it's fighting against our own people. Externally, it might be fighting against foreign races. Linwa smiled and said nothing. And Emolan also lowered his head to look at the rich treasure house of the Adventurers Association. And smiled again. The Adventurers Association is great. I like the kind that hides the treasure house underground. And no matter how it is attacked, it will not cause accidental injuries. Linwa was immediately happy when he heard this. But at this moment, a touch of black attracted all of Linwa's attention. This, Emolan followed Linwa's gaze, and immediately saw a dark ore. Gold-patterned black steel ore? Emolan said in surprise. Yes, it is gold-patterned black steel. Lin's expression was serious and he nodded. No one knew gold-patterned black steel better than him. He could tell it apart in an instant with just one look or one touch. Emolan looked at the gold-patterned black steel, or with a flickering look in his eyes. Is there any record? This may not be what we think. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Lin's face was full of caution. Whether it's a coincidence or not, it's worth our attention. And the things placed here are some mission items. There must be detailed records. It should be in the Adventurers Association. Wait, the Adventurers Association. Linwa fell into deep thought. Emolan looked back at the flattened Adventurers Association and blinked. It's okay, the records are gone, but the people are still there. Someone must remember. Someone must have an impression of this. Linwa was relieved when he heard this. Huh? Is this a good reward for good people? If we kill the people, then this clue may be directly cut off. Now we still have a chance to find the source of this piece of gold-veined black steel ore. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Destroy their association, and then let some people go. Good people get good rewards. That's right, the people who were supposed to die survived because of them. Yes, good people do get good rewards. After a while, a first-level warrior was caught in front of Emolan. The warrior was trembling, looking at Emolan and Linwa with fear on his face. Emolan looked at the two mages behind him helplessly. You scared him, Emolan said, and then turned to look at the warrior with a friendly face. Come! Don't be afraid. As long as you answer the questions well, I will simply kill you, without torturing you, Emolan said with a friendly face. And the warrior's legs trembled instantly. Emolan smiled at this, and asked casually, picking up a piece of black ore. What is this? What is its origin? Answer honestly. If it doesn't match what we know, I will kill you directly. I know. This is an elemental stone. A certificate that an adventurer takes out when handing in a task. He said he found it in a huge underground cave, where a giant dragon lives. Giant dragon? You said a giant dragon. Do you really think I'm scaring you? Be honest, or I'll break one of your arms. The warrior was immediately scared to death when he heard it. It's true. I really didn't lie to you. When he reported it, he said there was a green giant. Take it out and kill it. Emolan shook his hands and said calmly. The two mages behind him went to catch the warrior when they heard it. Seeing this, the soldier shouted, I was wrong. I shouldn't have exaggerated the facts. At the beginning, he said it was a green giant lizard, several meters high, more than 10 meters long. Oh, you said it earlier, but you insisted on saying the giant lizard was a giant dragon. And a giant dragon, if there was a giant dragon, could he come back alive? How could I not have heard of a giant dragon? It's funny. Report the location. Emolan said casually. The soldier immediately reported an address. Emolan did not verify it, put down the black ore casually, and picked up another thing. What is the origin of this item? The soldier answered. His heart was filled with sorrow. No one believed me when I told the truth, but forced me to lie. What kind of world is this? Also, what item did Emolan like that made him go around in circles? Find some preparations, and then ask carefully. Should I trick him later? The soldier muttered in his heart, and Emolan continued to ask. Chapter 481, The Second Pagoda Spirit. How credible do you think his words are? Linwa asked. Emolan smiled when he heard this. I put this ore first. There should be no problem with the first one. And he also mentioned the green dragon. Emolan narrowed his eyes, and Linwa beside him also fell into deep thought. If this is true, then our previous guess may be correct. At the beginning, Earl Hanfeng did not want to mine this black iron ore, but he could not mine it. Emolan nodded. Yes, he probably discovered the golden black steel by coincidence, and when it was being mined in large quantities, a green dragon suddenly came. From then on, the green dragon lived on the golden black steel vein, and Earl Hanfeng also lost the capital to mine black iron ore, and could only use the ore that had been mined to build the castle. In other words, as long as we find the green dragon, we can follow the green dragon to find its nest, and we can find the golden black steel mine. And the green dragon's nest is here. Emolan raised the paper in his hand, and the location that the warrior just said was written on it. In a cave deep in the mountains, there is a big pit leading to the underground world. Emolan's eyes slightly raised. There is a detailed map here. Emolan took out another piece of paper, with a detailed map drawn on it, and there were several other maps next to it. Emolan asked him to draw a map for each thing, to ensure that the detailed location could be found. This location is a bit deep. Linwa muttered after taking a few glances. It's so deep, I wonder if Earl Hongfeng mined it this way. President, shall we go and have a look now? If we can really find the gold-patterned black steel ore, it will be of great significance to us. But the green dragon is more troublesome. I heard that the dragon has excellent physical and elemental resistance. If the green dragon is really a master, I guess we can't handle it now. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. I originally saw a green dragon once, and was almost killed by a mouthful of phlegm from the green dragon. I still have some understanding. Now thinking back, the power of the dragon's breath at that time. Hiss, don't think about it, this green dragon is 100% a 7th level master, or higher. Linwa frowned immediately after hearing this. That's troublesome. We are unlikely to be able to deal with this green dragon. Failure to deal with the green dragon means that we can't get the gold-patterned black steel or hiss. It's difficult, then President, do we still need to explore? I'm afraid I will die there directly. Now it's a headache to die once after the death penalty. Of course, it doesn't matter if I die, the main thing is that it's a bit unfair to die in vain. No, I don't want to die either, just think of other ways to explore. Anyway, the gold vein black steel ore is here. Even if the green dragon escapes, the ore vein can't escape. It doesn't mean that it can't be mined in the future. We just need to take it slowly, step by step, and wait until we can defeat the green dragon before dealing with it. Now the most urgent task is to confirm that the gold vein black steel vein really exists. Emolan said, and Linwa spoke. This is not difficult. Just leave it to me. Okay. Emolan nodded. But at this moment, a person broke in. President. Zongxin, what's the matter? Emolan looked at Su Zongxin and asked in confusion. Yes, President, Earth Spirit, we have captured another Earth Spirit in the abyss of the Earth Elemental Realm. Another Earth Spirit? Emolan was delighted when he heard this. It seems that our association can have a second Tower Spirit. Linwa, who was standing next to him, also showed a smile on his face, and when Emolan looked at him, he took the initiative to say, let Lu Bin take it first, he has a mage tower, and needs the Tower Spirit more than me. Anyway, the Abyss can produce Earth Spirits stably now, I'll just wait for the next one, it won't take long. Well, that's fine, he rode the winged sky beast out, it should be about time now. Right? No, speak of the devil. Lu Bin is back. Alas, I heard someone say I'm handsome from a distance. In the future. You don't need to say this behind my back, just say it to my face. Lu Bin landed on the ground riding the winged sky beast. The winged sky beast, which was at top speed just now, stopped instantly, as if it had no inertia at all. Or it could be said that they have no inertia. Because nowadays, the winged sky beasts are all driven by space. They were originally able to play with curvature drive. But now they are playing it even better after their bloodline upgrades. And it can be called extremely fast. Who said I'm handsome? Linwa. Is it you? Ah. Emolan smiled. And as soon as he mentioned that he had captured another Earth Spirit, Lu Bin took the initiative to join in. There is an Earth Spirit? Another Tower Spirit? Give it to Linwa. If I'm not mistaken, Linwa's small mecha is only missing a Tower Spirit. Right? Linwa pouted. No, I am the best Tower Spirit, you should take this one. Lu Bin wanted to say something, but Emolan interrupted him. Alright, it's just an Earth Spirit, there's more than one, maybe there will be another one tomorrow, what are you still arguing about? Lu Bin will take this one, take it back, and let it recognize its master quickly, and then transform it into a Tower Spirit. By the way, let's make sure that the Tower Spirit can be assembled using the spiritual super core. It stands to reason that the Tower Spirit can be assembled, but I'm afraid of accidents. If the super core doesn't work, then we really have to spend a lot of money to find the Soul Stone. I have been looking for the Soul Stone for so long, but I still haven't found the second one. Emolan frowned slightly when he said this. I hope there will be no accidents. Linwa was silent for a moment. Speaking of which, there were no accidents originally. But when you say this, there are accidents. Lu Bin took the Earth Spirit and left, and returned to the Mage Association. Emolan and Linwa packed up some of the most precious things in the treasury, and asked people to enter to count them. They also returned to the Mage Association. After a while, accompanied by a wave of Earth element fluctuations, Emolan knew that the Earth Spirit was born. The next step was a crucial step. Using the extraordinary core that had stored Lu Bin's spiritual power to fuse the Earth Spirit, and constructing mechanical thinking in it. storing and other magic arrays. Emolan and Lin Wu watched quietly. Lu Bin's technique was extremely skillful, and he completed it step by step. As time passed slowly, the whole process had reached the last step. The fusion of the spiritual extraordinary core and the earth spirit. The formation of the tower spirit. This extraordinary core is the highest level of spiritual extraordinary core that can be collected. It is a spiritual extraordinary core. The most critical step begins. The earth spirit slowly moves towards the extraordinary core. Lu Bin, Emolan, and Lin will all hold their breath. Little by little, contact, fusion, success. The second tower spirit of the Mage Association is born. Chapter 482 Tower Spirit Link. Lu Bin, have you stabilized your spiritual power flow channel? Emolan asked after taking a breath. It has been stabilized for a long time, using the set on the mother bed. Lu Bin said excitedly. Emolan nodded. The mother bed set Lu Bin mentioned refers to the spiritual power flow transmission array developed by Yu Su when he developed the mother bed. It is used for the transmission of spiritual power on the mother bed, and it can be used on the magic tower with a slight modification for the tower spirit to control the magic tower. This saved Lu Bin a lot of trouble. There is no need to develop a special mental power transmission plan for the mage tower. However, this also indirectly shows that the Mage Association has gradually deepened its foundation. In the past, we didn't have anything we wanted. If we wanted to do anything, we had to create it and develop a spell model. Now, if we want to achieve any function, if we think about it carefully, there are magic arrays with similar functions that can be used directly. It saves a lot of trouble and is very convenient. We can use it after a few modifications. It can only be said that those who planted trees will enjoy the shade. But in other words, it was this kind of environment where there was nothing and everything needed to be created that created Emolan, Lu Bin, Lin Wu and others. The mages who emerged in this environment have a strong ability to adapt to the environment, a strong ability to innovate, and have no fixed thinking patterns. They are imaginative and unrestrained. Just like an antelope hanging its horns. No matter how strong the mages in the future are, they will learn the spell models left by Emolan and others. They will not create when they have choices. Gradually, they will probably grow into the appearance of Emolan and others. They may be very outstanding, but it will be easy in the early stage, and it will be much more difficult to become independent in the later stage. Then let's do a test run. Okay. Lu Bin went directly to his own magician tower, and went straight to the 5th floor. In the center of the 5th floor, there was an isosceles high stone pillar, and there was a diamond-shaped groove on the top of the stone pillar. The spiritual supernatural core was put into the groove, and it fit perfectly. Buzz! A projection slowly emerged in the air, and the gem cat in the projection slowly opened its eyes. Tower Spirit number 2 is at your service. Tower Spirit number 2, how do you feel? Lu Bin asked excitedly. Self-check completed, operation is normal, attack system is normal, defense system is normal, detection system is normal, connecting to the detection system. Connecting to the detection system successfully. Connecting to the warning system. Connecting to the warning system successfully. Connecting to the automatic counterattack system. Connecting to the automatic counterattack system successfully. Connecting to the space solidification system. Connecting successfully. All connected successfully, running normally, feeling very good. Okay. Lu Bin nodded, turned his head to look at Emolan. President, how about my tower spirit? Not bad, you redesigned it. The style is more system-oriented. Right, not bad, really not bad. Lu Bin turned his head to look at Lin Wu after hearing this. Why not bad? Right. Not bad, really not bad. Lin Wu nodded repeatedly. He originally liked machinery and systems. The template developed by Lu Bin was exactly what he wanted. So it's mine, Lin Wu said with satisfaction. Lu Bin, ? Looking at Lin Wu's joyful expression, Lu Bin was silent. Suddenly I feel like I'm being mean. Hey, how can you have such an idea? Think about it, even if you're not mean. He'll still copy it, Emolan said with a smile. Thank you. Lin Wu. Give up. I will never give you the template. It's okay. It's okay. Do I need a template from you? After seeing this, I can copy it as long as I have a concept. Template or not. It just takes a little more time. It doesn't matter, Lin Wu said casually, not caring at all. And Lu Bin became more depressed after hearing this. Emolan smiled at this. Hey, Lu Bin. Have you loaded the spiritual link model into the Tower Spirit? Yes. I loaded the spiritual link spell model directly into the Tower Spirit basic template. As long as the basic template is installed, it can be used directly. President, are you going to test the computing power? Emolan shook his head. No. There is no rush to test the computing power. Let Tower Spirit number 2 connect with my Tower Spirit first. And use the mental link spell. Tower Spirit connection? Lupin nodded. And directly connected the intelligent Tower Spirit number 2 with Emolan's Tower Spirit. The connection of the two spiritual bodies was completed in an instant. Emolan's mental power was connected to Tower Spirit number 2. Sensing the current state. Tower Spirit, turn on the water shield. Buzz. The water shield has been turned on. As soon as the voice fell, the water shield was propped up outside Emolan's magic tower. Emolan smiled slightly when he saw this. Tower Spirit, test the information delay. There is almost no delay detected, the quality is too small, cannot be calculated. Emolan was more satisfied with what he said, while Lupin and Lin were stunned, and suddenly understood what Emolan was doing. They also suddenly understood what kind of impact the appearance of the second Tower Spirit would cause. After a test, Emolan exited the connection state with satisfaction, and just after exiting, he found that Lupin and Lin were staring at him with fiery eyes. What are you doing? What's that look? President, what were you doing just now? Emolan curled his lips when he heard that. What can I do? Test the point-to-point connection of the Tower Spirit, data transmission and delay. It's nothing more than testing the feasibility of building a network. Use the Mage Tower as a base station. A Mage Tower covers an area of 800 meters. Mage Towers are connected to each other to form a large network, a network of Mage civilization. Within the coverage area, mages can communicate in time, you can talk with relatives and friends thousands of miles away, you can learn through the internet, you can order takeout through the internet, you can type on the internet. Now let's try the feasibility. The conclusion is that the delay is low. The connection can be connected without any hindrance. And it has a certain degree of feasibility. That's all. That's all? Lupin and Lin stared at each other. What else? Emolan shrugged casually. Do you have to take a breath of cold air? And then exclaim that this kid is so terrifying? Lupin was stunned. Okay. Don't be silly. Test the various performances of the Tower Spirit quickly. I want to see what the difference is between the Tower Spirit made of soul stones and the Tower Spirit made of extraordinary cores. Lupin opened his mouth when he heard it, but finally closed it and began to test the full range of functions of the Tower Spirit. Computing power test. Intelligence test. Multi-threaded test. Emolan and Lin watched Lupin perform the test quietly. As time passed, the data results came out one by one, and they came into the eyes of Emolan and others. Finally, the test was over, Lupin said. President, the results are out. What are the overall results? Emolan asked directly. Although he saw some results, there were still quite a few that he didn't know. Chapter 483 Spiritual Channel. In general, the performance is very good, and it has met my expectations, Lupin said directly. However, compared with the Tower Spirit built with soul stones, the Tower Spirit number 2 built with extraordinary core, as the matrix is inferior to the Tower Spirit with soul stone components in all aspects. If you have to say an advantage of the Tower Spirit with extraordinary core components, it may be that it is more affordable, the materials are cheap and easy to find. Emolan said after a moment of hesitation. What about the specific aspects? President, I'll tell you this, where is the difference? The Tower Spirit is made of soul stone. When the President constructed it, he integrated the soul stone into the magic tower by resonance, right? Yes. Emolan nodded. Lupin continued. And the Tower Spirit itself is also made of soul stone. As long as the soul stone and the magic tower body are in contact, they are one. If my magic tower is compared to a robot, then the constant spiritual pathway in it belongs to the circuit. The Tower Spirit is a control program. So the whole is the control program that controls the various parts and functions of the robot, thereby controlling the robot to move, lift objects, speak, and calculate. This is the Tower Spirit number 2 built by the extraordinary core. What about the Tower Spirit built by the soul stone? It's very simple. It's a complete life. A person. This person can walk, run, speak, think, and move freely, and has great potential and can grow on his own. Lupin continued. President, this is the difference. Although they are all human, although they can walk, speak, and think? Can they be confused? Emolan nodded. I roughly understand. It seems that soul stones are still an indispensable and precious resource. If you want to build a strong and perfect tower spirit, you must use soul stones as the core. Then continue to increase the collection of soul stones. Tower spirits are of great significance to us. We must have soul stones as basic materials. Understood. Lu Bin. Linwa nodded. And Emolan continued to speak. Lu Bin, can your tower spirit be relocated and moved to a new home? Emolan asked. Due to some steps in the construction process, the soul of Emolan's tower spirit was locked inside the soul stone and could not be separated. Lu Bin's tower spirit did not use the soul stone, which meant that he did not go through this process. In theory, Lu Bin's tower spirit number 2 should be relocated. Yes, Lu Bin answered directly. As expected, it did not surprise Emolan. The soul of the tower spirit lives inside the extraordinary core. The extraordinary core forms a shell-like structure to protect the soul of the tower spirit. Normally, the soul inside the extraordinary core cannot be transferred. However, perhaps because the soul of the tower spirit is not in the extraordinary core, it is external, so its soul can be taken out, as long as its soul is intact. The constant spells in it are guided out, and then transferred to another carrier. The transfer can be completed. Well, good. That's good. In this way, if there is a better carrier in the future, it can be replaced at any time. Well, I thought so too. So I just verified it. And it is indeed possible. Lu Bin smiled slightly. And he was in a good mood all day. Emolan also smiled. And then he looked at the tower spirit and fell into deep thought again. Linwa and Lu Bin were teasing the tower spirit together. But Emolan was thinking about a question. A question about the tower spirit. President, what are you thinking about? Is there any problem? Lu Bin noticed Emolan's state and asked with some confusion. Emolan did not hide it after hearing it, and spoke directly. I am indeed thinking about something. You could also help me with some advice. You say. Lu Bin and Linwa looked at Emolan. And Emolan spoke up when he saw this. I was just thinking that the tower spirit can be used as a base station. Then, what about the network cable? The base station is just a tool to spread the network. If you really want to spread the network thousands of miles away, the network cable is an indispensable part. I was just thinking about what is suitable for transmitting mental power. Emolan said slowly. This thing must be able to restrain mental power, maintain mental power for a long time without dissipating, and can also quickly transmit mental power. Do you think the mental channel array is okay? Lu Bin was slightly surprised when he heard this. But after thinking carefully, he suddenly found that it was actually feasible. It seems to be possible. Theoretically it can work. Linwa said after thinking for a while, but Lu Bin interrupted him as soon as he finished speaking. It is theoretically possible, but it is not possible in practice. Why? The mental channel array can indeed transmit mental power and restrain mental power, but there is a very big drawback. This array cannot maintain the long-term existence of mental power, which means that this array has no effect of maintaining the state of mental power at all. Why does it work normally? Because we have always used it for short distances. There is no problem in restraining mental power, but once the extension distance of mental power exceeds its own distance limit, then the mental power will dissipate directly, leaving only a lot of meaningless free mental power. This array has no effect at all in maintaining mental power. And mental power itself has such a long extension distance, there is no need to use this transmission at all. The reason we use it is just to make it brainless, and to block various possible interference methods to mental power, to maintain the reliability of the operation of the magic tower, not to transmit mental power. Emolan frowned slightly when he heard this. Is that so? Emolan was still relatively unfamiliar with this magic circle. He only had a rough understanding of it, and had not studied it in detail. Emolan certainly believed in Lu Bin's conclusion. After all, Emolan must have done research in order to install it on his own magic tower. He could only make changes after a thorough study, so he naturally knew the alignment very well. Is there any room for improvement? Emolan asked aloud. Lu Bin frowned when he heard this and thought for a moment. This may have a direction. Those discrete mental powers? Emolan asked aloud. Lu Bin nodded. Yes, thanks to the restraining effect of this magic circle, the mental power that was originally dispersed directly will remain in the magic circle. If we want to improve it, perhaps this will be a breakthrough. If we can use these discrete mental powers to carry or transmit information, But since the discrete mental power is called discrete, it means that it has been completely dispersed. The information and power above have all dissipated. It has directly collapsed. There is no room for action at all. Chapter 484 Quasi-Fourth Order Mecha. No, since these discrete mental powers did not disappear out of thin air. There must be room for manipulation. Mo Lan's mind was very calm, after a little thought. He spoke out. Lu Bin, have you tested the specific properties of this discrete mental power? What characteristics does it show? If the mental power I use is extended again, can it be collected and used again? Also, how long will these discrete mental powers last before they disappear, or in other words, as long as they are bound, they will always exist in the same place. In addition, does discrete mental power have mass? Can it be compressed? How much compression? If a section of the pipe is already full of discrete mental power and can no longer be compressed, can the mental power still extend into it at this time? If it can, will the mental power still collapse inside? After hearing this, Lu Bin and Lin Wu looked at each other. Try it? Lin Wu nodded. Let's try it, but my third level large mecha is being built at a critical moment. I can't come. Third level, isn't this equivalent to the first level of the Mage Tower, basically reaching the sixth level limit, and the level of being almost invincible below the seventh level? Starting at such a high level, are you sure? For buildings, for groups, Mo Lan and his team have their own set of evaluation standards. Since the evaluation standard is derived from the evaluation method of the Mage Core, the strength level will be 3 levels higher than the evaluation level. The Mage Tower can release the power equivalent to the 6th ring spell through the resonance of the 3rd ring spell model, and can kill the 6th level in large quantities, so it is called a 3rd level building. In fact, it is more reasonable and more appropriate to call it a 6th ring building or a 6th level building. But in fact, when this standard was first proposed, the 3rd ring was still the 3rd level, and then it was spread out. Now this standard is widely used and deeply rooted in people's minds. Even if Mo Lan wants to change it back, he may not be able to do it. So he just makes the best of it and calls it a 3rd level building and a 3rd level group. But now with Lin Wu's efforts, it seems that a new type will be added to it. 3rd level machinery. 3rd level is definitely no problem. In fact, I also installed 6 electromagnetic rail guns with a caliber of 156 millimeters as the main guns on this mecha, and 36 electromagnetic rail guns with a caliber of 56 millimeters as secondary guns. Finally, 216 electromagnetic rail guns with a caliber of 6 millimeters are added as conventional means. Among the electromagnetic rail guns, 100 were made into 10-barrel rotating Gatling guns, and 50 were made into 5-barrel rotating Gatling guns. Mo Lan and Lu Bin listened more and more outrageous. Their eyes twitched slightly, and Lin Wu was still talking. Theoretically speaking, if all this firepower is poured at the same time, no, 1/6 of the firepower is poured at the same time at one point, the power can reach the theoretical 7th level spell level physical damage, which is theoretically enough to kill a regular 7th level warrior. Of course, this is very difficult. A level 7 warrior will definitely not be pinned down by me. If it is a warrior, it will definitely kill me at close range. And according to my calculations, the success rate of killing is very high. This mecha is a typical high attack and low defense me. But if I follow my deduction and install a tower spirit on this mecha to assist in calculation, then I have a chance to force it back through fire blockade, or even directly blow up a level 7 master warrior. So I am just being modest when I say it is only a level 3 mecha. As long as I install a tower spirit, it should be able to be promoted to a quasi-level 4, and initially have level 7 combat power. Mo Lan and Lu Bin looked at each other, and there was a long silence. After a long time, hiss. Stop sucking. Stop sucking. The world is going to warm up. Lin Wu interrupted, and Mo Lan looked at Lu Bin and said softly, Lu Bin, I was always showing off and flying in the early stage. Your space magic has been accumulating for a while, and finally you played a big one. But now the unknown Lin Wu is about to start. Each version has its own god, and this generation's god is Lin Wu. Lu Bin's mouth twitched slightly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he found that he might be, perhaps, the weakest now. Lin Wu, who had always been Lin Wu, was in a good mood, and at this moment he suddenly remembered something and said out loud, Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Haven't you finished pretending yet? Mo Lan and Lu Bin turned their heads to look at Lin Wu. And Lin Wu said subconsciously, Not yet. Ahem. It's not a big deal. I just want to tell you in advance that if the war really starts, you'd better stay away from me. Especially when I look like I'm going to lose. Or when I'm going to be approached. Why? Lu Bin asked in confusion. Linwa smiled and said calmly, Nothing, but there are still a few triggering arrays in my mecha. About 15-dimensional anchors, which can probably block the 7th level space jump spell. And then? A one-time space stretching spell. One time, the power is pulled to the maximum, once triggered. All the space in a spherical range around all directions will flow to the center of the sphere, which is the location of the mecha. Emolan and Lu Bin immediately guessed what he said. Lu Bin raised his hand to interrupt Linwa, and asked, Don't tell me that you have a big firecracker hidden in your mecha? You guessed it right, you're so smart. Linwa clapped his hands. Hearing this, Lu Bin couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand, and interrupted Linwa again. If I guess correctly, this firecracker should be the kind with a launch range of 100 meters, and a killing range of several kilometers. Right? Beautiful, you guessed it right again, double happiness brand big firecracker, you deserve it. Linwa grinned. This kind of firecracker is more troublesome, the maintenance cost is too high, I can't afford it, so I will prepare all the materials, put them into the mecha before the battle, and connect them to the one-button start system. Fuck one-button start system. Emolan and Lu Bin looked at Linwa with their mouths twitching wildly. Linwa, I'm telling you, if you dare to explode next to my wizard tower, I'll be angry with you. Don't worry, I won't. When will we let others hit us? It's always us who hit others. Right? Also, why are you so scared? The explosion range is only a few kilometers. Can't you just stretch the space to avoid it? It's easy for you. Bullshit. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The stretched space is extremely fragile in front of this kind of power, and it will be torn apart the moment it is affected, and this firecracker exploded after tearing apart the restraining force of space. The first one will tear apart the stretched space. And then the second one to be torn apart will be me. Okay. Linwa smiled awkwardly. I will try not to explode in front of your mage tower. Oh no. I will definitely try my best to intercept and kill the enemy with the battery rail gun. Emolan was silent for a moment after hearing this. A moment of silence for the 7th level warrior who met you. Chapter 485, The Terrifying 101,000 Meters. Hey, a moment of silence, a moment of silence. Linwa smiled and said in silence, turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment Emolan suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but call Linwa and ask. Oh, by the way, Linwa, I almost forgot to ask you one thing after talking so much. You have hundreds of guns and cannons. And 10 or 5 electromagnetic Gatling guns. What is your firing rate? How much ammunition do you consume per second? Also, have you developed alternative ammunition? If I remember correctly, the ammunition that can withstand your electromagnetic railgun and burst out with qualified power can only be cast with gold-patterned black steel. Right? At least it needs a gold-patterned black steel shell. Right? Hey, why are you leaving? Don't leave. Don't run. Come back and explain it clearly. Also, can you recover the shells you fired? Can you retrieve the things fired with the 7th level power? Come back and explain it clearly. Linwa didn't even turn his head when he heard the words. As if he didn't hear anything. His footsteps became faster and faster. And his footsteps became faster and faster. He even left a residual image behind him, and disappeared in the sight of Emolan and Lu Bin in a flash. Seeing Linwa leave, Emolan felt his heart throb. It's over. It's over. Let's not talk about the cost of a mecha as big as a wizard tower. It must use a large amount of gold-patterned black steel. At least the main part. This part is expensive. But it can be used all the time after it is manufactured once. As long as it is not stolen by others. As long as it does not explode. It can be used all the time. If it explodes, it may be melted and recycled. It is considered a fixed asset. But the shells are also invincible. Gatling guns, etc., have a firing rate of thousands of rounds per minute. Right? Emolan suddenly had a toothache. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you become the head of the household. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin, who was also distressed, felt something was wrong. Hey, wait a minute, President, what did you just say? What head of the household? Who is the head of the household? Can you tell me who else? Hey, Linwa, come back soon. It's strange. Someone here said he wants to be the head of the household. Emolan's tone stagnated. Didn't you become the head of the household before? Let's not talk about this. It's not easy to collect this gold-patterned black steel. You worked so hard to collect so little. You? Lu Bin looked at Mo silently. Earl Red Maple, ? Molan's tone paused again, turning his head to look at Lu Bin. You have a lot of time. Right? You are very idle. Right? Did the stone giant extract the elemental metal? Did the stone beast get a free haircut today? Have you tested the nature of the free mental power? Lu Bin blinked. He left. Molan shook his head as he watched Lu Bin leave, and his heart still ached. To be honest, the consumption of gold-patterned black steel has indeed increased too much recently. Molan said silently in his heart. Increase income and reduce expenditure. But Molan knew in his heart that no matter how he cuts expenditure, he can't save mecha, can't save weapons and equipment, no matter how much he feels sorry. He can't do it in this regard. Then he can only find a way to increase income. Green Dragon. Molan muttered to himself, pondered for a long time, finally shook his head. Forget it, think about these troubles later, now let's try this idea. If it works, it will probably be another transformation of the mage. Change the fighting style and system of the entire mage profession through a spell. Molan's mouth curled up slightly, he just likes this feeling. Come on, everyone adapt to me, otherwise you will be eliminated. Molan returned to normal after the second wave, returned to the mage tower, and went up to the 5th floor to start his own experiment. Just a moment, an invisible and intangible thing was instantly launched. Following closely was Molan's powerful mental power. Molan's mental power extended to 800 meters away, and just when Molan's mental power reached its limit, a mental power spread out from the flying thing. This invisible and intangible thing turned out to be a spell slot. The spell slot flew directly to a position 1,600 meters away, and the mental power extended from it covered an area of 800 meters. This time, the range that Molan's mental power could detect directly reached a terrifying 2,400 meters. Hiss. Molan was scared by himself. This was just one spell slot. One spell slot increased the mental power detection range by up to 1,600 meters. What if there were 2? What if there were 10? A terrifying 16,000 meters. Molan muttered to himself. I am now a 6-ring mage. Theoretically speaking, I have 63 spell slots in my complete state. So theoretically speaking, my limit detection range can reach 101,600 meters, which is 101,000 meters. Molan was shocked by himself again. He actually only realized now that mages have such terrifying potential. I should have thought of it earlier. The spell slots stored in the pet supernatural core can be used as a medium for mental power detection. Then, they can also be used as a medium if they are deployed separately. Molan murmured. Before, in the past, I took the spell slot too seriously. Why do I take it so seriously? Isn't it just a spell slot? Although the spell slot is the foundation of a mage, although a mage without the magic power is powerless, but if I can't fight, I can just concentrate again. It doesn't matter. Well, but it's not necessarily the case. If the spell slot is destroyed by an attack, it will be very troublesome. At least I will fall into a weak state, temporarily lose this spell slot, and it will take time to recover and concentrate again. And now my arcane level is still only 3 rings. Once all the spell slots are released, I can only release 3-ring spells, which is almost the same as having no spells. I have almost no resistance. And the spell slots released cannot release spells. Who said that my mental power can spread over? But to release spells, I still have to release spells in the spell slots in my mind. But maybe I can extend the spell attack distance to 100 kilometers? Hiss. Can spells really fly more than 100 kilometers? But how long does it take to fly 100 kilometers? Molan thought, and then shook his head. Never mind, the matching combat method can be considered later. Now let me verify the feasibility. If it is feasible, with a detection distance of more than 100 kilometers, I can go to the sky no matter what I do. No, go to the sky? People who can detect 100,100 meters should be more elegant. Alas, when the rock rises with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Molan closed his eyes again, sunk into the sea of consciousness, and began to experiment. After a long time. Why did the spell I threw out dissipate so quickly? After a while, Molan's face flushed, as if he was hit by a hammer. His head was buzzing. Molan clearly sensed that the spell he had just released could be condensed again. Molan, who was a little depressed, let out a long sigh. there is still a long way to go. Chapter 486 Compression Level. Once the spell slot leaves the spiritual space, it will dissipate at a very fast speed. Emolan tried to recall the feeling just now, muttered to himself. But why didn't it dissipate at the beginning, but only started to dissipate after a while? It clearly didn't dissipate at the beginning. What's the reason? Emolan fell into thought. If the feeling is correct, the spell slot at the beginning is wrapped with spiritual power. When I cast the spell slot, I use spiritual power to wrap it. It seems that it didn't dissipate at the beginning because I used my mental power to completely wrap the spell slot, and didn't let the spell slot contact the outside world. Emolan thought. It's very simple. You will know after trying it. Emolan once again used his mental power to wrap a one-ring spell slot, and threw it outside the mental space. But he didn't throw it too far, but just in front of him. After throwing it, the mental power wrapped around the spell slot revealed a small hole. In an instant, Emolan felt that the spell slot began to dissipate, as if a space capsule in space had a hole, and the gas in it was leaking out crazily. Emolan immediately used his mental power to close the gap. The disintegration of the spell position stopped immediately. Emolan could not help but feel happy when he saw this. Is that true? Then as long as you wrap the spell position with mental power, the spell position will not dissipate. However, just when Emolan had this thought, and a smile appeared on his face, he suddenly noticed the collapse of the spell position. Emolan was shocked to find that the spell position was disintegrating, and used mental power to wrap it tightly inside and outside, to make sure there was no gap. But even so, the spell slots continued to collapse. Emolan hesitated slightly when he saw this, and then left the spell slots that were collapsing unattended, and used his mental power to carefully observe the spell slots, observing every fluctuation, observing every detail, and looking for the reason why the spell slots were collapsing. After a while, the spell slots completely collapsed and dissipated, turning into a pair of free mental powers, which Emolan could not control. Emolan immediately felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a twitching pain in his brain, which made Emolan frown. After this wave of pain passed, Emolan felt that he was much weaker again, and his mental state was much worse. However, Emolan did not care. It was just a spell slot. Although the natural collapse would affect him, it would not be too serious. Moreover, the spell slot could be condensed again after a period of time, so it was harmless. So after a wave of pain passed, Emolan fell into deep thought again. Through this experiment, we can first understand one thing. First, the external spell slot will definitely begin to collapse without the spiritual power. Second, even if the spell slot is tightly wrapped by mental power, it will still begin to disintegrate after a period of time. So it can be known that mental power wrapping is only one of the conditions for maintaining the existence of the spell slot. Emolan pondered. What about the remaining conditions? What factors cause the loss of mental power when the spell slot is wrapped by mental power? It cannot be observed. But it is normal that it cannot be observed. It should be a deeper reason. I use mental power to observe the deeper factors of the spell, and it is surprising that it can be observed. The spell slot itself is formed by the compression of the original spiritual power. Compression. Emolan suddenly had an idea in his mind. Compression, the formation of the spell slot, is the original spiritual power compressed into a stable structure at a certain angle and shape. The first level spell slot is the spell slot with the lowest compression level, and it is also the spell slot with the least original spiritual power. In this case, will the second level spell slot or higher level spell slot be more durable? Emolan decided to give it a try after just thinking for a moment. Just give it a try, you won't die if you try it. A second ring spell slot was thrown in front of him, and the wrapped mental power first revealed a gap. When he found that the spell slot began to collapse and flow away from the gap, he immediately sealed it. It will dissipate directly without the mental power wrapping. Then let's see how long it will start to dissipate under the mental power wrapping, and how long it will collapse completely. Emolan kept a timer while paying attention to the spell slot. Although he couldn't observe the reason for the deep collapse of the spell slot, Emolan would not let go of any observable factors. Maybe there is a parameter that is indirectly related to the collapse of the spell position, and thus this parameter can be used to regress to the unobservable field. This is one of the most common research methods, using the relationship between observable and unobservable parameters. Calculate their laws, and then calculate the unobservable parameters through observable parameters. This method is used for scientific research in those unobservable fields. However, Emolan did not get any results, because this method generally requires some theory to support it. It's just that Emolan didn't gain anything in this aspect. But he did gain a lot in other aspects. The first level spell slot only lasts for 1 minute and 15 seconds. And completely collapses after 10 seconds. The second level spell takes 3 minutes and 56 seconds to start running. And completely collapses after 20 seconds. The difference is huge. If the third level can do better, then we can basically conclude that a higher compression level can indeed make the spell slot last longer. Emolan murmured. But this seems to be a matter of course. When the fifth ring is reached, the mental power can only extend outward 400 meters, but the sixth ring reaches 800 meters. It is because the spell level is higher, and the mental power emitted is more concentrated. In essence, the compression level of mental power has been improved. Emolan was about to try the third ring spell, but he felt dizzy. The negative effect of multiple spell collapses in a short period of time is so severe? Emolan took a sip of the tea, and felt a stream of fresh air brushing through his mind, and his spirit was shaken, and his mental state suddenly improved a lot. Yenshin tea is indeed a good thing. It seems that I should go and pick up some tea trees when I have a chance. And make it myself. It is not a good idea to keep buying it. This thing is expensive. And there is not much on the market. Especially the consumption is large. I don't know when Lubin, Linhua, Jiaohua, Guangyamo, and others started drinking it. This Yangshan tea is consumed a lot every day. President, we have never bought Yangshan tea. We are drinking the stock now. Su Zongqin reminded Emolan in a low voice. Emolan was stunned when he heard this. How can we have so much nourishing tea? Earl Hanfeng and other nobles had quite a lot in their treasury before, and then several boxes were found in Marquis Morse's treasury, and we haven't finished drinking them yet. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, thinking back, well, that's indeed the case. Oh, in that case, then it's okay. Chapter 487 Sleeping. 3-ring spell slot. Emolan said softly. A 3-ring spell slot was cast. The first step was to reveal a loophole, and to seal the spell slot after noticing that it began to flow, to test how long it would take for the closed spell slot to begin to flow, and how long it would take for it to completely collapse. After a while, after a twitch in the brain, Emolan got the answer. 5 minutes and 1 second to start to flow, and 47 seconds to completely collapse. Emolan muttered to himself, and then his mind became groggy, just like staying up all night before becoming a mage. If he wanted to, Emolan could suppress it. But he didn't. He lay on the bed, and fell asleep with a drowsy feeling. Su Zongqin watched Emolan go into his room, and fall asleep. He said nothing, closed the door silently, and lowered his voice to do his own things. Mark next to him would ask Su Zongqin some questions from time to time. Su Zongqin would soon become an elite mage. He was currently working on a research project. If the project was successful, he might be able to touch the elders. It is uncertain whether he can succeed in the challenge and be promoted to elder. But at least, he can compare with the previous one and not fall behind. The current Su Zongqin is much stronger than the Su Zongqin who was an elder before. And he is more like an elder than when he was an elder. After Su Zongqin leaves, the assistant position and responsibilities will all be handed over to Mark, who is also quickly familiar with these things. A day has passed, and Emolan still hasn't woken up. He is sleeping soundly. He hasn't slept like this for a long time. Usually, he replaces sleep with meditation. In reality, the nutrient solution in the game cabin is continuously absorbed by Emolan, replenishing various nutrients and ensuring the nutritional health of Emolan's body. There is also a nutrient cabin next to the game cabin, which is full of nutrient solution. Often, when the water level of the nutrient solution in the game cabin drops, it will be replenished. The nutrient solution can be regarded as glucose injection, and soaking in the nutrient solution can be regarded as an injection of glucose water. So Emolan does not need to log off to eat, and can stay in the game for a long time. It is worth mentioning that the nutrient solution is very balanced, and it may be more nutritious than normal meals, and it will not be absorbed too much. The amount absorbed is often exactly the same as the value set in advance. No more and no less. The value set by Emolan is the default value of the game cabin. According to this standard, Emolan will not gain or lose weight, and will maintain a perfect figure while maintaining healthy nutrition. It just happened that Emolan had a chance to sleep for a few days to explain why he did not log off. There is no need to ask this question again, and I will not mention it again in the future. In this case, Emolan can log off or choose not to log off. A day passed like this. On the second day, Lu Zhouhao and Al came to find Imo-lan. Uncle Su. Is my uncle here? Su Zongxin no longer entangled in this magical generational issue. At most, they can talk about their own things. There is just one thing that needs to be struggled. I'm still young, not married yet. Please call me brother, and your uncle is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. Is there anything wrong? Maybe I can help solve it. Oh, still sleeping. Lu Xiaohao muttered. Then I'll come back later. Nothing, but I'm about to advance to the fourth ring, and I have some questions to ask him. Fourth ring? Su Zongxin was startled, looked carefully, as expected. I didn't notice it before, but now after careful perception, Lu Xiaohao's spiritual power is indeed about to reach the fourth ring standard. This talent is amazing. The genes of the president's family are really good. Well, Lu Xiaohao is also very hardworking. He studies and reviews every time he teaches Al. And there are other times for practice. Su Zongxin thought to himself. Thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaohao should want to ask about the element attribute bias. The fourth ring, the elite level, needs to practice the elite stage from the beginning, and needs to decide the attribute bias. As for this, I don't have the right to make suggestions. Su Zongxin thought for a while, and said aloud. Then you should wait until he wakes up before looking for him. I can't say anything. Okay, Al, let's go. Lu Xiaohao turned and left. Al beside him bowed slightly to Su Zongxin and left. When Al left, Su Zongxin also took a look. One ring? Is he still on the verge of advancing to the second ring? Su Zongxin thought to himself. Al usually studied and practiced with Lu Xiaohao, even enjoyed the same environment, the same resources, and came into contact with the mage, and started practicing earlier than Lu Xiaohao. But now Lu Xiaohao has reached the third ring, and is almost the fourth ring, while Al is still in the first ring, preparing to be promoted to the second ring. It is undoubtedly hard work, and the resources are sufficient, and the environment is definitely good enough. But his talent is still a little lacking. Su Zongxin shook his head. He found Al meditating instead of sleeping at night many times, or holding a textbook and studying some exercises all night. He worked very hard, but he was still only in the first ring. However, Su Zongxin also understood that Al's situation was normal. How could it be possible that a little beggar recruited by Imo-lan was a genius? This was unrealistic. Lu Xiaohao's performance is that of a genius, a rare exception, and cannot be generalized. Anyway, I was lucky enough to follow the president, and now I am the companion of the president's nephew. At least there will be no accidents in this life, and I can live safely, which can be regarded as changing my fate. Su Zongxin did not think that Al could achieve anything in the field of magic. It's not that he didn't work hard, but that some things are useless even if you work hard. Otherwise, there are so many people working hard in the world. Wouldn't everyone succeed? There is a saying in Black Chicken Soup that is not bad. Sometimes you don't know that you can't do it if you don't work hard. Of course, this sentence should actually be given another meaning. You may not succeed if you try hard, but you will definitely fail if you don't try hard. At least you will not let yourself down, the opportunity down, or others down if you try hard. Al, try hard. Su Zongxin gave Al the most sincere blessing from an ordinary person's perspective. His fate also changed because of meeting Imo-lan. Of course, unlike Al, he has a little talent, which is the kind of talent that will definitely fail if you don't try hard, but may succeed if you try hard. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed, and Imo-lan was still sleeping. It was not until the 5th day that Imo-lan slowly opened his eyes. The ceiling was reflected in his bright eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of Imo-lan's mouth. I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Imo-lan felt that his condition was better than ever before. The brain was no longer drowsy, the damage caused by the collapse of the spell position had long been recovered, and Imo-lan could condense the spell position at any time. What was even more precious was that, with just this one sleep, Imo-lan's newly upgraded mental power won a significant breakthrough, which was fully comparable to his usual gains from meditation for a month. This feeling is great. Chapter 488 Ladder Blast Furnace. Sure enough, cultivation should not be too hasty. It is the right way to be active and relaxed. Imo-lan spent some time to gather all the scattered spell slots back, feeling that he was in a better state than ever before. When he walked out of the room, he saw Su Zongxin coming over, holding some documents in his hand. President, please take a look at these documents. Put them on the table. Imo-lan held a cup of tea to nourish his spirit, and the documents turned pages automatically. After a dazzling moment, Emolan used his mental power to read all the documents. After taking a sip of tea, he roughly read through all the documents in his mind. The pen on the table stood up by itself, and wrote and signed on each document. Each stroke left a trace of Emolan's spiritual imprint, which could be distinguished by a slight sense. Has Zhou Hao been here before? I seem to sense his breath. Emolan asked casually. Although he was sleeping, he was not unaware of the outside world. On the contrary, he was very clear about the situation outside, but he did not notice the danger. It was not an emergency. So he did not want to wake up. Yes. Lu Zhouhao came once. He said he was going to be promoted to the elite level, and wanted to come over to ask you something. Well, it's the elite level. I did tell him last time that he would come to see me once. But he came now. Isn't it a bit too fast? Emolan frowned slightly, and had some doubts in his heart. As soon as he thought about it, Lu Zhouhao heard Emolan calling him, and came up immediately. Uncle. Well, are you going to be promoted to the elite level? Yes. Uncle. Look. I'm so awesome now. Lu Zhouhao looked like he was asking for praise, which made Emolan smile. Great, come, Uncle will test you. If you pass the test, Uncle will let you advance. If you fail, can you wait for a while? Okay. Lu Zhouhao agreed readily. Emolan immediately asked a question with a smile. Detail the principle of the three-ring dark fireball spell, and the spell model structure. Lu Zhouhao thought about it, and began to answer the question confidently. The three-ring dark fireball spell is a three-ring spell that has corrosive and explosive properties by adjusting the nodes in the following spell model. The key spell nodes are as follows. Lu Zhouhao answered point by point. The answers were organized and logical, and the answers themselves were correct. However, as soon as Lu Zhouhao opened his mouth, Emolan had a rough idea of his level. Good, not bad, very powerful. Emolan did not hesitate to praise him, and then continued to ask. Then please elaborate on the improvement plans for the three-ring dark fireball spell in terms of explosion and corrosion, and complete the spell. After hearing the question, Lu Zhouhao continued to answer, and completed the spell. Emolan did not make any comments, and continued to ask. Please extract the corrosion characteristics separately, and merge them with the one-ring water ball spell, and create a spell that can condense a water ball with strong corrosiveness, and explain the principle of the spell in detail. Very good, the last question. Please deduce the three-ring dark fireball spell to the fourth ring, and create the four-ring dark fireball spell. This question stumped Lu Zhouhao, making him think for a long time, and only after a long time did he start to write, deducing bit by bit on a piece of white paper. Emolan looked at the nodes deduced by Lu Zhouhao, and nodded with satisfaction at each structure. This is the best way to see the basic skills of a mage. Lu Zhouhao's basic skills are very solid, but the gap between the fourth ring spell and the third ring spell is too large, and it is very difficult to deduce. The deduction encountered dead ends again and again, and Lu Zhouhao started over again and again. After a long time, Lu Zhouhao stopped, shook his head sadly, and whispered, I can't do it. Then you can't advance to the elite level now. Why? Because you can't deduce the fourth ring spell when you are a third ring mage. So you can't advance yet. You don't meet the conditions. But they said that if you study the third ring spell model clearly, and can create a third ring spell, you can consider advancing. Really? But I can deduce the fourth ring spell when I was a third ring. Also, you can ask Uncle Linhua. He can also deduce the fourth ring spell when he was a third ring. And Uncle Lu Bin, hey, he's here now, you can ask him. Lu Bin just walked in, and heard Emolan calling his name. Huh? What's the matter? Lu Zhouhao asked as soon as he saw him. Uncle Lu Bin, when you were at the third ring, can you deduce the fourth ring spell model? Lu Bin was stunned. Yes, it's very simple, isn't this the basic skill? Lu Bin said casually. Emolan said after hearing this. Look, right? Lu Zhouhao nodded. Then go ahead. When you can independently deduce a fourth ring spell model, come back. You can advance to the fourth ring at that time. You are not qualified yet. Okay. Lu Zhouhao nodded and turned away. Al beside him silently remembered every word Emolan said. Al believed in what Emolan said. Deduce a fourth ring spell. Al, you have to work hard too. Okay. Lu Zhouhao and Al left, and Su Zongxin fell into self-doubt. A qualified third ring mage should be able to deduce a fourth ring spell model? How come I can't? Emolan looked at Su Zongxin after hearing this. Huh? You couldn't deduce a fourth ring spell model when you were at the third ring? I can anyway. Linwe can too. Lu Bin, can you? I can, Su Zongxin. Don't you know how to do it? Lu Bin looked at Su Zongxin and asked back. Su Zongxin was silent, closed. Emolan smiled at this, turned his head to look at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, you're not messing with Tower Spirit number 2. What's the matter with you running up here? Oh, it's like this. Wasn't I smelting the remains of the stone giant before? Did you get any results? Emolan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, the previous blast furnace was only equivalent to the purple flame spell of the 6th ring power. The stone giant itself has reached the 6th level, so it is very difficult to smelt in the blast furnace. The technology was relatively poor at the time, and there were many loopholes in the design of the blast furnace. So I redesigned the blast furnace, and redesigned the fire magic array. The temperature has basically reached the current extreme, which can be regarded as melting the remains of the stone giant. I have to say that the magic resistance of this stone giant is indeed strong. Even if it is dead, the flame of the 6th ring power cannot melt it. Lu Bin said aloud, and then he projected a spell model with great interest. Come on, take a look at this spell model. I cut off a lot of useless structures, and try to concentrate all the structural content on the temperature as much as possible. Emolan looked up and down for a few times, muttered. Huh, interesting. Are you raising the temperature in steps? Chapter 489 Beyond Visual Range Detection. Yes, what do you think of my design? Lu Bin nodded excitedly. Obviously, he was quite proud of his design. Emolan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Su Zongxin next to him. Wait, Lu Bin, aren't you only at the 5th ring? How come this spell model has reached the limit of 6 rings? Su Zongxin suddenly reacted. Didn't I make a 6-ring spell model before? Is there any problem? Lu Bin said puzzledly. Yes, I have seen it before, but I suddenly realized it now. Are you just 5 rings? How come you have 6 rings? Lu Bin was even more puzzled. 3 rings make 4 rings. 5 rings make 6 rings. Isn't this a routine operation? Not to mention that the president is now working on the 7th ring. Even Lin was almost working on the quasi-7th ring. 5 rings make quasi-7th rings. Isn't this more outrageous than me? Don't think too much. It's just a routine operation. If a mage can only study spell models of the same level, what is that? Isn't that a waste? If you can't even study the next level of spell models, if you can't even create the next level of spell models, how can you open up? How can you create a new realm? Wouldn't you just follow the rules for the rest of your life and follow the path created by others? Think about it carefully. Does what I said make sense? Su Zongxin was stunned. He felt that someone was suppressing him, but there was no evidence. And he fell into deep thought as he thought about it. That's right, you make sense. If you can't even create the next level of spell model, then you can't create the next level. Then isn't this just a waste? Su Zongxin felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said, but he still felt something was wrong in his heart. What was wrong? Mark, who was standing next to him, fell into deep thought after hearing this. Am I really a waste? So, Mark suddenly became more humble. Lu Bin turned his head and looked at Emolan. How is it? Emolan looked at the beautiful compound magic circle in front of him and said, the temperature rises very slowly. It will take nearly 10 minutes to raise the temperature to 1 level. Right? Yes, the temperature of this array when it is just activated is basically equivalent to the temperature inside the 1st ring fireball spell. After 10 minutes, it will almost reach the temperature of the 2nd ring fireball spell, 20 minutes for the 3rd ring, 30 minutes for the 4th ring, and so on. 70 minutes can reach the original temperature inside the blast furnace. It takes a full 120 minutes of preheating to reach the maximum temperature designed for the blast furnace. This temperature is much higher than that of the 6th ring blast furnace, but I don't know what the temperature of the 7th ring flame is. This can only be temporarily called the 6th ring limit temperature. But it is estimated that it is indeed not at the 7th ring. After all, there is no fire rule involved, and it should be far from the 7th ring. But it is much stronger than before, Lu Bin said proudly. Emolan nodded when he heard it. The long warm-up time makes this spell almost have no attack effect. Even a fool would run away if he felt the temperature was rising. But giving up this aspect has brought extreme high temperature, which is exactly what we need. We don't need to use a blast furnace to attack. What we need is high temperature. Higher temperature. This should be considered the ultimate effect of specialization, a model of magic model that reveals specialization. Emolan nodded repeatedly. Generate temperature, generate temperature continuously, gather temperature, isolate temperature, not let a single temperature leak out. The continuous temperature gathers in the core, and there is no leakage from beginning to end. Although I have not touched the blast furnace myself, I can basically guess that the location of this blast furnace should not be as hot as the previous blast furnace. Right? Even if you touch the surface of the blast furnace, it will be cold. Right? This magic structure has a perfect effect of isolating temperature. Hee, that's right. There is no leakage of fire elements from beginning to end, no leakage of temperature. All energy is used inside the blast furnace, and all energy is converted into temperature in an extremely efficient way. How could it be so hot outside? How could it be hot? This idea is very good, Emolan exclaimed, watching Emolan and Lubin discussing the spell structure. Especially when Emolan saw so many things coming out of the spell structure, he suddenly realized something. People's physiques cannot be generalized. Emolan, Lubin, Linwa and others. Yes, the higher temperature blast furnace is still very useful for what I do. I can put anything in it to burn in the future. Things that can be burned are not necessarily bad. But things that cannot be burned are definitely not bad. Emolan muttered. By the way, has bronze been smelted from the remains of the stone giant? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Lubin took out a thumb-length bronze strip. Hey, this is it. As expected, it is an elemental metal with spatial attributes. This metal can effectively affect space. I am trying to see if I can use this elemental metal to cut space, isolate space, and structure space. Hee, President. You will never imagine how high the grade of this elemental metal is. Let me tell you, President. This bronze is at least 7th grade, Emolan said directly. Lubin's expression froze. His smile gradually disappeared. And then he thought of something, and said again after cheering up, there is another good news. We have a lot of this bronze metal in stock. You will never guess what the bronze production rate of the stone giant remains is. This stone giant is really very close to the 7th level. It is really not easy for us to win. The bronze production rate is as high as 73.95%. Lubin paused, almost choked to death, said in disbelief. It's outrageous. How did you know? Oh, I saw your blast furnace is still burning. There is a table next to it. There are several experimental reports written on it, Emolan said casually. Damn, Tower Spirit. No, you didn't connect to Tower Spirit number 2, otherwise I would definitely know. Is the detection distance of the 6-ring mage so far? President, you will have no friends if you do this. Oh, Emolan said casually. Lubin felt powerless, and then suddenly felt something was wrong. No, wait, the detection distance of the 6-ring mage is only 800 meters. My mage tower is more than 1,000 meters away from here, President. How did you detect it? Nothing, it's just a technique to extend the detection distance of mental power. Lubin immediately became serious when he heard this. Can it be extended by double? If so, his double? Emolan asked in confusion. Lubin reacted immediately after hearing this. Less than double? Forget it, even if it's less than double. It doesn't matter. It can detect 1,000 meters away, which is several hundred meters more than normal, and it's powerful enough. What is the maximum detection distance? About 101,000 meters. Oh, 101,000 meters, that's not bad. Lubin nodded, and suddenly paused, turning his head little by little to stare at him. Wait, what did you just say? Chapter 490 Tactical Level Spells. 101,000 meters. What's the problem? Emolan said with a smile. If it's hard to understand, would it be easier to understand about 100,000 meters? Lubin was stunned, staring at Emolan with wide eyes, and swallowed hard. Emolan, President, tell me you are joking, right? Emolan laughed again when he heard that. Yes, I was just joking with you. Lubin breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, your joke scared me a little. I said, now the detection range is only 800 meters. How could it suddenly become 100,000 meters? Too outrageous. But Lubin heard Emolan say again. It's just that it hasn't been realized yet. Theoretically, the detection distance can indeed be extended to 100,000 meters. Lubin was stunned again. President, what do you mean? Literally, theoretically my perception range can be extended to about 100,000 meters. Is there any theoretical support? No matter how you say it. It seems pale. You try it. Emolan directly connected himself, and Lubin with a mental link. Then a 5-ring spell slot was thrown out. When it was thrown, Lubin was stunned. Looking at this scene, He immediately reacted in his heart. Spell slot. When the 5-ring spell slot reached the 1,600-meter position, it stopped, forming a strip of mental detection, as long as 2,400 meters. The spell slot revolved around Emolan, and in an instant, all the details within a radius of 2,400 meters were reflected in Emolan's mind, and the ink box automatically operated to help digest it. And this picture, all this information flowed into Lu Bin's mind along the mental link. Lu Bin, who was still thinking about the feasibility of casting spells, suddenly found a stream of information coming from behind the mental link. Lu Bin was receiving this stream of information while he was confused, but the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. Emolan, you are such a thief. 2 lines of scarlet blood were left in Lu Bin's nose. Emolan seemed to be able to sense Lu Bin's brain running at full power along the mental link. It seems that it can't turn around? Emolan muttered. It's like an information flow attack on a web page. There are too many information flows in an instant. The server can't handle it, and it will crash. If it continues, will it burn out the brain? Emolan was not very familiar with computers, guessed. This situation should be solved by connecting to the server. Right? Emolan hesitated for a moment, and controlled the tower spirit to connect to Lu Bin's mental power, and started auxiliary calculation. Lu Bin gasped heavily. His eyes were full of red. I almost died, just a moment ago. My brain was directly filled with a huge flow of information. If it was a little later, my brain would be burned directly, and I would really be famous. The vice president of the Mage Association was murdered by the president. Is this a distortion of human nature or... Stop. Stop, you can't die at most. You can't digest it. The brain starts the self-protection program, you faint. Also, you are such a wimp. I shared some mental power information with you, but you couldn't receive it. Shame on you. While speaking, Emolan took back the spell slots into the mental space. The lost spell slots were not completely dissipated. They were nurtured in the mental space and recovered bit by bit. Compared to the complete dissipation, the impact on Emolan was much smaller. However, it is estimated that it will not be usable in the short term. It cannot be used to memorize the spell model. Bullshit! Lu Bin shouted excitedly. All the scenes, creatures, spiritual energy types, quantities, concentrations, wind speed, wind direction, and even all the information that can be perceived by the spiritual power in a 3-dimensional space with a radius of 2,400 meters and a height of 800 meters. Do you know how huge this information is? I could originally detect 400 meters, which means processing the information of a mere 400-meter spherical 3-dimensional space. This is a 3-dimensional space, not a flat space. Do you know how many times the range has increased? Do you know how many times the amount of information has increased? And I still trust you so much. I didn't take any precautions. I accepted this stream of information without any precautions. Even if I had a little precaution, it wouldn't be so miserable. You cheated me. Don't say so much. I am only a 5th ring. And you are a 6th ring. If you have the ability, don't connect to the tower spirit. Try to scan it yourself. Emolan smiled embarrassedly. I'm not stupid. If I don't connect to the tower spirit, I will definitely delete the content and reduce the image quality. If you can't accept the full scan, then watch the deleted version. Don't include wind speed, don't include humidity, and other unimportant things. I can accept it after deleting. Lu Bin took a breath after hearing this, and then thought about it. To be honest, you have indeed expanded the scope of exploration. This method is indeed effective. It directly increases the distance from 800 meters to 2,400 meters at one time. The distance difference is 4 times. If the range of the scanned space is calculated, the difference will be even more outrageous. But at the same time, disadvantages, well, cannot be called disadvantages, should be called shortcomings, defects. Just like what I just did, directly receiving the complete mental power detection data within the range of 2,400 meters, I was directly shocked, my brain froze. No, this is not a complete 2,400 meter detection. We haven't calculated the air and underground. The height is only 800 meters. If the aerial scan is done, the amount of data will increase. If it is really complete, the amount of data will only be more. And if it is really as you said, theoretically, the detection distance can be pushed to 100,000 meters. 100 meters? If you dare to access this huge amount of data, your brain will explode in just a moment. And you won't even need to go through the coma process. Then the tower spirit you access will accompany you to heaven. If it is really as you said, If it is deleted, it will form a situation where the longer the distance, the more outrageous the deletion. Of course, it is undeniable that even with all the disadvantages, this detection method has a strong strategic significance, Lubin said seriously. In addition, the threshold of this technology is very low, and you only need to invest in spell slots. But they don't have the tower spirit as an auxiliary analysis. So at most, they can increase by half. And doubling it will require a lot of deletions. If you double it like you just did, you will need to delete a lot of things, which is almost useless. So this time, the tower spirit set the technical threshold for us. There is a huge difference between using this technique with a tower spirit and without a tower spirit. One is a magical skill, while the other is a tactical spell with a significant impact. Come on. Try the abridged version again. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Hey. Don't. Before Emolan finished speaking, Lubin cast the spell slot and turned his head to look at him in confusion. Huh? What's the matter? Emolan hesitated for a moment when he saw this. Forget it. It's okay. You continue. Chapter 491, Mage Country. You're a jerk. Lubin dizzy. Emolan shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. I told you to stop just now, but you insisted on doing it. Look, you're dizzy now. Your mental power just received a strong shock and hasn't recovered yet, and now another spell slot has collapsed. TSK. Emolan shook his head, and when Lubin, who was dying, heard Emolan's ridicule, his eyes went black, and he fainted completely. Emolan smiled at this, and said nothing more. In fact, this technique looks simple, but in fact, there are too many barriers to entry. Before the detection, the mage's ability to control the spell slot is examined. This point is not important. A mage with a little talent and a little effort can achieve it. But starting from the second point, it is really difficult. The casting of the spell slot is only the preparation stage, and the scanning is the beginning. After the spell slot is cast, it will dissipate after a period of time. If you want to complete the scan, you must let the spell slot last until this time. And the spell slot cannot be collapsed. You must leave enough time to recover the spell slot. Even if you are lucky enough not to collapse, if you successfully recover the spell slot, it must be incomplete. The spell slot in this state cannot be used to memorize the spell slot. You must wait until it is restored. This poses a threat to the combat effectiveness of the mage after scanning. The third point is the processing of information flow. Scanning is only a process, and the information obtained is the result. The mage has a strong soul and mental power, and has a strong computing power. The mental power can perceive a lot of information: the shape of the object, the size, wind speed, wind direction, dust, the type of spiritual energy, the amount, etc. can all be perceived. And the mental power of a mere fourth ring mage can perceive a radius of 200 meters, which is the range of a large sphere with a diameter of 400 meters. There is so much data that the spiritual power can perceive in this big ball. But the fourth ring mage can process and understand it very well. And in this case the mage can also think, cast spells, fight, and turn these 200 meters into the mage's control range. The 200 meters of the fourth ring, the 400 meters of the fifth ring, and the 800 meters of the sixth ring. The mage's computing power can be seen. But no matter how strong the computing power is, there is a limit. The information that the fifth ring mage can process, the fourth ring cannot process, or it is very difficult to process. And it takes up all the computing power, and it cannot do anything else. And just putting in one spell slot can double the detection range. The amount of information increased is not just 2 cups, but more. In this regard, mages without tower spirits cannot make perfect use of these detection distances. At most they can barely perceive the abridged version. Delete all the factors you don't want. Don't perceive, only perceive what you want to perceive. But in this way, there will definitely be huge loopholes. So, the spells that seem to have no threshold are actually full of thresholds. Emolan and others can use it smoothly, solve it, just because of the foundation accumulated by the Mage Association. The Tower Spirit is one of the foundations of the Mage Association. And this is also developed by the Mage Association. But even now, there is still a crucial problem that has not been solved. Emolan muttered to himself. How can we solve the problem of the dissipation of spell slots? Although high-level spell slots can be maintained for a longer time in the outside world, it is not a good idea to use high-level spell slots all the time. This means that I will lack one or more high-level spell slots when fighting. High-level spell slots can effectively increase my casting speed. Losing a high-level spell slot will also have a great impact on my combat effectiveness. This is definitely not okay. What is the difference between high-level spell slots and low-level spell slots? Why can high-level spell slots last longer? Compression. Emolan instantly thought of the answer, but he also instantly realized that this answer was invalid. If you want a first-level spell slot to last longer, compress it. But isn't compressing a spell slot the same as upgrading a spell slot? If Emolan could upgrade a spell slot, would he wait until now? I would have upgraded all spell slots to the maximum level long ago. This isn't a pay-to-win web game, it's not that easy. This direction is basically not feasible, but I can consider other directions. Emolan pondered. For example, using pets to carry my spell slots. Emolan summoned the fire spirit and the earth spirit, and the spell slots inside them showed no signs of loss or disintegration. The fire spirit and the earth spirit will be responsible for supplying the spell slots in their bodies. It sounds good, but it doesn't work in reality. The speed of mental power is too fast, and anything with a physical body can't keep up. If I use the fire spirit as an intermediary to extend the detection distance. A scene appeared in Emolan's mind. The fire spirit was madly rushing at a distance of 1,600 meters, circling around itself. The radius of this circle is 1,600 meters, and the circumference is about 10,000 meters. It takes less than a minute for the mental power to make a circle, which is about a second. It is impossible to calculate if it is smaller. And if the speed of the fire spirit can reach 10,000 meters per second, well, because the speed of sound is only 340, it is only 30 times the speed of sound, which is less than a fart. If the fire spirit can run so fast, it can do anything. I would have been invincible if I could create the shape of a flying sword. Why do I need to do all these fancy things? It's too ridiculous to let the pet run as a sense. The speed is far from the standard. Even the speed of the magic position is far behind the mental power. But it's not something that a pet can catch up with. It's not even possible to force it. It's too ridiculous. And now it's only the 6th ring. If it's the 7th ring, forget it, let's think of some reliable methods. Emolan frowned and thought. The spell slot will disappear if it leaves the spiritual space. It will disappear, there must be something to carry it, etc. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Emolan's mind. I can't strengthen the spell slot, but I can start from the spiritual space. It takes a while for the spell slot to disappear after it leaves the spiritual space. During this period of time, as long as it is wrapped by spiritual power, the spell slot will be intact. In this case, there will be no problem as long as I take it back to the spiritual space before the spell slot starts to disappear. It is not possible to take back my own spiritual space. The speed of spiritual power is fast, but the speed of spell slot is not enough, unless the detection distance is compressed, but it is not necessary. I can build a spiritual space outside. Isn't it just a spiritual space for nurturing spell slots? Can't the tower spirit do it? Can't the pet do it? This is simple if there is an idea. Great. It's simply too great. And the original disadvantage of spell slots being easily attacked by others is also solved. As long as I build this kind of spiritual space that can nurture spell slots all around the wizard tower, then I don't need to worry about my spell slots in this area, and they will enter the new spiritual space before they start to disappear. Although this is very rigid, it is only limited to the area around the mage tower. But it doesn't matter. I have always lived in the mage tower. Moreover, in this way, the mage tower will be stronger. Originally, the mage tower could only control a few hundred meters in radius. But now the longer the mage tower is operated, the more terrifying it will be, as long as the mage is willing to operate it, and has enough wealth to operate it. Then the area of 100,000 meters with the mage tower as the center will be the mage's kingdom. And this is just a 6-ring mage. If it is a 7-ring, 8-ring, or even a 9-ring, Emolan may be able to see that the entire plane will become the mage's possession. Wherever you look, it is the mage's attack range. Wherever you look, it is the mage's realm of truth. Mage Kingdom. Chapter 492 Experiment. The mage tower is stronger. Or more perfect. Emolan thought. This improvement greatly extended the attack and detection distance of the mage tower. Compared with the previous 200 meters, 400 meters, 800 meters, which were limited by the level of the mage, the current mage tower can truly defend a place. In the past, if the mage tower was not equipped with an elemental cannon, the attack distance could only match the level of the mage. If you are a 4th ring mage, even if your mage tower can easily kill a 6th level mage, the spell precision attack distance is still limited to 200 meters. If someone stands at 300 meters away, you may miss the target. This mage tower is indeed powerful, but it can be circumvented. This point was not alleviated until Emolan developed the elemental cannon. At least the mage tower has considerable deterrence within a radius of 1 kilometer. Now after the improvement, as long as fixed sensing nodes are built, and there are mages in the mage tower, there is no problem for a mage tower to guard a city. It is really a tower guarding a city. This is really becoming more and more like a mage tower. Emolan smiled. It seems that in the future, each branch can build a mage tower to control a city. However, in this way, the mage tower is too intimidating, and others will not be as relaxed as they are now. It is not easy to erect a mage tower. Forget it, there are pros and cons. While others don't know about it now, build as many magic towers as you can, lay out the basics first, and talk about the rest later. In short, the magic towers are stronger now, well, except for the mobile magic towers. Emolan sat down with a smile, and began to develop the magic array of the sensing node. In fact, he had another idea in his mind. If the space technology is mature, directly open the space channel to transfer the spell position to 1,600 meters away, 200 meters away, and use the space channel to transfer the spell position continuously during the exploration process. In this case, you don't need to consider the time of moving the spell slot, just take it back directly after the detection. However, this detection method has two high requirements for the space channel. One detection must open at least 3 or even 4 digits of space channels, and they can only be one time. The cost is too high, so it is better not to consider it. Perhaps it can be considered in an emergency, and not in the wizard tower, but in normal circumstances. It is better to use the method of building fixed perception nodes. Emolan thought, and then focused his mind on the research in front of him. Nourish the spirit, to prevent the spell slot from disintegrating. This problem is easy to solve. Soul stones should be able to do it directly. The spread of spiritual power can be stored in soul stones, so that it will not dissipate, not to mention the more stable spell slot. It's a pity that there are no remaining soul stones, so I can't verify it experimentally, but even if I verify it, I can't use soul stones. The stock of soul stones is too small, and their role is too critical. Using soul stones to make tower spirits, you can directly merge the tower spirits with the mage tower, and turn them into a rock life with the appearance of a mage tower. Soul stones, mage towers, tower spirits are like human souls and bodies. They are inseparable as a whole, and tower spirits made with extraordinary cores can't meet this requirement at all. So even if we find soul stones in the future, we will definitely use them to make tower spirits, or replace tower spirits made by extraordinary cores. It is impossible to use them to make this kind of perception node. It is too wasteful. In this case, the extraordinary core should also be used to carry spell slots. After all, the extraordinary core can carry mental power and soul, so spell slots should not be a problem. But whether it will work or not, we just need to try it. Zone. Forget it. Mark, go and give me 5 first-level spiritual extraordinary cores, 3 second-level spiritual extraordinary cores, 2 third-level spiritual extraordinary cores, and 1 4th-level spiritual extraordinary core. Emolan actually wanted to get a 5th-level spiritual extraordinary core. The association does have some, but unfortunately all these 5th-level spiritual extraordinary cores are locked, and can only be used when shaping a tower spirit. This is already a strategic resource. Even Emolan doesn't want to use it indiscriminately. After all, it's just to shape the perception node. Even if it's just for experiments now, it's not necessary. Okay, Mark said excitedly. Today is the first day Emolan asked him to do something. He was a little excited. Before, he had been quietly learning beside Su Zongxin, with no sense of existence. Mark suppressed his excitement, and was about to go down. Wait, the note? Oh, okay. Mark took the note from Emolan. If Emolan needs to transfer resources, he will always leave a note written by himself, while facilitating the warehouse's accounting. It could also prevent others from using his name to randomly withdraw resources from the treasury. Everyone knows that Emolan will issue an invoice when he takes something. If he doesn't issue an invoice one day, he will know that there is a problem. From a preventive perspective, the probability of problems in the treasury is minimized. Of course, it is also a good example for others. Writing leaves a mark. Black and white is always more regular and more complete than words. Mark took the note and went down. Su Zongxin smiled as he looked at it. So exciting. Emolan smiled. How's your project going? Su Zongxin understood what Emolan meant when he heard it, and he didn't hesitate, and asked Emolan a few questions directly. The current progress is okay, but some nodes are not very clear, President. Can you help me look here? Emolan and Su Zongxin discussed. After a while, Mark came up with the extraordinary core, and waited for a while, and then walked forward after the two of them stopped. Well, okay. Emolan took the extraordinary core, and nodded. Su Zongxin returned to his seat, and his mind was clear, and he kept writing and drawing, and Mark saw this, and returned to his seat. There was a book on his desk, which was full of notes, and a notebook next to it. He flipped the book open, and the title was written on the cover. 1000 Spell Structures That Mage Apprentices Must Master. Published by the Mage Association Press. Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin, Zhang Guangma, Zhao Hua written. Mark rubbed his eyes, picked up a pen, and continued to study. Emolan picked up a first-level extraordinary core, and then cast a first-ring spell slot. After the spell slot wrapped by the mental power was released, it immediately entered the interior of the extraordinary core. Inside the extraordinary core was a spell model, and there was a small shadow at the core of the mage model. Emolan understood that it was the residual soul of the original monster of this extraordinary core, which was the target of the spell slot. The mental power wrapped the spell slot and rushed directly into the core of the spell model, squeezing in the position of the residual soul. Emolan silently calculated the time in his heart, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 493 Absolute Control of the Area. Hey, what kind of project is this? A passing wizard asked curiously. I don't know, who cares? This island has been dug up everywhere anyway. Who knows how many magic arrays the president and his team have set up in the association. But speaking of it, as a wizard association, it should be reasonable to have more magic arrays in the association. Right? Well, it makes sense. The two wizards who spoke left, and the construction team continued their work. One by one, this size 6th level aggregate stones were buried 2 or 3 meters underground, in various shapes, just like rocks in nature. And inside these 6th order aggregate stones is a 1st order spiritual core. These stones containing extraordinary cores are buried in the ground. They are not elemental stones. There is no elemental fluctuation. They are no different from the ordinary soil and stones around them. They are integrated into one. Can we find these nodes by ourselves? One person in the construction team asked doubtfully. Another person in the team was silent after hearing this. Do you still remember the locations of the nodes we buried before? Now, it should not be difficult now. I have some impression, and there are signs that the inner soil has been turned over. We can find it. But if after a period of time, these traces disappear, the impression is blurred, then who can find it? The task does not require a standard fixed point, but a large range. As long as it is within the range, it will be buried randomly. Moreover, there is no pattern in the random burial within this range. In this way, everything is moving randomly, whether there is element fluctuation or not. It is not much different from normal soil and stone. Ghosts can find it. Okay. Work hard. Since the president has assigned such a task, it means he has his reasons. Don't think too much. Don't explore too much. What can you do about it? Yeah. Emolan stood on the top of the mage tower. Looking around, several construction teams were working in different locations, and the nodes randomly placed in the range were buried in the ground. Because they were placed randomly, there were many overlapping areas, which wasted a lot, but Emolan didn't care. This is the effect we want. Emolan laughed softly. I can't find the node myself, so I don't believe others can find it. Well, I have to think about how to cut off the node. In the future, cutting off the nodes of the mage tower will probably account for a very large proportion in wars, and even directly determine the victory or defeat of a battle. The node is the arm of the mage tower, the tentacles of the mage tower. The node in the mage tower can directly affect here. If the node is cut off, it is equivalent to cutting off the tentacles of the mage tower. Emolan thought, and his mental power sensed the passive beacon inside the node, and the spell slots followed the node to their respective positions. In just a moment, the entire mage tower was completely under Emolan's control. In just a moment, Emolan could bombard the mage tower's fireball in any corner of the entire island. And in just a moment, Emolan fell into an unprecedented weak state, and the spell slots in the mental space escaped, making Emolan's one-time spell release times extremely low. At this moment, the tower's spirit connected to Emolan, helping to process the huge information flow at this moment. Emolan felt the state at this moment. He became weaker. But at this moment, he felt stronger than ever. At this moment, he really felt in control. His mental power covered the entire island. He controlled the entire island. As long as he thought about it, the violent space would flatten any place on the island in an instant. Absolute control. And Mo-Lan opened his eyes, revealing a hint of enlightenment. This is a wizard tower, a powerful wizard tower with a wizard sitting in it, and combining the advantages of wizards and towers. It is not the wizard tower that even a warrior could use before. No, that can only be called a tower, just a building. The tower with wizards, which has the functions of the present, is the combination of tower and wizard, called Wizard Tower. Mo-Lan showed a dazzling smile. The wizard can control everything in his wizard tower. Interrupting the current state, Mo-Lan took back all the spell slots along the nodes one by one. After a while, all the spell slots returned to his mind. From the beginning to the end, no spell slot was lost or consumed. This means that Mo-Lan is still in full condition. In his prime. Well, the limit is almost to control the entire island. After all, it is the area, not the distance. If you want to extend the distance, you can only distribute the spell slots in strips, and then circle around, so as to complete the detection. The theoretical limit distance that can be detected in this way can reach 100,100 meters in theory. But there are also disadvantages. That is, it cannot be scanned at the same time. Moreover, the scanning speed will be very slow. After all, a spell slot located at the outermost periphery is equivalent to going around a circle with a radius of about 100 kilometers. The distance is too terrifying, and it will consume a lot of time. However, this theory is basically impossible to realize. The basis of the movement of spell slots is that I arrange nodes along the way. The circle with a radius of 100 kilometers is a bit large, and it is impossible to arrange nodes. Therefore, for such a long distance, at most, a channel will be opened at a specific location in the future for constant attention and communication. For example, the Red Maple City Mage branch is just a line, and this consumption is acceptable. And if you want to enjoy the feeling of absolute control, you can only enjoy it when the entire surface is covered with nodes, and the spell slots are spread all over the surface, which is almost the range of the island, and at most expanded to the lake range. Mo-Lan took out a map and drew a circle on the island. Absolute control range. Well, if you use the spell slot movement plan, one spell slot is responsible for 2 or even 3 nodes. The control range should be able to be expanded again. After all, the distance between the 2 nodes is not long, and the time to move the spell slot is very short, which is acceptable. Then this area is designated as a relatively controlled area. Mo-Lan drew a circle on the map again. Then let's just forget about the theoretical limit of 100 and 1,000 meters. 100 and 1,000 meters is too far-fetched and full of difficulties. Let's arrange 10 kilometers. The area with a radius of 10 kilometers with the Mage Tower as the center is the detectable area. Finally, between 10 kilometers and 101 kilometers, this interval is in key locations, key roads, and some nodes can be left on buildings as nodes to select the exploration area. Mo-Lan looked at the map of the area in front of him quietly. Well, it's almost done. Mo-Lan took a screenshot of the map and sent it out. The tentacles are longer, comfortable. Another idea popped up in his mind. It's a pity that the Mage Tower cannot be completed alone. It must be matched with a mage. Chapter 494 Mechanical House. President, you just said that what you move can only be called a tower at most. It can only be a real mage tower after it becomes stronger with the mage? Su Zongxin asked with a smile. Mo-Lan glanced at him. As a mature mage tower, it has a soul. Is there any problem in letting it move by itself? Su Zongxin pondered for a moment. So it's still lazy. You are the only one who talks too much. Can that be called laziness? That's the source of social progress. That makes sense. Society progresses because of me. Su Zongxin agreed with him. And Mark next to him was full of admiration when he heard it, and thought to himself. Official mages are so amazing. They can talk about laziness so openly and honestly. They can talk about laziness as contributing to society. Is this an official member? Come on! Mo-Lan focused his attention on the tower spirit, and finally shook his head in disappointment. It still doesn't work. The tower spirit cannot condense the spell position, and cannot become a mage. In this case, the mage tower still needs to be equipped with mages. There is a huge difference between having a mage and not having a mage. Emolan muttered to himself. It seems that the spell position is not that simple. It is not just the condensation of the original spiritual power. Otherwise, the tower spirit would not be unable to condense. After all, the tower spirit also has a soul. A certain unit. Xiao Zhang felt a little strange when he went to work today. Just now, several senior leaders called him over after a meeting. It was nothing big, just a very ordinary company registration business. Maybe someone is using connections, but it doesn't make sense. This is originally a normal business, and what kind of connection would make all the leaders hold a meeting to discuss it? Xiao Zhang felt more and more that something was wrong the more he thought about it, recalling the time when he entered the meeting room before. Just now, who was the boss talking to on the phone just now? The name seemed to be the big boss? Xiao Zhang shook his head when he thought of this. Forget it, work hard, it's not my concern. But although he thought so in his heart, Xiao Zhang still had an impression of the name of the newly registered company, mainly because the name was quite special. Mage Association, this name is so strange, but it sounds a bit familiar. Emolan received the news from Linhua, and went offline for a long trip, and finished some things that needed to be done by him before entering the game again. Log into the game. Leave the Mage Tower. And walk on the vast blue lake. Emolan's image is reflected in the lake. At this moment, Emolan's feelings have changed again. He is happy and thoughtful. It stands to reason that it is just a company registration. There are many websites that sell game equipment, money, and accounts. It's just a company. At least it shouldn't be. Emolan's smile faded, and he murmured, if you take it so seriously, it can explain a lot of problems. Emolan was relieved. It seems that my decision was not wrong. Well, I am really wise. I am worthy of it. Emolan looked down and saw the handsome face in the lake. TSK so handsome. Emolan took a step and disappeared on the lake, leaving only his voice echoing for a long time. Linhua was online much later than Emolan. It was not until the third day that his figure appeared in the Mage Tower. Then, a new section appeared in the corner of the Red Maple City branch, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. This section was very large, with many exhibition stands. In the middle of the section was a full-scale chariot model, with a pure metal structure, and the model painted black and gold looked like a real car. It attracted a lot of attention just by being parked in the middle of the exhibition stand. This section was called the Mage's House. The Mage's House is reopened, Emolan said with a smile. Linhua nodded beside him. He had heard of the shop Emolan opened in Hongfeng City before, and the name of this section came from it. Hey, what is this Mage's House for? A player passed by and said curiously. A player with him looked up and down. Is this probably a mall? Look at these booths. With this name, it is probably selling some products of the Mage Association. Let's go and take a look. Someone walked in curiously and faced the huge chariot model. On the exhibition stands next to the tank models were engines of different powers. Engines seemed to be divided into 3 types based on their size. The first type was the smallest, which was only the size of an ordinary bucket, a rectangular block, about 50 centimeters long, and 30 centimeters high and wide. The larger ones were 1 meter long, and 50 to 60 centimeters high. The largest one was 2 meters long, and 1 meter high, a huge monster. These engines were placed on the exhibition stands, and there seemed to be introductions next to them, size, horsepower, energy, and even price, etc. A little further away, a steampunk-style 2-wheeled motorcycle stood on the exhibition stand, with a huge silver-white body, a thick smoke pipe, a streamlined windshield, and so on, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hiss! A little further away, a high-chassis open-top Jeep, with a rough steel plate body, with ferocious barbs on it, and a triangular barrier cone in front of the car gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to take their eyes away once they saw it. Hiss! A little further away, a huge and rugged truck instantly occupied the entire field of vision. There are 8 wheels taller than a person. 6 of the largest engines are installed on this car. If you expose it directly, you will completely dispel the doubts about its power. And if you look inside the trunk, you can see that the space inside has been enlarged. And the carrying capacity is amazing. Hiss! Looking back, a car-shaped logging machine comes into view. The huge logging saw makes people feel that it is a murder weapon, although it is not suitable for killing people. Behind the car-shaped logging machine is a huge crane. Although the professionals are very strong, hiring indigenous people to work can effectively increase work efficiency. After all, The cost advantage of the natives over the players is simply too great. In addition, the stability is also very strong. There are still very few players who will do things steadily. After all, they have power in their hands. After a series of agricultural machinery, there are a bunch of lathes. The various lathes are dazzling. But as long as they are players, everyone understands what these metal giants can bring to the world. Hiss. There are air conditioning sounds everywhere. Everyone is a professional with a large lung capacity. The temperature in this area rises sharply. It's getting hot. At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked and couldn't help muttering to themselves. The Mage Association is indeed worthy of being the Mage Association. It's really a big deal. And some people reacted instantly and quickly contacted their respective presidents and bosses. They understand the significance behind this area even more. Chapter 495 Space Freight Truck. Food. Food, we must bring enough food. We cannot feed tens of thousands of people just by hunting. Go and prepare food. Go and contact those big grain growers. They definitely have food. Ife kept emphasizing. Also, how many aboriginals are willing to go with us now? What, only more than 900 and less than 1,000. Too few. Too few. Go and recruit people for me. Recruit people. Give them money and status. If that doesn't work, you can buy slaves. At least you can live like a human being here. Speed, the more natives willing to go with us, the better. There is no upper limit. I tell you, a city must fill many basic positions to operate normally. These basic positions are boring. No one would want to do them if all these positions are filled by players. The cost is too high. We must fool around. Oh no, recruit natives to help us fill these basic positions, otherwise the operating cost of a city will be extremely high. So recruit people. Recruit people, if there are not enough people at that time. I will let you do it. Ife was busy. He drank a sip of tea with a dry mouth. It sounds simple to open up wasteland and build a city. But in fact, there are too many things involved. And he needs to solve all kinds of problems. Fortunately, the powerful construction spells of the mage solved most of the problems. And the powerful and flexible professional solved many difficulties, which gave them hope to build a city. Otherwise, if you really build a city, without long-term preparation, without the collection of various talents, you will die if you just hit your head, and countless wealth will be wasted. Besides, building a city requires a huge amount of wealth. Without sufficient financial resources, building a city is impossible. Ife looked at the lists one by one, calculating silently in his mind. However, at this moment, someone called him. He frowned slightly when his busy schedule was interrupted, and then answered the call. What's the matter? Ife was shocked when the player on the other end of the phone said that. What did you say? Various large machines? Vehicles? Space transport vehicles? And all kinds of strange machine tools? Where are they? The Red Maple City branch of the Mage Association. Right. Okay. Wait for me there. I'm coming. Ife was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered something and shouted. Don't wait for me. Don't wait for me. Go to the space transporter immediately. Don't worry about anything. Just order 10 for me. At least one set for each lathe. As soon as Ife finished speaking, the player on the opposite side immediately ran to the space transporter and shouted, The God of War Guild wants 10. Okay, I'll register. When the mage next to the booth was about to register, a loud roar came from the side. Wait! The God of War Guild wants cars. Where's the money? You want cars without paying the money? I brought the money. This is the advance payment. Just give me 20 cars. If you have more money, take the lathe. If you don't have enough money, I'll add more. Gung Tao smashed a few boxes in front of the counter. When he opened them, he saw boxes of glittering gold coins. Gung Tao. Shut up. Can't our God of War Guild come up with the money? Ifei's face turned red and he cursed. The player over there immediately turned on the external speaker. I don't care if you have money or not. Anyway, you don't have any money now. Hello. I came here first. Can I buy first? Buy. What do you want to buy? If you don't have money, go back and get it. Don't stop here and prevent others from doing business. You? Hello. I'm sorry. If you need to buy it, you can pay a deposit, and the balance can be paid later. Ha ha ha. Ife. You see? Can you take out the deposit? Ife gritted his teeth when he heard Gung Tao's arrogant voice. Cash? Can I transfer it in cash? Fuck, Yi-Fei. Sure, sir. Okay, how much is the deposit for 10 space transport vehicles? Sorry, space freight vehicles are currently only sold to the top 10 guilds that are preparing to go out to open up wasteland and build cities. Each guild can only purchase 3, others cannot buy them. I am Yi-Fei from the God of War Guild. I think I should be one of the top 10 guilds that are going to open up wasteland and build cities. Right. 3 is 3, how much is the deposit? The price of a single space freight vehicle. 660,000 copper NAS. Deposit of 160,000 copper NAS. According to the current copper NAS price of 0.338 yuan/piece, equivalent to RMB 54,080, the deposit for 3 vehicles totals 162,240 yuan. So expensive? Is Imolan a wicked person? How dare he sell this crudely made car so expensive? The full price is 220,000. Sir, please calm down. The space freight car uses 6 high-horsepower engines, with the 2-meter diameter oversized tires. You can walk on most terrains as if on flat ground. Then the already huge rear compartment uses the most advanced space stretching technology. The storage space of each car is comparable to a warehouse, if special customization is required. We also support the installation of plugins, such as freezing plugins, ventilation plugins, farming packages, etc., which are absolutely worth the money. But this is equivalent to more than 200,000 RMB, which can buy a car in reality. Can it be cheaper? The mage smiled and said with a smile. But the game coins are only 660,000, which is only 66 gold coins, which is already a civilian price in the words of our President Liu. After all, you can't use real money to buy things in the game, or else. If you buy things in the UK with pounds, will you convert them into RMB? No way. So cheap in game currency is cheap. There is no price to talk about such cheap things. Yi-Fei was silent for a moment, and seemed to want to say something. The mage said directly, you can think about it again. The production of space freight cars is limited, and maybe others will be interested. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Oh, by the way, the president also said that if anyone dares to call him black-hearted, I will ignore him for the first time, and give him a discount for the second time. Is there such a good thing? 1.2% off. Are you going to buy it or not? Why are you hesitating here? If you don't buy it, I will buy it. Buy it? Yi-Fei said with gritted teeth. Okay. Please scan the code to pay. The price is 162,240 yuan. Paid. Okay. Please wait. We will send you a screenshot of the tax invoice later. Geng Tao, who was watching with a smile, was not in a hurry, since he was told that each store had a limited number of invoices. However, he was stunned when he heard about the tax invoice. Tax invoice? Yi-Fei was also slightly surprised and thought, give me 3 too. At this time, Geng Tao stepped forward and said, and directly lifted a few boxes up. This is the deposit. You can count it later. At this time, Geng Tao suddenly remembered something and joked. Do I have an invoice? Yes. Please wait. Oh. No. Wait. Yes. Hearing the words of the mage, Geng Tao and Yi-Fei were shocked instantly. Chapter 496, Extortion. Yes, as long as the consumption is in our mage house, regardless of the amount, regardless of the payment method, we will provide a formal tax invoice. Of course, the game currency payment will be converted according to the average exchange rate of the official website, the exchange rate at the time of the transaction. The payment of the game items will be converted into market price, and then converted by game currency. Yi-Fei felt the scene, hang up the phone, and looked at Geng Tao with a complicated expression. This information has a huge impact on them. It is normal to pay taxes when opening a game item trading website. In fact, real games have many game coins, equipment, item trading websites. It's just that because the game official website directly has a game coin trading market, it is very convenient, the commission is low, and there is no fear of scammers, so it occupies the largest market, so these websites are not very large. And these small websites use real currency for settlement. Naturally they pay taxes. This is normal. There are perfect legal regulations. But now, when using game coins to purchase game items, there is no real money involved in the entire transaction process from beginning to end. If you still have to pay taxes, then you can only force a step in, inserting real money into it, which is simply unnecessary. This seemingly stupid and unnecessary move made Yi-Fei and Geng Tao silent for a long time. The meaning behind it is too great. After pondering for a long time, Yifei and Geng Tao looked at each other. What are you going to do? Geng Tao was tangled and sighed with heartache. What else can we do? Just do it. Set up a guild company. Set up a trade transit company. Any business involving transactions will be transferred between the two companies once and settled in real currency. Damn it, Emolan is so wicked. He made such a big move without asking me to join. Can we still count him as a brother? Geng Tao muttered. Not a good brother. I will be a dog if I deal with him again. Yifei was silent for a moment and poked Geng Tao. Really? In that case, can you transfer your 3 quotas to me? I will give you a 20% commission. Yifei pointed to the space freight car and said. Geng Tao was stunned. Oh, and the freight trucks. Get out of here. Don't even think about it. You wouldn't be drunk like this even if you added one more dish. Hey, I'm talking about you. You said you would be if you dealt with Emolan again. Woof. Geng Tao stepped forward as soon as he finished speaking. Have you counted the money? When can my 3 freight trucks be delivered? Yifei stared at him in amazement. Emolan smiled and walked to the side. Don't be surprised. He has been shameless for a long time. Hey Emolan, you are here too? Yifei's eyes lit up when he saw Emolan. He left Geng Tao behind and quickly walked over enthusiastically. Geng Tao also came over quickly when he saw this. His face was eager and his expression was sincere. Hey, Emolan. How is our relationship? No relationship, Emolan said with a smile. Yifei was speechless. Then let's not talk about feelings. Let's talk about the passengers. How is I? Yifei? You never refuse when Emolan needs you. Right? Has he? Emolan said. Seeing Yifei speechless, he immediately laughed. Just kidding. The relationship between the God of War Guild and the Mage Association is naturally not much. So just say whatever you want. Anyway, we don't have any trucks. Nor jeeps. But we do have some machine tools. And those motorcycles. If you want, we can sell you more. Yifei was speechless when he saw Emolan's strict defense. I don't care about machine tools and motorcycles. I'll take them all. No matter how many you have. Hey, Emolan. Don't treat me differently. We made a fortune together in the capital. Take me with you. I want machine tools and motorcycles. Geng Tao heard that there were benefits. And he spoke up immediately. Okay. In addition to the special share for you, I will approve some machine tools and motorcycles for you. Emolan was also straightforward and spoke up directly. That's great. Thank you. God Emo Geng Tao changed his words shamelessly. If there was no benefit, he would call him Emolan. And if there was a benefit, he would just call him God Emo. Shameless. Ugh. Yifei said with disdain. Emotion. Do you have anything else? Get some more. Really? There is not much. The output is so small. It is basically distributed to trucks, jeeps, machine tools, and various functional vehicles. The others have technology, but not enough productivity. Okay. Yifei was quite emotional. Originally, the eternal blazing sun, which was unknown and basically accomplished nothing, did not expect to be resurrected by emotion and exploded with such a huge force. It can only be said that they were originally limited by core technology. Once the core technology theory was broken through, various products gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The eternal dimension itself has a good foundation. If this group of people travel together, without considering the objective social factors, it will be enough to set off an industrial revolution, Emolan said with a smile. By the way, don't get me wrong. Let me make it clear. Eternal Blazing Sun is still an independent guild, controlled by President Zhao Chen. It does not belong to the Mage Association. And certainly not to me. President Zhao Chen is only studying at the Mage Association. Eternal Blazing Sun is just cooperating with us. You can also come to the Mage Association for further studies. Or cooperate with us. I generally won't refuse such things. Yifei smiled when he heard this. And nodded. I understand. It's just authorized cooperation. The core technology is in the hands of the association. Eternal Blazing Sun is just authorized. Right? Oh! By the way, I also want multifunctional agricultural machinery. Emotion. Give me some. Yes. It's authorization. It's just a signed contract. Partner. As for the multifunctional agricultural machinery, I have prepared a package for you. You can buy a package. As for the rest, they have already been reserved by the big farmers. You have to fight with them if you want them. Hiss, it's these farmers again. I still have to go to them to buy food. Ife felt a little pain in his teeth when he heard that. Speaking of food gives me a headache. Emotion, you can give me 2 titles at least. Don't be too high. Baron and Knight will be fine. Why don't I understand what the relationship between titles and food is? It doesn't matter. I think emotion supports us to open up new land. I have a problem now. It must be emotion who can solve it. So I came to emotion to see if emotion can support me a little. I won't eat for free. I can give money or resources, but I will never let emotion suffer any loss. Emolan looked Ife up and down after hearing this. I finally understand. You call emotion affectionately. I wonder what you are doing. You are here to get money from me. What's the point of having a title? It's so low that others can't look up to you. And to be honest, now in the Kingdom of Morse, nobles really don't have much status. Chapter 497 The Ultimate Goal. They don't have much status, but the Aboriginals are crazy about becoming nobles. If they have a chance to become nobles, they will fight for their lives. Ife laughed. Oh, the Aboriginals are not enough, I thought so. Emolan reacted instantly. Didn't I issue a land reclamation order as the Earl of Jingshui? As long as the land reclamation is successful, you can become a noble. It won't work. Those with ability and power are planning to go out to reclaim the land by themselves, build a small town outside the mountains, a small village or something like that. Because only by leading the land reclamation and mastering the territory can one become a noble. And the people we recruit are destined to be unable to lead our territory. Which means that the possibility of becoming a noble through this is cut off. In the end, it is still us players who become nobles. To be honest, it is really not very useful. Ife smiled bitterly. Emolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head. I can't give you the nobility directly. There are traces of nobles, like the land reclamation order. There are precedents in the past. If I give it to you, other nobles can only agree. But if I give it to the nobles randomly, it's fine if it's the nobles who were granted fiefdoms from my territory. It doesn't matter, but this is not, and it's selling. This situation is equivalent to completely disrupting the rules of the nobles, and completely trampling on the dignity of the entire noble class. Although it won't turn the world upside down, but it's not necessary. Oh, is that so? Then God Mo, do you think this is okay? I build the city, and then I support others to build territories next to the city. Can you count this as his pioneering? Can you count him as a noble? Emolan took a deep look at Ife, and immediately understood in his heart, this is the ultimate purpose of Ife talking here for so long, and asking so many questions. The previous ones are just preparations. Emolan pondered for a long time after hearing this, and then slowly said, Yes. Ife smiled. Thank God Mo. Yes. Ife chatted with Emolan for a while, and then left. Before leaving, he went to various counters to buy the quotas that Emolan prepared for them. When paying, he didn't even blink, didn't even look at the price, and paid directly. After that, the presidents of various guilds also came after hearing the news. Emolan said the same thing. In addition, the mage's house also attracted a large number of players or natives. They looked at every item in it with shock. The players felt a sense of modernity, and it seemed that reality and the game had begun to overlap at this moment. The Aborigines felt shocked, and everything here seemed so magical to them. The magic items that could rotate and walk automatically, the machine tools that could cut and forge quickly, the harvesters that could be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of workers, the textile street, everything was so magical. And the steampunk-style motorcycle attracted the most attention of professionals. Both players and Aborigines had a large number of people around it, looking at all its details, and being shocked by the image of the power of the machine. Of course, it's not that the Jeep isn't pretty enough, nor that they don't like the Jeep and prefer the motorcycle. The main reason is that this motorcycle is the cheapest. Give me one. Full payment. One shouted loudly, and squeezed to the front, and walked to the booth wizard under the envious eyes of others. Sorry. All the motorcycles have been sold out. If you are willing to wait, you can pay the deposit and queue up. There are already 127 people in line. If you pay the deposit now, you can expect to pick up the car before next Friday. Sold out? So fast? Next Friday. Forget it. Buy it. Okay. This is your queue number. 128. The player took the number, raised his head, and walked out of the crowd like a Gallic rooster. In addition to motorcycles, another booth also attracted a large number of people. The engine booth. I don't know how many people gathered around the engine booth, looking at the engine with fiery eyes. Bye. Hello. Congratulations on your successful reservation of a Type 1 engine. It is expected to be available for delivery in 3 weeks. Please pay the balance when you pick it up. Thank you. In fact, it can be said that the sales of bare engines are much more popular than motorcycles. The products of the Mage's house are not to everyone's liking. Some people like them, and some people don't. There are also some people who are good at hands-on work. They like to do everything by themselves, especially after they become mages. They don't need tools. They have strong processing ability and faster thinking and calculation ability. They don't like the products of the Mage's house, but they like this engine very much. And they also know that more than 80% of the things in the entire Mage's house come from this engine. So people with strong hands-on ability are ready to buy the engine themselves. Some want to use the engine to design an automatic machine by themselves, so as to complete the idea of opening a factory. Some people want to build their own unique vehicle based on the engine. Some people think that this is a huge popularity in itself, and they are ready to take advantage of it. For example, a well-known anchor bought multiple engines to build a handmade luxury sports car, and Lib broadcasted the whole process. And everything comes together in 2 words. Mage's house. Mashiri house. The forum has almost been dominated by this matter, and even the game strategy area has begun to release the strongest chariot casting process, the perfect application of the engine, and other strategy tutorials. Time always passes inadvertently, and it is dark before you know it. However, the excitement of the Mage's house did not calm down because of the dark, but became more heated. The installation of various lamps makes the street where the Mage Tower is located as bright as day. There are crowds of people here, and many clever players have set up stalls on the street to sell snacks. The Mage's house is still bustling, and with this bustle, when the Mage's house becomes widely known, it must have been noticed by some people. Everything purchased in the Mage's house will be issued with a tax invoice, which means that all commercial activities in the Mage's house will be taxed. Is the Mage Association sick? Why pay taxes for playing a good game? Yes, it's just stupid. Does he know how much he will lose? And where does he put us when he collects taxes? He is a big shot, and we small shots are certainly not taken seriously by him. Humph. I don't pay taxes anyway. I just play a game anyway. I don't pay either. Emolan didn't ask you to pay. What does it have to do with him whether you pay or not? It's like he's forcing you. You have been kicked out of the group chat. The man smiled and said nothing. This is a relatively small group of guild leaders. It is worth mentioning that one of the top 10 guilds is also in this group chat. Of course, just like what the player just said. All this has nothing to do with Emolan. Chapter 498 Space Bronze. President. Lu Bin looked at Emolan with resentment. Emolan smiled awkwardly. Are you awake? Did you sleep well? Thanks to the president, I slept well after a few days. Well, I'm glad you slept well. Lu Bin, you should not be too reckless in the future, and be too impulsive. I told you to stop at that time, but you insisted on doing it your own way. Sigh tsk. Lu Bin rolled his eyes almost to the sky. Okay, come to me when you wake up. Is there anything? Emolan saw Lu Bin like this and stopped teasing him, and asked directly. Lu Bin nodded. About the space bronze. Yes, we'll talk as we walk. I felt very good when I woke up. After I recovered my spell position, an idea flashed through my mind. It was about the space bronze. I did experiments at that time, and got a lot of results. Tell me about it. First of all, space bronze can shake the space. If it is made into a weapon, it can cut through the space if its sharpness is enhanced. In other words, in addition to various spells, we have successfully mastered an independent space crack manufacturing technology. Well, although it is a bit barbaric, this can make us study space spells more smoothly. In addition, weapons made of space bronze can also break through the space membrane of the space inside the winged sky beast. If you find the right node to open a space channel, you can directly return to the winged sky beast. Of course, if you break through the space gap immediately, I don't know where you will appear, but it is likely to be the space layer behind the space membrane, the void. I suggest that you don't do this under normal circumstances, because I don't know where you will appear after entering this kind of space crack, or where else you can appear. Can you directly break through the space by physics? This elemental metal is very strong. Lu Bin nodded when he heard it. This is the characteristic of this elemental metal. Just like the sharpness and solidity of the gold-patterned black steel, Emolan suddenly remembered something when he heard this. And this thing made him fall into deep thought. Lu Bin did not notice Emolan's state, and continued to speak. By the way, I plan to use some space bronze to make a space bronze dagger pendant for you. Me. And Linhua. We can carry it with us. Maybe it will come in handy at some time. Yeah. Emolan nodded subconsciously. And Lu Bin also found that Emolan seemed to be thinking at this time. So he closed his mouth. Coincidentally, Linhua walked in at this time. And heard what Lu Bin had just said. I don't want the dagger. Just make me a bullet. Well, forget it. Give me the same materials. And I will make a bullet myself. Using gold-patterned black steel as the warhead and space bronze as the inner material. I should be able to make a few special ammunition. Okay. Well, this piece of bronze. I was originally planning to make it into a pendant dagger. If you make bullets, you should be able to make a few more with gold-patterned black steel. Lu Bin directly threw a thumb-long bronze bar to Linhua. Pay attention to yourself. I have sent you the detailed properties of bronze. Although this thing has a high melting point, it is still relatively soft, especially not as good as gold-patterned black steel. Pay attention to the combination when forging. Okay. You can experiment after you are done. If you are sure that it has very powerful functions in certain fields, then transfer a batch of space bronze and forge some to store in the warehouse as a backup. Suddenly, Emolan's voice sounded, and both of them looked over when they heard it. Okay, I will try it later, but this also gave me an idea. The direction of special ammunition should be further explored. Linhua said thoughtfully. Lu Bin next to him repeated the story of making a dagger. Okay, just treat it as a pendant. Carry it with you. Space constraints are no different from other physical constraints. Ordinary space solidification is fine. You can use brute force. But if someone spends a lot of effort to use a small space to imprison, that space is invisible and intangible. There is something that can physically cut through space. At least you won't have to wait for death. Okay, I understand. Linhua understood. This is mainly for himself, nodding in agreement. Emolan nodded, and turned to look at Lu Bin again. Lu Bin, I was thinking about something just now. Well, you say? Take me to the step blast furnace. Lu Bin was stunned when he heard this, but then he reacted and nodded. Okay. Linhua, who was standing next to him, followed him. Lu Bin and Linhua walked in front, and Linhua followed beside him. As they walked, Emolan handed Mark a note. Go get some ore. Yes. Linhua and Lu Bin, who were standing next to him, were stunned when they saw this. Gold-veined black steel ore. In just a moment, the two of them looked at Emolan at the same time. Emolan nodded. It's what you think. Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other, recalling an idea they had discussed with Emolan before. Due to the conditions at the beginning, the idea could not be verified, so it had to be shelved. But now, the conditions seemed to have been met. Lu Bin, Linhua followed Emolan with expectation. Mark followed behind with a box of gold-veined black steel ore. The step blast furnace was built next to Lu Bin's mage tower. And Lu Bin's mage tower was not far from Emolan's mage tower. It took a while to get there. There was no blast furnace next to Lu Bin's mage tower. And Emolan was not surprised. He had seen the situation clearly when he scanned it with his mental power. The blast furnace was indeed next to Lu Bin's mage tower. But it was not on the surface, but underground. He followed the passage in the magic tower to the blast furnace. The blast furnace was still running at this moment. And Emolan could sense the surging liquid fire element in the energy channel next to the blast furnace. However, the moment these fire elements flowed into the step furnace, they all disappeared from Emolan's perception. The step furnace's confinement of fire elements had reached a level beyond Emolan's imagination. The surging fire elements flowed into it, and there was a very high temperature burning inside, but Emolan could not sense anything outside. Reaching out to touch it, Emolan only felt a chill, and did not detect a trace of temperature. Emolan turned his head to look at Lu Bin in surprise. Seeing the magic circle is one thing, but seeing the real thing is another. The lack of temperature means that Lu Bin did not release any fire element. It also means that Lu Bin used extremely high precision in manufacturing a blast furnace. There is no gap. And there is no gap in the magic circle. Only in this way can the surface temperature of the step blast furnace be exactly the same as the room temperature, without any temperature increase. At this moment, the blast furnace is still running. Lu Bin hurriedly stepped forward to close the blast furnace, and then opened it after the temperature in the furnace dropped a lot. Inside was a ball of space bronze, which had been smelted at this moment. Chapter 499 Gold Pattern? Black steel? Put the ore in. Yes. At Imoland's command, Mark immediately stood beside the opening of the step blast furnace, holding a box of gold pattern black steel ore, opened the box, and poured all the gold pattern black steel ore into the blast furnace. Open the furnace. Yes. Lu Bin stepped forward to close the blast furnace, and activated many mechanisms and spells during the process. It took several minutes to completely seal the blast furnace and meet the conditions for opening the furnace. President, I left an observation window here, where you can observe the ore inside. Lu Bin pointed to a small area and said there was no transparent window on this area, but Imolan and Lin would both understood that the window Lu Bin pointed to was a mental power window, and mental power could easily penetrate into it, pass through the blast furnace, and see the situation inside the blast furnace. Imolan directly extended his mental power inside. After Lu Bin opened the furnace, a steady stream of liquid fire elements poured into the step blast furnace, activating the magic array inside the blast furnace, making it run step by step. The startup speed was very slow. This huge magic array took a long time to transform the surging fire elements into a trace of temperature. The high temperature transformed by the fire elements accumulated in it bit by bit. The constant high temperature, the constant flames, and the surroundings had already locked up all the fire elements and temperatures. The temperature, which had nowhere to vent, could only accumulate in the blast furnace, and the hot flames were constantly compressed in it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes. The temperature inside the blast furnace continued to rise with the passage of time, and it did not reach the limit for a long time. After a long time, under the high temperature, the gold-patterned black steel ore finally showed a sign of melting. At this moment, Imolan, Lu Bin, and Lin were concentrating their mental power on this place. The original idea of Imolan and others was not complicated, and it could even be said to be very simple. When the three people were smelting the black iron stone into gold-patterned black steel, they found that what was vaporized were traces of black impurities. After the black impurities were removed, the black iron stone became gold-patterned black steel, and its properties instantly became countless times stronger. This made them overjoyed at the time, and the gold-patterned black steel did not disappoint them. The elemental metal of gold-patterned black steel is still in use today, and it has a significant work performance and is extremely valuable. At that time, they had an idea. Can the gold-patterned black steel be further refined? What are gold patterns? What is black steel? Why is the black dust vaporized? What is the vaporized black substance? Black steel occupies the vast majority of the gold-patterned black steel. There are not many gold patterns. So can we remove the black part and only take the gold patterns? At first, we tried to cut the gold-patterned black steel to take out the gold patterns. Later, we found that it was a dream. Do you still want to cut the gold-patterned black steel? First, become a master. Didn't you see that those below the master level can't cause effective damage to the gold-patterned black steel chariot? And then, we melted the gold-patterned black steel and tried to take out the gold patterns while it was still liquid. But at this time, it was still found that this could not be done, because the gold pattern was everywhere, and the gold pattern was tightly integrated with the gold-patterned black steel, and it could not be separated. In desperation, the three had to find other methods. Melting, evaporation, and continuing smelting were their ideas. But unfortunately, the limit temperature of the blast furnace at that time was far from reaching the level of secondary smelting of gold-patterned black steel. The only way did not work, and there was no other way. The three had to temporarily suppress this idea. Suppress the idea in their hearts, and verify it when conditions were met in the future. Now, a new step-type blast furnace has appeared. The Mage Association has broken a new record in terms of temperature. Maybe there will be some opportunities at this time. While the three were thinking, the gold-patterned black steel ore had completely melted. The flame temperature of the 6-ring limit far exceeded the original purple flame blast furnace. Under this high-temperature melting, wisps of black smoke rose and floated into the bottles specially used to collect waste gas above the blast furnace. After a while, the liquid ore had already shown gold patterns, which means that it had reached the original temperature limit. The gold-patterned black steel used originally was like this, so the most critical moment had arrived, and the three of them couldn't help but hold their breath. Can the gold-patterned black steel really be smelted again? Is this elemental metal gold-patterned or black steel? Is the temperature inside this step blast furnace high enough? The question emerged in their minds, and the three of them were a little nervous and a little expectant. However, at this moment, A wisp of black smoke slowly floated up and instantly attracted the attention of the three. In just a moment, all the doubts in the hearts of the three were dispelled, and they looked at each other excitedly. It actually works. Golden pattern black steel? It turns out that the gold pattern is the main body. The three people's mental power closely watched. As the black impurities vaporized, the proportion of gold pattern in the liquid golden pattern black steel gradually increased. The lowest level of golden pattern black steel is the 6th level limit, almost the 7th level of elemental metal. Then after the 2nd smelting, the 3rd smelting, even completely turned into golden pattern black steel. What level is that? How powerful is that? Lu Ben exclaimed. And the characteristics of the gold pattern black steel are very noteworthy, sharp, strong. This is almost the most suitable elemental metal for use as a weapon, sharp and not easy to break. Of course, using this thing as a weapon is actually the most wasteful choice. It is simply a waste of nature. President, I want a new batch of gold pattern black steel as weapons and special ammunition. Lin was said excitedly, and Molan was silent when he heard it. Okay, I'll give you some. It's a waste of nature. Although making stronger weapons, finding higher lethality is an indispensable part, and Molan still thinks it is a waste of nature. This kind of solid and sharp thing should be used as a lathe, as the sharpest knives on the lathe. Using it to create is far better than using it to destroy. It is still being purified. The original gold pattern black steel gold pattern accounts for about 9% to 10%. And this has already reached the 6th level limit. How terrifying will the level of pure gold pattern black steel be? How terrifying will the characteristics be? Lu Ben murmured. At this moment, wisps of black smoke are still rising from the liquid gold pattern black steel. The step furnace has not reached its limit yet. The gold pattern black steel is being purified continuously. And the proportion of gold patterns is increasing. 11%, 12%, 13%, 14%, 15%. Everyone was looking forward to it, but suddenly found that the temperature inside the step furnace had reached its limit, and after a long time, the black smoke from the liquid gold pattern black steel had not risen. It has reached its limit. Emolan said softly. 15% gold patterns is the final answer. Chapter 500 Beyond the 7th level. Open the furnace. Lu Ben did not speak. After hearing this, he walked forward and opened the furnace, poured out the liquid black steel with golden patterns inside the blast furnace. The moment the furnace was opened, a stream of hot air gushed out. The air around the furnace mouth instantly twisted. The temperature was extremely high. A water shield automatically appeared in front of Emolan and others to block the high temperature air, to avoid injury. Then, the black gold liquid flowed out. Without waiting for Lu Ben to take action, Emolan immediately thought. The black gold liquid balled up and flew in front of Emolan. The black gold liquid changed shape directly in front of Emolan, turning into a knife. Then, Emolan thought, one by one. The magic models were formed. The fast air flow surrounded the black gold knife, quickly and effectively taking away the high temperature. After the liquid gold pattern black steel cooled and solidified, Emolan directly grasped the handle of the knife. The knife felt quite textured in his hand, and felt heavier than the previous gold pattern black steel. After weighing it a few times, he then controlled the gold element to flow into it. Buzz! The moment the gold element entered, a golden light appeared in front of the three people's eyes. And the knife seemed to have changed its appearance. The golden black blade was flowing with golden light. Put your hand under the blade, get closer little by little. When you get close, Emolan felt a sharp pain before touching the blade, and quickly took his hand away, but at this time, a shallow blood mark appeared on his hand. His! Lu Ben, Linwa looked at each other, and they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It's so sharp. And Emolan didn't say anything, but just silently collected the gold element in the air. Since Emolan did not cultivate the gold element, he had no affinity with it, and it was difficult to control it. He could only use his powerful mental power to capture and control it bit by bit. After a while, Emolan gathered a ball of gold element and controlled it to flow into the gold patterned black steel. After more gold elements flowed in, the golden light on the surface of the gold patterned black steel bloomed and almost burst out of it. Emolan frowned when he saw this. Linwa. Gold element. Okay. Linwa immediately understood that he cultivated the gold element. And with just a thought, all the gold elements around him swarmed in. The gold elements nearby were gathered by Lu Ben, and all of them were put into the dagger. Buzz! The black steel dagger with gold patterns made a buzzing sound, and a golden light bloomed and extended along the dagger. Emolan looked at the edge of the dagger. and his mental perception seemed to be slightly stinging. This time, Emolan did not try it with his fingers. It was not because he was afraid of anything, but mainly because he felt that a good finger could be kept for future contributions. And there was no need to cut it off. The golden light gathered together at the edge of the dagger and turned into a sharp edge. Although there was also golden light in other places, it did not show through. Emolan held the dagger in his hand and gently scratched the stone wall next to him. The dagger itself did not touch the wall, but the short golden light passed by silently, leaving a deep scratch on the stone wall. And Emolan did not even feel any obstruction. Seeing this scene, everyone smiled. This stone wall is a 6th level aggregate stone, and its hardness has reached the 6th level. It can break the stone wall so easily. Apart from anything else, the sharpness of this golden light is definitely higher than the 6th level, which means it has reached the 7th level. This means that the 15% purity of the gold-patterned black steel has reached the level of 7th grade metal. TSK, this is only 15% purity. If it reaches 100% purity, how terrifying would it be? 15% is the 97th grade. What grade is 100%? Lu Bin said, and then sighed. It seems that we really picked up a treasure. This level of elemental metal, we actually only use it as the 6th grade limit, the 7th grade. President, do you want to recall all the gold-patterned black steel and retrain it? Emolan shook his head after pondering for a moment. No need, we'll talk about it later. We have always had very strict control over the gold-patterned black steel. So far, not even a gram of gold-patterned black steel has been sold to the outside world. It's still in our hands, so we'll use it. When the things made of these gold-patterned black steel are obsolete, then we'll put them back into the furnace for resmelting. There are just a few points to be strengthened. The first is the approval of the use of gold-patterned black steel. Since we already know its true value, don't approve it as casually as before. The approval was not casual before. Don't interrupt. Emolan rolled his eyes. Although it will be approved in the future, the projects of the first-level elders can basically be approved, and even some elite-level, outstanding projects can be applied for. What I mean now is that if the gold-patterned black steel or wants to be released from the warehouse, it must be approved by one of you two. After your approval, it will be submitted to me for approval. After I sign, the gold-patterned black steel or can be released from the warehouse. Lu Bin and Lin Wen nodded after hearing this, and pondered for a moment. What are the approval rules? There are no rules. It depends on the potential of a project. If the potential can impress you, then you can sign, and we will discuss it again. Just don't let too many people go. Understood. The two nodded, and Emolan continued. Second, in addition to strengthening the approval process for shipment, we need to count all the gold-patterned black steel currently in the market. Count the weight, volume, item name, function, whether it can be replaced, owner or scope, and importance level. We need to make a comprehensive assessment of these. I must know the weight and status of the gold-patterned black steel currently owned by the association. For some that have been eliminated and replaced, they can be directly recycled and recast, and sealed in the warehouse. Linhua, you are responsible for this matter. Understood. Linhua nodded. And the third point, which is also the last point, Emolan said slowly after a moment of silence. Ask the dwarves in the underground world about the location of the green dragon, and find the green dragon's nest in the underground world. Also send people to explore the location we knew before. I want to know if the green dragon is really there, and if there are any traces of mining or human activities there. We should do both, even if we can't defeat the green dragon now. We must get its detailed information. We must get the gold-patterned black steel mine. Yes. Linhua and Lu Bin nodded and shouted. They also understood the meaning behind this. In the past, they didn't want to care about the green dragon because they thought it was unnecessary. It was just killed once. There was no great benefit. They didn't have the intention to look for the green dragon at all. The research at home was not completed yet. Why go out if there was nothing to do? But now it's different. The green dragon represents the gold-patterned black steel ore. Gold-patterned black steel is the first elemental metal they have seen. It is also the only elemental metal above the 7th level that they have seen and have. At this moment, even if they are interested in black gold-patterned black steel, they must get it. This means a crucial factor for technology, materials. Chapter 501. Am I too weak? Linhua, keep going, I haven't reached my limit yet. After arranging things, Emolan focused his attention on the black steel dagger with gold patterns in his hand again. Linwa took a look and immediately understood that Emolan was talking about the gold element. With a thought, the surrounding gold elements gathered together. Just when Linwa wanted to accumulate strength for a while, Lu Bin spoke directly. Let me do it. Don't forget that this is under my magic tower. I have an energy channel connecting here. However, there is no interface matching the dagger. But it is not necessary. I will guide some gold elements over. Linwa. You control it. Okay. Linwa nodded. Lu Bin directly controlled the tower spirit number 2 to transform a universal energy channel, and guided some gold elements from the gold element pool to this basement. In just a moment, rich gold elements gushed out from an energy channel structure. Linwa immediately took control. Under Linwa's control, the originally disordered gold elements instantly became well-behaved, and turned into a long dragon and poured into the gold-patterned black steel dagger. Buzz! 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 The gold-patterned black steel dagger made a buzzing sound, and the golden light on the surface became more and more intense. The golden light in the non-blade area was extremely intense. This layer of golden light was like a thin film, sticking to the surface of the dagger. And at the blade of the dagger, the golden light in front extended forward, and the golden light extended to the length of 2 daggers before stopping. No matter how the gold element was injected, there was no change. Stop, it's reached the limit. Emolan said. After the voice fell, Lin would directly control the gold element to pour back into the energy channel, watching Lu Bin's micro-manipulation of the element, and muttered secretly. I thought I was the only one who could do it. But I didn't expect Lin would hide it. Shameless. Lu Bin muttered as he closed the energy channel. Su Zongqi beside him could only stare with wide eyes and gasp. Hiss. The ability to control elements is one of the criteria for determining how strong a mage can be. Simply put, in the field of elite mages, the more precise the control of elements, the faster the casting speed, the fewer elements are needed, and the more tricks you can play after releasing the spell. Generally speaking, normal mages have normal elemental manipulation. As for the trick that Lin would just revealed, Su Zongqin felt that it was abnormal. He had never seen this level of elemental manipulation. If his own elemental manipulation was at the level of football, then Lin had reached the level of table tennis. They were simply not on the same level. He was a monster. Huh? Why is the president not surprised at all? Huh? Lu Bin's expression changed like this, and this expression didn't seem to be shock. Su Zongqin felt that he seemed to have discovered something, which made him fall into deep thought. So it's not that he's too strong, but that I'm too weak? Basic operation. Don't you? Su Zongqin found Watson. Emolan ignored them, and all his attention was on the black steel dagger with golden patterns. As for Lin was performance just now, he also noticed it. But he just noticed it, without any expression. It's just average. A little bit behind him. And shouldn't this be the basics? It's just that some mages don't even have a good foundation. Otherwise, how can mages open up the way forward? Explore? Create a higher realm than themselves and then promote themselves? Do you really think that mages are given by others? Holding the dagger was originally only the length of a palm, 2 thumbs wide, but after the extended golden light was included, it was a little longer than the forearm, and as thick as the forearm. It turned directly from a dagger into a short sword. Emolan waved the dagger, and touched his body, and took out a gold-patterned black steel dagger, which he had made with gold-patterned black steel a long time ago for personal gain, and today the new dagger came, so let's make a handover with the old dagger. After all, Emolan is not the kind of person who likes new things and dislikes old things. Holding the new dagger in one hand, the old dagger in the other. Linwa, golden element, this old one. Okay. As soon as the words fell, a stream of gold element flowed into the old dagger, making a layer of golden light appear on its surface, making it sharper. Emolan placed the new dagger on a flat surface, fixed it, then took the old dagger and stabbed it hard. Clang! The sharpest tip of the old dagger stabbed the side of the new dagger. Emolan used a lot of force, and the old dagger activated the characteristics of the gold-patterned black steel. It stands to reason that if you poke a piece of gold-patterned black steel, it will leave a scratch. Everyone looked at the place where the new dagger was stabbed. And then, there was nothing. Not to mention scratches. Not even a white spot was left. The nature of this layer of golden light has not changed. It has just been enhanced. Covering the surface will increase the hardness, and covering the position with a small angle will reveal the edge. This is just that the edge of the new dagger will extend. Emolan stabbed a few more times, and after the test was completed, He picked up the new dagger, swung it, and chopped it down hard. Clang! Everyone hurriedly looked at the place where the old dagger was chopped, and saw that a shocking scratch had appeared there. Awesome! The three of them looked at each other, and smiled. After activating the characteristics of the original gold-patterned black steel, its hardness is definitely close to, or has reached the quasi-7th level standard. The new dagger can directly cut a gap in one stroke, and it is estimated that it will be cut off directly in 1 or 2 strokes. This kind of power and sharpness are probably very strong in the 7th level. Yes. Emolan nodded slowly, obviously very satisfied with the new dagger, or the 15% pure gold patterned black steel. He swung the new dagger and cut the old dagger in 2 strokes, and then threw the broken old dagger into the step blast furnace. Remelt it. Don't waste it, Emolan said with a smile. And seeing that Mark wanted to say something, he simply asked directly, "Do you have any ideas, Mark?" "Oh, President, I don't have any ideas. But I think that the armor and weapons forged with 15% pure gold patterned black steel are definitely very strong. If you can forge a full body armor and a big sword, it can defend and attack, and it will definitely be very strong." Mark's simple words made Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin look at each other, and couldn't help but smile. At this time, Emolan said, "You just came to the association, and you don't know the association well enough. This is my problem. So, during this period of time, you should focus on understanding the important achievements of the Mage Association. This way, you should have a new understanding of weapons and the significance of gold-patterned black steel. In addition, your vision will be broadened a lot." Mark was a little puzzled, and Emolan spoke up when he saw this. "I'll just say it briefly, and you can think about it. When you look at the gold-patterned black steel, the first thing that comes to mind is to use it to forge resistance armor and weapons. Right?" Mark nodded. Chapter 502: The Opportunity of the White Jade Lion. "But in my opinion, forging weapons is important, but there are more important things," Emolan said slowly. Mark was stunned when he heard it. "Used to forge other things?" Emolan shook his head. "No, I will not stop at forging things. I will not just stop at the level of use. I will continue to dig deeper, see through the phenomenon to its essence. Why can the gold-patterned black steel form a sharp edge? Why can this layer of golden light play a defensive role? What is the structure? What is the reason that the gold-patterned black steel has this characteristic? Can I study this characteristic, control and copy it?" Emolan said slowly. "After copying, see if you can design it into a spell model, and even reduce the cost and difficulty step by step, so as to popularize this feature. I tell you again, the mage is not a combat profession. But other professions can't beat the mage. Well, although other professions can't beat the mage is not a combat profession. This combat power is just an accessory of the mage's stronger profession. What is a mage? It is a profession that studies the essence of things and explores the mysteries of heaven and earth. Combat power is only naturally acquired in this process. Just like the spell model. The original spell model was conceived in the Warcraft Super Core. But through our research, we found that there are unique rules between spell models. We can gradually improve the spell model by using this rule. With the gradual accumulation of knowledge, the ability gradually increases, and we understand the world more and more. We can use the spell model to summarize, and express certain phenomena, and use the power of the world. At this time, we can create spells. Where does our combat power come from? From the spell model? Where does the spell model come from? This is the foundation of the mage profession, the most essential sentence. Knowledge is the power of everything. I remember it. Mark thought for a moment, and nodded deeply. Yeah. Emolan turned his head, and looked at Linhua and Lu Bin. It wasn't obvious before, and I couldn't grasp the key, but now this level should be able to make a preliminary exploration. Who will come? Linhua pondered for a moment after hearing this. Let me do it. I am more familiar with metals, and I can use new materials to improve my mecha and cannons. If some of the core components are replaced with 7th level gold patterned black steel, the performance and combat power can have a small leap. Okay. I want to study space bronze. It can allow matter to directly affect space. This is not easy. I want to try it. Lu Bin also said. Emolan nodded. By the way, there is one more thing. The 7th level is the master level. Since it has reached the 7th level, it must contain rules. When Emolan said this to Lu Bin, Linhua and the others understood. and a gleam of light appeared in their eyes. I'll try. I'll try too. Emolan nodded, turned and left. Unconsciously, the Mage Association already had many items containing rules, or the Mage Association had many items originally, but they were unable to develop and use them before due to insufficient capabilities, and now they are just slowly developing their potential. Or this is the embodiment of part of the Mage Association's heritage. The Mage Association has infinite potential, it is very strong now, and will become even stronger in the future. Emolan returned to his mage tower, closed his eyes to perceive, and his thoughts sank into the white jade stone lion. The white jade lion is still working diligently to add bricks and tiles to this huge geography. A mountain-sized mudstone can only condense into a few square black stone slabs. In order to build a foundation comparable to the size of Red Maple City, it needs to be thick enough. This is destined to be a huge project. Both the consumption of mud and the consumption of earth elements are astronomical. Fortunately, these two earth elements are not lacking under the abyss, and can even be called endless. At this time, there is already a large black area under the feet of the white jade lion. It controls the constant 7-ring stone wall technique and bites off a mountain-sized stone in a corner of the abyss. A gap appeared on the stone wall again. The stone disappeared, and a dark stone slab fell on the black foundation. Another ray of light from the 7-ring stone wall technique flashed, and the dark stone slab and the foundation underfoot were completely integrated, without any gaps or flaws. The white jade lion released spells again and again, without stopping for a long time, and could be called a model worker. However, Emolan found that the white jade lion was not just simply completing the task he assigned, but was doing it very seriously and carefully. And every time he casts a spell, he will observe carefully and sense it. Emolan watched for a long time before he found it. In the perception again and again, the aura of the white jade lion seemed to become more and more mellow, but it seemed to be faintly integrated with the world. Heaven and lion integration. I didn't expect the white jade lion to seize the opportunity, and directly seize this great opportunity. However, the crystal ball that can release the 7-ring stone wall spell infinitely contains the anti-gravity rules, which is itself a treasure of the Earth system. This treasure continuously releases the 7-ring stone wall spell. The trajectory of the spell model is relatively simple, but it also touches the anti-gravity rules inside the crystal ball, which is equivalent to forming a ladder from shallow to deep, from easy to difficult. The white jade lion itself is an extremely magical stone beast. It has a stone body, but a structure like flesh and blood. No wonder it has some insights, and even undergoes transformation. Emolan can see that the white jade lion is undergoing a crucial transformation at this time. Once the transformation is completed, the white jade lion will be reborn and go to a higher level. Well, at that time, the elemental stone on it will be more valuable. Of course, the white jade lion is just getting started, and there is still a long way to go before success. And it is destined not to be smooth sailing. But it has already started, and has taken the crucial first step. Emolan silently prayed in his heart, and then returned his thoughts to the main body, dispersing the spell positions in various auxiliary nodes. Emolan used these nodes to sense the people or objects in the mage tower, the island, and the mirror lake, connecting to the tower spirit. Let the tower spirit's spiritual power spread along Emolan's spell position, and enter the alert state. Finally, Emolan found a way to steal. Oh no! A more advanced and more convenient way. The tower spirit is essentially a spell slot of Emolan, and is one with Emolan's spiritual power. With this connection, Emolan does not need to be on guard all the time, and can extend the tower spirit's perception. Of course, the premise is that this magic tower must belong to Emolan. The tower spirit belongs to Emolan, and Emolan can connect to the tower spirit. Chapter 503 Automation. Hurry up. Hurry up, be quick, I'll give you more meat after you finish. A slim girl said crisply, while walking in the field. Everyone raised their heads, their weather-beaten faces showed excitement, and they licked their lips subconsciously, recalling the taste of meat last night. Meat, it's delicious. But when they saw the iron monster in front of them, they were filled with fear. Hurry up, this is made by the wizard, not a monster, nor a monster. The girl said crisply, but the people below still didn't dare to go up, which made the girl look serious. If you don't go up, you won't have meat tonight. Your wages will be deducted. Everyone got anxious when they heard this, pushing each other. Tom, you go. You, why don't you go? The short? Then Tom blushed and muttered. But at this time, the girl heard the voice, and looked over. Yes, you go up first. If you don't go up, everyone will have no meat to eat. Tom was dumbfounded when he heard the voice, standing there in a loss, and the scolding and pushing from the people around him made his mind go blank. Go up through this door. Tom, with a blank mind, walked up hard. Yes, climb up from here. When Tom's hand touched the cold stairs, he instantly woke up, but when he found that he was standing next to the monster, and everyone was looking at him, he was suddenly dumbfounded. The monster didn't eat you, don't be dumb, go up quickly. A crisp voice sounded behind him, and Tom reacted immediately after hearing it, and his hands and feet immediately became strong. But he still climbed up the stairs carefully, and got to the driver's seat step by step under the command. The moment he sat on it, Tom suddenly jumped up. Sorry. Tom knew that such a soft chair slave was not qualified to sit on it. It would cost him his life. Sit down. I told you to sit down. Tom had no choice but to sit carefully in front of the chair, and dared to sit a little bit. Okay, now turn on the switch in front of you, and pull the rod. Tom heard the switch being turned on carefully, and the car shook when the switch was turned on. Tom jumped down instantly, and rolled on the ground for several rounds. The girl saw this, and held her forehead helplessly. Alas, it's too difficult to teach. A player next to him shrugged. There's nothing I can do. After all, they are slaves. They have never been to school, and have no knowledge. If you think it's troublesome, you can hire a player. The salary of hiring a player can at least hire nearly 1,000 slaves. Although it's a little difficult to teach, it can save costs. Moreover, this batch of car machines has made the Mage Association sacrifice some flexibility, greatly reducing the controllability. It can be regarded as a customized version. In theory, even the dumbest people can drive, as long as they are patiently taught a few times. Now the main thing is that I haven't overcome my fear. Once I overcome my fear, it will be much better. When the time comes, set a benchmark. It doesn't need to be too much. Just give him 2 pounds of meat. Others will learn quickly when they see the benefits. Yes, it is true. But 2 pounds of meat is too much. 1 pound of meat will do. You can give half a pound of the remaining pound to the second and third. The player next to him silently gave a thumbs up. Oh, by the way, has the technician from the Mage Association left? Not yet. According to the agreement, he will probably stay here for 4 or 5 days, and then he will leave after we load the food they bought. It will take another 4 or 5 days. Then you should go to him for a drink more often, and take him out to play. What do you want to do? He also has to help build the element pool and the element channel. How can he have time to play? Oh, nothing, I just thought, I'm going to do it anyway, so why not help us build some constant temperature arrays at the energy channel terminals? I think his level is much better than the one we hired to build the constant temperature greenhouse before. And we won't take advantage of him. The price is what it is. The player shook his head when he heard it. It's a suspense. You don't know? The first time we hired someone, it was someone from the Eternal Blazing Sun under the Mage Association. This time, because it is a contract for agricultural machinery, and we also need to build an element pool, the technical content is relatively high. So the Mage Association sent a formal member of the association. So it's not the first time that the level is poor. He is also very strong. At least better than those we hired before cooperating with the Mage Association. It's just that the people in the Mage Association are too strong at the genius level, so you have this misunderstanding. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. To be honest, the reason why this mage came to be a technician was just because the Mage Association assigned this task in the task hall, rewarding points, and he accepted the task and came here for the points. As for other things, it's not necessarily that they can impress the official mages of the Mage Association, and we can provide what they like. It's mainly a cost issue. The girl couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard this, puffing her face, and dejected. Okay, but you still have to give it a try. You can pay directly with real money. Anyway, after he finishes constructing the element pool and the energy channel, he still has to wait for the grain to be loaded. According to our normal harvesting, drying, and loading speed, it will take at least 5 to 7 days, so he must have more time. During this free time, he can be idle and make some extra money. Maybe people will be willing to do it. If it doesn't work, you can offer a higher price. All I can say is that the Mage Associations is the Mage Associations. The array he constructed before, and the array he constructed now are completely different. There is no comparison. Okay, I'll try. Yeah. The girl looked back at the group of people next to the farm machinery, and suddenly felt distressed again. Ah, I have such a hard time. Why is it so hard to make money? The girl complained for a while, and then cheered up to teach. I don't know how long it took. The sky had already darkened. Under a huge ball of light, a harvester finally stumbled and harvested an acre of rice. The rice was bagged, and the girl was so moved that she almost cried. Very good, reward half a pound of meat. You can take the raw meat away, or let me cook it for you, or you can divide it into 5 times, taking 1 or 2 each time. When Tom heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he bowed to the girl excitedly, but both his hands and feet were shaking wildly, because he was scared. The others looked at Tom with envy, secretly hating that they were not the ones who went up just now. Some female slaves looked at Tom with favor. What did that sentence say? Congratulations to Comrade Tom for obtaining the priority to choose a mate in the short term. The second one to learn it will also be rewarded with meat. The one who opens the best one in a week will be rewarded with 1 pound of meat. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the crowd was boiling instantly. Chapter 504, Publish the Blueprint? The things here are not new. The same things are happening in one place after another. The farmers buy farm machinery and teach the original slaves to use it, improve agricultural production efficiency, improve agricultural production mechanization rate. The ranchers customize slaughterhouses from the Mage Association, buy transport vehicles to improve work efficiency. The operators are also poor natives. They have low salary requirements, as long as they have food and accommodation. There are also adventurer teams that, at the instigation of some players, buy jeeps, buy motorcycles, buy space boxes, and become mechanized troops in one fell swoop. Textile mills, steel mills, and forging workshops. Machines made by the Mage Association appeared in one place after another in the Kingdom of Morse. The train ran on the stone tracks, first purchasing a large amount of steel from players who opened steel mills, loading and transporting it to the Eternal Blazing Sun Station outside the Red Maple City. In the Eternal Blazing Sun Station, one mage player after another used a specially customized spell, used a special mechanical assembly line, then assembled pieces of steel plates, one steel pipe after another, and forged them into machines. The assembly line turned, and machines were piled up in the warehouse. The train came again, stopped in the warehouse, and loaded the machines and took them away. In front of the warehouse, trains kept running, passing by the warehouse again and again, and then dispersed and went their own way, transporting farm machinery and machine tools to the whole kingdom. Science is the primary productive force. And this statement is absolutely true. Magic is also a part of science. When the Mage Association focused on production, technologies and spells that improve productivity emerged one after another. With the help of the magician and the mechanical assembly line, the production speed has reached an extremely terrifying speed, which is even better than the simple mechanical assembly line. In this context, the shadow of machinery in the Kingdom of Morse is increasing, and mechanical production has become the norm. As the number of machines increases, the natives are no longer surprised, and are familiar with the existence of these magician creations, and slowly begin to accept and enjoy the convenience brought by these machines. And under the guidance of the players, more and more factories stand on this land, and the roar of machinery representing wealth is heard everywhere. At the same time, a large number of goods are pouring into the mall. The peaceful Kingdom of Morse is about to start a war without gunpowder on another level. However, just when this battle is about to start, a voice suddenly sounded in the market. What are you fighting for? There are only so many products. Let's fill up the market of the Kingdom of Morse first, and then talk about it. That makes sense. What will happen after that? After that? After that? Of course we will sell it to the outside world. There are 3 empires around us. Why rush? Dump it abroad? They have players in their own country. 2. It's not as easy as you say. We can make machines and open factories. But they can't. No. How is that possible? Is it because there is no Mage Association? Wake up, it's just an engine. Although it's difficult, it can still be developed with time and manpower. In our Morse region, many guilds have developed engines. Although the performance is much worse than that of the Mage Association. It is enough. No, it's not because of this. It's just because you have a factor that you don't notice. But it has a huge impact and is even decisive. What? Nobles. If you run a factory, do the nobles dare to rob you? As for them, save your money and stop dreaming. They won't take out the engines. lest they be stolen by those nobles. Hiss. It seems to be true. Great. Pooh. 3 seconds of silence for the brothers outside. Pooh, sorry, I couldn't help it. I really couldn't help it. I hate it. I hate it. Gritting teeth. Sour. Eat lemons. Nothing more. Ha ha ha. When the players in the Morse region laughed, the players in other regions gnashed their teeth, and their teeth itched. In addition to the turmoil on the forum, the factories and caravans of the major guilds also guided the wind direction under one command, using their absolute advantages to silently influence the market. Slowly, unconsciously, the market that was originally like a turbulent flow gradually became orderly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Mo, Lu Bin, and Lin were having a small meeting. They were a little surprised to hear the news. Hey, why did Professor Lu start in advance? It shouldn't start at this stage according to the plan, Mo said strangely. And Lin laughed a little. It is said that Professor Lu heard some rumors. What rumors? Could it be that Professor Lu has some inside information? Maybe. Anyway, Professor Lu is said to have heard that a certain inhuman thing is going to be inhuman again. TSK. Oh, who are you talking about, inhuman? Mo said calmly. Forget it, since Professor Lu has started it ahead of time. Let him go. Since he dares to start it ahead of time, he must have something in mind. And we are all outsiders. We are not qualified to give instructions. Just watch. Lin looked at Mo with admiration, looked down at the notebook, and then continued. Oh, there is one more thing. Vice President Yongheng Qian came to me for advice. He suggested that we publish the lowest level engine blueprints for free. Lin said with some interest. Mo understood the meaning of Lin's words and frowned. Why? He said that other guilds' engines have begun to appear on the market. But the best ones are not as good as our worst ones. However, they have passed the most difficult level. As long as they invest talents, time and money normally, they will definitely reach the level of our worst level. Although we will incur some losses if we publish the lowest level engine blueprints now. Our main profits come from medium and superior level engines. So it is harmless. As long as we publish the lowest level for free, the engines that the guilds have spent a lot of money to research will be useless. And all the blueprints will be invalidated. Because ours are free. Theirs are not as good as ours. And producing our own will definitely be a loss. If this happens once or twice, at least 99% of the guilds researching engines will give up. Because the loss is too great. And the project that does not recover is doomed to fail. In this way, we can achieve a long-term, substantial monopoly, and reap the profits of the engine for a long time. Lin said with a smile, while Mo and Lu Bin looked at each other, and a sneer appeared on their faces at the same time. Chapter 505 Customized Mecha. Is this his original words? Mo couldn't help but ask. The exact same words. Lin smiled playfully, and Mo shook his head. What has Zhao Chen been doing recently? He is helping me, and there are a group of elite backbones such as the Vice President of Eternal Blazing Sun. Lin said. Then why is this Vice President not with us? Mo was a little confused. He is the Vice President in charge of business operations. After all, Eternal Blazing Sun needs money to replicate modern technology. This Vice President is responsible for making money by using the results. As for researchability, it can't be said to be zero. After hearing and seeing, it can barely be called garbage. Is that so? No wonder. Mo shook his head. Just jump, tell Zhao Chen everything about this matter, let him settle it. Tell him, we are not interested in cleaning up his mess, don't bring this matter to us. Lin was not surprised by the result of Mo's treatment, it was even within his expectations. Lu Bin beside him also smiled when he heard this. He is a pure businessman, oh no, capitalist, but he is a little stupid. I didn't expect there is such a talent in Eternal Blazing Sun. He is a little stupid. Lin said with deep approval. But this also exposed a lot of problems. It seems that I have to give Zhao Chen a vacation for a while. Otherwise, there will be chaos. Eternal Blazing Sun cannot afford chaos now. At this point, Lin sighed. It's still because the production of Earth spirits is too low. Only 5 tower spirits were produced in this month. Otherwise, the factory can be completely unmanned and automated. Don't worry about the tower spirits. They all have important production tasks. Let's not talk about the others. How many are produced by the Mage Tower now? There are only about 180 islands. I haven't built all the islands yet, not to mention that I want to fill up the Mirror Lake. Let Zhao Chen solve it. With his skills, he can definitely solve it. Otherwise, he would have jumped out long ago. Yeah. Linhua nodded. And Emolan was lost in thought at this time. After a long pause, he spoke out. No. We can't tie all these things to a player guild. Who knows when something will go wrong. Although the player's salary has dropped a lot since the system update, the cost is still very high. In that case, let's follow the trend and build a factory. Set up an indigenous production line, which is cheap and stable. A name flashed through Emolan's mind at this time. Well, Manu, come to my office. Manu, who was learning from Zhang Guangmo, was stunned, and turned to Zhang Guangmo and said, Elder, the president is looking for me. Oh, the president is looking for you. It's okay. Then you go up. Yes. Manu put down the iron staff in his hand, said respectfully, and then turned and walked towards the mage tower. Zhang Guangmo looked at the figure of the Manu and muttered, This Manu, big and strong. I didn't expect that he has a good talent for magic. But it's also good. He already has a warrior foundation. It's just right for him to follow my path. Hee. Emolan on the mage tower shook his head when he saw this. His eyes were quite strange. But he didn't say anything. After a while, the Manu walked in front of Emolan. President. Emolan looked at his weak follower, who was originally accepted. Although he had no sense of existence and was very weak, he had been practicing very hard in the Mage Association. He wanted to follow behind him, and wanted to rely on his strength to become Emolan's knight and stand in front of Emolan. Although he was still very weak. But do you have some talent in magic? Emolan looked at it intently. Hey Manu, when did you start practicing spiritual power? 5 days. Is Manu very stupid? Elder Zhang has always said that my talent is relatively poor. He said I am the worst person he has ever met. His 5 days? Emolan was a little surprised. He originally thought that even if Manu had good talent, he must have practiced for more than a month to reach this level. If that's the case, Manu may really have some achievements in magic. Well, it's just that this big and strong body doesn't look right. No wonder Zhang Guangmo likes him. Emolan thought to himself, looking at Manu and asked, Do you really want to fight for me? Yes. Manu only said one word. But seeing his eyes, Emolan believed it. Then I'll give you a chance, Emolan said after a moment of silence, and then turned to look at Linhua. Linhua, help me customize a set of defensive heavy machinery for Manu. In addition to its own defense, it must also have auxiliary defense effects. Linhua was still in shock and hadn't recovered. He saw what Emolan saw, and he heard what Emolan heard. He didn't expect that this rough tall guy had such a strong magician talent. He was so surprised that he didn't react until he heard Emolan's call. Ah, heavy defense mecha? Okay, that's easy. But are you sure it's just defense? That's easy, and auxiliary defense is also easy. I think it's such a large tonnage anyway, and such a large size. Why don't I just set up a main gun for you? When the mecha lands, it will deploy fortress mode, and then you can take out the cannon to bomb. It's absolutely powerful, and it's definitely a main gun. The 156 electromagnetic railgun installed on your mecha? Emolan thought about it carefully, and he couldn't help but be tempted, and Linhua shook his head. No. It's another one. 356 millimeters. His. You actually have a thicker one? Emolan couldn't help but be surprised. He originally thought that the one on the mecha was the thickest, and the most powerful. But he didn't expect that there was a bigger one. Hey. Because the mecha has to take into account various things. 156 millimeters is basically the largest one after taking all aspects into consideration. The 356 millimeters one is too thick and heavy. Not suitable for mobile launch. So I didn't install it on the mecha. But just put one in a space box and store it in the mecha warehouse. If needed, it can be transformed into a turret. Well, okay. Mecha or something. As long as you are happy. After meeting my conditions, you can add other things as you like. And it doesn't matter if the cost is a little higher for a customized mecha. Just put it on my account. Okay. I guarantee to complete the task. Linhua smiled and turned his head to look at the bull, who was a little at a loss after hearing the words. Manu, if you have time, come visit me. If I customize it for you, I need to collect some information and data. Okay, thank you. President, thank you. President Liu, thank you. President, thank you. President Liu. Mania was so excited that he was a little overwhelmed. And Emolan smiled at this. Okay, don't thank me. Just don't waste this customized mecha. I hope you can use this mecha to block all enemies for me. Can you do it? Mania will die in front of the president. Chapter 506 Nature of Rules. Okay. Emolan nodded, then changed the topic, and returned to the main topic. I called you here today for another matter. Emolan said after a moment of silence. Go back to the Black Crow gang, and tell the person in charge a message. Just say, I'll give them a great opportunity, a chance to turn things around, and if they're willing, come to see me at the Mage Tower. Yes, President. Well, you go. Barbarian Bull left. Linwa looked at Emolan. President, are you planning to help Black Crow as another production factory? Yes. I plan to give them a chance. If they can continue to maintain their previous state, then they will be completely turned around and can be on the stage. Emolan nodded. By the way, you can also tell Zhao Chen about this matter directly. Linwa was startled when he heard this and nodded. That's no problem. But aren't you afraid that someone will be desperate and attack the Black Crow gang directly? Some people are a little clever, and their hearts are dark enough. If they use dark hands, it's not surprising that the entire Black Crow gang will be killed. Emolan shook his head disdainfully. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Do they deserve it? Just tell them. If this situation really happens, it will be a good thing. It is better to expose the problem now than later. Solve it as soon as possible and live a good life. Okay, you know what I am doing. I am mainly worried that after you bring the Black Crow gang in, you will do something bad with good intentions, and let them face life and death difficulties. You can rest assured about this. I am not stupid enough to do this. Okay, by the way, there is another thing. Linwa took a look at the report and said aloud. Using the 7th grade, 15% pure black steel with gold patterns to construct the 7-ring structure failed. Lu Bin. Is space bronze okay? Lu Bin shook his head when he heard this. I was just about to say that. But it also failed. What was the reason for the failure? What conditions were not met? I have roughly guessed the specific reason. Linwa said slowly. I also have some experience. Lu Bin also spoke up, turning his head to look at Linwa. Is it because it is impossible to perceive and derive the rules hidden in it? Linwa looked at Lu Bin and said, yes. Lu Bin nodded. It was obvious that the two of them had the same problem. After Linwa's guess was confirmed, he looked at Emolan again and said, the problem is probably like this. There are indeed rules inside the 7th level gold pattern black steel. There is no doubt about this. I also confirmed this during the experiment. I did sense the implicit fluctuations of the rules. But no matter what, I can't guide the power of the rules. And I can't use it to release the 7-ring spell. But I don't think it's because the 7th level elemental metal can't be used to release the 7th level spell. I feel that we are missing some factors. Some conditions. I also came to the same conclusion. Lu Bin nodded and said. Emolan looked at Lu Bin and asked, has the Space Lotus already built 3-star discs? Lu Bin nodded. 3 spells. A 7th level dimensional anchor. A 7th level space solidification array. And a 7th level space stretching spell. It uses a brand new star disc technology, thousands of intersecting star tracks, and the Tower Spirit must intervene to operate without error. As long as the Tower Spirit intervenes according to the set program, the spell can be released, but it will occupy a lot of computing resources. This was mentioned to the president at the beginning. Right? I remember writing a detailed report and handing over the control to the president. The Tower Spirit. Yes, I know, and 2 Space Lotus seeds were consumed. I just asked again to confirm. When Lu Bin heard Emolan mention the 2 Lotus seeds, his mouth twitched slightly. Both were consumed in the experiment. One was lost due to an experimental accident, and the other was used for normal casting, and no one said anything to Lu Bin, and all those who did were praised, but Lu Bin felt distressed when he looked at the 2 Space Lotus seeds. But it also proved another thing. Not all things are as special as the anti-gravity crystal ball that can release 7-ring spells infinitely. Normal 7th level rule items are disposable items. They are gone after releasing a 7-ring spell. After Emolan finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. He didn't care about the 2 Space Lotus seeds. They were just 2 Space Lotus seeds. He had lost a lot of them in his experiments. 2? Let alone 2. Even if all the Space Lotus seeds were counted, it would be too painful. Just 5. No. 3. Even if 3 were consumed, he would not feel bad at all. He was mainly thinking about another problem now. The anti-gravity crystal ball can release the 7-ring stone wall spell infinitely. This should be the highest level rule polymer obtained so far. Or the purest rule polymer? Then, there are the Space Lotus Seeds. The Space Lotus Seeds can also be used to release the 7-ring spell. So the rules are also more condensed? No. That's not right. You can't look at it from this angle. If you count it this way, doesn't it mean that there are not enough rules in the elemental metal? If there are not enough rules, it is not the 7th level? So it's not right. It's definitely not like that. Maybe it's because of the carrier? Emolan pondered. The anti-gravity crystal ball is a very pure polymer of rules. It can be said that it is a rule itself. The space rules in the Space Lotus Seed are also very pure. More importantly, the Space Lotus Seed is a 7th level magic potion, which can be absorbed. In other words, the rules can be stripped out. The rules in the elemental metal, whether it is space bronze or gold-patterned black steel, should be entangled with the metal and inseparable. The principle of using 7th level items to bypass the spell level limit and construct a 7-ring spell framework is to extract the rules contained in the 7th level items, and use the rules to release the 7th ring spell without the intervention of the mage. The anti-gravity crystal ball itself is a polymer of rules. Needless to say, the rules of the Space Lotus can be easily peeled off. So it is not a big problem. As for the elemental metal, no way has been found to peel off the internal rules so far. At present, we can only barely sense the very obscure fluctuations of rules inside. Well, the reason should be like this. It is the rules that release the 7-ring spell, not the 7th level items. The 7th level items are just the carriers of the rules. Emolan thought silently in his heart, and said it out after he had a rough guess. Linwood and Lubin pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then discussed this issue with Emolan. After talking to each other, they gradually accepted Emolan's guess. Okay, I'll do some experiments after I go back to see if I can find a way to verify this. I'll try it too. Maybe there's a way to extract the rules from the elemental metal. After saying that, Linwood and Lubin turned around and left. Chapter 507 Black Crow Gang. A man with a cold face and a body as strong as a bear stood at the door of the Black Crow Gang. Looking up at the sign of the Black Crow Gang, he walked straight forward, walked to the guard at the door, stared at the guard at the door, with a cold look, as if he could draw a knife at any time. The guard at the door was no less fierce, staring at this man with a fierce look, with murderous intent. Suddenly, the coldness on the strong man's face disappeared, showing a happy and silly smile, and the guard at the door couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Don't laugh. You have to be indifferent. I don't need to be indifferent anymore. Mania didn't listen either. After saying that, he continued to smile foolishly. He was not stupid. The guard was stunned when he heard this. He smiled on his face, but he couldn't help showing a bit of envy in his eyes. Go in quickly. You haven't come back to check after walking for so long. You have no conscience. Then I'll go in. Go away. The guard waved his hand with a look of disgust. Don't disturb me while I'm on guard. If the big sister sees me, I'll have to train you again. Damn it. Which bastard invented the standing posture? Marching in step. Running in step. I have to. The big sister is here. A voice suddenly sounded next to him. I have to thank her very much. This is so useful. A simple training makes me feel alive. Ah. It's great. The guard looked around a few times after speaking, but didn't see the big sister. He immediately reacted and glared at another guard next to him. Where's the big sister? She's not here. I saw it wrong just now. But she's really here now. Well, you have learned to lie. I tell you, even if the big sister is here, I will stand in front of her coldly, look down at her, stare at her fiercely, and tell her the truth in the most fierce tone, the guard said without turning his head. But at this time, a crisp voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Asen, what do you want to tell me? The guard named Asen's leg softened instantly, and he barely stood up by holding the pillar next to him. He turned around with a flattering expression on his face. Of course. Tell the big sister a fact. Big sister, you are simply the most wise and powerful, the most beautiful, and the best big sister to us in the world. Oh! The heroic big sister turned and left, leaving two guards standing guard with one hand standing upside down. The two guards stood upside down skillfully with one hand, and occasionally smoothed their hair with the other hand. The world in front of them had been turned upside down. But at this time, they suddenly looked at the direction where the big sister left. Hey, who is that person next to the big sister? Looks like a projector. That's a projector. The way he walks is exactly the same as the instructor hired by the big sister. What is it called over there? What did you retreat? I forgot. I've heard someone mention it before. It seems to be retreating something. Wait. What is the big sister doing? Is she going to hug him? No. My big sister. The two guards standing upside down stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open, full of disbelief, and the next scene made them explode. He actually pushed me away. How dare he? The big sister will definitely kick him to pieces. Then, the two looked at the shy little big sister who fell into deep thought. Mania walked inside the Black Crow gang and saw that familiar silly smile on everyone's face. Others also waved to him enthusiastically. Some little kids even ran over to him and asked curiously if the wizard had 3 eyes, 8 hands, 5 mouths, and 8 legs. Mania smiled and told them stories. And he didn't put down the children on his hands and shoulders until he walked deep into the Black Crow gang. The child who was put down ran out happily, playing and making noises, while Mania knocked on the door gently, with his fist as big as a casserole, carefully, as if he was afraid that the noise would be too loud and disturb others. Creak! The wooden door opened, and a middle-aged man in tight clothes stood at the door and looked at Mania. You're back. Mania didn't answer, but just smiled. Come in. The refined middle-aged man made way for the door, walked in, sat down in front of a table, and Mania followed him in. The middle-aged man's room was surprisingly simple, with only a wooden bed, a wooden table, a few chairs, and a training room. Tell me, why did the mage ask you to come back? The middle-aged man asked directly. Seeing that Mania seemed a little confused, he said again, I know your character. I told you not to come back at the beginning. And you did it. You resisted coming back for so long. But now that you are back, there must be something wrong, and it should be the matter of the mage you follow. Mania touched his head and said in a rough voice, I'm here to take you away. I left this place, and now I'm taking you away. The middle-aged man was stunned. The president asked me to tell you something. If you are willing, he will give you a great opportunity, a chance to rise. The middle-aged man was even more stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe it. It's not that he didn't believe Manu, nor that he didn't believe in Olan, but he couldn't believe that such a good thing would happen to him. You know, the current Mage Association has occupied the entire Morse Kingdom. The original Royal Morse family was destroyed by the Mage Association. The opportunity for rise and turnover mentioned by the leader of such a force is so terrible that the middle-aged man can't imagine it. The middle-aged man wanted to ask Mania directly, but he swallowed the words just as they came to his lips. Mania might really. If he asked Manu, he would definitely tell him without reservation. But the middle-aged man shook his head and said, Manu, go and get together with everyone first. Everyone misses you. As for this matter, it's too big. It affects the entire Black Crow gang. I have to think about it carefully. Okay. Mania nodded. He knew that the middle-aged man would think for a long time every time he made an important decision. And every decision made after thinking would have a great impact. And it has been correct so far. After the barbarian bull left, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. Now he had regained his composure. Opportunity. This must be an extremely great opportunity. But his past life experience told him that if the opportunity is good, it will kill people if they cannot eat it. And they will die without a burial place. Father, are you there? The middle-aged man looked up and saw his daughter knocking on the door gently. This immediately made him wonder. When did my daughter become so gentle? Why did she knock on the door? As soon as this question came out of his mind, he found that his daughter walked into the room with a young man. Chapter 508. He is in Molan. What should I do if a beautiful aboriginal girl takes a fancy to me? She has been plotting against me. She wants to hug me and take advantage of me. What should I do? She is online. Urgent. Su Qin felt very tired. This is the bad thing about being handsome. It is too easy to annoy people. Hiss. Why is there murderous intent? Where does the murderous intent come from? Someone wants to attack me. Su Qin was startled. He glanced at me and suddenly found that the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to have a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. But it seemed to be an illusion, because when the middle-aged man looked at the woman next to him, his eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Father, this is my friend Su Qin. He is so powerful. The woman smiled and introduced the person next to her to the middle-aged man. That is, Su Qin. But Su Qin felt his hair stand up, and the familiar murderous intent lingered. Su Qin felt that he might be killed in the next moment. You know, he is a 4th-level elite soldier, and is about to break through the 5th level. He has only felt this feeling of death suppression from his captain. So strong, a small regional gang in Hongfeng City is so strong? You father and daughter can talk first, I'm leaving first. Su Qin felt something was wrong, and wanted to slip away immediately, but he was stopped before he left. Wait! The middle-aged man's voice made Su Qin pause, and he turned around with a stiff face. What's the matter? What's your identity, and what's your relationship with those who helped with the training? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the stiffness on Su Qin's face disappeared, his expression disappeared, his face became serious, his body instantly stood straight, and a temperament from the inside out emanated from him. Projector? We are both projectors, he said, but he didn't say anything else. The middle-aged man looked at Su Qin quietly. With his eyesight, he could tell that Su Qin looked like a soldier, and a very elite soldier. He was so elite that even the most elite guards of the 3 empires were not as elite as them. He was sure of that. The middle-aged man tapped the table lightly with his fingers, trying to restrain the urge to kill him. But suddenly, he saw his daughter moving to protect him. The middle-aged man's face darkened again in an instant. He couldn't suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. Sit down. I'll ask you a question. Su Qin immediately freed himself from the stage just now, and returned to his normal life. He sat down opposite the middle-aged man obediently, and the girl next to him also sat down with a smile. My name is Black Crow, the middle-aged man said slowly. My name is Su Qin. Well, you just said that you are a projector, right? You can also say it's a player, but it means the same thing, Su Qin said without any concern. Black Crow's heart gradually became turbulent when he heard the word player, but he didn't show anything on the surface, and said calmly, projectors or players. It's just a general term for your group of undead. Since you just said that you are a projector, and you are a projector like everyone else, I will ask you a question about projectors. You say, what kind of person is Mo Lan? Mo Lan? Su Qin was stunned. Don't you know him? He is a genius. I know him, but he doesn't know me. However, I know almost everything about him. What do you want to ask about? His ability? His personality? Personality. Well, personality. That is, his personality. I am not familiar with him, so I don't know the details. I will tell you about his personality in the entire player world. Black Crow had no expression on his face, and listened silently. But a key word was echoing in his heart. Player world. Oh, you can probably think of the personality as a set character that he shows to the outside world. This character may be real, may be fake, but it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake. Why doesn't it matter if it's fake? The girl next to him suddenly asked curiously. Su Qin paused after hearing this, turned his head and looked at the girl and said, because the personality he shows is the code of conduct he announced to the outside world. Assuming that this code of conduct is good, then good people will approach him, and evil people will automatically turn him into a good camp, and will not choose him when cooperating. Of course, I am just making a metaphor. The real personality is not that simple, nor can it be explained by one sentence of good or evil. Anyway, as long as you understand a little, it will be fine. As long as there is no huge benefit, Mo Lan will never change his current code of conduct, and will never change his established personality. What if there is a huge benefit? Will he destroy it? The girl continued to ask. Su Qin shook his head. I don't know. He may, or may not. When it reaches that level, you can really see Mo Lan's character and behavior. As for you, don't worry at all, because you can't possibly reach this point. To put it bluntly, even if there are 100 or 1,000 Black Crow gangs packed together, Mo Lan wouldn't even look at them. The wealth and strength that Mo Lan has accumulated far exceeds your imagination. I'll briefly explain it. Maybe you can get a rough idea of the gap. Do you know the former Lord of Red Maple City? Earl Red Maple? In front of him, you are far behind him in both strength and wealth. The result is that all of Earl Red Maple's wealth is in the treasury of the Mage Association. The Morse family knows. Right? The royal family of the Morse Kingdom, the Morse family's treasure house is currently also lying in the Mage Association. And these are just one of the wealth of the Mage Association. As for the corresponding strength that must be possessed to obtain these wealth, I don't need to say more. Right? So for you, Imolan will act exactly like his character. What is Imolan's character? Heya asked. Su Qin pondered for a moment after hearing this, and said after organizing his words, a very generous person, with a strong sense of the overall situation, narrow-minded but open-minded, protective, feelings-oriented, decisive. The most important thing is that Imolan will sacrifice for the overall situation, and will try his best to make the best choice for the overall situation. Of course, if you only look at the sacrifice for the overall situation, you may think that Imolan is a hero. Well, you should know what a hero is. Right? Back to the topic, it seems that he is, but Imolan is not, because there is an essential difference between Imolan and a hero. That is, Imolan will never sacrifice others. He will always sacrifice himself for the overall situation. Of course, he will never sacrifice his relatives and friends. Otherwise, he would not be said to be sentimental. He will always sacrifice his own interests, and will not affect his relatives and friends. Isn't that a hero? A saint? The girl next to him said. Su Qin shook his head again. Neither a hero nor a saint. There is a big difference between them. A saint will not seek benefits for himself. But Imolan will. Imolan will not hide it. He will not lose anything he deserves. And he cannot lose anything. Otherwise he will kill your whole family. For Imolan, we can only say that he is not anyone. He is Imolan. Chapter 509 Public Facilities. If you have the chance, then take advantage of it. Imolan is not the kind of person who only cares about killing and not burying. And he will not plot against you. To put it bluntly, there is nothing in your entire Black Crow gang that is worthy of Imolan's plotting, including you. Black Crow, Su Qin said slowly. I'll stop here. The rest is up to you to think about. In fact, sometimes you just need to take the initiative to take a step. And this kind of opportunity, TSK, I envy it, although I don't know what it is. Su Qin turned around and left directly. He was not attacked until he walked out of the door. His tense body relaxed. Exciting? In the room, Black Crow and his daughter were sitting, and the girl asked curiously, Father, is there something? About Imolan? In response to his daughter's question, Black Crow did not hide it, and nodded directly. Imolan said that as long as I go to the Mage Association, he will give us an opportunity, but he didn't say anything specific. Then why are you hesitating? Just go. Anyway, we don't have anything that the magic power would like, and Brother Mania is here. What are you worried about? The girl paused again when she said this. And if he has plans for us, it doesn't matter if we don't go, he can just send a magician to destroy us. Black Crow was silent, shook his head, and said firmly, No, he can't destroy us. Huh? The girl looked at her father in confusion. Your father is still quite powerful. The girl looked unconvinced. Can he stop the Mage Association? Black Crow shook his head. If you want to destroy our Black Crow gang, you need at least 2 magicians. Looking at his daughter's expression, Black Crow smiled gently, and walked over to rub his hair. Don't worry. Even if you can't beat him, your father is still capable of taking you away. Heya is not called that for nothing. Your father was once the best Heya. Oh, the girl rolled her eyes. She didn't know how many times she had heard the words once. What Heya? Anyway, she has lived in Hongfeng City, and in the Heya gang since she could remember. One day later, Imolan met Heya, the leader of the Heya gang. Manyo, go back first. I'll talk to him. Yes. Manyo turned and left, and went directly to find Zhang Guangmo. Not long after, a burly man with a pure steel magic wand appeared in the training ground. Imolan looked Heya up and down, and suddenly said, I paid you 10% of the profit. That's the rule, Heya said calmly. After all, he was a man who had seen the world, and was not scared by Imolan at all. It was just that his legs were a little weak for some reason. You may be a little nervous. I suggest you disperse the skills or spells you prepared. It's not that I won't let you go, but I think you can just go through the door if you want to go. The spell Dimension Anchor is constantly hanging in this magic tower. This spell is of the 6th ring level. Its function is to imprison space and lock space-type displacement skills. The effect can be superimposed. There are a total of 10 floors in the magic tower. According to the data calculation, theoretically, even a master-level space displacement spell cannot jump into the tower, or jump from the tower to the outside world. Although you seem to have some strength, you should be at most level 5 or 6. Not level 7. Right? Heya suddenly felt how ignorant and powerless he was. I still say that if you want to leave, the door behind you is not closed. You can leave at any time. If you want to talk, then sit down on the chair next to you and let's talk. Don't think too much. I don't have any other intentions in giving you the chair. It's mainly because I think it's not nice to have your legs shaking. As if I'm bullying you. Heya slapped his legs, and his legs immediately became obedient. He walked straight to the chair and sat down, looking at Emolan. Emolan smiled at this, not surprised. Okay, let's continue. I just mentioned the money issue not to retaliate against you, but just mentioned it casually. What I want to say is that your service far exceeded the price I paid at the beginning, and it was worth the money. And when my theory was beyond imagination, you didn't jump out to increase the money, and you still fulfilled your own duties in this situation. I like this kind of contented, non-greedy, and measured character. This is the ultimate reason why I asked you to come here and plan to give you an opportunity. I need a group of natives to help me with something. You just happened to leave a good impression on me. I thought of you and chose you. That's all. What do you want me to do for you? Ah. Black Crow remained calm, or rather, he was very calm from beginning to end. The Mage Association has a production organization, whose role is to commercialize some of the Mage Association's technologies. Recently, the profits have been relatively large, and they are a little confused, thinking that this is all their credit, and have begun to put forward conditions. You should understand what I mean. Right? You want me to help you solve them? I don't think I have the ability. Right? Even if I'm at level 6. Yes. You don't. So I don't need you to do it. In fact, I've already solved this problem. It's just that this incident has reminded me. Support another organization to oppose the original organization, reduce their importance and irreplaceability, so as to solve the factors that lead to their thinking from the source, and completely avoid this problem from happening again in the future? Black Crow's heart suddenly became active and warm. There is also a margin for error. Even if one of the two is cut off one day, it won't be a problem at all. Black Crow understood it immediately. Emolan felt relieved when he talked about it. He also felt that he made the right choice in this step. And he happened to bump into a hidden big fish. Level 6, TSK. What do you think? Will you do it? No, the profit is too big, it's too involved, I won't do it. Well, you are very rational. Emolan nodded in approval. You can choose not to do it, but you can listen to my conditions before making a conclusion. Emolan said directly. First, after you join, you will be a member of the Magic Association. I will guarantee your safety, and provide you with a platform for development, and even the possibility of promotion to the 7th level. When you need to do something one day, you can use the points, which you can think of as merits, to exchange for the association to help you and support you. I haven't thought of the second one, and I'm too lazy to think about it. Just this point. You think about it. Will you do it? Yes. Black Crow said it without hesitation. Emolan was a little stunned when he heard it, and then smiled. Decisive. You won't regret your choice today. Since you agree, I will tell you what I will do in the first step. The first step is to build a batch of public facilities. Chapter 510 Match a Player. Public facilities? What are public facilities? Black Crow asked in confusion. He had never heard of this term before. He immediately understood that this should be a term from the player world. Public facilities are public facilities that can be used by everyone. Of course, they are not free. Oh, I understand what you said. Are there any specific ones? Yes. One of them is a bus, which can also be called a public bus. It is a car that can be used by everyone. Well, you should know what a car is now. Right? Well, I know. I am not unfamiliar with the things sold in the mage's house. I have learned about it. Are you going to make money from the bus? How much does it cost per ride? If so, I suggest you think carefully. With the price of the bus, if you set the price too low, you will definitely not be able to recover the cost. And if you set the price too high, no one will take it, which will also not be able to recover the cost. Of course, if you can find a way to get a large number of players to take it, that's fine. Black Crow said casually. Emolan was quite surprised to hear this, and then smiled and nodded. You are much better than I thought. This can save me a lot of trouble. I feel more and more that my choice is right. Emolan continued. The bus doesn't charge money, in a sense. It's free. Then you must have other intentions. What do you charge? Black Crow said with certainty, very sure. Spiritual power. Emolan didn't hide anything, said directly. Specializing in your player's business? This? No, you try this. Emolan interrupted Black Crow directly, then threw a basketball-sized ball to Black Crow. Stick this on your forehead. Black Crow took it away as soon as he put it on, looking at Emolan in horror. Can it forcibly extract my spiritual power? Just now. Black Crow noticed the change in his spiritual power. Although he is not a mage, he also has spiritual power. And it is not weak. He just cannot use it. He can only use it to passively enhance his spiritual perception. Just now, he suddenly found that his spiritual power was extracted by this ball. Don't be nervous. Look at the number on it. It's still 0. It didn't succeed. Emolan pointed at the number on the ball and said. Black Crow came back to his senses when he saw this. It's not that he understood it, but he subconsciously suppressed his emotions and hid them. He was just too shocked just now. This mental power extraction device can only be used with the consent of the person concerned. Otherwise it will be interrupted if there is even a little resistance. You can try it. Just don't resist. It will stop if you resist. Hearing this, Black Crow pondered for a moment, then picked up the ball and put it on his forehead. The familiar mental power movement. This time Black Crow endured the discomfort, still put the ball on his forehead, and let go of the resistance. A trace of cold feeling flowed into the ball from the forehead. But after a moment Black Crow found that it stopped. Puzzled, he took the ball away and looked up, only to find that the number on it had turned to 1. Emolan noticed Heiya's confusion and spoke up. This is the price of a bus ride. 1 unit of mental power. After this device extracts 1 unit, it will automatically stop and will not extract more. Heiya closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Why don't I feel anything? Did you extract my mental power? If he hadn't felt it just now, Heiya would have even suspected that Emolan was fooling him. Of course you don't feel anything. You should know that you are at the 6th level. Although you are not a magician, your mental power has become very strong under the nourishment of your body. It's just that you can't use it at all. From this point of view, you can work as a mage part-time. If you have good talent, you may be able to rely on your old skills to become a 3rd-ring mage. Although it will not improve your combat power, you can cast some small spells. At least you don't need to take a bath, wash clothes, cook, etc. Spells can help you solve them. Oh, I've strayed off topic. Let's not talk about these side topics for now. Let's get back to the topic. The bus fare is priced at 1 unit of mental power. This price is not high, and an ordinary person with a weak body can afford it. With a normal slave's body, the average level of mental power can at least allow him to take 2 buses a day, which will not affect his normal work and life, and it will recover after a night's sleep. Not to mention normal people, it's no problem to take a few trips back and forth. As for professionals, it won't cause much consumption of mental power if they stay on the bus all the time. After all, the mental power of professionals will be restored passively, and 1 unit? It can't consume it. I roughly understand what you mean. Let hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Red Maple City, and even hundreds of thousands of slaves take the bus, so that the mental power that will be restored every day will be given to you, and you can collect it. Smart, but my target is not Red Maple City, but the entire Morse Kingdom. Well, although my mage association is only a small association confined to Red Maple City, I think the guilds in other cities should give me some face. Emolan turned his head and looked at the dozens of mage towers outside the window and said slowly, but there is another problem with this. What's the problem? Ordinary people and slaves are not me. They will turn this ball into a magic weapon that devours their souls. Anyway, they will not accept this, let alone let it stick to their eyebrows. They will resist this. If this problem cannot be solved, you will not be able to collect their mental power. Well, you probably won't want to use force. This is indeed a very big problem. Emolan deeply agrees. The confinement of thinking is the biggest constraint, which is more difficult to get rid of than any tangible constraint. Heiya nodded when he heard this. Right. Yes, but what does it have to do with me? Emolan said doubtfully. Heiya was stunned when he heard this. I have solved everything. So why should I bother to hire you? Are you bored? Or do you think it's better to give it away for free? Heiya couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he heard this. There seems to be nothing wrong with what he said. That makes sense. Black Crow nodded. It does make sense, Emolan said casually. Of course, I can also give you a little advice. You can develop in this direction. First, Make good use of your identity as the leader of the Black Crow gang. Please, don't forget that you are a gangster. Second, give a stick and then feed a sweet date. You should be more familiar with these methods than me. Right? Black Crow fell into deep thought again. Emolan seemed to say something. But it seemed that he didn't say anything. But he said something after all. I roughly understand what you mean. But I still have a lot of questions about your concept. Can you give me a player? Chapter 511 Elders Challenge. Okay. After Emolan finished speaking, he thought for a moment. Perhaps he felt a little uneasy about just perfunctorily doing so. So he continued. Forget it, I'll give you another substantive idea. Heya pricked up his ears immediately after hearing this. Pay money to buy people to sit. Heya was immediately disappointed when he heard this. What nonsense is this? And Emolan smiled when he saw this. Don't worry, listen to me, pay money to buy people to sit, but the money I'm talking about and the money you're talking about are completely two different concepts. Spending money is also a science. Spending money? What else can I do? There are so many ways. You first create a group of people who want to try it out. You can use any means to make these people rich, anyway. Just make them rich. Of course. The target is the poor. And they will become rich after riding the bus. A few dozen copper NAS are enough. One person is selected from each area and distributed evenly. The key is to change their lives. Let them spend money. And make others envy them. Then, the money is not so easy to get. Instead, you need to bring someone who has never ridden a bus to ride with you to get the money. At this time, two people can get it together. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. In the early stage, you can get this money by bringing one person. Of course, the premise is that this person must have never ridden a bus. What to do next? You can get it if you bring 3, 5, 10 people to ride the bus. Of course, there is no requirement for these 10 people, and they can ride the bus before. In the end, you don't have to worry too much. You won't get paid unless you bring 100 or 80 people. At this time, the amount of money can be increased a little, but the threshold for distribution can be raised a little. Emolan smacked his lips, said with lingering feelings, and Heya was confused, and a sentence came out of his mouth subconsciously. Spend money, can it be like this? Why can't it be like this? Emolan shrugged. Besides that, there is your specialty, the specialty of the gangs, bribing the manager, making the civilians working under him take the bus. And the workshop owners among the players, tell them how much rebate will be given for how many people take the bus, how much commission will be given, and give it in real money. See if anyone will take the bus. Black Crow felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening in front of him, and it could never be closed again after it was opened. After the mind was opened, there were endless ideas and inspirations in his mind, many of which were feasible and very exciting. Okay, then in terms of specific operations, I will build a production line, and during this period, you send people to the current factory to learn. After the production line is built, you will start producing buses. During this period, you must recruit enough production staff to complete a series of preparations for the buses to enter the city. Are there any other questions? Yes. Are there any? Emolan was stunned, and then asked. What's the problem? Heya said after a moment of thinking. So far, I understand everything you said, and I have the ability to do it well. There is no problem on my side, then it's your turn to show it. You said you would help me stand up for me. Help me find a way to break through the 7th level. But it's useless to just say it. I can say it. Now I don't need you to give me anything. But I want to see something more practical. As long as I am sure that you really have the ability to fulfill your promise. Then I really have no problem. If you can't do it, then I'm sorry. I can only apologize. Emolan leaned back in the chair, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He just looked at Heya expressionlessly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time seemed to freeze here. Heya didn't show any abnormality on his face, but his back had been soaked with sweat at some point. His eyebrows were throbbing, and every throbbing seemed to make Heya feel death. Neither of them spoke. After a moment, Emolan suddenly smiled. Okay. Emolan turned and looked at Mark. Mark, take him to see Linhua. And tell him to see the mecha. The large one. Black Crow, sweating all over, breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still a little confused when he heard this unfamiliar term. Mecha? Can this mecha help him break through to level 7? Black Crow followed Mark out of the mage tower with doubts. And after he left, Su Zongxin walked in from the door. President, why are you scaring him? Su Zongqin, who has been following Imolan for a long time, could tell at a glance that Imolan was not angry just now, but was just trying to scare Haya. He has too many questions. And he is arrogant. Perhaps because of his former status. If you don't scare him, if you don't let him recognize himself, he will have more problems in the future. This is also for his own good. I can tolerate him now, but it doesn't mean I can tolerate him in the future. Su Zongqin smiled. But Imolan asked, "Hey, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Zongqin's face suddenly became serious, and he handed a document in his hand to Imolan. "I want to start the Elder Challenge." Imolan was immediately shocked. The elders of the Mage Association are not fixed, but can change according to different strengths. This process of change is called the Elder Challenge. After so long, the rules of the Elder Challenge have changed several times, and finally evolved into what it is now. Elite members whose association points are equal to those of the elders can start the Elder Challenge, which uses the position of the elder and a huge amount of points as a bet. If the challenge is successful, the position of the elder will change. If the challenge fails, the huge points will belong to the elder. Imolan was surprised that Su Zongqin's total points were still far behind the last elder. "Do you have enough points? This project should be enough." Imolan opened the file with doubt. But when he saw the content clearly, he was immersed in it. The more he read, the more incredible it felt. After a long time, Imolan slowly closed the file, handed it to Su Zongqin, and looked at him with satisfaction. "Good, go get ready." Su Zongqin smiled, took the file, and turned to leave. He was no longer the same person as before. After following Imolan for so long, having attended meetings, discussed, and experimented together, he had completely changed at this moment. After Su Zongqin left, Imolan recalled the file just now, and muttered to himself, "Yi Fei, Gung Tao, and the others are going crazy again." As soon as Imolan finished speaking, Black Crow had already returned, but Black Crow was a little silly at this moment. What he just saw had such a huge impact on him that his brain couldn't react immediately, and he was stunned. "How is it?" Imolan smiled when he saw this. "Incredible. This is simply the armor of God." Black Crow lost his composure again. "The armor of God? This is far from it. At most it is the armor of a master," Imolan said casually. "Do you want it?" "Yes." "Oh, I won't give it to you." Chapter 512, The Age of the Great Legion. Black Crow suddenly felt something was wrong. Imolan said leisurely when he saw this, "I just want to show that I do have the strength to fulfill my promise. With the mecha, even if it can't help you break through the 7th level, the mecha with almost the 7th level strength is enough for you to do a lot of things. After all, in any country, the 7th level is an absolute tactical deterrent force, and even the 7th level strength can automatically obtain the status of aristocrats and some privileges. Of course, I won't give it to you now, but you are not qualified for me to give you one. You have to earn points little by little to exchange it. You join the Mage Association, and you only have this qualification." "I understand, President." Imolan nodded slightly. "Okay, go ahead. Mark, take him to get familiar with the environment. And I'll take this document and coordinate all the things that need to be coordinated." "I understand." Mark left with Black Crow, and Imolan stretched his waist. "Well, Yusu's mental power is pretty good. Someone is in charge of the facilities, so I should also work on the software. How to distinguish whether it is the first time to take the bus. Complete some things under the program. If it is based on human registration, at least one magician must be equipped for each bus. This is not acceptable, so we still have to rely on the program. The Tower Spirit." Imolan pondered for a moment. It just so happens that the Magician Tower in Hongfeng City has just installed the Tower Spirit. With the presence of a magician, the Tower Spirit can directly control the entire Hongfeng City. It is possible to use the Tower Spirit to take charge of this work. You only need to write a set of rules and a set of programs. Imolan muttered, and was about to connect the Tower Spirit. But suddenly he was stunned. "Wait, why should I do it myself?" "Tower Spirit. Master, I'm here." The projection of the Tower Spirit emerged. "I've given you all the requirements, you write your own procedures and regulations." "Got it." The Tower Spirit disappeared. Imolan lay on the chair contentedly, nodding with satisfaction. "Right, this is the normal way to open it." And at this moment, the change of a section inside the Tower Spirit attracted Imolan. This is a website built by Molan inside the Tower Spirit, only for internal personnel of the Mage Association to use, only those who are within the Tower Spirit radiation network, and with the permission of the Tower Spirit can access this internal network. There are sections for trading, mission hall, points mall, and even knowledge base. What attracted Emolan's attention was the technology library, or a new technology in the military technology library. On the shortcut to resonance, spiritual connection upgrade and spiritual integration technology by Su Zengxin. Looking at the name, Emolan smiled. This is the project that Su Zengxin has been preparing for a long time. And it is also the capital for Su Zengxin to accumulate points to challenge the elders. Spiritual connection. This spell is the first spell created by Su Zengxin. This spell has a wide range of applications. It plays an important role in efficient communication between mages, docking between tower spirits and mages, or docking between tower spirits. The technology newly developed by Su Zengxin is an upgrade of the spiritual connection technology, or in other words, an in-depth development. The original effect of using spells was only spiritual connection, but the new effect is directly spiritual integration, and the difference is obvious at a glance. It is estimated that part of Yusu's spiritual purification technology was also applied in this. But this idea is still very brilliant. By using spiritual integration, forging a core to carry spiritual power, you can quickly form a magician group. Although the task requirements have increased tenfold, or even more than tenfold, it is not a big deal. Through this spell, it is possible to directly achieve qualitative change from quantitative change. The most important thing is that this spell can also be used for fighting spirit resonance, as long as a special carrier is specially built. That is, the core. It can be used. The only drawback is that in order to achieve the same combat power, the number of members required is about 10 times higher than that of fighting spirit resonance. Well, the use of power is not as efficient as fighting spirit resonance, and too much is wasted in the process of qualitative change. But after all, it is the quantitative change that leads to the qualitative change, which can achieve high-end combat power. Then such a small number of people is not a problem for many people, and the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Or, is the era of large armies coming? Emolan silently deduced the general impact of this technology after its promotion in his mind, and then shook his head. Yi Fei and others are going crazy again. But it's none of my business. Well, this technology only has how to connect and how to operate. But the most important core production method is not mentioned at all, and the specific array and spell nodes are not revealed. In this case, Zengxin can still make a lot of money, but Emolan raised his eyebrows, and then his voice sounded in Su Zengxin's ears. Zengxin, find at least 3 agents to help you sell the kernel. You only take a share, and you cannot interfere with their sales. Su Zengxin was stunned, and then he understood, but still a little disappointed. Yes, President. Emolan thought for a moment, and felt that it was still a little unfair, so he spoke again. You can spread the word about this first, and before it is fully implemented, you can directly sell some harmless ones. Everything has a limit, you decide for yourself. Su Zengxin was delighted. Thank you, President. Emolan smiled and shook his head upstairs, then closed his eyes, and began to deduce. The ink cartridges were fully opened, the tower spirit was running at full speed. Emolan tried his best to think, deduce a spell model in his mind, or a spell structure. One spell node after another passed by quickly, leaving a trail like a meteor. One spell node after another, one spell structure after another. This spell structure is like a sky full of stars, far more complex than all the spell models Emolan has seen so far, beyond imagination. Emolan's current strength is that of a 6-ring mage, a real 6-ring mage, not the fake 6-ring mage of the King's Capital Association. With Emolan's strength, knowledge reserve, ability, plus the ink cartridge, and the computing power of the tower spirit, Emolan can easily construct a 7-ring spell. Even if it is improved, it can be modified, and even the incredible creation of a 7-ring spell is not impossible. Emolan did what Su Zengxin said. If a mage cannot even create a spell 1 level higher than himself, then what kind of pioneer is he? What ability does he have to open the way? What qualifications does he have to hurry on? But even in this state, Emolan felt unprecedented difficulty when he faced the deduction of the spell structure in front of him. The ink cartridge was running at the highest speed, and every bit of computing power was squeezed out. In addition to maintaining the normal operation of the mage tower, all the computing power of the tower spirit was drawn by Emolan. Even so, it was useless. The deduction of the entire spell structure was difficult, extremely difficult. But Lan did not give up, but deduced silently. Chapter 513 Secret Investigation. Ah! Yi Fei went crazy. Ah! Geng Tao went crazy. President, calm down, calm down. Calm down. What the hell, I was just slashed by Lan's magician family, and now Su Zongxin. That bastard is here to take advantage of me? Do you think you can calm down? Then why don't we buy it? What do you mean we won't buy it? What's wrong with you? Don't buy it. Are you looking for death? That's Doji resonance. And there's no limit on the number of people, and it's Doji resonance with a very high upper limit. Although the power loss is high, there is no requirement for tacit understanding. The loss of strength is high. If 100 people are not enough, then I will have 1,000 people, 10,000 people. Do you know what this means? It means that we can form a large army. Relying on the strength of numbers to suppress or even kill the strong, this is what we dream of. Fuck, why does the people of the Mage Association change the times every time they take action? Yi Fei couldn't help but burst out a swear word. The Mage Association's technical library is divided into ordinary technical library and military technical library. Among them, only a small number of guilds trusted by the Mage Association have the right to wander and exchange in the military technical library. As a guild with close relations with the Mage Association, they naturally have the right to browse and exchange in the military technical library. They all attach great importance to the military technology library. Basically, every guild with authority will specially arrange a person within the Mage Association to keep an eye on whether there are new technologies in the military technology library, especially those uploaded by well-known figures. So they got the news one after another the moment Su Zongxin uploaded this technology. It hurts, I know I will be ripped off, but I can't help but buy it, otherwise others have it, and if I don't, then I'm doomed, Yi Fei said helplessly, and in addition to this, Yi Fei also saw a deeper point. That is, the requirements for the composition of the personnel are not high, and the requirements for the tacit understanding of the composition of the personnel are not high. The spell of mental link itself has the function of improving coordination. The upgraded version of this spell is even better in this regard. This makes the indigenous legion they conceived a step further. In addition, after reaching a consensus, the entire legion will be strengthened. In this case, the probability of death of a single player will be greatly reduced. In this version with extremely heavy death penalties, the method that can reduce the death rate of players is simply a magical weapon. In short, this technology must be purchased. But just before purchasing, Yi Fei suddenly noticed another sentence. Note, this technology requires matching equipment to use. Purchase of technology does not provide equipment, you can buy it on your own. It's so shady. I've seen shady ones, but I've never seen one as shady as this. The most outrageous thing is that he wrote it clearly, using such a large font to tell you clearly that he is so shady. Is this the most outrageous thing? What are you thinking? The most outrageous thing is still to come. What is it? You know he is so shady. But you still have to buy it honestly. As soon as the voice fell, the group of presidents who were complaining crazily suddenly became quiet, and a message popped up after a long time. It hurts. Yi Fei sighed, and asked Su Zongxin what he needed to buy the equipment, and Su Zongxin replied not long after the message was sent. Yi Fei had already prepared to pay a sky-high price, but when he saw Su Zongxin's reply, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Elemental metal. Yi Fei covered his forehead with his hands, and said humbly, "Can you be flexible?" "No." "Okay. Elemental metal is elemental metal. How much?" "I'll give it to you." "Oh." "Straightforward. Don't worry about how much. It depends on the different levels of equipment." Yi Fei suddenly had a bad feeling again. Generally speaking, it's not good to buy things in different levels. The lowest level is the 100-person level. This has no effect. It mainly increases tacit understanding. I won't talk about the price. Let's start with the 1,000-person level. Let's talk about it. Su Zongxin opened multiple lines at the same time, and replied to the president's questions with a smile on his face. Happy. A magical wizard creation. A man in black said, while looking at a punk motorcycle. There are many such wizard creations in the city. They don't look very precious. Another man in black said, "It's really nothing. I have entered many workshops. They are called factories. All the things running inside are such wizard creations. But they call them machines. And one of these machines can be used by thousands of people. Every minute and every second. A huge amount of items come down from the machine." A man in black said, as he came over from another direction. They also have a kind of magic creation called a train, which can carry a large amount of goods at a time and move quickly. The carrying capacity is hundreds of times that of a normal chamber of commerce, and the speed is hundreds of times that of a normal animal-powered chamber of commerce," said another magician. "There is also a kind of magic creation called an elemental cannon, which is installed on a chariot. It can kill all level 6 enemies instantly. The elemental cannon can even attack at a distance of 1,000 to 1,500 meters. A level 6 enemy will die instantly. There is also a magic tower," the men in black said one after another. The information they searched for was gathered bit by bit, like pieces of a puzzle, and they pieced together the true current situation and appearance of the Morse Kingdom. Therefore, everyone fell silent, because everything that happened in the Morse Kingdom had never happened in their country. And even if they were not strong, they could clearly see the wealth and potential hidden behind it. Everyone looked at each other and prepared to return. "Why hasn't 19 come back yet?" a man in black asked. Although his clothes were exactly the same as the others, he knew from the voice that he was probably the leader of this group of men in black. 19 went to Red Maple City, which is quite far away. I guess he was delayed for a while. He will be back soon. Number 1. Don't worry too much. Number 19's hiding and infiltration skills are among the best among us. Generally speaking, he will not be discovered. Indeed, nothing should happen. And maybe number 19 has discovered some important intelligence and is following up. Then wait for another day. If number 19 doesn't come back within a day, we will go back and report." Everyone moved to rest. Yes. The man in black dispersed. Red Maple City, the man in black was detected by the tower spirit the moment he entered the city. The board branch president sat inside the mage tower as a tool man, and immediately began to follow up after discovering the man in black. "There is a way, but he has to climb over the wall. There must be something fishy. Keep following up." The man in black entered Red Maple City carefully. He was very careful. In order to avoid being discovered, he climbed over the wall to enter the city, unnoticed. The branch president watched the live broadcast silently. "Well, not bad. Chapter 514, will the transformation bloom in blood and death? Hiss, it seems like we caught a big fish," the president of the Red Maple City branch muttered to himself, because he suddenly found that the man in black was at the level of level 5. Although it looks like he just broke through level 5 is level 5. Level 5, seemingly not high, the Mage Association can kill at will, but in fact, among the players in the entire Mage Association, only Emolan has reached the 6th ring, and the highest of the others is only level 5. Level 5 players are even rarer in the overall player team. This is also true for the indigenous people. Although there are level 6 players, level 6 players are generally the highest combat power, and level 5 players are the highest combat power in public. However, a level 5 player with the highest combat power has become a spy, looking at the careful steps of the man in black, and his movements that are obviously professionally trained. The branch president can be sure that this man in black must be from a professional organization with strict training, and he is definitely not a gangster who suddenly showed up. This kind of professionalism is not something a gangster can play. Having a spy of this level means that there must be a 7th level existence in the force. Only when the 7th level suppresses the foundation and the 6th level becomes the highest combat power on the surface, the 5th level will be integrated to this extent and become a spy. And those who have such strength nearby and are related to us must be from the 3 major empires around us, or one of the 3 major empires, the branch president muttered to himself, watching the man in black leave Hongfeng City and head towards the direction of the Mage Association. With a thought, a message was sent directly to Emolan's tower spirit. The tower spirit immediately noticed the breath of the man in black after receiving the news. But the man in black went through the forest and entered the lake area and paid attention to him directly. At this time, Emolan was studying, so the tower spirit did not disturb Emolan. The man in black hid by the lake, and for some reason he felt a shudder, as if there was a prehistoric beast crawling in the blue lake, and if he took another step forward, he would be swallowed by the beast. The man in black felt unprecedented oppression, hesitated for a long time, and finally turned around and left unwillingly. Emolan had just come back to his senses from his research when the tower spirit projected the image of the man in black. We received a report from the president of the Red Maple City branch that he was suspected to be a spy of the Imperial forces. Should we arrest him? Wearing tight black clothes in broad daylight, no wonder people say he is a spy. Emolan glanced at him, and said speechlessly. But Emolan also saw that this black clothes was probably not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a treasure that could assist in stealth and concealment. The key point is that this treasure seems to be a standard equipment. Forces within the Empire? Is it the Empire? It is unrealistic for ordinary forces to support spies of this level. According to the intelligence, and Marquis Morse has been destroyed, someone was driven back in disgrace some time ago. It is normal for spies to come. It would be a problem if they don't come. They must be spies from some empire. However, the current specialness of the Kingdom of Morse should have caught the eyes of these major empires. As long as the Emperor is not blind, he will definitely see the huge potential of trains and machinery. Emolan understood, and was not surprised. This kind of thing is inevitable, it is just a matter of time. However, how can there be a fool who can lead an empire? If nothing unexpected happens, these empires will send envoys first. In a palace that stretches for dozens of miles in the core area of the Southern Empire, a majestic old man wearing a crown looked at the information accumulated on the spell paper in front of him. After reading it, he handed it to the minister next to him, and then passed it to the next person. After a while, someone spoke up. Go to the Kingdom of Morse to ask the projector Emolan to offer the magic of magic construction, and then recognize his title, and grant the Kingdom of Morse as his fiefdom. Idiot. A young duke couldn't help but speak out. Duke Hestia, please pay attention to your words and deeds. Sorry. I said something wrong. I just feel sad for being a noble like you. I feel sad for the nobles. It simply lowers the average IQ level of our nobles. No wonder the projector looks down on us. Duke Hestia, I want to duel with you. A noble with a full belly said with a flushed face. Silence, said the old king wearing a crown at the top softly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the hall instantly became quiet. Even the noble who had just called for a duel did not dare to make a sound. Duke Hestia, you have been greatly influenced by the projector. Please pay attention to your words and deeds. After the king's words fell, the noble who had just called for a duel immediately looked at Duke Hestia with pride. However, Duke Hestia did not show any abnormality on his face, but spoke out. Yes, Your Majesty, but I still think that the wisdom of the projectors is undeniable. So we should absorb some of their wisdom, recognize their status, let them develop, and recruit some of them to manage the others. After all, the projectors are an immortal race. Past experience tells us that we cannot kill the projectors. Rashly making enemies will only bring endless troubles. As soon as Duke Hestia finished speaking, some of the nobles, who had originally had expressionless faces, raised their heavy and fat eyelids. Your Majesty, what Duke Hestia said does make sense. I also think that projectors have unlimited potential. Not long after they appeared, countless elite professionals have appeared. Currently, there are 5th level professionals. I think as long as we release the suppression and recognize their status, it won't be long before they can break through the 7th level and become immortal master level professionals. When we make friends with them, we can naturally consolidate our position. As long as we please them, we will not lose our dignity. Enough. The king sitting at the top spoke slowly. Order Earl Hongyan to lead the Lion Knights to the Kingdom of Morse. Order Projector Emolan to offer the magic of the mage, then recognize his noble status and grant him the fief of Morse. If he does not obey, destroy him. After the king finished speaking, the fat-headed and big-eared noble looked at Duke Hestia with pride, and the others also looked at him, with a faint sneer on their faces, as if saying, Duke Hestia, compared to the previous Duke Hestia, you are too young. Duke Hestia had no expression on his face, but the only hope left in his heart was completely extinguished. He couldn't help but recall what a projector had said to him. Could it be that change must bloom in blood and death? Duke Hestia fell into deep thought. While Molan and others were working hard to create a better environment, players in other regions did not seem to be idle either. Chapter 515 Unexpected. However, Duke Hestia, you know the projectors best. You are responsible for selecting people to go to the Kingdom of Morse and steal all the technologies mentioned in the intelligence. Just when Duke Hestia was lost in thought and doubt, the king suddenly spoke again. The king's order made everyone stunned, but this time no one stopped it, because it did not affect their interests. Duke Hestia suppressed his doubts after hearing this, and a little hope arose in his heart. As you command, Your Highness. In fact, no one is a fool. The many nobles in the hall are not, and the old king sitting at the top is not either. They just stand on different positions, except for the young Duke Hestia. Everyone sees it clearly, only he still doesn't understand. The other nobles are actually right in one point. He is still too young, he is indeed too young. And this scene is not only happening in the Southern Empire, an extremely similar scene also happened in the Northern Empire. The death of the master warrior of the Morse kingdom attracted too many eyes. The death of a tactical deterrent force directly attracted the attention of the top leaders of the three empires, making everything that happened here no longer a secret, seen by these smart nobles. Almost at the same time, the envoys of the two empires led the knights of the two empires to set off, heading towards the red maple city of the Morse kingdom. In addition, the spies belonging to countless nobles also swarmed in like cats smelling blood. But surprisingly, the Saya Empire, which borders the Morse kingdom, didn't seem to notice it, and didn't make any moves. The empire was still peaceful. Mage Association. These noble dogs can't change their ways. Or the inertia of their class makes them unable to change their ways. At that time, they will definitely ask me to hand over these technologies in a domineering manner. Well, they will probably bring troops with them. If I don't agree, they will directly destroy me and forcibly take away the technology. If they are smarter, they will send people to buy equipment, learn secretly, and research on their own. With two approaches, they won't be afraid of not getting the technology. Emolan muttered. But he didn't expect that these nobles would not only do this, but also plan to recognize his noble status and grant the Morse kingdom to him, which would be equivalent to joining their empire and submitting to the king of their empire. It's just that Emolan couldn't imagine that someone could be so shameless. You think the lower limit is just their upper limit. Emolan thought about it and shook his head. Forget it, why think so much? I'm still a player anyway. Why should I be afraid of a group of NPCs? Isn't it just the difference between killing them directly and being killed first and then dying and killing them again? Emolan packed up these thoughts and threw them away, and once again set his eyes on the man in black, and asked out loud, did he do anything bad? Does peeping at a man bathing count? No. Then no. Oh. Let him go. I don't care about him. But the tower spirit? Put him on the alert list. Inform the mage tower. And report immediately if you find him in the future. Yes. Emolan turned off the projection, and then put this matter behind him, and continued his research. This research is very important. For this research, he even temporarily left the task of finding the wind and water elements to others, and concentrated on the research at hand. Time passed quickly like a white horse passing by. Emolan, who was conducting research, suddenly received a piece of news that surprised him. 2 knight groups entered the border? Yes. One from the Southern Empire. One from the Northern Empire. Each knight group has nearly 200 people. Oh. I see. They are not friendly. Prepare for war. Prepare to welcome our envoys. This may be difficult. The mage who came to report said hesitantly. And Emolan was stunned when he heard it. What's the problem? Aren't they just 2 4th-level knight groups? They are equivalent to the 7th-level combat power. They have been destroyed before. Why panic? Just prepare for the battle. No, President, this is really a bit difficult. This. Emolan frowned when he saw this. What's the difficulty? Come, don't be nervous, tell me the reason slowly. The mage continued to speak immediately after hearing this. The current losses of these 2 knight groups may be a bit heavy. They have all returned, but I don't know if they can go back to the Kingdom of Morse. Emolan was stunned. This time, Emolan was really stunned. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Say it again? The mage continued. It is estimated that these 2 knight groups will have a hard time leaving the Kingdom of Morse. This is mainly because of the guilds located at the border. The moment these 2 knight groups entered the country, they were noticed by them. As a border guild? This is reasonable. Right? Yes. It is reasonable. After all, the threat comes from the outside world. It would be strange if they didn't notice it. Emolan nodded. Then it is reasonable for the border guilds to be hostile to them. Right? Yes. It is reasonable. After all, these guilds have joined the alliance. Now the Kingdom of Morse is one. In this case, these guilds are basically robbing money every day. Oh! Robbing money is not as fast as this. In this situation, they would not allow unstable factors to appear. 2 legions from the Empire suddenly enter the country. And there might be hostility. Then we found out that there is hostility. It is reasonable for the 2 knight groups to be destroyed. Right? It is reasonable. Emolan said subconsciously. But he reacted the next moment. Wait. This is reasonable. What do you mean it is reasonable for the 2 knight groups to be destroyed? This is unreasonable. These are two 4th level knight groups, which can burst out the combat power of the 7th level, and are estimated to be able to suppress the general 7th level. Otherwise, it is impossible to send only one knight group into the country when we know that we have suppressed a 4th level knight group. They are very strong. Yes, they are very strong, so these guilds have to work harder. And Molan fell into deep thought. He suddenly realized that things seemed to have changed a lot, becoming a little beyond imagination. But what about letting them despise me, insult me, look down on me, and then revealing my bottom line and turning the tide when no one was optimistic about me? I was clearly ready. How come I was intercepted halfway? And Molan was very puzzled. It didn't matter whether he was in the limelight or not. He mainly wanted the people of the Mage Association to strengthen team cohesion through this event, relax their mood, and enhance their self-confidence. But now there is no chance. Puzzled. In addition to Molan, Earl Hongyan was also puzzled, even a little desperate. Chapter 516 The War Begins. The extremely embarrassed Earl Hongyan felt that he had walked into the wrong place, as if he had stepped into hell. A few days ago, he was full of fighting spirit, and looked very happy, but just a few days later, he became extremely embarrassed, with unkempt hair and grease on his face. The Lion Knights, which originally had a full strength of 200 people, only had 187 people left, but everyone had become extremely tired, with red eyes, which were full of bloodshot, and silent eyes, as if they were walking corpses. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the ground ahead. A blazing flame swelled out from the pit, and pieces of metal fragments flew out with it. This was a landmine. But before it could hurt anyone, the knight's subconscious burst of fighting spirit had suppressed it and destroyed it. As a qualified knight's order, tacit understanding is the most basic condition. It only took them a moment to form a fighting spirit resonance, which was almost an instinctive reaction. Facing an attack, the speed of fighting spirit resonance was faster than the speed of thinking. This is the barrier they use to prevent strong men from sneaking into the knights and slaughtering them. It is easy and very disadvantageous for a knight to be killed when fighting spirit resonates. The knights will naturally have special training for this. The ability originally used to prevent strong men from sneaking in is now used to defend against mines and cannons. Boom! Dozens of high-speed rotating solid chain balls are flying over. 70% of them fall around the knights, and only 30% are about to hit the knights. Fighting spirit resonance. Buzz! One after another. Fighting spirit flies up and hits the solid chain ball, knocking it away. Team 19. Team 18. Go together. A hoarse voice sounded. And 2 knight squads, a total of 20 heavily armored knights, rushed out instantly, heading straight for the location where the cannon sounded. After a while, the 2 knight squads returned, with very ugly faces. Seeing this, Earl Hongyan asked hoarsely, "Run away again?" 39 cannons were destroyed. No one was present, and there were signs of disturbance on the ground. They ran away from underground. Listening to the familiar report, Earl Hongyan's face was gloomy. This was the 15th time he had heard this report. 2 teams of knights were dispatched, and a total of 20 knights had been dispatched. But nothing had been achieved. But he did not dare to send too few people, because too few people would not be able to produce a suppressive effect, and they would eventually be exhausted to death one by one, and that was how the 13 knights died. That group of projectors was simply too crazy. Earl Hongyan's eyes became more and more gloomy, but at this moment, hundreds of cannons roared at the same time from all directions. Hundreds of pairs of high-speed spinning chains flew over, and in an instant, they covered the sky and earth with great power. Count Hongyan waved his hand, and hundreds of pairs of chains were instantly knocked away, and the entire Lion Knights were unscathed, but Count Hongyan was not proud at all, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. Because not long after, hundreds of pairs of chains came spinning at high speed again, and the overwhelming chains were powerful. Then the fighting spirit resonance easily deflected them, and no casualties were caused. For the Lion Knights, who had up to 200 people, under the condition of fighting spirit resonance, this attack could not cause any damage to the knights, and it could be easily swept away. But if the fighting spirit resonance is not activated, under normal circumstances, ordinary knights are only 3rd-level warriors. Although they are wearing full-body heavy armor mixed with elemental metals, they still cannot stop the chain balls flying at high speed. The iron balls at both ends of the iron chain are as big as fists. The power they carry at high speed makes them extremely powerful. The solid steel balls the size of fists make them the most restrained blunt attack against heavy armor. If an iron ball hits an ordinary knight in the knights, this knight will be injured even if he does not die. Once injured, the purpose of the bombardment is completely achieved. If it can cause minor injuries, it can slowly increase to serious injuries. And if it can cause serious injuries, it can be worn down bit by bit. The player has no shortage of patience. They now completely treat the Lion Knights as a huge boss, and use various methods to wear down its health bar bit by bit. Kill! The angry Earl of Red Rock squeezed his horse's belly, and led the Lion Knights to charge forward. The Lion Knights instantly completed the resonance of fighting spirit, and became a whole. The momentum of the charge was unstoppable. Like a landslide, the Lion Knights, running at high speed, circled around in a moment, destroying nearly half of the cannons around, and the remaining half had disappeared, leaving only a large pit and stones in the original place. Stonewall. In addition, no player was killed, no player died, and no player was injured. President. Someone sprained his foot. It's quite serious. He asked for leave. Oh, I approved it. You are still looking for me for such a thing. You really think I have nothing to do? The president drove away his subordinates like a fly, and then looked at the full-body heavy armor on the table with others with great envy. There were still a lot of dark red bloodstains on this heavy armor. The president put his hand on it, looked around, and looked at the other presidents. It's confirmed, this heavy armor does contain elemental metals. As soon as the voice fell, everyone couldn't help licking their lips. Elemental metals, now it's hard currency. And since Su Zengxin announced that the core of the Legion must be cast with elemental metals, the price of elemental metals has skyrocketed again, even to the point that it can't be bought at any higher price. The value of elemental metals is no longer just its surface value, but more of its decisive value to the Legion. Without the Legion core, there is no Legion. Without the Legion, there is no power. So when these guild presidents heard that the armor contained elemental metals, they all got excited. There are 200 of these armors in the knights over there. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes instantly turned green. What are you waiting for? Go get him. It's a waste of resources to let a piece of armor run away. Isn't it just a knights group of 200 people? Just do it. It's not for elemental metals. Elemental metals are not important. The important thing is not to let outsiders break the internal order of the Morse Kingdom. The president smiled when he saw this. Since everyone is so straightforward, then let's all show off our best skills. It has come to this point. It would be unreasonable not to show them. Before the president finished speaking, a player ran over quickly, his face flushed, and shouted loudly without waiting to catch his breath. Oh no, the Lion Knights are going to enter the city. What? Many guild leaders stood up suddenly. In the wild, the Count of Red Rock, who was full of anger and had nowhere to vent, shouted loudly, Enter the city! Chapter 517 Destruction. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed on the land. There was a huge flat land outside the city. Below was the city gate, and above was a wide and surging river. Water transportation was common. The most important thing was that there was a train line passing through it. With many advantages gathered, then under the joint planning of many guild leaders in the city, an industrial park was formed here. Many guilds built workshops here. With the initial emergence of the scale effect, a fame-seeking player also built a workshop in the industrial park. Driven by this group of players, merchants and nobles among the indigenous people also set up workshops in the industrial park. So far, the industrial park is already densely packed with workshops, and the industrial park has directly become the heart of the city. Every day, a large amount of raw materials are sent to the industrial park, and every day a large amount of products are transported into the city. Some are consumed in the city, and some are sold to the entire Morse Kingdom through various channels. This place has become a large scale, and only a simple number can understand how huge it is. According to a rough estimate, there are nearly 10,000 indigenous workers in the industrial park. The bustling industrial park is always crowded with people. There is always no shortage of players and indigenous people who come to ask about prices and purchase goods. They do not open workshops, but choose to seek theories in their own way. However, today, the ground in the industrial park seemed to shake slightly. Boom, boom, boom. As the vibration expanded, a group of black spots appeared on the horizon. And then, the violent momentum was overwhelming. Like a landslide. Unstoppable. Lion Knights. The Lion Knights were still some distance away from the industrial park, but their momentum had already crushed them. A cold voice sounded. Tear down all the workshops. As soon as the voice fell, the Lion Knights sped up a bit, and the knights' eyes turned red, and they wanted to tear everything in front of them to pieces. At this moment, a large group of players ran out of the industrial park, and shouted as soon as they appeared. "Who is causing trouble? Stop!" Before the voice fell, they saw the knights, and their eyes slightly squinted. "Stay in a hotel or eat?" a player said, and before he finished speaking, he ran over. He ran. If he didn't run, he would die. The thin wall of the industrial park seemed to be non-existent in front of the knights. It had no effect except interfering with their mental power and blocking their sight. Wait, blocking their sight and interfering with their mental power? The Earl of Red Rock felt something was wrong. The Lion Knights, unable to stop, directly broke through the stone wall. But at this moment, they found that there was a huge pit behind the stone wall, which was dozens of meters deep and dozens of meters wide. There was only a floating bridge above the pit. People could pass through. But the knights would definitely fall down. There was no need to doubt it. Count Hongyan felt unprecedentedly dirty. Someone could be so dirty. But, no matter what it is useless in the face of absolute strength. Count Hongyan sneered, his fighting spirit flashed. A light curtain began to extend from him to the other side. In just a moment, a ray of light spanned the tunnel. Nearly 200 knights galloped on it, and in a flash, they crossed the pit and appeared on the other side. Seeing this scene, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually disappeared. Can't stop it? It can't be stopped. Although the Lion Knights have been exhausted by us, they are still the 7th level combat power when they burst out. We seemed very cool and powerful before, but facing the 7th level combat power, we have no way. Then let him destroy it like this? With the combat power, speed, and even endurance of the Lion Knights, he can directly flatten the entire industrial park. And once the industrial park is flattened, it can be said that the blow to us is extremely huge, which will directly cause our economic level to regress, and completely fall behind other cities, other guilds. It will be extremely difficult to catch up. What's more important is that, if this industrial park is destroyed, then our valuation that we had previously inflated based on this industrial park will plummet. Is it true that some of you are at the critical moment of financing? If this happens, your guild's valuation will be cut in half, which is too modest. Right? The guild leader muttered to himself, and his voice became colder and colder. At this moment, all the guild leaders looked at the charging and abusive Lion Knights with cold eyes. Before, they wanted to support the Mage Association, and make a little money by the way, but now there is a real strong murderous aura, and the killing intention is gradually rising. How much did you bury? A guild leader suddenly spoke up. What are you talking about? I don't understand you. Are you still pretending at this time? Stop pretending. Don't say that there is no gunpowder buried under your workshop. Don't say that you haven't learned from the classic case of the Morse Kingdom. What are you still hiding at this time? Your workshop will be flattened. And everything will be gone. Blow it up. Let's blow it up together. With all the power gathered, even a real 7th level will be finished. Right? Not to mention that it's just a knight group. Split into 200 people, facing this kind of attack, the power will be greater. Right? Everyone was silent, watching Earl Hongyan lead the Lion Knights to retaliate and destroy wantonly. Under the attack of the 7th level fighting spirit. Under the iron hoofs of nearly 200 knights. Workshops after workshops were shattered like bubbles under their charge. The indigenous workers cried out in grief at the sudden bad news, and were then pierced by the spear tips amid the knights' excited and ferocious laughter. Indigenous people died every moment. Alas! The president looked at the familiar but nameless faces, clenched his fists. His eyes were cold, and he was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Can't blow it up. There are nearly 10,000 natives inside. If you blow them up, they will all die. Can't blow them up. In addition, all players with combat capabilities should enter the industrial park to hold back the Lion Knights, and the other part should organize the evacuation of the natives and protect their safety. The president's eyes were cold, and he slowly uttered 2 words. Bloody battle. The other presidents looked at each other, turned their heads to look at the natives who died under the guns and iron hooves. There were many familiar faces among them. Looking at them, my heart couldn't help but twitch. These are all human beings. A guild leader muttered to himself, then raised his hand slowly, and then lowered it. Bloody battle. As soon as he finished speaking, another guild leader let out a breath and shouted softly. Bloody battle. The guild leaders responded one after another, and spoke one after another. Bloody battle. Bloody battle. Chapter 518. Thousands of people fight the boss on the same screen. Boom. Boom. Everyone in the Lion Knights of nearly 200 people burst out their fighting spirit with all their strength. The fighting spirits were connected in parallel to form a whole, like a huge lion rampaging in this workshop. Everything in the workshop was torn apart by its claws. The huge lion rushed around, waving its claws from time to time, tearing everything in its way. And then the giant lion rose again, exposing the cavalry armed to the teeth below. The exposed cavalry began to charge with lances. The high-speed cavalry's killing efficiency was not even worse than that of the lion just now, or even stronger. Obviously, the Southern Empire has mastered a more advanced knight group fighting method. Not just a crude charge. A knight's eyes were red, and all the anger in his heart was vented. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a threat, and looked up, and a huge fireball was coming towards him. Husan Mage Group. Take your positions. Mage Group? The knight looked at the fireball with disdain. And then someone gave an order. And then the teams raised their spears, and stabbed fiercely without any communication. In tacit understanding. A spear ray broke through the air, directly annihilating the fireball, leaving only scattered sparks. However, this was just the beginning. The next moment, dozens of spells broke through the air. In addition, there was an overwhelming rain of arrows. At the same time, there were loud shouts. Turtle Mage Group. Take your positions. Nut Knights. Take your positions. Sun Shooting Archery Group. Take your positions. Geoli Knights. Take your positions. One after another. Loud shouts, groups that had completed resonance arrived at the scene one after another, and more players rushed towards the Lion Knights like floating pillars at this moment. For players, there is one thing: a group of 200 people can't come up with one, but a group of less than 100 people can come up with 200. Another point is, for players, there is no so-called swallowing one's anger in the game. If you don't accept it, just fight. There is no high-sounding reason, not so many reasons, not so many doubts. The core is just one point. I just don't like you, fuck you. What if I die? Then die. Can players be angry to death by a group of NPCs? Not to mention anything else. As long as you dare to show your health bar, you can kill the gods. What's more, we have killed 13, 187. 187 is 14 times 13. What are you afraid of? One knight group after another charged forward, and again actively charged towards the attack of the Lion Knights, blocking the damage for the Mage group and Archer group behind. Tank, output, control. A simple combination has been formed, and the whole situation has instantly entered the normal game situation. Thousands of people fighting boss on the same screen. And now it is nothing more than boss's high defense, high attack, long blood bar. A frontal attack of the Lion Knights can directly annihilate a knight group of 100 people, and a few attacks can kill a large number of players. However, as time goes by, this group of game elites have mastered the moves of the Lion Knights, movement preferences, gradually mastered the attack distance, attack range, attack power of the Lion Knights. I don't know why, Earl Hongyan feels extremely uncomfortable at this moment. The surroundings were clearly full of ants. One strike could kill hundreds of them. But he felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. His whole body was bound. He had tremendous strength. But he couldn't use it no matter what. Haven't I seen this player before? They seem to have been hit by me just now. But they didn't die? Count Hongyan suddenly found something wrong. He remembered this knight group. They had been attacked by him once before. And they should have all died. At that time, there was an attack from the other side. So he shifted his attention there, and didn't pay attention to this side. Did it miss? No, something is wrong. Earl Hongyan felt something was wrong, and he used his fighting spirit to attack fiercely. At this time, he felt an attack coming from the other side, and subconsciously wanted to defend, but he remembered something, and held back, and directly used his fighting spirit to prop up a protective shield to resist the attack, and his whole attention was on the knights in front of him. The powerful attack was broken with a terrifying whistle, and it went straight to the knights. However, at this moment, the knight's fighting spirit burst out, and suddenly took a step back, and propped up a large fighting spirit shield at a slight angle. The attack seemed to be much weaker at just a short distance, and it seemed to have lost some cohesion. When the attack landed on the Dochi shield, it deviated slightly, and the main power was released on one side. The knights were blown away, and everyone was pale and seriously injured. The Earl of Hongyan looked at this scene with a shocked face. They actually resisted the space of the 7th level power. However, they were also seriously injured. They should not have the strength to fight again. Right? As soon as this thought emerged in my mind, I found a group of projectors running out with stretchers, and quickly took the wounded away from the battlefield. It's okay to leave. I'll come back later. Before Earl Hongyan could finish his thought, he felt a group of beautiful women running to the wounded. The wounded looked at the beautiful female projectors, and suddenly showed happy expressions. After a while, their injuries were all healed. Their faces turned red. They formed a night group and charged again. Earl Hongyan was silent. He resisted the attack. Looking around, his angry heart gradually calmed down. In the distance, a group of presidents looked at this place coldly. One of them said in a cold voice, "The Lion Knights don't distinguish between front, back, left, and right. But the commander can calculate the attack distance, attack power weakening ratio, attract hatred, and nourish the endurance. No matter how strong the Lion Knights are, they can be worn down. As long as they can withstand it, they can be worn down. This is a good command. The Lion Knights have been worn down to exhaustion by us. Now they are just fighting with blood and energy. The more excited they are now, the more tired they will be later. So there is still hope." No. The commander has reacted. Many presidents watched the Lion Knights suddenly hold up their shields and stand still. And then, they rushed forward abnormally, and defeated a knight group with a fierce blow, and killed every knight completely. During the whole process, no matter how other knight groups attracted attention, or how they blocked the attack, they could not stop them. Once they identified a person, they would grab him and beat him to death until he was killed. Seeing this scene, many guild leaders' faces instantly turned serious. Sure enough, a person who can lead a 4th level knight group cannot be a fool. No matter how stupid the Southern Empire is, it is impossible to hand over a main knight group to a fool. What a pity. Calm down. The hatred in the angry state is very strong. Once calm, everything will collapse. Chapter 519. Boom. To put it simply, the boss found that he couldn't beat them. So he deleted the hatred system and started killing them indiscriminately. A guild leader said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. This is just imitating the reaction of the real world, or it's the reaction of the real world. Not only can they calm down, but they can also run away, believe it or not. Oh, it's difficult. How do we do it? Give us a plan, or we'll just line up and let them kill us." "How is the evacuation going?" a guild leader asked. "How can it be that fast? Nearly 10,000 people. What does 10,000 people mean? There are so many people. And the industrial park is not big. Nor is it small. Nearly 10,000 people are distributed in different areas and in different workshops. It will take some time." The president rubbed his brows with a headache after hearing this. "It's difficult. Forget it. Let's try to lead the Lion Knights away from the industrial park. It's useless." The commander has regained his sanity now. With the wisdom he has shown so far, he can't leave the industrial park. Instead, he will cause more extensive damage in the industrial park. After all, he is not a fool. He did not destroy it now, because he thought that killing the knights and the mage tower was more meaningful and more deflating. After all, the players will not die. But it is no secret in the eyes of the nobles that they will be weakened after multiple deaths. Headache. Speed up the evacuation of the natives, and then take revenge after all the natives have evacuated. Alas, this is the only way. After these presidents made the decision, the knights tried their best to dodge in order to delay time. And the mage corps in the distance still launched spell attacks again and again. Although they could not break through the defense of the Lion Knights, they could also consume the Lion Knights. However, the continuous attacks directly angered Count Hongyan. He rushed to the mage tower and cleared the mage corps first. He ignored the knight's charge and cleared the mage corps one by one. How long will it take? About 15 minutes. Then delay for another 20 minutes. And detonate directly after 20 minutes. Let him enjoy the treatment that the palace enjoyed before. I want to see if they can resist, a president said. I don't know why. It's clear that they have been pushed to the end of the rope. But at this time, they feel a little bit of expectation. How powerful would such a huge amount of gunpowder explode? You know, they started preparing to make gunpowder when they learned that the palace explosion killed a master warrior, mobilizing a large amount of manpower and material resources to make a large amount of gunpowder and bury it underground. This project has no goal. It is a continuous work until yesterday. there was still a group of people making gunpowder and filling it. In fact, it is not just their city. It should be said that all the guilds in the city started to do this after learning about the battle in the palace. It's just that some are done by a single guild, and some are done by the guilds of the entire city together. This is not limited to the cities of the Morse Kingdom. It should be said that every city in the entire game that has the conditions to make gunpowder is doing this, because they found that the power of gunpowder can undergo a qualitative change in the continuous superposition, and can cause effective damage to the 7th level. This is simply the cheapest and simplest 7th level power, although it is only a one-time use, and each use requires a very long time to prepare. It is still okay as a trump card. After having an attack with the power of the 7th level, the confidence of the whole person is different. At least no matter what situation I face, I have the confidence to fight once and destroy everything. Thousands of people attack the boss on the same screen. But now it seems that the boss is mowing down the crowd. The duration of persistence depends entirely on the time it takes for the boss to kill all the players. This time, no matter what the result is, one thing is certain. That is, the player guild of the city will be seriously damaged. Thousands of elite players will almost fall behind a level if they die once, as the death penalty has increased. This means that the strength of the player guild of the entire city will be greatly reduced. But for some reason, the president, who was very panicked just now, suddenly calmed down, and did not plan to let his players retreat, but let the backup players rush forward continuously. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer players next to the Lion Knights, and the organized Knights, Mage Corps, and Archer Corps were basically almost dead, and were all slaughtered. After the group died, a steady stream of vagrants and braves came on the field, spreading out to attract attention while trying to give the charging knights a hard blow. Count Hongyan led the knights to vent their anger and slaughter. The whole group was killed and his victory was determined. Or in other words, his victory was determined the moment he calmed down. The rest was just a process that he had to go through. However, at this moment, for some reason, Hongyan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, a president in the distance said, "All evacuated." As soon as the voice fell, the others looked at each other, and their eyes showed a bit of excitement, and they were eager to try. Start? Start. Explode. Instantly, all the presidents reached a consensus and sent a message. Ignite. And at this moment, Earl Hongyan suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, as if a fatal crisis was lingering in his heart. Roar! The giant lion fell instantly and enveloped all the knights. The next moment, Earl Hongyan grabbed a pendant on his neck and crushed it. Then a yellow light sank into a lion head-shaped jade pendant, and after circulating once, a larger yellow light shot into the giant lion's body. At this moment, the body of the giant lion seemed to become real, and the energy inside its body surged. Layers of energy gathered like waves towards the giant lion's bloody mouth, and turned into a yellowish-brown ball in it. The giant lion pressed down its limbs, and suddenly jumped up, and appeared in the sky with its limbs off the ground. The huge rock in the sky adjusted its direction, and the lion's head turned down. The yellowish-brown ball in its mouth rotated at a high speed, becoming more and more condensed. Roar! The lion roared, and the yellowish-brown ball spewed out. The ball that was freed from its restraints suddenly expanded and spread, spreading like a sound wave, and all objects that blocked the ripples were turned into powder. Lion's roar. However, when the yellowish-brown ripples touched the ground, a deafening roar sounded. Boom! Endless flames rushed into the sky with shock waves, and instantly collided with the ripples. Chapter 520 Victory. Boom! At this moment, it seemed that there was no sound between heaven and earth. The huge and terrifying sound waves broke everyone's eardrums. The ears were blank, only the head was buzzing. The nearby players were instantly killed by the extremely strong shock wave and high temperature. They turned into souls, and floated in the air, to watch this shocking scene. However, there was only a blazing red in their field of vision, as if they were drowned in a sea of fire. Not only the players, all the buildings and objects in the entire industrial park were destroyed by the blazing temperature and violent shock waves. Only pieces of melted metal soared into the sky, and then turned into meteors, and fell to an unknown place. Only players far away could save their lives, watching this shocking scene from afar. Many guild leaders climbed out of their crude shelters, with their ears buzzing, and could see other people's mouths opening and closing, but they could not hear anything. They tried to speak a few words, but they could not hear anything, as if they were trapped in a realm of silence. Without hearing anything, They could only watch the shocking scene in the industrial park area. The sky was full of flames rising into the sky, and a yellowish-brown spherical ripple formed a spherical shield in the sky. The core of the shield was a terrifying giant lion. The endless fighting spirit was injected from the giant lion into the spherical ripple, allowing it to spread continuously, pressing down, suppressing the sea of fire below. Damn it. My hearing gradually recovered, and I vaguely heard the shocked muttering of a guild leader next to me. Below was a sea of fire and shock waves, and above was a giant lion and spreading ripples, and the two terrifying forces seemed to be in a stalemate for a moment, but fortunately it was only a moment. Boom! The ripple shattered, and the sea of fire and shock waves slammed into the lion like a tsunami. Roar! I vaguely heard an angry, desperate lion roar, and then the lion's body cracked, shattered into pieces like porcelain, and turned into a sky full of stars, and completely disintegrated. Without the protection of the lion, the knights who were forced into a state of fighting spirit resonance were instantly engulfed by flames. They disappeared without a trace after only a few wails. The sea of fire fell, accompanied by a number of deformed armors, the surface of which was basically melted, and solidified together after falling to the ground. The presidents slowly came to their senses, looked at each other, and then laughed at the same time. Great! 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 After a series of ghost howls, the presidents gradually calmed down. But there was always a smile on their faces. Sure enough, what's all the fancy stuff? Equivalent is justice. There is nothing that equivalent can't solve. If there is, it's that the equivalent is not enough. Indeed, it's really cool. It keeps accumulating. The power of yellow gunpowder is also enough, and the space box is also powerful. More charge in a small range. This is equivalent to concentrating the power. The local power is greater. I suspect that as long as we keep accumulating, get him tens of thousands of space boxes filled with yellow gunpowder or nitroglycerin, even gods can be blown up. Come on, even if the power can blow up the god of death, the god will stand there for you to blow up. I ran away a long time ago. I'm not a stupid god. Moreover, even some monsters, high-level warriors, and mages have a sense of crisis. Do you think God will not? He will probably run away before you blow him up. The explosion can only be regarded as a one-time work of art, just for the sake of noise. Go away. Go away. Am I not just making an analogy? And who can predict what will happen in the future? Maybe there is a way to suppress God's perception? Maybe there is a way to imprison God for a moment. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's right. Alas, this explosion is fun. But it's only fun for a while. After the explosion, it will be a crematorium. The next time I want to accumulate so much gunpowder and nitroglycerin, I have to wait until the end of time. Also, this explosion basically razed all the main forces of our guild and the factory to the ground. Ah, it's like going back to the days before liberation overnight. Why panic? No one is dead. It's just another time. It's not a big deal, a guild leader said casually. And we are not fighting alone. We destroyed the knights not just for ourselves. What are we fighting for? We are worried that the knights will impact the domestic order, affect economic development, worry that the alliance will be hurt by it, worry that the mage association will be attacked by it. Why are we fighting so hard? Is it for a breath? It's ridiculous. We are professionals. How can we gather so many players to fight just because we are unhappy for a moment? No, we are not. Tell me loudly, what are we fighting for? For the alliance. A bunch of guild leaders, who understood the situation howled. Yes, we are for the alliance. Leave the vice president to clean up the battlefield and restore order. Everyone else go. Follow me to blackmail Moobu. Go to seek help from the alliance. Go to seek help from the association. Go to seek help from the leader. A president shouted loudly. Go! Go! As soon as the voice fell, the group of presidents swarmed away. Soon, 7 or 8 jeeps and a dozen pumped motorcycles formed a convoy and drove away with the roar of the engine. Only a bunch of vice presidents were left staring at each other. The news of the annihilation of the Southern Empire Knights was almost instantly spread to the forum, and was seen by countless players. However, they were shocked when they found out that it was a 4th level knight group. A 4th level knight group is equivalent to a master level warrior. And this was just the beginning. After the video of the gunpowder explosion and the ripple stalemate of the Lion Knights was uploaded, the entire forum shook. The hot list was instantly dominated by this incident, and the video post was flooded with 2 words. Awesome. 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 Fuck. Awesome. When something wrong seemed to have sneaked in, and was surging on the forum, Ironstone Castle, located at the northern border of the Morse Kingdom, which borders the Northern Empire, was stunned. The presidents of the Ironstone Castle Guild were stunned when they saw the unparalleled 4th level knights in the distance. Destroyed? Really destroyed? Really destroyed. Fuck, why are those bastards in Dashi City fighting so hard? To roll like this is too much. The president of Ironstone Castle felt very tired, very tired. What should we do? What can we do? Many guild leaders were silent for a moment, then sighed and shook their heads. Roll it. Mage Association. At this moment, Emolan was also confused when he saw the news on the forum. What the hell? Destroyed? Didn't they agree to fight me? How come they were destroyed just after crossing the border? Oh no, they didn't even cross the border. Hiss, it's outrageous. There are even more outrageous things. Lin will laugh beside him. What? The Knights of the Northern Empire were also destroyed. Chapter 521 Damn. Hey, don't say anything, get ready for the battle. Emolan said with a look of despair. Why is it still being robbed? Hiss, they robbed 2 at once, and didn't leave any for me, I'm so annoyed. Lin would shrug beside him. The guild leaders of Dashi City and Tayashibo are basically on their way here. What do you think? What do you think? I'll sit and watch. Aren't these people just here to cry, to ask for benefits? Then how should we deal with it? Emolan said without hesitation after hearing this. Call all the allies of the alliance to hold a meeting. We have to give the benefits that should be given. We can't let them do things that are thankless. We can't let them suffer losses. Emolan knocked on the table and directly defined this alliance meeting. But it's impossible for me to give only to them. Since we have to give, then call all the allies here. This good thing should be shared together. In addition, we also have to discuss how to help the guilds of these 2 cities get through the weak period. Hiss, it really hurts. Linwood beside him laughed when he heard this. There are indeed a lot of troubles. But as long as this is handled well, this alliance will have cohesion and combat effectiveness. And these guilds will have no worries. This can also be considered a great opportunity. But this Dashishing really dares to gamble. Bullshit. These bastards just think I am soft-hearted. If the alliance does not compensate them, they will definitely seize my guilt and blackmail me severely. After all, these 2 knight groups are indeed coming for me. And they will only impact the alliance in the process. I'm not exaggerating. If they get a little bit of money from the association, they can make a lot of money. Moreover, they can use this incident to make friends with me and the Mage Association. Such a good thing is hard to find even with a lantern. Do you dare to bet that these bastards definitely didn't have a sad face when they made the decision? And they definitely didn't hesitate at all. Instead, they were very happy. Linwood shrugged with a smile. And Emolan rolled his eyes when he saw this. But you were right. With this opportunity, as long as it is handled to everyone's satisfaction, this alliance will really form a whole. A powerful alliance with considerable cohesion, combat effectiveness, and self-awareness. I have to think about it carefully. When Emolan was thinking, he saw Linwood was still here. And he said directly, What are you still doing here? Go and make arrangements, go and prepare for war. The 2 great empires in the north and south will definitely go to war with us, but if we really fight, we will definitely not be able to win at the moment, but although we will lose, the result will definitely be a loss for both sides. After all, there are too many players' tricks, and they won't die. Even if they do this, the most we can do is vent our anger. No, we still can't fight like this. If we fight like this, the current good foundation will be gone. Emolan said this and paused, just thinking for a moment. An idea popped up in his mind. Linwa, I just thought of a way. You do this, then this, and finally that. Do you understand? Linwa's eyes lit up when he heard Emolan's idea. And he couldn't help but get excited. I understand. Okay. Then go and arrange it. Yes. Linwa leapt excitedly. And Emolan smiled. Northern Empire. It's really not the time to fight now. But even if we don't win this time, we can't run away in the future. And once we look at it, we can't look away. Hiss. Emolan was even more annoyed. There were already a lot of things to do. And now there are a lot of things to do. Forget it. Let Linwa and Lubin handle it. They are vice presidents anyway. After Emolan thought of the solutions to these problems, his mind suddenly became clear. All the problems were solved. I felt relieved. Emolan, who felt much more relieved, focused his thoughts on the white jade lion. After so long, The dark rock foundation under its feet has expanded again, but it is still a long way from forming a scale. Now it is not even a prototype. At most, a folder has just been created, and it is still renaming the folder. After confirming that the progress of the project was normal, confirming that the white jade lion was in normal condition, finally inspecting the 7-ring stone wall structure and the anti-gravity crystal ball, then he withdrew his thoughts. The progress is steady over there, and I can't fall behind here. Emolan muttered to himself. First he entered the meditation room to complete his daily meditation. After meditation, he walked to the laboratory, standing in front of the experimental table, while doing experiments to verify some data, to verify some conclusions. The spell model he was trying to build in his mind was still at the stage of building the framework. He also had a long way to go. Time passed quickly. The news of the destruction of the second 4th level knight group was also making a lot of noise on the forum. And 2 consecutive 4th level knight groups were destroyed by the power of existing players other than the Mage Association. This news made many players feel a little dreamy. The players within the Morse Kingdom were naturally full of pride, but the players in other regions were not happy, and could only say something sour. You've suffered heavy losses, haven't you? Look, the main forces are all in a weakened state, just wait to be beaten. Maybe they'll be driven out of the city, and become bandits in small towns. Oh, our guild destroyed the 4th tier knights. TSK, such a heavy loss, and the guild used all its strength in the entire city. Oh, our guild destroyed the 4th tier knights. Can you tell me something new? Oh, our guild just destroyed 2 4th tier knights, just now, very new. Ah! What about our efforts? Is the Morse Kingdom the only player left? Presidents of guilds in other regions. They were very upset about being caught in the crossfire, but there was nothing they could do. Their record was there, and they had no words to refute, which made many guild presidents hold their breath. We have to do it. Yes. I can't stand it anymore. If I continue to stand it, I'm afraid all the players in my guild will die. It just so happens that the North Empire has lost a main knight group. In this situation, war will definitely break out. Once the war breaks out, no matter how Emolan responds, it will have a huge impact on the situation. The rapid changes in the current situation will definitely create many opportunities. This is our opportunity. This time, it's our turn to stand out. No matter what, we have to fight back. Don't say anything. We have to fight back. Don't even mention fighting back. We have to work hard just to look forward. The valuation of the guilds in the Morse Kingdom has doubled. For guilds of the same size, our valuation is good enough to be 1/10 of the guilds in the Morse Kingdom. Envy. Envy! Fuck. Chapter 522 The Knights of the Golden Lion. President Mo. A group of presidents from Dashi City came to Emolan, with smiles on their faces. Emolan was immediately alert when he saw this. The alliance meeting will be held soon. Anything will be discussed at the meeting. You have worked hard. Go and have a rest first. Lu Bin, you will entertain them. I have something to do, and I will leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Emolan disappeared in a flash. Only Lu Bin was left there. He looked at the presidents and shrugged helplessly. The presidents looked at each other. He's gone. I remember that the Mage Association has always been run by the vice president. Right? That means the vice president also has real power, and can do things? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they looked at Lu Bin instantly. President Lu. Lu Bin's face turned bitter when he saw this, but he was blocked on both sides and couldn't get away, trying to flash. Huh? Which bastard got the dimensional anchor? In desperation, Lu Bin then smiled awkwardly but politely at everyone. Hey, President Lu, we wiped out a 4th level knight group in the Southern Empire. They will definitely be very violent. What if they come to retaliate? If we really fight, we can't win, let alone a real fight. Even if another 4th level knight group comes, we will be wiped out. Alas, you can rest assured about this. We are already preparing for this matter, and have a way to deal with it. No matter how angry the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire are, we will help them calm down. You can rest assured. We are an alliance, and we will take care of the things above. What if we can't handle it? If we can't handle it, we can't handle it. We are players. How can we die? We have the technology and manpower of the Mage Association. Even if we lose everything, we can make a comeback anywhere. Don't panic. We won't abandon you. Hee hee. Many presidents smiled when they heard this, and their hearts settled down. Southern Empire, it was still the same palace, but this time the air in the palace seemed to be frozen, and fell into a deathly silence, which was extremely depressing. The Lion Knights were destroyed, and no one survived. The king's old voice sounded slowly, and echoed in the ears of every noble. The plain voice made all the nobles who were familiar with the king understand that. The king was extremely angry at this moment. "Your Majesty, is the news confirmed?" 13 candles were extinguished one after another, and then 183 were extinguished at once, and the Lion Knights were completely wiped out. As for the news on the scene, people have been sent to inquire. It will take some time. An old man who looked like a butler next to the king came out and said. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Earl Hongyan must have stepped into the trap of the projector, otherwise he would not have been killed by them all at once. An aristocrat said with a serious face. Others wanted to say something after hearing this. The king at the top knocked on the table, and everyone suddenly quieted down. The last time the main knight group was destroyed was the last time, and the most recent loss of the main knight group was when the Morse Marquis family split from the Northern Empire. That time, after the war with the Northern Empire, the Morse Marquis family ambushed and killed more than half of the main knights. But it was not completely destroyed. The destruction of the Lion Knights this time is intolerable. War. If they want war, we will send war. Who of you is willing to lead the Empire's army to destroy it completely and defend the glory of the Empire? The king looked around at everyone. And then Duke Hestia spoke. Your Majesty, my nephew Hestia, are you going to lead the army to the Morse kingdom in person? The king was a little surprised to see the young Duke Hestia speak, and asked, No, Your Majesty. I just want to say that the projectors will not die, and they have a certain strength. If we start a war rashly, it may have a great impact on us. If we can't get enough benefits, it may not be worth it. The manpower I plan to send to the Kingdom of Morse to steal secrets is already being organized. If possible, please give me some time to allow me to get the most precious technology of the projectors for the Empire. Everything is for the prosperity of the Empire. Duke Hestia, you are still too young. Have you ever thought about one thing? What will be the consequences of the Empire losing a main knight group but doing nothing? Not even fighting back? The majesty of the Empire will be trampled on the ground. You are too influenced by the projectors. You don't need to say anything more. This battle is imperative. The Kingdom of Morse and the projectors within its range must be completely destroyed by the army of the Empire. The old king said loudly. No one can change my will on this point. Not even God. Duke Hestia said unconvinced. But what if the projector uses the advantage of immortality to attack us with the 7th level combat power? If we die, we are really dead. They can be resurrected after death. As long as he has a 7th level, he will always be a 7th level. This is the real deterrent. You, shut up. Get out. The king was furious when he saw that Duke Hestia dared to talk back. Duke Hestia was stunned when he heard the words, and then waved his hand angrily, and turned away without looking back. Humph. The king snorted coldly, and then looked at the others. Who is willing to go to war? The nobles looked at each other, and finally one person stood up. I'll go. Everyone looked at him, and a middle-aged noble, who looked a bit like the king, stood up, and his face revealed a bit of iron blood. Duke of the North. Jesus Lugo, my brother, I will entrust the Golden Lion Knights to you, and you will raise a large army to go to the Kingdom of Morse. The king's expression eased when he saw this, and he spoke out. Yes. Northern Duke Jesus Lugo replied coldly, while the others looked at each other in amazement. His Golden Lion Knights. This well-known name surprised them very much. This knight's order is almost a legend. Even they grew up hearing this legendary name. If the Lion Knights Order is only the main force Knights Order of the Southern Empire, then the Golden Lion Knights Order is the real elite Knights Order, the real Knights Order to protect the country. The Golden Lion Knights Order has a total of 299 members. This number is enough to explain everything. It is said that when the Golden Lion Knights Order was first formed, there were 300 to 400 people. It was a legendary Knights Order that had gone through thousands of battles and remained undefeated. However, in the process of inheritance, the personnel were supplemented, and the final maximum number of members was only 299. But even so, it can be called a legendary Knights Order, enough to protect the country. And there are only 3 such Knights Orders to protect the country even in the Southern Empire. Golden Lion Knights. Chapter 523 Judged by Blood. Duke Hestia seems to be too close to the projector. In the darkness, an old voice whispered. The king, who was sitting in front of the desk reading the intelligence, did not change his expression and said directly, The surname Hestia cannot be touched, so kill all the projectors who are in contact with him, and confiscate all the property. The king said lightly, as if he was talking about eating white bread for lunch today, without any fluctuation. Yes. The study returned to silence after the words were spoken, only the king made some rustling sounds when flipping papers from time to time. And the outside world directly launched a massacre. The first largest guild in the capital of the Southern Empire. Yama Palace, the second largest guild. Seraph, the third largest guild. Sun Chariot. And even the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th guilds were massacred at this time. The members of these 10 guilds were originally walking on the street, but in just a moment, they were surrounded and strangled by teams of charging infantry. The players who were caught off guard suffered great losses, and a large number of elites died in an instant. But it was useless to wait for them to react. Teams of infantry were all in a state of fighting spirit resonance. With the armor on their bodies, the sharp swords continuously encircled and suppressed the players. And the players who were not allowed to wear armor in the city were directly suppressed. However, there were also elites among the players. Even if they were at a disadvantage in numbers and equipment, they still fought back. But just after killing a few people, before they could see the situation clearly, an energy arrow fell directly from the sky. The arrow, with a whistling blue wind, accurately hit the player's chest. The violent wind element crushed the player into pieces, and then slightly adjusted its direction, and flew to another person's chest. A single arrow killed more than a dozen elite players. Master Archer. The knowledgeable player was shocked. The bow and arrow are very difficult to master, and very weak in the early stage, so not many people switch to Warrior Archer, and even fewer strong ones. In the later stage, especially after becoming a 7th level Master Archer, there is a huge change. The Master Archer directly becomes the leader of the battlefield, with a very long attack range, high attack power, fast attack speed, and extreme hit rate. All these make the Master Archer the leader of the battlefield, a nightmare on the battlefield, and a terrifying soul catcher. Even among Master Warriors, Master Archers are extremely rare and powerful, and such a Master Archer appears on such a battlefield that strangles players. This is a very obvious signal. The 10 guild leaders who learned of this understood it immediately. And then, they were furious. But they still forced themselves to remain calm. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat across the board. Tell the brothers, don't want the store, don't want the manor, don't want the warehouse, don't want anything, don't take unwarranted revenge, retreat. First, get out of the city, run as far as you can, wait for news. As soon as this order was given, Yen Luo, the guild leader of the Yama Palace, seemed to be exhausted, because he understood what this decision meant. It meant that the 10 guilds in the capital, involving the hard work of hundreds of thousands of players, for countless days and nights. The accumulation of countless days and nights is all over, all over. The wealth measured in billions of yuan and more wealth that cannot be calculated in money is all over. Yen Luo, the guild leader of the Yama Palace, even collapsed a little, slumped in the chair, with a dull look in his eyes, gasping heavily. Cheer up. There are still hundreds of thousands of brothers in the city. They are not out of danger yet. I'm fine. Give me a minute to calm down, Yen Luo said slowly, and then closed his eyes. A minute later, Yen Luo opened his eyes again. And the moment he opened his eyes, his temperament changed completely. The previous collapse and decadence were swept away, and replaced by the same steadiness as before. This time we were too impatient. It was indeed an opportunity. But it was also the moment when others were most vigilant. This time the responsibility lies with the decision-making, with me, Yen Luo said slowly. In addition, this time the massacre was so precise, whether it was the stronghold, the shops, or the personnel were very precise. There were many other industries nearby, but there were not many accidental injuries, excluding the execution problems and greedy deliberate behavior of the subordinates. They have been extremely detailed in intelligence, and extremely public. Yen Luo slowly raised his eyelids. Full retreat completely changed the combat strategy. In the massacre of the capital of the Southern Empire, the top 10 guilds had a total of 580,000 players, and a total of 210,000 deaths. The wisdom of the indigenous people should not be underestimated. Blood test. Mage Association. Have you heard about the Southern Empire? Such a big thing. How could you not have heard about it? Learn from it. Yes, take it as a warning. Emolan said slowly. What happened in the Southern Empire's capital this time was simply too big. 201,000 players died at once. When this news spread on the forum, it instantly attracted a lot of attention, and countless shocks. But no matter how much attention it attracted, what happened has already happened. the hundreds of thousands of players in the Southern Empire's capital did not play the victim to attract attention, but gritted their teeth, looking at the Southern Empire's capital so close, accumulated silently. On the other side, a declaration of war was sent from the Southern Empire to the Mage Association, and appeared on Imolan's desk. Not long after, another declaration of war from the Northern Empire appeared on Imolan's desk. Looking at these two declarations of war, Imolan propped up his chin with his hand. Linhua. Should I be happy? They finally treat me as an opponent. Linhua was a little amused when he heard this. President. Why do I feel that you are quite proud? Of course not. Imolan smiled. How about, just show some respect first, and panic? Forget it. Imolan pouted his lips, and then said solemnly. Let's start. Since the two great empires in the north and south attach so much importance to us, we can't let them look down on us. They want to fight, but I don't want to fight. Linhua grinned when he heard that. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Linhua turned around and left after he finished speaking, and Imolan smiled, and suddenly began to think about a question. Speaking of which, the Northern and Southern Empires have both taken action. How come there is no news from the Saya Empire? Imolan felt a little puzzled. This is too abnormal. Hey, thinking back carefully, this Saya Empire doesn't seem to have much presence, and those nobles are also very low-key, and they rarely show up in front of players. Imolan was a little confused. Forget it. It's a good thing that Saya Empire doesn't move. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. I can pay attention to it later, but let's talk about it later. Now South, North Empire. Chapter 524. Missed the target? Southern Empire. The Northern Empire is coming. When this news spread on the forum, it instantly attracted the attention of countless players. The death of 210,000 players in the capital of the Southern Empire had just happened. When all the players were still angry, this news shocked them. Sure enough, will the pure land of Morse Kingdom not last long? Southern Empire, why would the Northern Empire come? Why? Isn't it because some people are overconfident and think they can do it? I don't need to name the two cities. Right? They are asking for trouble and dragging us down. Does the person above have no mother? Or is a photo taken by one person a family portrait? Say someone is asking for trouble. Why don't you say someone is asking for trouble when you are taking advantage of them? What benefit did I take? Haha, you are in Morse Kingdom, you can walk on the street and scold the nobles, you can do business, farm, and live normally, you are the biggest benefit. They worked hard to maintain the best gaming environment in the entire game, to free all players in the entire Morse Kingdom from the oppression and looting of the nobles, and all players in the entire Morse Kingdom have taken advantage of them. You still say they are courting death? Uh-huh. If they couldn't die, then what happened to the king of the Southern Empire would be the end here, 201,000 times. If it were all people like you, I wouldn't think 1,000,000 times would be excessive. No way, you think you can do it. Right? That's fine, you go to the Southern Empire, you go to the Northern Empire, go ahead. Ah. Bah, you are blessed but don't know how to appreciate it, you are drinking milk in your mouth, you are cursing your mother in your mouth, talking to you is the biggest insult to me. Trash, oh no sorry, I insulted Trash. Okay, don't pay attention to him above, the more you pay attention to this kind of person, the more excited he will be, just ignore it, the moderator will delete the post at the moderator. Let's discuss how to deal with the attack of the Northern and Southern Empires. Imolan saw this post while browsing the forum, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Don't worry, the alliance is here. The MO God appears. MO God, you are indeed here, but we are not vegetarians. South, North Empire. Right? There are tens of millions of players in our Morse Kingdom. Right? Everyone stand shoulder to shoulder. If one can't beat one, I don't believe that 1,000 can't beat one. Let's just have a big battle. Someone said passionately. We bring our own dry food, supplies and weapons, we won't be a burden to you. God MO, you give the orders, you just command, fuck him. Yes, fuck him. Many players said passionately, speaking of a big battle with millions of people. Their hearts were extremely surging. 30 million vs 3,000? Imolan didn't dare to imagine it, but in the passionate speeches, there was no lack of rational speeches. It's not that simple. This is a fantasy game. It has extremely high individual combat power. It's not just a legend to fight one against 10,000 here. It's the norm to be unparalleled. Not only individuals can be unparalleled, but groups can also be unparalleled. It's not impossible for a super elite group to fight one against 10,000. How many they can kill depends on their physical strength. This is only the 7th level. If it is the higher 8th level, or even the 9th level, it can only be said that it is okay to use a sea of people at a low level, but if it reaches a high level, such as above the master level, the sea of people is no longer useful. You can kill at home. If you can't kill them all, you can run away after you have rested. You can come back and continue to kill. Both empires have many master level warriors. The 4th level knights are just their main knights, not the ace knights. You can't beat them. I really can't beat them. It's not that I'm pessimistic, but the difference in strength is too great. No one is wrong. If we players want to become stronger, we must have a piece of land of our own. But having a piece of land of our own and becoming stronger will definitely attract the attention of the enemy, and the attention will definitely suppress us if we don't resist. We will be squeezed again, and then the blockade will be tighter. If we resist, we will face a heavier blow. Such is war. This is inevitable. But can we not fight? No. We can't. We are not just resisting if we want to. But we must resist. If we lose once, we will try again. If we lose twice, we will try twice. What are you afraid of? Can a group of talents from the 21st century beat a group of medieval antiques? Even if we have extraordinary powers. What does it matter? Don't we have them? Even if we have extraordinary powers, we will definitely win. Fight! 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 Emolan looked at this and smiled. He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he said nothing and let it develop. This momentum is very good, by using the two empires to establish themselves as enemies, then pull the players together, then the power that will burst out in the end will make everyone dumbfounded. In fact, Emolan was going to say that it was unnecessary at first. He had made all preparations. He would hurt the two empires, but now Emolan didn't plan to say it. And for the original plan, Emolan had a new idea. I didn't want to, but now let's have a fight. The capital of the Southern Empire. Boom! Boom! The shocking explosion woke up Jesus Lugo from his sleep. As a military man, he remained highly alert. The moment he noticed the explosion, he put up his fighting spirit defense. The earth seemed to be shaking and trembling, and sand and rocks were flying outside, like a violent storm. Jesus Lugo walked out the door and saw that. Not far away there were black clouds, lightning, and a mushroom symbolizing destruction grew out of the dust, which was chilling. The huge noise made their ears seem deaf, and the manic fire element swept like a storm. Countless dust, sand, and gravel were swept over by the shock wave, covering the sky and the earth. Jesus Lugo looked up, and saw that the 7th level warriors his family had been alarmed. They looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance with fear, and held up a shield in front of them to block the whistling boulders and strong winds. Not far ahead, the shadow of a golden lion covered the entire military camp. All the boulders and storms were blocked outside, and it was calm inside. However, at this moment, the golden lion also looked at the distance with some doubt. My Lord Duke. The 7th level warrior found Jesus Lugo, and he flashed down and held up a shield to block the wind and sand for Jesus Lugo. What's going on? I don't know. I just felt a violent energy fluctuation. The next moment, the energy fluctuation exploded. I just waited for the Duke for a few seconds. The 7th level warrior said in fear after a moment of silence. This doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. It's more like an attack. A 7th level attack. The power at the center of the explosion can kill even me. But I don't know why it exploded outside the city. Maybe it missed the target. Maybe it just wanted to warn us. Chapter 525. The Mage Association is responsible for this incident. Mistakenly hit? How is it possible? Does your strength still allow such a thing? Theoretically, it is impossible to miss the target. The 7th level warrior said. That is a warning. Jesus Lugo concluded. The clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. It is said that the mushroom cloud raised by a nuclear bomb can rise to a height of tens of kilometers and can last for several days. Compared with that kind of mushroom cloud, this mushroom cloud now seems very small. After a while, it slowly began to dissipate. After the mushroom cloud completely dissipated, Jesus Lugo took the 7th level warriors to see the explosion site outside. But he couldn't help but gasp as soon as he walked out of the barracks. Hiss! Jesus Lugo stared at the huge explosion pit in front of him with wide eyes. I remember that this was a small hill? Jesus Lugo couldn't help but say. And the entourage beside him hurriedly said after hearing it. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. It was indeed a small hill here before. But where is the hill? Jesus Lugo pointed to the huge explosion pit and asked. The original hillside is now turned into a big pit. Perhaps in the near future it will become a brand new lake. Moving mountains and shaking hills. This is the power of the Master. Can you reach this power? The 7th level warrior next to him shook his head. Impossible. And I just misjudged it a little. What? This energy explosion can kill me not only in the core area, but also in the inner area, and even in the outer area. It can seriously injure me. Jesus Lugo. Duke Lugo fell silent after hearing this. Mage Association. Emolon and Liu Bin were on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, while Linhua was on the other side holding a video conference through the game forum. The power of our firecrackers should be enough. Right? Liu Bin asked. According to our evaluation of the master level, the power of this chain space compression fireball can barely reach the master level. As for the regular master level, it is neither strong nor weak, and the most common is the regular master level. According to the deduction, the explosion core of this chain space compression fireball can cause effective damage or even kill the master level. 7th level warrior, then I leave. That's good. If that's the case, it should be able to effectively deter the southern and northern empires and let them calm down a little. Linhua, this is a problem for you. You might have to come back dead. Emolon said with a smile. Linhua on the other side of the video laughed. It's okay. It's not a big problem. When Duke Lugo was still thinking, he suddenly found a few streams of light falling from the sky. After a closer look, he immediately understood that someone came to the city. He is currently at the Golden Lion Knights headquarters outside the capital of the Southern Empire. Hello. Your Excellency the Duke, may I ask what happened here? Duke Lugo shook his head. I don't know. I just came a little earlier than you. You can find out the details by yourselves. The 2 7th level warriors who fell from the sky nodded when they heard this. Okay. The 2 7th level warriors nodded and then spoke again. His Majesty the King sent a message asking His Excellency the Duke to come to the city to meet His Highness as soon as possible. Understood. Duke Lugo took a deep look at the big pit. The fire element here was still extremely violent, but Duke Lugo could not feel it. Only the 3 7th level warriors present were slightly aware of it. Duke Lugo turned and left, heading straight for the capital. And the pit behind him had been blocked by the knights who swarmed in, and they were investigating carefully. A 7th level spell effect next to the capital would definitely attract a lot of attention, even from the highest level, and would definitely be investigated to the end. When Duke Lugo walked to the door of the palace hall, he suddenly found a young man standing next to the door. A young and handsome young man, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, gave people a gentle and knowledgeable impression, and he exuded a unique temperament from the inside out, which disgusted Duke Lugo. And this temperament belonged to the projector. Why can a projector come here? Duke Lugo was puzzled. As far as he knew, no projector had ever been able to reach this hall. At this time, the projector smiled and nodded to Duke Lugo. Duke Lugo ignored him and walked straight into the hall with a serious face. Your Majesty. The king's face was also full of seriousness at this moment. Grand Duke Lugo. What's the matter with the magic attack next to the military camp? This time the king did not call Jesus Lugo by name, but directly called him Grand Duke Lugo. At this moment, Duke Lugo understood that His Majesty the King was angry. I don't know. This spell appeared suddenly. Duke Lugo directly told what he knew, and then stood aside. Could it be done by the people of the Northern Empire? They have been quite active recently. It's unlikely. The Northern Empire couldn't use magic to attack a hillside outside the capital without reason. Could it be a miracle? It has happened before. It might just be a coincidence. It doesn't seem like it. A group of people started discussing, but they couldn't come up with a conclusion. The king frowned and knocked on the table. Okay, stop, and work on this slowly. Now that we can't come up with a conclusion, let's meet the envoy sent by the Kingdom of Morse. The envoy of the Kingdom of Morse? Duke Lugo immediately thought of the projector outside the door. Wait! Could the explosion just now have been caused by the Morse Kingdom? The motive is perfect. No, it shouldn't be. How could a projector who is not even at the master level make such a big noise? It shouldn't be. Duke Lugo comforted himself in his heart, but deep in his heart, he had an ominous premonition. Duh. Accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps, the young man just seen walked into the hall. Your Majesty, I express my highest respect to you on behalf of the Morse Player Alliance. I am the Vice President of the Mage Association, the leader of the Morse Player Alliance. You can call me Linhua. Projector, what are you doing here today? If you want to beg for mercy, it's too late. Blood debt can only be repaid with blood. The king obviously didn't have much patience, and said directly. Lin was elegant smile on his face became happier when he heard this. Your Majesty may be disappointed. We are not here to beg for mercy. Lin was said with a smile. Duke Lugo next to him had an ominous feeling in his heart. But Linwa continued. I am here to express my apologies. The spell that exploded outside the capital was originally located in the Northern Empire. But due to the carelessness of the temporary workers, the coordinates were marked incorrectly, and it was misplaced, causing it to explode next to your capital. We are deeply sorry for this, and our Mage Association is responsible for this matter. Lin was suddenly thought of something at this time, and said aloud. Oh! By the way, there is one more thing. The spells deployed at the beginning were 2. And that one was wrong. But it has not been released yet. Boom! A loud earth-shaking sound came from outside. From the door of the hall, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Linwa paused when he saw this. Oh! What a coincidence. It was released. Chapter 526 Gambling War. Oh, what a coincidence, I was released. Linwa said with a smile. The king sitting at the top of the table suddenly became gloomy, and the Duke of Lugo next to him also became gloomy and ugly. Projector, are you provoking the great Southern Empire? A nobleman next to him stood up and shouted. Linwa waved his hands when he heard it. No. No. No, how could it be? This is really just an accident. It's not intentional. Otherwise, why didn't I blow up your castle, barracks, market, warehouse, noble district, right? And you can rest assured, the second explosion will definitely not fall on your castle, barracks, market, warehouse, noble district. After all, it was placed in the wrong place. How could I be so lucky to fall directly on the castle, barracks, market, warehouse, noble district, unless it was intentional? Don't you think so? Lin was said very sincerely. The wording was very cautious, although he mentioned the castle, barracks, market, warehouse, noble district many times, but there was no threat at all, not at all. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was very cautious, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, everyone knew that the king was on the verge of exploding. He was already beyond rage. Only Linwa had a smile on his face. If you look from his angle, you can see a barrage of comments from time to time. Mo Lan, 6. 6. 6. Lu Bin, you are indeed worthy of being the one who brought back half of the eternal blazing sun. Zhang Guanmo, awesome. Linwa had already started a private live broadcast when he entered the hall. It was so cool to pretend in front of familiar people. Cool. Linwa's smile became more sincere, but to the others in the hall, this was a naked provocation. He was still laughing. Projector, I admire your courage. Hey, don't say that. I don't have any courage, mainly because I can't die. What's so scary about not being able to die, right? And once a person can't die, then both his thoughts and actions will be bolder, more unscrupulous, after all. He can't die, so it doesn't matter whether he dies or not. Linwa said casually, but his words were like a basin of cold water poured on the king's head, and on the heads of everyone in the hall. The king was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Projector, you are qualified for me to look at you. I will give you a chance to make conditions. Your Majesty, look at what you said. I am mainly here to apologize. I deeply apologize for these 2 explosions. Seeing that the king was about to explode, Linwa immediately changed the subject. Of course, since your Majesty said so, I will not refuse it. The opinion of me and the Morse Player Alliance behind me is to withdraw. The Morse Kingdom is the private territory of the Morse Player Alliance, which is sacred and inviolable. No one may interfere with us in any way. Otherwise we will fight back, including but not limited to the use of force. Anyone who invades our territory will be killed, no matter how strong he is. Even if he is not our opponent, we will fight back with all our might. Linwa shouted softly, his powerful voice echoing in the hall for a long time. Impossible. The Southern Empire can recognize the Kingdom of Morse as your private territory, but it is impossible to withdraw. The blood debt must be repaid with blood, and you must pay a heavy price for the death of all the Knights of the Lion. Lu Bin, oh, there is a chance. The message of Lu Bin slowly passed by in the barrage, and Linwa's face remained unchanged, and he sneered. Humph, the Lion Knights entered our territory without permission, and refused to leave after repeated warnings. They have become de facto invaders, and have been eliminated by our guild. This is not a reason for you to invade again. Otherwise, we will regard the Southern Empire as an enemy, and use all available means to fight back. You must withdraw your troops, and apologize for the Lion Knight's unauthorized entry. Otherwise, the Morse Player Alliance will never give up. Hearing that Lin Wu not only did not retreat, but took a step further, all the nobles in the hall shouted angrily. The king sat there and watched coldly. His anger just now lasted only for a moment. He controlled his expression and emotions after a moment, showing his great shrewdness. Down below, Lin Wu confronted many nobles alone, insisting on these 2 points. When the city lords were about to burst into extreme anger, he mentioned the castle and the noble district inconspicuously to calm them down and talk to Lin Wu. After friendly exchanges and discussions, Lin Wu found that they were more sensitive to these 2 words. So he mentioned these 2 words when they were extremely angry. After several rounds of ups and downs, both sides did not give up on the points they needed to communicate. Lin Wu did not give in on these 2 issues. The situation that was almost collapsed was saved by Lin Wu with calm therapy, so the negotiation fell into a deadlock. The king knocked on the table and said coldly, "Come on, take the envoy to rest, and we will discuss the matter tomorrow." Lin Wu smiled softly when he heard this and left. After leaving, he looked back at the hall where he had just discussed the meeting, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Lin Wu left, the hall was plunged into a new discussion. The next day, the negotiations were still deadlocked. On the 3rd day, when everyone including the king began to get impatient, Lin Wu made concessions. "We must withdraw our troops, but since you need to maintain your dignity, then we will exclude 1 knight group and send a legion of the same size. The 2 teams will fight in an agreed place. Even if there is a fight, it will not intensify the conflict and completely turn the situation out of control, or open up a battlefield. Do not allow any force above level 7 to enter, and let the forces below level 7 start a chaotic battle. How about it?" After a few days of stalemate, Lin Wu finally made concessions. The king carefully considered the conditions given by Lin Wu, and nodded slowly after a long time. "Okay, but since it is a battle, let's put out some prizes. How about it?" "What prizes?" "The Mage Tower technology and mechanical technology of your mage association." "What a big appetite. Then what do you have to bet?" "Recognize your status, and do not send troops to attack, and do not initiate war." Lin Wu smiled when he heard it, and raised his middle finger and shook it. "Status and peace are the embodiment of our strength. If you don't want to, you can fight. We will not be afraid. If you want to fight, we will fight you. If you want our technology, then show due sincerity. Otherwise, don't mention it again." The king looked at Lin Wu quietly, and then spoke. 10,000 caddies of 7th level elemental metal. Not enough. 1 million caddies. Chapter 527 Large Expansion Pack. 3 Kingdoms War. Impossible. The king shook his head slowly, and Lin Wu sneered. "How can you want the Mage Tower and mechanical technology without putting up some capital? Now it's you who want the technology, not us who want to fight. If you don't want it, that's fine, just replace the items. 10,000 caddies of 7th level elemental metal, no problem. We can also take out 10,000 caddies." Lin Wu said sarcastically. The king's face did not change at all. 20,000. Lin Wu interrupted the king before he finished speaking. "If you are not sincere, there is no need to continue." 5. 20,000? Since you specifically asked for these 2 technologies, you should understand their potential and their importance to the Mage Association. Don't wear out my patience. This is the last offer. If you are still not sincere, then we will refuse to provide the technology and directly use the elemental metal bet method. I have no patience anymore. Lin Wu said directly, taking advantage of the Southern Empire's request for these 2 technologies to directly seize the initiative, even a bit aggressive. The king's face was cold. He had also realized that he had lost the initiative. But there was nothing he could do. He had to retreat 1 step, and then another. The previous concessions showed the Southern Empire's concerns. The initiative to gamble just now pointed out the Southern Empire's need for these 2 technologies. These 2 steps directly led to the entire negotiation falling into a passive position and falling into a disadvantage. After a long pause, the king said a number. 100,000 Jin. When the king finished speaking, Lin Wu was a little surprised at his courage. However, just as this idea came up, he heard him speak again. 100,000 Jin is fine, but it must be combined with the technology of the explosion spell outside the city. You provide 3 technologies, and I provide 100,000 Jin of elemental metal. This is also my bottom line. If you disagree, I will start a war. If you are unwilling to hand it over, I will take it myself, the king said slowly. His speech was not fast, but it exuded a bit of iron blood. Linhua pondered for a moment after hearing this. You have good vision. 100,000 yen is acceptable. Then sign the contract, the king said. But Linhua shook his head. No hurry, the way to determine the winner has not been discussed yet, and your majesty, I wonder if you are interested in bringing the Northern Empire to participate in this gambling fight? Linhua smiled, but his words made people fall into deep thought. After a long time, Linhua left the hall, and talked with Imolan and others while walking. 100,000 yen, actually not much, only 50 tons, if calculated according to the density of iron, it's only 6 or 7 cubic meters. It's still a loss. If you really calculate the value of the Magician Tower, machinery, the chain space compression fireball strictly, 1,000,000 yen of elemental metal can't be exchanged. No way, elemental metal, 7th level elemental metal is already a strategic level resource. It's not easy to give so much. In fact, if he had more, I wouldn't dare to ask for it. Too much would make it obvious that he would want to default on his debt. 100,000 yen, 50 tons, that's enough. That's it. A little bit of profit is a little bit of profit. There's also the Northern Empire. Hearing Imolan say this, Lu Bin beside him laughed. President, what if we lose? If we lose? We lose. The speed of the Mage Tower, mechanical technology, firecracker technology, except for firecracker technology, the others are almost eliminated. Firecracker technology will probably be updated soon. It's not like we can't afford it. I'm willing to accept the loss. And I don't think we will lose. As for the Legion battle, players are not opponents in large-scale battles at present. This thing is about the knights. Not including the knights, not involving battlefields with power above level 7. Just kidding, who have players ever been afraid of? Single duel at the same level, who have players ever been afraid of in group fights? If it doesn't work, then bring out the 6th level locomotive series tanks. I want to see who will teach who how to behave. And the South Empire has to recruit people and send people for the chaos and players. If it is announced that there is an extra large battlefield here and there is no high-end power. Players can be blown up. Really think that players are just eating dry food. Tell you, don't take bean buns as dry food. My mecha also lacks a place for actual combat testing, Linhua said slowly, and as soon as he finished speaking, Linhua and Lu Bin fell into silence, said slowly after a long time. Hey, you are bullying me. Linhua smiled at this, and turned off the live broadcast room. Things in the Southern Empire have come to an end for the time being. The player who will take over his job will arrive in the capital in a short time. When the connection is completed, he can get away and leave. And go to the Northern Empire. Standing on the position of a weak country. I went to the two empires alone to persuade them to withdraw their troops and cease fire. It turns out that I have become a legend without knowing it. My legend will spread widely. Linhua suddenly found that he was about to become a legend. A legend? And a story passed down by others. At this moment, all this was under his feet. This feeling is really good. Linhua smiled and strode forward. His foot twisted, and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Linhua suddenly laughed. 10 days later, a post appeared on the forum. The poster was Imolan. The moment this post appeared, it was seen by many people. After a short pause, the replies were refreshed like a waterfall. The title of this post is Large Expansion Pack, 3 Kingdoms War. I am Imolan. To make a long story short, the war has stopped, but it has not stopped completely. Simply put, after friendly negotiations among the 3 parties, adhering to the concept of peaceful development, the 2 empires of the South and the North agreed to withdraw their troops and cease fire, and stop waging war. Peace in the South Empire.jpg, peace in the North Empire.jpg. Imolan inserted 2 pictures in the center of the post. The picture showed a rising mushroom cloud. The black and red mushroom cloud represented power and destruction, and their backgrounds were the capitals of the South Empire and the North Empire respectively. Seeing this, all netizens widened their eyes, gasped in shock, and then cheered. Mushroom cloud? No. This is peace. Yes, peace. Peace. A group of people screamed, continued to read the post below. Finally, after friendly consultations, Morse Player Alliance, Southern Empire, Northern Empire jointly decided to set aside an area at the junction of the three territories to form a battle zone. After entering the battle zone, only three camps remained: Southern Empire, Northern Empire, Morse Player Alliance. The three parties engaged in an unconditional chaos in the area. And after the hard negotiations and struggles of the Morse Player Alliance, the 7th level and including but not limited to the 4th level knights are not allowed to enter the battle zone. Everyone, the opportunity you have been waiting for has come. Go charge, fight. Chapter 528, Cutting Off Death. In the Three Kingdoms War, the three parties sent people to fight in a fixed area. Each party had 100,000 vouchers. One voucher could enter one person. There were no rules in the whole war. It was a chaotic fight without rules. The vouchers were seized. The duration was unlimited. The victory or defeat was calculated by the number of vouchers. Reinforcements could be made through vouchers in the middle. If the total number of vouchers in a camp was less than 10,000 and lasted for 5 days, the camp would be eliminated. Emolan saw the detailed rules of this gambling fight being posted on the forum bit by bit, and then continued. The main body of the war is the Morse Player Alliance. The quota should have belonged to the Alliance, but considering that all players in the Morse Kingdom can belong to the Morse Player Alliance, the Alliance decided to allocate 60,000 quotas within the Alliance, and select 40,000 quotas from outside. The internal quotas are not mentioned, and the remaining 40,000 quotas are given priority to those with high strength. Because the current death penalty is heavy, the actual combat power is not considered, and the surface cultivation combat power and hexagonal score are used as the basis. The registration will last for 15 days. After 15 days, 100,000 players will gather. The chaos will begin in a month. You can register and evaluate at any guild in the Morse Player Alliance. As the leader of the Alliance, the Mage Association will send mages to supervise the whole process to ensure fairness and justice. After posting these, Emolan closed the forum and contacted the Morse Player Alliance. Emolan assigned the negotiation to Linhua. After all, he was the one who was most familiar with and understood this gambling fight the most. A considerable part of the gambling fight rules were proposed by him. It was perfect for him to host and arrange them. So Emolan didn't need to worry about these. As for the outcome of this brawl, Emolan was not worried at all. Level 7 and above might be his weak point, but below level 7, he could only kill indiscriminately. It is indeed killing indiscriminately, but I have to be more restrained, otherwise it will be too much for the South. The North Empire will definitely cheat, and the best result will be to change the rules, until I have no obvious advantage. Emolan rubbed his brows. Sure enough, weakness is the original sin. Although we have the capital to perish together, it is impossible to use mutual destruction as a deterrent every time, otherwise it will lose its deterrent power in a short time, and finally we have to rely on strength. Take your time. Luckily Linhua negotiated that there is no time limit, otherwise it would be difficult. After pondering for a long time, Emolan shook his head, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, came to the experimental table, and continued to study the complex and mysterious spell structure. Difficult. 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 The punishment for resurrection after death is too heavy. How dare I die? An older wizard said, and touched his smooth head. But the punishment for death is not that there will be a punishment as soon as you die, and there will be no change in strength after death. If the punishment only appears when resurrecting, then the death punishment is not actually a punishment, but the price of resurrection. Only in this way can the process of death, resurrection, and punishment be explained. As a mage, the strength itself is maintained by mental power, spell slots, and soul. In theory, a mage in the soul state is still a mage. However, it seems that many of these three elements are placed in the flesh, so the soul cannot cast spells alone. In this case, can all the soul-related things in the flesh be stripped out, and only exist with the soul body and the spirit body? If I die, as long as I don't resurrect, I can avoid punishment. I can avoid paying the price. Thus, I can achieve infinite resurrection in a certain sense. This extremely smart mage showed some thought in his eyes, turning his head to look at a piece of dark elemental stone on the table. The dark elemental stone is not rough, not like stone, but somewhat similar to jade, crystal clear black, and feels warm when you touch it. Could Shinji continue to think? He had the idea a long time ago, and tried many methods before, but all failed. There are many factors for failure, involving the soul, spiritual body. These factors are too profound. In the past, he did not have enough knowledge, not enough strength, and could not do many things, and he also lacked something to carry the spirit. The spirit must have a carrier. It can't be a rootless duckweed, because there are things to rely on. The limitations of personal ability, and the carrier made Kuchinji give up this idea. After all, the death penalty in the past was not too heavy, it recovered after a while, and unlimited resurrection was not very attractive. But now it's different. An elemental stone with extremely strange properties was discovered, and it happened that the death penalty was aggravated. Kuchinji could no longer suppress the urge to try. He felt that, this time, it could work. After preparing dry food, Kuchinji took the dry food directly into the mountains, walked for a long time, and came to a cave, and drilled down. After he went down, he pointed upwards, and the cave entrance closed. After it closed, Kuchinji continued to go deeper into the cave. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the soil around the cave had turned into rocks. After walking for a while, the rocks suddenly turned black, reflecting slightly under the illumination of the light spell. The surface of these stones was smooth, as warm as jade, and dark black, exactly the same as the elemental stone that Kuchinji had held before. Kuchinji continued to go deeper, and saw a door at the end of a passage. He pushed the magic trap at the door and entered. The space inside the door is not small. There is a living room, a laboratory, a training room, a vegetable field, a pond, a garden, and finally a large light spell hanging on the top as the sun. It is obvious that Kuchinji has been operating here for quite some time. Put the dry food away, and it rained on the garden and vegetables. After weeding, Kuchinji went to the laboratory to continue his experiment, using himself as an experiment, referring to previous experience, first looking for spiritual power, the connection between the soul and the body, and the influence of the body on the soul. Kuchinji was extremely focused and serious, as if he was doing something sacred. The light of the large light spell on the dome shone on his head, emitting a circle of holy light. Mage Association. Emolan put down the experiment at hand, took a short break and prepared to carry out today's meditation task. By the way, he opened the message panel and replied to all the accumulated messages. He didn't have many friends. They were basically the presidents of different guilds or members of the Mage Association. Since these guild presidents often came to Emolan to keep in touch, he didn't have many friends. But there were many messages. While replying, Emolan suddenly saw a more special message, which was sent by Qin Ding, the president of Shanghai Guild. Emotion. I have someone who wants your friend status. He said he has a research question to ask you. Please take a look. Kuchinji, a 5-ring mage. I know him. He has strong R&D capabilities. Kuchinji? Chapter 529 Soul Stone? Kuchinji? Emolan clicked on the business card sent by Qin Ding. Looking at Kuchinji's profile picture, he seemed to use a photo of himself. Looking at this profile picture, his ability is probably not bad. Emolan murmured with his hand supporting his chin, then he touched his head. His hair was thick. I'm not as good as him. Click to send a friend request. Sent it for a few seconds, and the other party agreed. Probably he has been paying attention to the message panel. Hello. Emotion, I'm Kuchinji. Hello, just call me Emolan. What do you want to talk to me about through Qin Ding? Emolan glanced at the time. The break time was almost up. He asked directly. Oh, Emotion, it's like this. I have an idea, Barababa. The idea is roughly like this. Emolan wanted to reply casually and then meditate, but when he saw the message sent by Kuchinji, he immediately gave up the idea, supported his chin with his hand, and fell into deep thought. Kuchinji was still sending messages. I have verified part of this idea, and it is quite feasible, but I encountered a problem in the middle that I couldn't solve, so I asked President Qin to help introduce it, and I wanted to ask Emotion. It is like this. The problem I am facing now is that the spiritual space is placed on the physical body, and both the spiritual body and the soul are in the spiritual space. I have verified this point. The spiritual space will collapse when a person dies, so the spiritual body cannot last long. I am currently stuck on the spiritual space, after many attempts. I found that the spiritual space cannot be stripped out, either it is broken, or it cannot come out. The spell model I used when stripping is this, 128,327. Emolan looked at the experimental notes, and spell model sent by Kuchinji, and fell into thought. Kuchinji's inspiration made his eyes light up. This idea is unimaginable to ordinary people. It is incredible, but it seems to be feasible after careful consideration. Emolan connected with the tower spirit, activated the ink box, and quickly deduced and calculated in his mind. Perhaps Emolan took a long time to think. And he didn't see the reply, which made Kuchinji misunderstand. He just sent another message. By the way, I just told Emotion that I found a special element stone here, which seems to be spiritual. Besides, you asked Emotion so many questions when we met. I will give some elemental stones to Emotion later. If this technology is really realized, it can also be attributed to Emotion. Emolan was speechless when he saw it. No need. I don't lack technical signatures. Nor do I lack elemental stones. I am willing to reply only because your ideas are very interesting and attracted me. That's all. In addition, I am thinking. Don't disturb me. Oh, the problem is that this kind of elemental stone is really special. I'd better give some to Emotion. No, I don't lack it. Emolan just finished replying and suddenly felt something wrong. Why do the words describing the properties of elemental stones seem so familiar? His soul stone? Emolan looked at the message he sent out and felt a slight toothache. Fuck. Is it too late to regret now? Emolan wanted to reply, but finally gave up the idea. He couldn't afford to lose face. Damn it. How can I be so quick? No. Soul stone. Soul stone is too important for mages, and must be obtained. Emolan understood that this elemental stone must be soul stone. This was no longer a question of face or not. Soul stone must be obtained. But it's better not to lose face. In this case, let's be serious and bring people in. Emolan took a deep breath and became serious. This Kuchinji is indeed a talent. He can reach this level in the outside environment. If he joins the Mage Association, he will increase his knowledge and technical reserves with the help of the foundation of the Magic Association and then transform his ideas. He may not be worse than Linhua and Lu Bin. A talent at the vice-chairman level. Well, it's not a loss to bring him in. Emolan picked up a pen. Although he could do pure mental calculations, a pen was not necessary. But his long-standing habit made him like to write down some data and some key things when he was deducing. Inspiration from writing in this way was much better than pure mental deduction. It was a habit. He wrote and drew in his hands, digesting and absorbing all the experimental reports sent by Kuchinji. Finally, he added some factors on the paper based on his own experience and research on mental power, mental space, and spell position. Soon, Emolan filled several sheets of paper. Looking at the filled sheets of paper, looking at the nouns and spell models on them, Emolan added a few points finally. After making sure it was relatively comprehensive, he brought in the problem described by Kuchinji. At this moment, the problem that was originally clueless became much clearer. The problem is still complicated, but it is still not impossible to find. Emolan connected to the tower spirit, turned on the ink box, fully turned on the computing power, built the model in his mind, deduced the problem over and over again, deduced the experimental process. This question is as complicated as an onion. Emolan peeled off its confusing skin layer by layer, exploring the secrets deep inside. About half an hour later, Emolan finished his deduction, opened the chat message box, and began to reply. I just made a simple deduction. Not too deep. But I have an idea. You can refer to it. First of all, I must make sure that the spiritual space is an illusory space attached to the human brain. Although it is illusory, it actually exists. It is just different from the material itself. It can be seen and touched. Since it exists, then we can explore how it exists, first understand it in depth, and then talk about separation. As for the existence of the spiritual space, I think it has something to do with the structure of the brain. The existence of the spiritual space may be constructed on the structure of the brain. Just like a spell model constructs a spell, the brain constructs the spiritual space. Seeing Emolan's reply, Kuchinji was shocked. Emolan was still sending messages, the beginning was a guess, and the rest was a page after page of deductions. Kuchinji read page by page, reading every word very carefully. Although he hadn't done the experiment yet, Kuchinji had a feeling in his heart. That's it, that's it. Kuchinji took a deep breath, looked at the time, only half an hour had passed. The problem that had troubled him for a long time. Emolan only took half an hour. Emotion, thank you so much, I really don't know how to thank you. Kuchinji sent it, Emolan saw it and smiled. You can verify it first, see if it works, and we'll talk about the rest later. Okay. Chapter 530. This should be reasonable. Right? If the brain is regarded as a spell model, then the mental space is the effect of this spell model. The more Kuchinji pondered, the more he felt that this idea was very wonderful and highly feasible. The spell model is ultimately a summary of the laws of the world, which is bred in the core of the Warcraft supernatural. Thinking from this perspective, the brain is a magical model, and the electrical signal is the flowing element in it. It is natural that the running spell model breeds mental power, breeds the soul, and breeds wisdom. Kuchinji closed his eyes, immersed his mental power in his brain, used his mental power to scan his brain, and then projected the model of the brain one-to-one, making every detail as specific and accurate as possible. It's just that a brain that is so accurate is too complicated. How complicated is it? A simple data will make it clear. The brain has about 10 billion neurons. The detailed structure of the brain is projected by force scanning. Kuchinji only felt that the sky was shaking, the ground was shaking, and his nose was cold, and blood was flowing out. His head was buzzing, and it took him a long time to react. This made Kuchinji realize that this experiment could not be done. This is not a question of whether to try hard or not, this is that it does not meet the research standards at all. As a spell model, a spell structure. If you want to study it without knowing its specific situation, you must study it as a whole. First understand the framework, and then study the details bit by bit. Even if you study the spell structure in the spell model, it is the same. A single spell node has no research significance, and an incomplete spell structure has no research significance. The problem Kuchinji is facing now is that he can't understand the whole picture, let alone take out a part of the structure to study. If he studies until death, he will not get any research results. Yes, the brain is so mysterious. The brain is also known as God's forbidden zone. Come to think of it, how can a magic structure that can create souls and wisdom be low level? 10 billion neurons? 10 billion is normal, less is abnormal. I am kidding. Now I want to study an architecture with 10 billion neurons. I want to study God's forbidden zone. For a moment, Kuchinji was a little discouraged. It's not that he didn't have ambition, but the gap was too big, so big that there was no possibility of success. How is it? The sudden pop-up message startled Kuchinji. He just reacted. He was still chatting with Emolan. Thank you. Emotion, your idea is fine. I have a problem. I plan to give up this topic for the time being. The incoherent sentence puzzled Emolan, and several question marks popped up on his forehead. What happened in the middle? Give up just like that? What happened? The brain structure is too amazing, too complicated, 10 billion neurons. It is indeed worthy of being the forbidden area of God. I can't understand it. That's it? Seeing this sentence, Emolan was even more puzzled, and Kuchinji saw Emolan's reply, and was also puzzled. Emotion, what's the problem? Can you build a computer? No. Then can you use a computer? Yes. Then can you build a brain? No. Then what are you using now? Kuchinji paused for a moment and said slowly. Brain. That's it. Kuchinji suddenly realized this sentence. Yes. What am I giving up? I give up. Wait, why do I feel something is wrong? Kuchinji suddenly reacted. That's not the problem I want to talk about. What are you going to talk about? The main problem I face is that I can't reach the threshold for studying the brain. What threshold? Cultivation? It can be considered cultivation. My current mental power is not enough. The brain has about 10 billion neurons. I can't even project these 10 billion neurons in detail and accurately. That's the problem. I can't process so much data. And research is nonsense. This is the threshold I mentioned. The difficulty of research is not the reason why I gave up. I just don't have the qualifications. That's it? Kuchinji was a little unhappy, and said a little stiffly. Does Emotion have any brilliant ideas? Not brilliant ideas. I just want to ask if you have heard of supercomputers? Of course I have heard of them. Supercomputing power. Supercomputers used for various scientific research projects. Are there any problems? Does Emotion have the resources in real life to let me borrow a supercomputer? A commercial supercomputer? That's useless. I don't have the mental power to scan the brain in real life. It's not what you think. It's not that complicated. I just want to say that I have built something like a supercomputer a long time ago. Our association's projects basically apply for computing power. Otherwise, how could there be so many achievements? Relying on your own pitiful computing power? If there is more data, it will take a long time. Kuchinji rubbed his eyes. He felt that his eyes were blurry, and asked in disbelief after confirming that he had seen it correctly again and again. Made it? The complexity of the computer, the complexity of the supercomputer. Emotion. You actually made them all? Emotion. Are you someone in the upper echelons? Have you completed the remanufacturing of the nuclear bomb? Was the nuclear bomb you exploded in the North and South Empire a small one? Mushroom cloud, mushroom cloud. Stop. Stop, you think it's wrong. Emolan was a little amused. Don't think too much. It's not a computer. But through some magic. Some constant magic arrays to achieve the effect of a computer. It can be regarded as a supercomputing like magic. Kuchinji was relieved when he saw Emolan's reply. Fortunately, this was barely within his acceptable range. Unbelievable. What's so unbelievable? As a scientific researcher, it's reasonable to develop scientific research tools first. Right? Kuchinji fell silent, suddenly not knowing what to say, and Emolan continued. Well, I just tried it. Scanning the brain, projecting and modeling. It's really complicated. It requires a lot of computing power. It's difficult. Emolan said it was difficult while sending a screenshot of the brain projection to Kuchinji. Screenshot.jpg, very difficult. Kuchinji felt a sense of depression in his chest that he couldn't get out. Emotion. There is something I don't know whether I should say it or not. You say. I think it may not be good to say it. So it's better not to say it. Kuchinji took a deep breath, his face serious, and slowly typed 5 words on the chat interface. After hesitating for a long time, he resolutely hit the send button. Emolan guessed that Kuchinji might be attracted by him. He glanced at the chat interface, and was shocked when he saw the new message. Boss, take me with you. Chapter 531, Bringing Minerals to Join the Club. Puff. Emolan couldn't help but spit it out, coughing in his mouth, and his mental power fixed the tea that had not yet fallen to the ground, gathered it together, and poured it into the sewer pipe. You. Emotion, I finally understand, this is no longer the early stage of the game. In the early stage of the game, everything is blank. You can study any direction. Even simply using a spell model is a great achievement. Emolan supported his chin with his hand. He felt like he was being implied. Is there something behind this? At that time, you can find any direction to study, as long as you rely on a little talent and a little effort. You can get some achievements. It's very simple. There are roads in all directions. You can go the right way even if you walk blindly. Of course, there are still countless ways to easily produce results, which only require a little effort and talent, but only at a low level. Once you want to study in depth, you will find difficulties everywhere if you want to explore deeper secrets. Just like the computing power difficulties I faced just now. This is not a difficulty. It is a threshold. If I don't solve this threshold, I will never be able to carry out this research, let alone get results. I just thought about it for a long time, and I figured it out. The low level is iron. Iron is iron, and you can smelt it by building a furnace. The higher level is alloy, the composition of which is refined to the degree of decimal point. The smelting of this alloy is not something that a small furnace can do. It must have special, high-precision equipment. Scientific research is like this, the technology tree in the early stage. There is a main trunk. As it develops downward, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, more and more fine in the early stage. When it is still 1 or 2, you can fight alone, but when it reaches 1, 2, 4 or even more, fighting alone is no longer feasible, only cooperation is possible. Some people study this. Some people study that. Some people lay the foundation for low-level research. And some people are exploring and advancing at a higher level. This is the current situation. If I were still alone, immersed in my own small achievements, I would be quickly eliminated by the times, knowing nothing and having nothing. So I have come to my senses, and my result can be summed up in 5 words. Big brother, please guide me. Kuchinji suddenly found that he said this sentence more fluently the second time than the first time. Right, holding onto Emotion's thigh, can this be called hugging thigh? Of course, I am indeed a little abrupt now. I did not come to participate in the Mage Association's recruitment before. Although I can meet the standards for entering the association, but the rules are the rules. I hope to enter the Mage Association in advance. I cannot enjoy other benefits. I just hope that motion can give me a bed, a desk, a part of computing power, so that I can stay in the Mage Association as a temporary worker, and wait until the next time the association recruits people before entering. Emolan looked at this sentence, and was about to reply and agree. This Kuchinji is indeed a talent at the vice president level. There is no problem for him to come for special recruitment. But before he could reply, he saw Kuchinji sending a message. Maybe it's difficult for emotion. How about this? I'll pay the research fee. I have an elemental stone vein here, which has special properties. Although emotion may not think highly of elemental stone, it still has some value. I'll take half of it as research fee. Sorry for bothering emotion. Emolan was confused. Did I skip something? Just now, I wanted to lure people in with the vein. But how come he came in by himself now? Did I lure or not? Hiss. Emolan rubbed his brows. I haven't done anything yet. It hasn't even started yet. It's over already. Emolan shook his head and looked at Kuchinji's message. I don't know if Kuchinji is confused or smart. Emolan muttered to himself. Just as he was about to reply and agree, he suddenly stopped. Wait. If I say special recruitment now, will it make me look greedy? Although this is indeed a lot. Oh no. It is too much. No. I can't recruit specially. Otherwise it will make me look like there is something wrong with me. Then I will do what he said and borrow research. It's just half a soul stone vein. Since he has said he will give it to me, it's not good to refuse, then take it. Yes, that's it. Kuchinji, no special recruitment? Is it polite to you? Emolan sent a message after thinking. Okay. Thank you. God Emo, I'll pack up and come here now. The vein is at this coordinate. God Emo can send people to mine it. Just leave half for me. Map, Morse Kingdom Map 1, version 34. Coordinates, 1651664 for 601900. The Mage Association welcomes you. Emolan closed the chat page after sending this sentence. Before, he was still worried about the soul stone problem. He had arranged a large number of tasks to guide the mages to go out to search and explore. And searched and purchased them on the market, but there was no news, no results, as if the soul stone did not exist in this world. I was worried that the problem could not be solved before. But I didn't expect it to be solved directly. It was unexpected and pleasantly surprised. One mine. It can't be too little. Right? Emolan muttered. This wave is to bring the mine into the club. Emolan pondered for a moment and called Zhang Guangmo up. President, what do you want to talk to me about? I'll recommend one to you. Please add him. Emolan said directly. There is another coordinate. After adding him, take a train and a few engineering teams over. Be a little more hidden. Don't attract other people's attention. And try to go underground if you can. There is a soul stone vein somewhere. It should be a soul stone. You can just verify it when the time comes. Once you get there, start mining immediately and detect the reserves of the vein. I want detailed data. In addition, this operation is highly confidential. No news can be leaked. Do you understand? Soul stone? Zhang Guangmo was shocked. As an elder of the Mage Association, one of the people closest to the power core of the Mage Association, he knew the importance of soul stones very well, and at this moment he became serious. Understood? Well, go ahead. Emolan gave him a note with his own seal. It would be difficult for him to do things without it. Zhang Guangmo left to organize the staff. Molan connected to the tower spirit, entered the internal network of the association, opened the task page, and looked at those who explored the soul stone. Soul stone is an elemental stone, but it has special properties, and is very valuable to the association, so the calculation of points cannot refer to elemental stone, and it is not excessive to follow the standard of elemental metal. In this case, let's set the point price according to the 6th level gold pattern black steel. Emolan said silently. Although he just said that it was borrowed research expenses, Emolan would naturally not really take it directly. Emolan did not have the habit of robbing the property of his own association members, even if they gave it to him. So he would convert all the soul stones that Kuchinji took out into corresponding points and deposit them in his name. Well, Kuchinji must be rich now. There is really a mine. He found the mine. Chapter 532 7th Ring Opportunity. Linhua, Lu Bin, come over when you have time. Emolan transmitted the message. After a while, Linhua and Lu Bin came up, but they also brought a lot of documents. It's just right, you take a look at these documents, and sign them if there's no problem. Yes. Emolan took the documents and said directly, someone will come in a while. I have had a brief exchange with this person. I feel he is not bad. Maybe he is a little worse than you, but he should be considered the best among the elders. I'll take a screenshot of the chat history for you to see for yourself. Emolan started flipping through the files and browsing them. If there's no problem, he'll use his mental power to mark it. The 5th floor of the Mage Tower fell silent, with only the rustling sound of Emolan flipping through the files. An entire soul stone vein? Lu Bin was shocked. Yes. He will take out half of it. I've already sent Zhang Guangma to dig it up. But even though he's only giving me half of it, I still plan to convert it into points. After all, it's too big. If he takes it for nothing, it's easy to set a bad example for future generations. Of course there's no problem with that. Of course, it has to be converted into points. I don't need that. In addition, soul stone, with soul stone, my mage tower can be completely transformed into a whole, and given life. Lu Bin said excitedly, once the material of the tower spirit is replaced with soul stone, it can be integrated into the stone mage tower, and turned into a whole connected by breath, becoming a rock life similar to a stone beast, a lava beast, or perhaps a building life. Linwood did not have this need. His humanoid mecha mage tower is made of metal, and is not compatible with soul stone, but he was also quite excited. The spiritual supercore has a level limit after all. There are too few high-level ones. The level has blocked the computing power of the tower spirit. Now, I will use soul stones to fully upgrade the mecha tower spirit. As long as the computing power is sufficient, I can reach the 7th level. Okay. I know you are good again. Keep reading. Read it all. Emolan said perfunctorily, and continued to stamp the document with a spiritual imprint. Linhua and the others continued to read on to see if there were any more surprises. However, when they saw the end, puff! This Kuchingji is also a wonderful person. There will be more fun in the future with more wonderful people. But President, from his lab notes, from your communication, this Kuchingji should be qualified for special recruitment. Right? Why are you still making him wait? He asked for it, so let him do it. Emolan shrugged, and Linwood didn't discuss this topic anymore, and continued. The idea, he said, is very brilliant. If it works, it should be a new profession, and it will be a very special profession with strong life-saving ability. In addition, I think this research direction may overlap with Zhao Hua's necromancer, or they can complement each other, so I can introduce him to Zhao Hua. Emolan nodded. Indeed, if we follow this line of thought, the new profession should be similar to the Lich. Immortal, resurrected, and if it complements the necromancer, it can drive the undead, possess the undead, and control the undead. However, for the new profession, it doesn't matter whether the necromancer is needed or not. The original design of this idea is to cast spells with the spirit body, and no other things are needed. The mental power alone is the peak state of the mage, with extremely strong combat power, and there is no need for a necromancer. Emolan suddenly stopped, frowning, as if he had thought of something. Indeed, necromancers really need this new profession. If they have this new profession, necromancers will completely lose the weakness of their physical bodies. The undead army will march forward all the way, and the mage can just hide in the mage tower and control it remotely. As Linhua was talking, he suddenly realized that Emolan was not in the right state at the moment, and seemed to be lost in thought. Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other, not knowing what happened, and both shut up silently, and did not speak again. The 5th floor of the mage tower fell into silence. Only Linhua and Lu Bin occasionally exchanged some things in a low voice. Emolan was lost in thought at the moment. Just now, he was touched when he was talking, and an inspiration popped up in his mind. It didn't matter. He often had inspirations. He usually wrote them down immediately, that is. He wrote the name of the inspiration, and then wrote down the specific ideas below. If you are interested, you can wait until you have time, and study it slowly when you have time. As for those who are not interested, you can throw it to Linhua, Lu Bin, or the 10 elders, and if it is lower, you can throw it to Su Zongxin. But now Mark is my assistant. I don't have the ability to do this kind of work for the time being, but when I have the ability in the future, it will be the same process. The reason why Emolan fell into deep thought at this moment was because he sensed a chance. An opportunity to completely integrate the arcane master and the mage profession. An opportunity to perfect the mage profession master path. An opportunity to break through to become a master mage. Only when he realized the importance of this opportunity did he interrupt his conversation with Linhua and Lu Bin, ignoring everything else, and started thinking directly. To put it in a more mysterious way, it is a chance. A chance to attain enlightenment, which is hard to come by. And if you miss it, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Core. Just relying on mental power is the state of a full-fledged mage. The body cannot bear the magic power. Emolan quickly wrote down a few key words and sentences on a piece of paper, his mind working rapidly, Thinking. Since the physical body cannot bear the magic power, then don't use the physical body. Abandon the physical body. Construct a core. And directly use the spiritual body as the body. In the spiritual body state, there is no physical limit. As long as the mental power is strong enough, any amount of magic power can be controlled. In this way, the physical bottleneck that limits the progress of the arcane master disappears directly. And the arcane master's level can also directly follow the level of mental power. No longer restricted. But abandoning the body doesn't seem to be a good idea. Emolan, who was thinking, suddenly paused, and his excited brain gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and shook his head calmly. No. Abandoning the body. What is not in line with my heart is not worthy of being called my way. Maybe this way is not wrong. Maybe this is not a wrong way. Maybe this way will be very powerful. But this is not what I want. This is not my way of magician. Emolan resolutely abandoned this tempting idea and fell into deep thought again. But it seems that it is possible to do it without giving up the body. Emolan muttered to himself, recalling a picture from a long time ago in his mind. After a long time, he still remembers it vividly. Thinking back, Emolan picked up the pen and wrote another line on the paper just now. Fire Phoenix. The transformation of the body and the fire element. The mutual transformation of matter and energy. Chapter 533 From Lich to Elemental Lord. Since you don't want to abandon your body, then don't abandon it. Emolan smiled. But not abandoning the body doesn't mean you can't transform into an element. The body turns into an element. And the element turns into the body. This is the technology that the Fire Phoenix has already achieved. Elementalization, while retaining the body. It removes the restrictions on magic power storage, and can directly make up for the biggest weakness of the mage. The body. The mage who has learned elementalization does not have the weakness of the body. There is no vital point. There is no fatal injury to the body. Theoretically speaking, pure physical attacks can no longer cause any damage to this state. If you want to kill a mage, you must attack his mental power and soul. Only attacks at this level can kill a mage. For a mage, the strongest points are his soul and mental power. If his strongest points are surpassed by others, then his death is not unfair. Huh? Emolan took a deep breath and muttered. I seem to have done something stupid. It is clear that I can easily achieve my goal by abandoning my physical body. I still went around in circles when there is such a simple method. Anyway, I will become an elemental body in the end. It is really unnecessary. However, Emolan showed a wanton smile on his face. My way. I am happy. It is just like that. It is decided happily. The seven-ring road of the mage is the elemental lord. Emolan picked up the paper and wrote 4 big characters on it. The force penetrated the back of the paper. Linhua and Lu Bin, who had not left yet, looked at each other. Are we witnessing an epic? Yes. The founder of the mage profession defined the seven-ring mage road, which is enough to be recorded in the epic. But as for us, haven't we already been recorded in the epic? And have we written a part of the epic? Is that so? Isn't it? Oh, I was excited for nothing. There is nothing to do. Emolan ignored the 2 jokers next to him, took out a piece of paper, and began to sort out the entire route of the mage profession on it. Professional level. Simply accumulate mental power. Condense spell slots. Constantly become familiar with 1st to 3rd ring spells. Master all common 1st to 3rd ring spell structures. Have the ability to modify. Create 1st to 3rd ring spells. Have the ability to study 4th ring spell models. And the promotion standard is to condense a 4th ring spell slot. Meet all knowledge and ability reserves. And that's all. Elite level. Determine the direction of specialization. Meditate on a certain element. Practice with the goal of improving element affinity. Be familiar with and master most 4th to 6th ring spells. Master all common 4th to 6th ring spell structures. Have the ability to charge and release super 6th level powerful spells. Master the elements. And the material conversion technology. Have the ability to study the 7th ring spell model. Can try to build a 7th level spell structure. And use the power to release the 7th ring spell. And the promotion standard is to achieve extremely high spell affinity. And complete the elementalization of the body? Tentative. Master level. Master a series of knowledge of spells from the 7th to the 9th ring. Master the construction method of the 7th level spell structure. Etc. The way to advance to the legend level is unknown, incomplete, tentative. Legend level. None, very handsome, very strong. When Emolan was writing, Linhua and Lu Bin were watching, Emolan nodded as he wrote, and when Emolan finished writing, the two looked at each other. How many elite mages are there in the Mage Association? According to this standard, 8. Huh? Where did the 8 come from? Aren't there only 3? The elder level should barely be counted as half? Oh, then, there are 3 who meet the standard. You, me, he. I know that the standard I set is very high, and I also know that in the entire Mage Association, it is estimated that only the 3 of us can meet the standard. I am not joking, nor am I being mortal. Emolan shook his head, and said seriously. But in my opinion, people who cannot open up new paths are indeed not qualified mages. Linhua and Lubin nodded, and said nothing more. Emolan was the pioneer of the mage profession, and the standards for mages were naturally set by him. They would not interfere. Nor did they want to interfere. Just now, they were just joking. After joking, the two of them started to talk about business. President, do you think it is possible to take shortcuts to advance to the 7th level, directly use Kachinji's method to abandon the physical body, and then use the spiritual body to control the elements, and become an elemental lord? Linhua grasped the key point in an instant, and asked directly. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I don't like it. So I gave up. But I can accumulate some skills in this area. To be honest, I have a hunch that the path of the elemental lord I set will be very difficult. Just the material. The transformation of elements will be stuck for a long time. And I'm not sure which one is better and stronger. So I can prepare. But I will still firmly follow the path I decided. Lubin nodded when he heard it. I will definitely follow the path you set. But the shortcut can be retained. For those who have no hope of advancing to the 7th ring normally, the shortcut is also a way. Even if there are some disadvantages. The 7th ring is definitely better than the 6th ring. Then it seems that Kachinji is more important than we thought. I will have a good talk with him when he comes. I will try my best to implement this research and make this new profession available as early as possible. Okay. But you have to be careful. You must not leak the fact that this is a shortcut. Unless one day, it is verified that the shortcut has no disadvantages and is superior to the regular one. I understand. But people who can reach the peak of the 6th level are not fools. They can think of it if they are given time. Right? It doesn't matter. If you think of it, you will think of it. It's simple to say. But even shortcuts have technical thresholds. Otherwise, wouldn't this new profession be able to reach the 7th ring by lying flat in the future? How is it possible? What posture can make such a dream come true? You just need to pay attention to banning the technology in the middle. When I find out the regular way, I will tell them. Naturally, they will not reject the existing way and choose to create a new way. As for those who have the ability and the idea to open the way, they naturally know the importance of it. Moreover, such people will not be unable to advance through the formal way. If they can advance, they will not consider taking shortcuts. I understand what you mean. Linhua nodded, and then continued. As for the element and material conversion technology, I will do it myself. This is the path I have decided. And I will naturally make it through. And I must do it myself. This may be my only chance to combine the two professions of arcane master and mage into one. Emolan said slowly. Well, then you do your best. Call us if you need anything. Even though you threw a lot of things to us two to do, we will still try to make time for you. Get lost. Emolan said unhappily, then threw a pile of documents to them. The two of them left with the documents. Emolan smiled, looked into the distance. Fire element realm, maybe I have to go there. Chapter 534, Re-entering the Elemental World. In the deep and terrifying abyss, countless violent earth elements rose from it. At one edge of the abyss, dense yellow clouds rolled violently, as if a giant beast was trying to break free from it. After a while, a dark and deep island slowly emerged. The island was built of dark and dense slabs of stone, but the slabs of stone seemed to have merged into a hole. Only a crack at the surface joint served as a decoration. The island was not complete at the moment. It seemed to be still under construction, and it was not big, only a few 100 meters in diameter, but the dark material gave people a very heavy feeling. The island slowly approached. In front of the island crouched a lion that looked like it was made of white jade. And on the shore stood a young man, like a lion driving the island to welcome their master, which was indeed the case. My master? The white jade lion stood up, and humbly lowered its head to the ground, as if waiting for Emolan to step on his head. The island continued to move forward, and slowly approached Emolan. Emolan looked at the floating island. The island with a diameter of several 100 meters was already full of oppression, which made him nod with satisfaction. Bang! The island slowly approached the shore. Although the speed was extremely slow, the terrifying weight and hardness still smashed the shore into pieces. The rocks that collided directly were turned into powder. Even the rocks that were a little further away were broken and fell into the abyss. Emolan took a step forward and stood on the head of the white jade lion. The white jade lion immediately stood up, turned around and strode forward. You have worked hard during this period. It's not hard, and this is also my chance. Emolan said nothing more. The distance of 180 meters was reached in an instant. Looking at the huge structure in operation, looking at the crystal ball at the core of the spell structure that was still shining. Approaching the crystal ball, Emolan put one hand on the crystal ball and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, he shook his head and turned away. After a while, the white jade lion sent Emolan off the island again, but compared to before, there was a space box floating behind Emolan. After Emolan left, the island left the shore, sank, and soon disappeared without a trace in the rolling clouds and mist. Emolan turned away. The gravity difference in the Earth elemental world could no longer affect him. Now Emolan has long mastered the method and technology of detecting changes in gravity. In the case of a clear change in gravity, as long as the corresponding force is applied, Emolan will not be affected at all. Quickly leaving the Earth elemental world, then appearing in front of the space channel of the Fire elemental world, where Lu Bin has been waiting for a long time. Are you ready? Ready. Lu Bin stretched out his hand to show Emolan, only to see that in his palm there were two tender green lotus seeds, very green, but there was no elemental fluctuation, just like ordinary things, and behind him, there were several space boxes floating. If I hadn't seen it being picked with my own eyes, I would never have believed that this was a 7th level space lotus seed. I couldn't feel any elemental fluctuations or space fluctuations. It's normal. The shell of the lotus seed is very hard, which can prevent water loss and protect the lotus seed from being damaged by external forces. These have been strengthened after it became a magic plant. It also has the function of preventing the flow of elements and shielding space fluctuations. I have been studying this thing recently. Both the ability to prevent the flow of elements and the ability to shield space fluctuations are good. Especially the former, which has a wide range of applications. Otherwise, it should have miraculous effects in practice and actual combat. Indeed, Emolan and Lu Bin entered the Fire elemental realm while communicating. After entering the Fire elemental realm, Emolan searched for the original location based on his memory. Emolan had a good memory, or the memory of all mages was good. It didn't take long for him to find the location where he was attacked by the Fire Phoenix. Now we need to confirm one thing, whether the Fire Phoenix is still here. Lu Bin said slowly. Emolan frowned slightly when he heard it. It's been so long, there are too many variables. Let's try it, and see if we can lure the Fire Phoenix out. Okay. Lu Bin also nodded, and the two of them immediately set up here. Their target was the Fire Phoenix that attacked Emolan. That Fire Phoenix that mastered the material and element conversion technology. It's not that only this Fire Phoenix can do it, but so far, the Fire Phoenix is the only 7th level fire element life they have seen alone, and there are no thousands of followers around. And it is not hiding in the unfathomable magma pool, but in the sky. To put it bluntly, they think that the weak persimmon is easy to bully, and they are ready to attack the Fire Phoenix. At that time, the strength was not enough, and the sense was not very clear, but speaking of it, this Fire Phoenix should be the 7th level. Right? Lu Bin was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Emolan in horror. No way, don't tell me at this juncture that this Fire Phoenix is above the 7th level. Emolan fell into deep thought, closing his eyes to think, recalling the strength of the breath he sensed at that time, carefully distinguishing each feature, confirming them one by one. That's right, it is indeed the 7th level. Although I was not very strong at that time, the Fire Phoenix did not deliberately hide its breath. I felt it at a close distance, and now I think about it. It is the 7th level. Okay, if you are sure it is the 7th level, then there is no problem. It is not too late to regret now, but if you attract the Fire Phoenix and find that it is not the 7th level, then it will be a pity. At our current level, if we die once, we will suffer heavy losses. No, I'm sure. As long as you're sure, then let's set up the place right away. All in? Lu Bin asked. Emolan didn't hesitate and said directly, let's start right away. We only have one chance. As a 7th level Fire Phoenix, its intelligence must not be too bad. Even if the beast finds that we can threaten it, it will avoid us next time. Not to mention the 7th level fire element. And after setting up the place, It's not that we can't set up other places. At most, it will just waste some auxiliary materials and some time. Lu Bin didn't say anything else after hearing this, and started to set up the place right away. After several rounds, a space channel composed of flashes slowly took shape, connected together. One end in the fire elemental world, and the other end in the discharge port of the step blast furnace. After the space channel was ready, Emolan and Lu Bin scanned and modeled the nearby terrain, then silently calculated the direction according to the terrain, and raised stone pillars from time to time, digging out long and thin arc-shaped channels underground. Under the joint shaping of Emolan and Lu Bin, streams of liquid gold-patterned black steel flowed out of the space channel, turning into long and thin round black lines. The round gold line was very thin, but it still maintained rigidity under the super hardness of its material itself, and directly maintained a round shape. One round black line after another appeared in the hands of Emolan and Lu Bin, and the black lines were embedded with spell nodes at appropriate positions. Chapter 535 Hunting Time. 2 days later, 2 star-pointing discs with a diameter of nearly 150 meters slowly took shape. The main color of the star-pointing disc, which is made of black steel with gold patterns, is black, but a hint of gold flashes from time to time, and the gold embellishment makes the star-pointing disc look like a huge work of art. Emolan's thoughts moved slightly, and the star-pointing disc with a diameter of more than 100 meters slowly started to move. The steel rings that were originally all flat moved under the control of Emolan's mental power. Some were lifted, some sank, some were lifted while rotating, the angles were different, and the speeds were fast and varied. The steel wires that could interfere with each other did not collide once during the operation. All of them were cleverly avoided, in fact. Even if there was another friction, another collision would cause the rotation angle of the steel wire, and the speed would be a problem, thus leading to a series of chain reactions, which would directly make the star-pointing disc a mess. Of course, this is not a coincidence. It is the result of Emolan and Lu Bin using a lot of computing power and trying again and again. This is also the reason why it takes several days to make a star-pointing disc with a diameter of only more than 100 meters. The precision requirement is too high, and there is no tolerance for any error. In fact, Lu Bin had already made a star-pointing disc with a constant spell model. He already had experience and a series of data. This was completed in 2 days. Then, Emolan built a spell model between the 2 star-pointing discs and took out a large piece of energy storage crystal from the space box. This energy storage crystal is spherical, placed on the ground higher than Emolan, and this huge energy storage crystal was placed in the middle by Emolan. After all these were prepared, Emolan embedded 2 space lotus seeds into the core of the star-point disc. After all these were completed, Emolan silently covered it with a layer of soil, laid a stone slab that was constant to isolate element fluctuations and the breath array, and finally laid a layer of soil. After everything was ready, Emolan took a deep breath. Tell Lu Bin. Let everyone be in place. Understood. Lu Bin sent a message after he finished speaking. And soon a group of mages with a level of up to 4 rings and 5 rings came to Emolan. Follow the established plan. Don't be nervous. The points you get if you die are enough to compensate for your losses. If you are lucky enough to survive, the points you get can also make you a small fortune. Okay, everyone. Take your positions. As soon as the words fell, the mages found their positions one by one, used their own hiding methods to suppress their breath as much as possible, and hid with all their strength. Then take out all your hidden treasures, suppress your breath as much as possible, contact using the mental link, but keep your mental power silent at all times. I will only give orders when it's time to attack. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the mental link connected everyone, and each mental link covered everyone like a big net. What is quite coincidental is that this silent spiritual net just covers the 2 star discs under the soil. Huh? It started, Emolan thought, and the fire spirit in the spiritual space appeared directly in front of him. The moment the fire spirit appeared, it soared into the sky and reached the height of the fire phoenix. After reaching the designated height, the fire spirit began to gather fire elements. In front of the fire spirit, the fire elements were as smooth as his own hands and feet. As long as he thought, the fire elements would gather quickly. Soon, the fire spirit's movements formed a fire element storm in the air. The fire element storm rotated at high speed, directly attracting nearby fire elements. Circle after circle, circle after circle. The originally calm airspace seemed to have fallen into a stone, and circles of connections emerged and spread around, getting farther and farther as time passed. The fire spirit's movements never stopped. And all Emolan had to do was wait. Wait for the target to arrive. As long as the fire phoenix was still in this area, it was very likely to come over. Because for a beast with a lord's concept, if another beast carried out such a blatant provocation, it was almost inevitable that the lord would come out to attack. Otherwise it would mean losing this territory. So all that was needed now was time. Emolan hadn't finished thinking yet. At this moment, a clear bird cry echoed between heaven and earth. Emolan looked up suddenly, and saw a ball of fire rushing towards him from the horizon. Here it comes! At the same time, Emolan could sense that the fire spirit in the sky couldn't help but tremble, as if it was the instinct of a creature. Lower creatures couldn't help but tremble when facing higher creatures. Huh? Emolan took a deep breath, estimated the speed of the fire phoenix, and controlled the fire spirit to charge down suddenly when it was about the same. The fire phoenix watched the little fire spirit that dared to provoke her fleeing in fear, and let out a soft cry. Her eyes moved downwards, and her sharp, narrow eyes instantly caught the hidden figures one by one. Their hiding method seemed to be non-existent in front of the fire phoenix, and she saw through them directly. A flash of fire flashed in her narrow eyes, and a large net appeared in the fire phoenix's sight. All the hidden people were connected to the person in the middle, the person that the fire spirit rushed towards. But after seeing the ranks of the hidden people around her, a trace of human contempt and arrogance flashed in the fire phoenix's eyes. The next moment, the fire phoenix dived directly towards Emolan at a very fast speed. Any creature that dares to challenge it must be turned into charcoal under its flames. Shoo! The height of the fire phoenix is getting lower and lower, but the speed is also getting faster and faster. The flames burning on its body are burning backwards, like a meteorite falling from the sky. The fierce wind is howling. Emolan seems to be unable to stand steadily. He raises his head with difficulty, stubbornly, greedily, looking at the fire bird madly. Action! The mental power spreads to the minds of every ambush mage along the mental link. They suddenly rise up. Cannons explode one after another. Huge gold-patterned black steel nets spread, covering the fire phoenix from top to bottom. However, just before they attacked, the fire phoenix sensed the movement of the spiritual power net. Although it seemed to attack Emolan at first, its attention had already been diverted to the ambushing people. The moment they released the net, the fire phoenix escaped from the golden black steel net at an incredible angle. One after another, the metal nets all fell to the ground, and the fire phoenix, which had just soared into the sky, turned around and swooped down again. This time, the target was still Emolan. However, compared with the previous one, this was no longer a trick, but a truly fatal attack after the threat was lifted. The fire phoenix's sharp and narrow eyes looked at Emolan again. It wanted to see the despair and madness of its prey before death. However, at this moment, a smile slowly appeared on Emolan's face. Chapter 536 Deadly Fire Feather. Shoo! The fire phoenix was keenly aware of something wrong, and turned around and rushed upwards. However, the faster it rushed down, the greater its inertia would be. Although the fire phoenix was very flexible, it was still stuck for a moment when changing direction, and the height was unprecedentedly low. Get up! Lu Bin, who had been knocked to the ground by the strong wind, stood up calmly. As his voice fell, the stone slabs and soil that had covered the ground were all broken, revealing two black and gold fixed star plates. Stop! Buzz! The star-fixing disc on the right started to work instantly. The fluctuation of the space rules was nurtured, and the space rules contained in the space lotus seeds were directly stripped out. This space rule circulated through the star-fixing disc, turned into a wave, and disappeared in the space, but it seemed to appear in every inch of space. At this moment, Emolan and others realized that the space around them had been blocked, as if it had turned into a substantial wall. No one could use space magic to pass through this wall. At least most frequency bands were like this. 7-ring fixed star disk dimension anchor. This was just a moment, and the next moment the star disk on the other side was also activated. Although the manufacture of the fixed star disk requires a very long time and a lot of spell materials, its advantage is that it does not require charging, no preparation, and can be activated instantly when needed. This is the initial motivation for Emolan and the other two to spend so much effort to develop the fixed star disk. With just Lu Bin's thought, the second fixed star disk was activated. 7-ring fixed star disk space stretching. Unlike the dimensional anchor can be released directly as long as it is set before or at the moment of activation, and then it does not need to be taken care of, and its effect will continue to exist. Space stretching requires the control of the mage. Otherwise it can only play the effect of space stretching, but cannot achieve the effect of control, imprisonment, or even attack. And there is another point that is different from the dimension anchor. The stronger the user of the space stretching spell, the better the effect. Lu Bin's brain is clearer than ever at this moment. Mo Lan's Tower Spirit, his Tower Spirit number 1, and Lin was Airborne Tower Spirit are all connected to his mental power at this moment. At this moment, the Tower Spirits of the 3 mage towers have been emptied. No one uses the Tower Spirits, and all the computing power is supplied to Lu Bin. Mechanical mind. Space is extremely complex. Countless spatial data poured out from the space-stretching fixed star disk, and all poured into Lu Bin's mind. However, this huge amount of data, which can even kill people and blow their heads off, did not cause any ripples when it poured into Lu Bin's brain, just like a stream flowing into the sea. Lu Bin, who was in the mechanical mind state, had a full grasp of the computing power of the 3 tower spirits. This spatial data was processed almost the moment it was perceived. One after another, the information of the spiritual power carriers went back and forth between the fixed star disk and his brain. In just a moment, powerful and regular spatial forces soared into the sky, permeating the space. At this time, the Fire Phoenix had just adjusted its direction and wanted to soar into the sky. Too late. The cold words came out of Mo Lan's mouth, and Lu Bin next to him stretched out his hand and pressed down, and the height of the Fire Phoenix was instantly lowered. But the strange thing was that the Fire Phoenix was still flying upwards with its wings spread, and in fact, the Fire Phoenix was indeed flying upwards. It was a pity that Lu Bin was not controlling the Fire Phoenix itself from beginning to end, but the space where the Fire Phoenix was, so unless the Fire Phoenix broke through the space and left, it would be impossible to escape. The space in this area is locked by the dimensional anchor. It is also a dimensional anchor registered with the 7th ring. The Fire Phoenix has no way to break it. The space fragility caused by the space stretching is easily broken through, which is completely compensated by the space anchor, allowing this spell to undergo a qualitative change under the drive of the 7th level rule power. These are the 2 space spells that Lu Bin combined for the Mage Association. They are very powerful. However, they are not without weaknesses. In fact, the weaknesses are obvious. In order to cooperate with the use of the space stretching spell, the dimensional anchor releases the space blockade of certain frequencies. As long as the Fire Phoenix can find the frequency of the space stretching spell, it can also use this unblocked space frequency to leave. Or there may be some flaws at the edge of the moving space due to the problem of operation connection. But the flaws are fleeting, and it is difficult to catch such flaws. However, this is relative. Such flaws usually appear when facing strong people with rich knowledge, and they are useless to ordinary strong people. For a Fire Phoenix with only superficial wisdom and little knowledge, such flaws are equivalent to non-existence. It can't find it at all, and it can't solve it even if it finds it. You know, the one who presided over the spell was Lu Bin, who had the computing power of 3 tower spirits. If Lu Bin let the Fire Phoenix seize the flaw and escape, then he could just go to bed. Why play a mage when there is nothing to do? Isn't it fun to play a warrior? So there are only 2 ways for the Fire Phoenix to break free. 1. Use force to break through cleverness. Use powerful force to directly crush everything. Directly crush the blockade of the 7-ring dimensional anchor and shuttle away. 2. Special spells can bypass the dimensional anchor or break the dimensional anchor. The moment the Fire Phoenix appeared, Mo Lan was sure that it was indeed only the 7th level. It was impossible for the 7th level to break free from the 7-ring dimensional anchor. The second possibility was actually similar to the first one. There was no difference, and it basically did not exist. Actually, strictly speaking, there is a third type, but the conditions for its appearance are more stringent. Lu Bin, don't waste time. If it happens to hit the frequency, it will be troublesome. Who knows if there is luck against heaven? 1 step is the answer, Mo Lan said. Lu Bin did not speak after hearing this. All his energy was focused on controlling the Fire Phoenix. The angry and struggling Fire Phoenix let out an angry bird cry after finding that it could not escape. Balls of flames, like bird feathers, fell from it. The surface of the ruby-like feathers was covered with a layer of faint flames. Countless feathers fell. This moment was like a dream. However, behind the dream-like illusion, there is a deadly murderous intention. The space is slightly distorted under the high temperature of the red feather. This can't help but make people change color slightly. You have to know that the current space is strengthened by the 7-ring dimensional anchor. Although it is weakened by the space stretching, it is not much worse. This level of space is slightly distorted by the burning. The temperature of the fire feather can be seen. I am afraid that only one piece is enough to burn all the mages such as Emolan. If these countless red feathers fall on the outside world, I am afraid that a city like Hongfeng City with a population of millions of natives can be directly reduced to ashes. Damage like a natural disaster. Emolan sighed as he looked at the beautiful fire feather. Sure enough, the 7th level is called a master, and can become a tactical deterrent force for a reason. For the 7th level, number has no meaning. If there is no power of the same level to fight against it, a 7th level can easily destroy a city, can destroy a country in a short time, and kill hundreds of millions of lives. Chapter 537 Capture the Fire Phoenix. Very strong, but it's meaningless if you can't break through the space, Emolan said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space where the fire feather was located was distorted directly. Up was no longer up, down was no longer down, left was no longer left, right was no longer right. In the distorted space, the fire feather was still falling freely. But from the outside, the fire feather was floating down diagonally, and when it fell to the distance, it exploded with shocking fire element fluctuations. The huge power made the earth seem to shake slightly. However, no matter how powerful it was, it had nothing to do with Emolan and others. Even the aftermath of the spell was blocked by the distorted space, and did not affect Emolan and others. Emolan felt the power of the fire feather, and turned his head to ask, did the fire feather affect the distorted space just now? Yes. The high temperature affected it a little, making the fire feather's final landing point nearly 100 meters cheaper. Lu Bin replied, and Emolan took a deep breath. Huh. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we still underestimated the real 7th level. Our previous assessment was too low and too conservative. The 6th level to the 7th level is a complete qualitative change. We estimated that the power of the chain space compression fireball could reach the 7th ring. But now it seems that it is probably just barely the 7th ring. It can be a deterrent, but it is not very meaningful for a normal 7th level. We have to reevaluate the combat effectiveness of the 7th level, and then modify a series of defense systems and concepts. Emolan collected the data and information of the Fire Phoenix bit by bit, which was a great fortune for the Mage Association. However, at this moment, the Fire Phoenix's violent attacks were ineffective, and it let out a frightened and angry cry. Before the sound fell, the Fire Phoenix's body disintegrated. Under the gaze of everyone, the originally materialized body shattered bit by bit. In the process of shattering, golden light bloomed from the cracks, and endless flames gushed out from it. But in an instant, the body of the Fire Phoenix had completely turned into fire elements, turned golden, and expanded 4 or 5 times. The Fire Phoenix turned into a golden phoenix at this moment. The golden phoenix flapped its wings, and the momentum it exuded instantly became much stronger, making all the mages present feel chest tightness, breathlessness, and even a blank mind. However, at this moment, Emolan was overjoyed and shouted directly, Lu Bin, do it! In fact, there was no need for Emolan to remind him. When the Fire Phoenix transformed into the elemental form, according to the established plan, the space-stretching spell was instantly fully activated, and the output was full. At the same time, the magic circle located between the 2 fixed star disks was also directly activated. A gravitational force was emitted. The surface of the energy storage crystal ball, with a diameter of 2 meters, emitted a white light, reflecting the magic nodes and magic stripes deep in the crystal ball. Come down! The Fire Phoenix, that turned into golden flames, was instantly pulled down by the exploding space. No. It should be that the space where the Fire Phoenix was located was directly pulled down at the fastest speed, and appeared on the top of the energy storage crystal. Then a fist-sized space channel appeared, and on the other side was the center of the energy storage crystal ball. There was a fist-sized hole inside, and the surrounding area was filled with dense arrays. The last power of the space-stretching spell burst out, compressing the space where the Fire Phoenix was to the size of a fist. This space, that was almost compressed to the size of a fist, directly sank into the space channel, and appeared at the core of the energy storage crystal. The space channel disappeared, and a golden core appeared inside the energy storage crystal ball, which seemed to contain infinite light and heat, spreading out along the energy storage crystal ball. At this time, Emolan had an idea. In a space box next to him, there was a pile of components made of black steel with golden patterns. These components flew directly to the energy storage crystal ball under the control of mental power. They were assembled around the crystal ball in a predetermined order. It took only a few seconds to assemble them. It seemed to have turned into a layer of metal armor on the surface of the energy storage crystal ball. And this set of metal armor was constantly covered with dense spell models. Inside the energy storage crystal, the golden flame slowly penetrated outward, and the golden flame itself and the light it emitted dyed the entire energy storage crystal golden. When you touch the energy storage crystal ball, you can feel the warmth, and you can also feel that the crystal ball is constantly vibrating. This is the Fire Phoenix struggling. Lu Bin, hurry up. Take it back quickly. Although the energy storage crystal can effectively suppress the elements, this is a master-level Fire Phoenix after all. With the current array and energy storage crystal, short-term suppression is not a problem. But long-term suppression is simply unrealistic. Let's go. Go back quickly. And come back to clean up the scene later. Okay. Lu Bin did not hesitate. And without saying a word, he and Emolan used their mental power to lift the energy storage crystal ball covered with metal armor and flew to the space channel. The place where they hunted was not far from the space channel. Emolan and Lu Bin soon walked to the side of the space channel. They went straight through the space channel. Emolan and Lu Bin were still flying in the air. Linhua, who had just left the space channel and felt the nature, strode over. As soon as he came, he saw Emolan and Lu Bin. The big crystal ball behind them slightly sensed the breath, and his face suddenly changed. Really successful? Come on. Follow me. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Bin walked forward and took Emolan and the others into a basement next to the core mage tower. This basement is very large. The most important thing is that there is a spherical object similar to the armillary sphere in the middle of the basement. This object has many rings, and each ring can rotate. The most important thing is that there are dense arrays on these things. When the elements are output, the pressure is very strong. Quick, put it in. Linhua went forward and opened a ring at the core of the sphere, revealing a hole. Emolan saw this and said nothing, directly put the floating energy storage crystal ball into the groove. As soon as the energy storage crystal ball went in, Lu Bin quickly closed the hole. Buzz! At this moment, the entire sphere with a diameter of tens of meters was fully activated, and the huge elemental power was running inside the sphere. When passing through the magic circle, a terrifying repressive force was released from it, but then it was all condensed inside the sphere. In addition, the magic circle effect inside the sphere was also connected with the metal armor on the surface of the energy storage crystal sphere, raising the effect to an extremely high level. The entire sphere was designed and built by Emolan, Lu Bin, and Linhua for the purpose of capturing the Fire Phoenix. It was completely targeted at fire elemental life, and the registration was completely raised to the limit of the 6th ring, almost only a hair's breadth away from the 7th ring. The energy storage crystal itself has a strong repressive force on the elements. Even if the violent earth element is injected into it, it will become calm. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix transformed into an elemental body was locked in the energy storage crystal, just filling the last line. Chapter 538 Knowledge Level. Shiu! Emolan vaguely heard an angry bird cry. It was obvious that the Fire Phoenix was extremely angry at the moment. But it was useless. The constant 6th order extreme magic array piled up the suppression force against the fire element life to an extremely strong level. It can be said that those below the 7th order sealed in it have no chance of turning over at all. And they can't move at all. You know, the double-digit 6-ring extreme magic array. The gold-patterned black steel rings with a diameter of tens of meters. Emolan and his team spent a lot of money. Of course, the Fire Phoenix is a 7th level one. But the core of the Fire Phoenix is an energy storage crystal. Although the energy storage crystal is just an elemental stone, it is naturally very tolerant and suppressive to various elements. When the violent earth element in the abyss was taken into the energy storage crystal, it was suppressed and became stable. At that time, Emolan thought that this energy storage crystal might have a strong suppression on elemental life. This is indeed the case. The elementalized Fire Phoenix itself has turned into a pure fire element, with high purity of will, high intensity fire element. But it is still a fire element. As an element, it was directly suppressed by the energy storage crystal, which just made up the last line of the seal, and completely sealed the Fire Phoenix. No matter how angry the Fire Phoenix was, no matter how the bird cried, It was useless. It could only be said that it was incompetent and furious. Lu Bin checked it once, and he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was completely sealed. Then, he was full of emotion. I didn't expect that we have reached this level. The 7th level. The tactical deterrence level of power. We can rely on the power of the country, but we can directly capture it for research and experiments. TSK, how can I put it? We are clearly only level 6, it feels like a dream, even when I was executing the plan. I was worried that something might go wrong. I was worried that the Fire Phoenix would have a trick up its sleeve, so I used 120% of my strength to prepare, but the spare parts were not used at all. I only used about 60% to 70% of my strength, and the Fire Phoenix was taken down exactly as planned. Linwen nodded when he heard this, and he felt the same way. I put all my mechas in a special space box ready to support at any time, and then I received the news that you succeeded. Emolan smiled when he heard this. Isn't this normal? This is the power of knowledge. Is this normal? The power of knowledge? Of course it's normal. I said a long time ago that the mage is not a combat profession. Yeah, I remember this sentence. You also said at that time that although other professions can't beat the mage is really not a combat profession. Don't interrupt. Emolan scolded with a smile, and then returned to the topic. For the mage, all cultivation is auxiliary. Even the strong mental power is not for strength, but for having higher computing power, having higher reaction ability, that is, having higher wisdom, storing more knowledge. Knowledge is the power of everything. On the surface, from the perspective of mental power, we are only at the 5th and 6th levels. In front of the 7th level, we are like ants. But in fact, knowledge is the power of everything. You Lu Bin, I am Olan, and He Linwe have reached the level of the 7th ring in terms of knowledge. We are all studying the 7th ring, and even creating the 7th ring. In my opinion, we are all at the 7th ring, and as a 7th ring mage, isn't it normal to capture a 7th level Fire Phoenix? If it is not specific enough. I can give another example. Just like when we captured the Fire Phoenix just now, the cooperation of our 2 spells has at least 2 flaws. I can think of it just by thinking about it. It stands to reason that the intelligence of the Fire Phoenix is not low, and its strength is also very strong. But why can't we notice the flaws and can't catch the flaws? It's nothing more than insufficient knowledge. We can't find the flaws at all. What's the use of strength? We can catch it back with our brains. So mental power is not important. Knowledge is important. Mental power is just one of the ways we acquire knowledge, that's all. Oh, of course, it can be used to bully noobs occasionally, after all. You don't need much knowledge to deal with people of the same level or lower, you just need to throw spells foolishly. That makes sense. Well, to be honest, let alone low-level ones, it's really bullying to fight against people of the same level. It's still more interesting to catch 7th level ones. Lu Bin, let's go catch a few 7th level ones when we have time? Suppressing a 7th level fire element in the step blast furnace can definitely increase the purity of the gold patterned black steel by a few percentage points. Then we can each take a 7th level research, and we will definitely get results. I was stunned before Lin would finish speaking. Get lost, you are still catching a 7th level, you are crazy. Do you know how many elemental metals are needed to lock up a 7th level? If you don't manage your household, you don't know how to manage food and clothing. When you have time, don't you go find the green dragon? You haven't found it yet? Catch another 7th level? I don't approve. I don't approve at most. I will give the Fire Phoenix to you to study after I finish studying it, and you can throw it to the step blast furnace to burn after you finish studying it. Emolan disappeared after he finished speaking. Linwa was confused by the series of words, and even began to feel that he was in the wrong. After Emolan left, he was suddenly stunned and reacted. Wait, Lu Bin. When did the president become the boss? If he doesn't become the boss, he doesn't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Hasn't he always been the boss? What did he manage? Do you want to chase him and argue with him? Lin was tone stagnated, and his anger disappeared immediately, muttering, Forget it. The adults are generous. I don't want to argue with him. Linwa muttered and left, and Lu Bin seemed to hear him mumbling something as he walked away. Damn it. How did the president reach level 6 so quickly? I can't beat him. Forget it. I can't afford to offend him. I'd better go back and transform my precious mecha. Replace it with a tower spirit forged by soul stones. Break through the computing power limit. And then deploy an auxiliary control system, a long-range high-precision aiming system, and a high-speed object capture aiming system. After that, It should be able to fight level 7. Right? No. The Fire Phoenix is so powerful. I don't know if it is strong or weak among the level 7. It's fine if it's considered a strong one. But if it's considered a weak one, then my mecha is still in danger. No. I have to continue to strengthen it. It's not stable enough. Lu Bin watched Lin Wu leave and walked to the seal. The Fire Phoenix inside was still struggling. And there was a faint bird cry. Don't scream. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. Lu Bin checked the seal again and turned to leave, muttering to himself. The 7th level is so strong. It seems that I still need to strengthen it a little bit. Otherwise it's okay to be prepared. But if I'm not prepared, I may be crushed by the 7th level. The president is right. The 7th level standard should indeed be raised. Chapter 539 Microfire Element. 7th level. Unconsciously, the 3 presidents of the Mage Association once again raised the standard of the 7th level. The standard has been changed. No matter what you do in the future, as long as it involves the deduction and calculation of the 7th level, the new standard will be used for calculation. For some 7th level magic arrays, weapons, spells will be designed according to the new standard. Of course, this is not the result of the unanimous thinking of Imolan and the other 2. With the wisdom of Imolan and the other 2, they can naturally think of the fact that Fire Phoenix may be a strong one among the 7th level in an instant. But they didn't care about this, and continued to strengthen the evaluation standards for the 7th level. This is because Imolan and his team have too little data, and their understanding of the 7th level is seriously insufficient. In this case, there is no harm in raising the 7th level standard a little bit. Isn't it just to increase the power of the weapon a little bit? Isn't it possible that one day a few 7th level people will be killed because of a wrong estimation of the 7th level? It's nothing. It's not them who will be killed. If there is really enough data one day, it is confirmed that it is an overestimation, then it will be lowered. It may even become a good story. But if you think that the 7th level is weaker when there is insufficient data, it will not be a good story but a joke. Imolan and the others would not do such a thing. Imolan returned to the seal shortly after Lu Bin left. He just went to prepare. He would not take it lightly because a 7th level was sealed here. Not only he was watching, but also the tower spirit was watching. The space that was compressed into a ball can actually partially materialize and avoid the suppression of the fire element by the energy storage crystal? It's possible, Imolan said with a smile. Under his gaze, a black bird claw that looked like it was made of fine iron appeared in the fist-sized space at the core of the energy storage crystal, and was attacking the energy storage crystal, trying to scratch it. This claw is extremely sharp, even on the energy storage crystal whose hardness has been increased by multiple spells. Scratches appeared one after another. Well, keep going, come on. Imolan encouraged, and immediately connected to the tower spirit's computing power to observe carefully, and did not stop the Fire Phoenix's behavior. Imolan not only did not stop this behavior, on the contrary, he encouraged it very much. Imolan almost laughed out loud. Just kidding. Is there anything better than this to study energy matter conversion technology? One claw, the rest is all energy-based fire elements, which means that the connection between the materialized claw and the fire element is a very clear transition process, a process of transition from matter to elements. He was still worrying about how to research it. This, Imolan did nothing and got such a good thing. This is simply too beautiful. Come on, don't worry, if you are tired. You can change a paw or take a rest. Molan looked at the little paw that was working hard, and couldn't help but cheer it up. As the voice fell, an angry phoenix cry was faintly heard from inside, and the speed of the little paw waving became faster and faster. Beautiful, it's okay. Molan's mental power connected with the tower spirit, and the ink box worked together, and the blessing of mechanical thinking allowed Molan to adjust his state to the best. Huh? Molan's breathing gradually slowed down, his heart was calm, his attention was focused on his mental power, and the mental power's perspective was slowly enlarged. Gradually, dust gradually appeared within Molan's perception range. The dancing of each dust particle, the collision of each dust particle were all reflected in Molan's mind, but the corresponding perception range was also reduced. It's not that Molan's external perception range was reduced, but the field of vision perceived by this microscopic mental power was reduced. When it reached the dust stage, Molan still did not stop, and continued to expand. Gradually, the dust became a huge monster. Suddenly, as if breaking through a thin film, Molan felt as if he had entered a new world. Microscopic world. From a microscopic perspective, everything became so gorgeous and magical. Emolan tried to continue to expand, but found that he had reached the limit. It's almost there, Emolan muttered to himself. This spiritual power immediately followed a channel into the energy storage crystal ball, and came directly to the side of the Fire Phoenix claws. The Fire Phoenix noticed the approach of Emolan's spiritual power, which made it active and attacked frantically. Emolan didn't know whether the 7th level Fire Phoenix had the means to attack spiritual power. To be conservative, his spiritual power always stayed in the inner wall of the energy storage crystal. Through the energy storage crystal, he used a special spiritual power technique to observe the connection between the Phoenix claws and the fire element. All the mysteries are hidden in this magical connection. Emolan suppressed his excitement, forced himself to calm down, and began to observe carefully. The Phoenix claws are like cast steel, dark and deep, with a hint of metallic luster on the surface. Every time the sharp claws are swung, they can leave a scratch on the crystal wall. On the other side, this is an ordinary fire element, but these fire elements are highly condensed and have a very high energy level. If these fire elements are mixed with normal fire elements of the same level, Emolan feels that he can't tell them apart. This seems to be a normal fire element, but Emolan knows that it is impossible for the inside of this energy storage crystal to have even a trace of elemental exchange with the outside world. And there is no fire element in it originally. So these fire elements are the body of the Fire Phoenix, and at the connection between the claws and the fire elements, the roughness of the claws and the fineness of the fire elements. At the place where the claws were closest to the fire element, Emolan discovered a completely new state of the fire element. Since Emolan became a mage, the smallest unit of the fire element he controlled from beginning to end was exactly the same size. The smallest unit of the fire element was the fire element that had been divided to the limit and could no longer be cut. Emolan thought that was the smallest fire element, but at this moment he saw a smaller fire element. The size of this fire element was only 1,000th of the original smallest unit of the fire element. The difference was surprising. Such a small fire element. If Emolan's mental power was not comparable to a microscope, these fire elements would definitely not be seen. Is this the basic component of the fire element? Emolan muttered to himself, looking at these extremely tiny fire elements. Then looking at the claws, looking at the connection. Emolan suddenly understood something in his heart. Is this also the basic component of the Phoenix claws? Or is this the most critical factor in converting elements into matter? Emolan was a little shocked and said with some surprise. He really didn't expect that after catching the 7th level Phoenix bird. He seemed to have made a huge harvest just at the beginning. It was incredible. Is it true? Emolan asked himself. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you try it. Emolan first withdrew his mental power, captured a trace of fire elements in the outside world, and then entered the viewing angle. Where are the micro-fire elements? Why not? Chapter 540 Fire Element Particles. Where are the micro-fire elements? Why not? Emolan opened his eyes. Among the fire elements in the outside world, even if he expanded his vision to the limit, there was still no trace of any micro-fire elements. He had never found micro-fire elements before, and thought that it was because his mental power was not strong enough before that he could not sense this kind of micro-fire element. But now it seems that this is not the case. If this is the case, then this kind of micro-fire element should only exist in the Fire Phoenix. At least it is not widely present in nature, and perhaps it is the key to the mutual transformation of matter and elements. I knew it wasn't that simple, Emolan said. But he was still very happy, because he had just started the whole research project and had a clue. A direction, which was the most precious thing. But I have to say that it was all thanks to the strong support and cooperation of Wafeng. So the next step is to find a way to verify whether this micro-fire element is related to the conversion of elemental substances. If it is related, then we just need to find a way to manufacture and control this micro-fire element. Even if it is not. While verifying this point, we will continue to study the Fire Phoenix in depth. When we know more, we will naturally have new ideas and thoughts. Micro-fire element, Emolan muttered, repeating the name, and decided after a moment of hesitation. It is not appropriate to call it micro-fire element. From now on, this kind of micro-fire element will be called fire element particle. This way, it is clear at a glance, and there will be no misunderstanding. If there are any problems later, we can talk about it later. Emolan muttered to himself, and once again focused on the fire element particles on the Fire Phoenix. The external fire element has not found any fire element particles, so there is no point in paying attention to the external fire element. At present, if you want to study the fire element particles, you must study the fire phoenix and directly observe the state and properties of the fire element particles in the fire phoenix. Assuming that these fire element particles are a kind of basic particles with fire elements, can we also regard the fire element as a kind of structure? All items of the fire element can also be regarded as a kind of structure. Just like building blocks, particles are these particles. And when they are put together into fire elements, they are fire elements. And when they are put together into matter, they are matter? Emolan speculated in his heart, and then shook his head. These cannot be verified now. We must first find a way to find the ability to control the fire element particles. No, that's not right. It's not control. The first step should be to find the technology to create this kind of fire element particles. For now, I have only seen this kind of fire element particles on the fire phoenix. I don't know how this kind of particles appeared. Emolan suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. It must not appear after breaking through the 7th level. How do you break through the 7th ring? It's almost enough to create and control the fire element particles. How do you create and control the fire element particles? It's enough to break through the 7th ring. Emolan, not that bad. Right? Emolan continued to delve into the study of the fire phoenix with an ominous premonition, trying to observe the fire element particles in depth. Mage Association. Have you heard? Assistant Su is going to launch an Elder Challenge. A passing mage said to his friend. Assistant Su? I've heard about you for a long time. Has he accumulated enough points? Enough, a long time ago. The enhanced version of the spiritual link has been sold out by other guilds. Basically all guilds that are eligible to purchase have bought a set. Can you imagine how many points this requires? It is said that he spent a long time polishing it after accumulating enough points, and only started the Elder Challenge now. Awesome, I wonder what the topic of the Elder Challenge is this time. He should succeed this time. Right? He has been studying with the president for so long since he was challenged, and he has been preparing for so long this time. Probably, but the 10 elders are all awesome, and none of them don't have representative skills. They are all awesome. I'm looking forward to it even more. Niehua heard two passing mages talking, and turned his head to look at the mage tower behind him. The project is important. I can watch other people's videos later. Niehua still shook his head, gave up the idea of going to watch, and prepared to go back to his own laboratory. His laboratory was not here, but inside a mage tower without a tower spirit next to Lu Bin's mage tower. He came to Emolan's main mage tower this time mainly to ask an elder some questions, and borrow the computing power of the main tower spirit. He did not apply for Lu Bin's tower spirit, but applied for the main tower spirit, thinking of his own research. Niehua smiled a little, and his steps could not help but speed up a little. It should be successful this time. Right? With this thought in mind, Niehua returned to his laboratory, looking at the experimental table, looking at the 4 assistants beside him. They were all ordinary members, and he himself was an elite member. Mechanical thinking. Spiritual connection. Let's get started. According to this spell model architecture constant, after Niehua blessed himself with mechanical thinking, he sent a spell model to the 4 people. Each of them was assigned a part of the task, and Niehua himself was responsible for the most core, the most complex part. Time passed by minute by minute. The material used by Niehua's constant spell model is a kind of magic wood with wind attribute. It is of high grade, and can be used to constant the spell model of 6 rings. When using the hurricane spell, a space crack will be opened. The wind element will be used as power to launch the hurricane from the space behind the space crack. According to the experiment, this space crack should lead to the wind element world. Niehua muttered to himself. Cut out the space coordinates of the hurricane spell about the wind element world. Open up the spell structure of the space crack. Modify the space crack with parameters. Create small and medium-sized space cracks that people can pass through. Then this part supports the framework of the space crack, strengthens the stability of the space crack, and increases the duration of the space crack, according to the instructions of the elders before, and the deduction results of the tower spirit. It should be feasible. Niehua muttered to himself. When the spell model was fixed, he kept mumbling, repeating his thoughts, and improving his concentration. As soon as the voice fell, the last stroke of the fixed spell model was completed. Done! Perfect. Niehua looked at the wind attribute magic plant in front of him, which had fixed the spell model. and a smile appeared on his face. This time, everyone was in a very good state, without any mistakes, and the spell model he created was fixed perfectly. And the final fixed spell model has a total of 678 spell nodes, and the number of spell rings is as high as 6 rings. Chapter 541 Wind Element Realm. Tower Spirit Number 2. I want to apply for access to the Space Element Pool to supply space elements for my experimental table interface. The reason is to conduct a 6-ring space Wind Dual Attribute Spell Model Experiment. The new spell model has been submitted. Please check. Applicant, Elite Member Niehua. Niehua's mental power accessed the reserved interface to directly contact Lu Bin's Mage Tower Spirit Number 2, and received a synchronous reply from the Tower Spirit as soon as the application was sent. Received the application. The spell model is being reviewed, and the spell model has been reviewed and approved. The qualification of personnel is being reviewed. The qualification of Niehua's elite members has been reviewed and approved. The qualification of the project is being reviewed. The qualification of the project has been reviewed and approved. The space element pool is being accessed. The space element access has been completed. Dear Mr. Niehua, I wish you a successful experiment. Thank you for your blessing. Number 2. After watching an indicator light on the experimental table, Niehua immediately placed the wind attribute magic plant with a constant new spell model on the space element output port. The mental power slightly touched the switch, and the space element began to output. The experiment begins. At this moment, Niehua and even the 4 people behind him couldn't help holding their breath and waiting nervously. For Niehua, if this experiment succeeds, he can complete the task of finding and creating a space channel in the wind or water elemental world issued by President Mo Lan himself. Not only can he get a considerable amount of points, but he can also let the president see his name, which will at least leave a good impression on him. In addition, he may even be appreciated by some elders, and join the 10 elders with the qualification of creating a 6-ring space spell, or even join the project personally developed by the 2 vice presidents. That is the real technical core and technological frontier of the Mage Association. This is only the impact within the Mage Association. For external parties, this spell model can be published in a journal to increase external visibility and enrich the resume. In this way, when they go out to take on some projects in the future and earn some extra money, they can also increase their prices. As for the 4 people behind him, they will receive a lot of points as rewards if they succeed. And they can also prove the gains from learning in Niehua's project team during this period, enrich their qualifications, and maybe they can join a higher level, more complex, and larger project team next time, and continue to learn and improve their R&D capabilities to become stronger. At this moment, under the expectant gazes of the 5 people, the spell model inside the wind-attributed magic plant continuously absorbed the power of the space element. Under Niehua's full attention, the space element perfectly operated the spell model. The next moment, a silver-white light shot out, a 2-meter-high space crack slowly emerged, and the space opposite the space crack surged with extremely rich wind elements. The wind element world successfully opened up. And the moment before the wind element world appeared, a message appeared in the computing core of the main tower spirit. Warning, warning, abnormal space fluctuations have occurred within the association. The space channel is about to open. Do you want to interrupt the search for the record of Tower Spirit Number 2? Niehua's qualification review has been passed. The alarm is lifted. The Tower Spirit inside the Soul Stone has returned to silence again. Success? On the other side, the ecstatic Niehua and the 4 mages hugged each other tightly, cheered together, celebrated together, and at this time, the voice of Tower Spirit Number 2 sounded. Dear Master Niehua, congratulations on the successful experiment. According to the association's regulations on the management of space channels, the spells that can open space channels must be closed as soon as possible after the experiment is successful, to avoid experimental accidents. If you want to experiment again, you must apply for a special experimental site in the space channel area to conduct experiments. Received, Tower Spirit Number 2, I will close the space channel immediately. But before that, I need to apply to submit the task call about opening up the space channel of the wind element world. The task behind this space channel is the wind element world. Niehua said happily. Tower Spirit Number 2 immediately accepted the task and experimental data submitted by Niehua. Extract the task requirements details. Monitor the concentration of wind attribute elements behind the space channel. The concentration meets the standard. Identify that the task of the wind element world is completed. Congratulations, respected Master Niehua. the points reward has been sent. Please go to the task hall to collect the physical rewards. Received, thank you. Yahua, overjoyed, immediately distributed the points agreed to be allocated to the project team members to them, and then excitedly went to the main mage tower. Emolan, who was studying the fire element particles at the moment, was stunned, and then a bit of joy appeared in his eyes. Has anyone completed the task in the wind element world? Emolan immediately retrieved the details of the task completion. Yahua, 5th level. Alone? Oh no. With some guidance from the elders, created a 6-ring space alone. A wind dual attribute spell. Opened up a channel to the wind element world. Not bad. Emolan pondered for a moment after speaking, and the connecting tower spirit ordered, transfer this matter to Lubin, and ask him to review this spell model. If there is no problem, immediately build a space channel to the wind element world. In addition, a task of finding or capturing the wind spirit is issued. The task can be completed repeatedly, without a limit. Received. The tower spirit's voice rang in Emolan's mind. Emolan nodded, and then sat down again, immersing his mind in the fire element particles. The properties of these particles are so magical, it can actually be like this. Emolan muttered to himself. On the other side, Lubin, who was thinking about the space-stretching spell, was stunned when he received the news and rolled his eyes. The president just knows how to order me around, to build a space channel in the wind element world. I don't want to move, forget it, I don't want to, just find someone to do it. The tower spirit pretended not to hear it, and directly sent the spell model to Lubin, who took a look. Hey, the design of this spell model is interesting, but this point seems to have some Xiaohua's processing style? But except for this point, the solutions to other parts, the solution ideas are not bad, the basic skills are solid, and the angle of solving the problem is very wonderful. Number 2, help me connect with Niahua, I want to talk to him. Niahua, who was celebrating, suddenly received the news that Lubin wanted to connect with him, and his heart suddenly became nervous, and he quickly connected. Hello, President. Well, hello, no need to be so polite, your idea for the spell model is very good, we can communicate when we have time. Do you have time? Yes. Okay, then go to the space channel area to build the space channel leading to the wind elemental world, and then come to my magician tower, let's talk. Okay. Niahua was excited when he heard this. Lubin nodded upon hearing this, cut off the connection, looked at the projection of the main tower spirit in front of him, shrugged. Solved. Chapter 542, Wife is here. A little tired. Emolan rubbed his eyes. A little tired. Physical condition is good, this is due to mental fatigue. Fire element particles can only be observed, research has no way to start, and research has never been done in isolation of a certain thing, it has always been done by studying other things and then touching upon them bit by bit, like a puzzle piece by piece, a little puzzle piece here, a little puzzle piece there, and finally what is put together is the fire element particle. The first puzzle piece that Emolan chose was the phoenix claw structure that gradually transitioned from the fire phoenix. How the fire element particles were assembled into this phoenix claw is very worth studying, because this structure is too complicated. Emolan's brainpower was very much consumed in studying it. Of course, he also gained a lot. In addition to a more specific understanding of the fire element particles, he also had a deeper understanding of how the fire element is structured. Although this fire phoenix is illiterate, the structure built in its body by inheritance or instinct is very advanced. Emolan found that many structures can be directly used in the spell model of the fire element spell. Some can increase the cohesion of the fire element. Some can increase the temperature of the fire element. And some can increase the explosive power of the fire element spell. In short, the gains so far are enough to allow Emolan to release the fire element spell while consuming the same amount of fire elements. And the power is increased by 10%. In addition, the more excellent and streamlined architecture can make Emolan more handy when creating spells. And his attainments will be higher. Simply put, for spells of the same power and the same function, Emolan now needs fewer spell nodes to create them. Originally, it might take 601 spell nodes, but now it may only take 600. However, 601 spell nodes means a 6-ring spell, and 600 spell nodes are only a 5-ring spell. If a 6-ring spell wants to be cast instantly, it needs the 6-ring spell slot of a 6-ring mage. And if a 5-ring spell wants to be cast instantly, it only needs the 5-ring spell slot of a 5-ring spell. The release conditions are lowered. The consumption is lowered. And the power is lowered. No. So from this perspective, the fewer spell nodes a spell uses when creating a spell, the higher the attainment of creating the spell. When Emolan was studying this structure, his attainment of creating spells was effectively improving. If the attainment of creating spells is high enough, theoretically, it is possible to reduce the number of spell nodes of a 7-ring spell to that of a 6-ring spell. Of course, this is just a beautiful idea, and it is just a dream. In fact, it is much more difficult to reach this level than to release a 7-ring spell normally. The 7th order fire element life is a treasure. It's so amazing. It's like putting the answer to the fire system in front of me and asking me to copy it. Emolan reluctantly stood up and turned to the meditation room to prepare for meditation. After studying the fire phoenix for 8 hours, Emolan planned to meditate for 4 hours, and then continue to study the new structure that he had studied for a long time and created for a long time. For 8 hours. After 8 hours, he meditated for another 4 hours, and continued to study the fire phoenix after the meditation, turning non-stop for 24 hours. Luckily, Emolan can now meditate deeply for less than half an hour and get the same effect as sleeping for 8 hours, so he won't die suddenly. So why is the emergence of the mage profession a blessing for bosses? Especially for those who work in the brain profession, meditation for half an hour, happy work for 23 hours and 30 minutes, great. Of course, the Mage Association does not advocate this, but some mages are more hardworking, after all. Those who can join the Mage Association, not only are they talented, they are also very hardworking. They worked hard before, and worked harder after joining. Isn't this reasonable? Seeing others working hard, seeing everyone working hard, I have to keep working hard. Isn't this reasonable? Fuck, why are those bastards still here? Don't you spend the points you earn? Don't you spend the money you earn? Let's fight. Opposite. Damn, why are those bastards still here? Sometimes Emolan didn't know what to say. He could only force each project team to arrange for members to rest for 8 hours every day, otherwise a series of benefits would be cut or even cancelled. Unfortunately, this was only a temporary solution. There were countermeasures for every policy. The project team forced them to rest, and the project team did rest, but these bastards started to struggle to improve their abilities, and had nothing to do with the project team. In the end, Emolan could only develop a small spell to monitor the status of the mage and keep it fixed on the tower spirit, letting the tower spirit monitor in real time, and if they were about to reach their limit, he would cast a sleeping spell on them. Let them sleep for 24 hours first. As for the others, forget it, I can't control them. Alas, why don't you come and study time magic? If we can double the time, it would be comfortable to make a day 48 hours long. Then we can work hard for 24 hours, and rest for 24 hours. Emolan finished speaking, and Lu Bin came in at this time. He rolled his eyes immediately after hearing this. Dream on. The result will only be working hard for 48 hours. Emolan fell into deep thought. Yeah, 24 hours is not enough. 48 hours can barely be allocated. Ugh, you are the one who corrupted the atmosphere. Emolan smacked his lips. Aren't you almost there? Damn, how dare you say that? Tell me honestly, how many things have you thrown at me? Sorry, I don't have that. Emolan curled his lips and said, but then he fell into deep thought. But this is not a good thing. Although it is good to be able to roll appropriately, but if you roll like this, you will work and study for more than 20 hours a day. I am afraid that it will have a counter effect. Emolan said seriously. Lu Bin also fell into deep thought after hearing this, and then nodded. It is indeed a difficult problem. This is pathological. Unhealthy. Lacking a leisure life. And the string is too tight. And to be honest, a considerable part of them are passively involved, which will only cause disgust in the long run, and even make them want to leave. We have to make up for the missing part for them. It won't work if we force them to take a vacation, because they will go away on their own. How about doing team building? Lu Bin suggested. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. We have to do team building with pay during working hours. This should be more effective. But not everyone likes team building. And team building is only a temporary solution. It is impossible to have team building every day. Right? In my opinion, it is better to give them wives. Find a group of good people to hold a blind date, and make a couple. After giving them wives, you have to take care of them. Right? And the tension can also make love moisturized. Relax? Yes. That's it. Chapter 543. Small Space Construction. That makes sense. Where can we find a partner? There are not enough girls in our association. Go to other guilds? Or go to Utopia for socializing? What should we do specifically? It's too old-fashioned. I think. Since we are all in the Mage Association, then let's try something new. Wait, why are you looking at me? Lubin found that Emolan was looking at him all the time. An ominous premonition rushed to his head, and he couldn't speak straight. What do you want to do? Emolan showed a kind smile on his face. Lubin, you also think it is useful. Right? What you just said is so good, it just hits my heart. No one else can do this. It must be done by you. I will feel relieved if you come. As for the standard, follow what you said, it must be innovative. It must be practical. It must comply with our Mage Association. Okay, come on, that's it, I'll go meditate first. Bang! Emolan entered the meditation room, leaving Lubin alone there, dazed. Snap! Lubin slapped himself in the face. You're not allowed to talk too much. Oh, by the way, all single mages of the Mage Association must participate. You go and make sure it's done. Emolan opened the door and said, and then quickly closed the door, not giving Lubin any chance to speak. Lubin opened his mouth, looking at the closed door, not knowing what to say, and then a bold idea suddenly popped up in his head. It was too bold, and he didn't dare to think about it, but looking at the closed door, Lubin felt hatred in his heart, and gritted his teeth. Emolan, you are so cruel. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unfair. All single mages of marriageable age must participate. Right? Good. I will make sure it is done. I will definitely show my intentions. And I will definitely make them participate willingly. And I will definitely not let them resist. At this moment, Lubin's initiative and enthusiasm instantly exploded. He locked himself in the office. An hour later, the plan was completed. Then, a title appeared on the internal website of the Mage Association, which instantly attracted countless attention and instantly made the entire Mage Association explode. President Emolan wants to find a girlfriend, but he is embarrassed to go on a blind date. Please help the poor president. When the title appeared on the internal website, all the mages who saw it were shocked. Who is so bold as to post such a message? When everyone saw the poster clearly, everyone was shocked. Poster, Lubin. Hiss. Shocked. Is it true? Hiss. Lubin, help the president, it's embarrassing for him to be alone. President Lu replied. At this moment, Linhua, who was reminded to look at the internal website, was also confused. What's going on? Lubin wants to die. He still feels sorry for being born as a human being? Forget it, Lubin is dead. What does it have to do with me? Linhua. So Linhua replied after pondering for a moment. Linhua, ahem, the president is indeed single, he is out, there are conflicts of interest, he is hiding. Shock! Shock! Big melon! Help the president! Emolan was meditating, he had told the tower spirit, don't disturb him if it's not a big deal, and if you're not sure if it's a big deal, ask Lubin, Linhua and the other two, if they think it's a big deal. Wake him up. So, the main tower spirit fell silent as he looked at the news on the internal website built inside it. A voice sounded inside it. Is this a big deal? I don't know how to do this question. Ask Vice President Linhua and Vice President Lubin. Vice President Linhua, is this a big deal? Do I need to wake up the president? Linhua, no. Vice President Lubin, is this a big deal? Do I need to wake up the president? Lubin was shocked when he heard this. No. The tower spirit got the reply, and the voice sounded in his mind again. No big deal, no need to wake up. The main tower spirit fell into silence again, and Emolan continued to meditate deeply in this soundproof, isolated energy fluctuations, isolated attacks. High-intensity meditation room. Danger? Lubin, I just escaped from the tower spirit. Now there are 10 minutes left before the president wakes up. Your life is counting down. TSK, I still admire your courage. Linhua said gloatingly. Lubin rolled his eyes. The president asked me to do it. Now everyone is signing up and participating. Is there any problem? Well, no problem. It's just that the president is very grateful to you, so he decided to train you. First, we will have a teaching battle. After the teaching, I will assign you tasks here and add more burdens. Is there any problem with this? How ridiculous. I have prepared ways to escape. Is there any problem? Guess who will be blamed after I leave? Who will do the extra work? Fuck. Linwa was shocked. Only 3 minutes left. How is it possible for you to escape the president's mental perception and attack range? I came to find you at this time. Wait, I forgot. You are a space mage. You have opened up a long-distance space channel? I don't know, Hee, Linwa, come on. I'm running away. Now there are 2 minutes and 10 seconds left before the president wakes up. Linwa just saw the message and found that Lu Bin's breath disappeared without a trace. Run away? Linwa's eyes widened suddenly, and he quickly ran to the bottom of Lu Bin's mage tower, all the way up, and directly entered Lu Bin's laboratory, which was the last place where his breath was. However, there was nothing in the laboratory. Only a green lotus seed was slowly floating in the center of the experimental table, and the base was still supplying space elements continuously. Lu Bin, you are inside the lotus seed. Hee. Congratulations. You got it right. I am trying to build a small space inside the space node of the space lotus seed. Now I am officially in retreat. Please don't disturb me if you don't have anything to do. Retreat countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Bin stopped talking, and Linwa felt an extremely powerful momentum rising from the location of the main magician tower. A huge figure slowly formed above the magician tower and stood up. The huge figure opened his eyes, a ray of light burst out, and then, a powerful momentum suddenly pressed over Lu Bin. Linwa saw the space lotus seeds instantly fall from the air, and landed honestly in the middle of the chassis, and the space element supplied also disappeared, without the slightest fluctuation. So, the whole laboratory became silent, only Linwa stood at the door, and the next moment, Linwa felt a creepy breath coming from behind. His. How did it come? Linwa reacted immediately, and his hair stood on end. What's coming? Mo Lan's gentle voice sounded behind him. Chapter 544 Tire, Destroy It. What's coming? Mo Lan's gentle voice sounded behind him. Linwa's hair stood up all over his body, and he shuddered all over. President, good morning, I mean Kachingji, he just sent me a message saying that he has arrived at the association. I'm going to pick him up, take him to get familiar with the environment, meet people, so as to carry out research work. Linwa said, as he walked towards the door, and when he was about to pass by Mo Lan patted his shoulder, making him tremble all over. Oh! So? Then you go. By the way, there are still 100,000 quotas. 60,000 won't be a big problem. But the remaining 40,000 will probably cause a lot of trouble. After all, a lot of power has been distributed by us. And there are a lot of people and snakes. There will definitely be problems. You can go there in person. Visit every guild. It's unrealistic to completely avoid that. But at least you have to suppress the majority. Linwa complained immediately. This is a tough job. No problem. No problem. I just thought about it. As long as I bring my tower spirit over. It's just this little thing. It will definitely be done beautifully. Since you have thought it through. Then it's fine. Mo Lan's tone softened. And Linwa relaxed all over. By the way, where is Lu Bin? Linwa said nothing, without any hesitation, and pointed at the lotus seed. Inside. Fuck. Lu Bin, who was hiding in the lotus seed and peeping at the outside world with his peripheral vision, glared and cursed Linwa in his heart. He did not dare to stop his hands and wave them quickly, sealing the last hole tightly. He leaned on the node, covering his heart with one hand, and his heart was beating violently. Oh! Is it really inside? Mo Lan was not too surprised, nodded slightly, and walked straight to the space lotus seed, pinched it with his hand, and pinched the space lotus seed in his palm. The spiritual power captured the breath of the core space node of the space lotus seed, and tried to sense it. There was no breath of Lu Bin, but only a very complex model was vaguely sensed inside the space node. Well, it's quite complicated. Mo Lan nodded, agreed, and then became serious. After a while, Mo Lan was silent, and raised his eyebrows. Don't understand? It's true. Although this Lu Bin is not serious in doing things. The space model is well constructed. Being able to accommodate one person shows that the space is that big, and Lu Bin dared to go in, shows that he has some confidence in this small space. Okay, now I really have a space storage device to use. I'll use a space lotus seed to build a small space, and then put a space box in it. Well, rational use of space, it's perfect. Emolan glanced at the space lotus seed after he finished speaking, and threw it back to its original position. Okay, you did a good job this time, although it's a bit annoying, but the effect is really good. I will come out for a while when the blind date conference starts. Just to go through the motions. I will not participate in the formal part. Otherwise they will not have to meet. Let's do this well. From beginning to end. And let it go this time. Emolan said, turning around and leaving. Returning to his own magic tower. Really gone? Lubin put his thoughts into the spell position in the tower spirit to spy on the outside world. And found that Emolan really returned to his magic tower. The small space carefully opened a crack. And when I was peeking at the outside world. But at this moment a space fluctuation came. And Lubin's face changed the moment he noticed it. Not good, winged sky beast. A winged sky beast appeared within Lubin's perception range. He immediately realized something was wrong. But when he was about to close the small space, he felt a little interference from the power of space. Resistance, but that was all. Haha, President, you underestimated me. Just the winged sky beast? It can't stop me. Lubin directly eliminated the power of the winged sky beast. The small space was about to close instantly. However, at this moment, a bronze dagger appeared at the entrance of the cave and pinched the passage of the small space. Seeing this, Lubin's face froze. This dagger seemed to be a space bronze dagger made of space bronze that he had stuck in the small space channel. The space channel could not be closed for a while. Lubin only needed a few breaths to eliminate this situation. However, as soon as the thought came to his mind, a spell wave spread from the head of the winged sky beast. Spell position: Thunderbolt. Before Lubin finished speaking, a blue lightning struck instantly, making Lubin's face black and his hair all frizzy. Lubin only felt trembling all over. He was twitching all over until more than 10 seconds after the lightning struck. It seemed to be specifically aimed at mages. The twitching lightning almost dispersed Lubin's mental power, and he could not condense it. And he could not even close the space channel. Just as Lubin recovered, another bolt of lightning struck him. Shameless. Actually, created a spell. Emolan, who was checking the post on the internal network, was so embarrassed that he trembled all over. He covered his face with his hands, resisting the urge to delete the post. No, Lubin is the vice president after all, and the vice president in charge. You can't just slap him in the face like this. If he loses his authority, he won't be able to do anything. No, Emolan muttered, and then silently made some adjustments to the spell he had just created. The power is the lowest, paralysis is maxed out, sustainability is maxed out, aftertaste is maxed out, tactile sense is maxed out, perception is enhanced. Tired, destroy it. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. After a while Lubin, whose body was charred and whose mouth was smoking, fell into the small space, and his body twitched from time to time. Falling on the ground, the winged sky beast was spying on Lubin along the passage of the small space, and Lubin could just see the big mouth of the winged sky beast. The big mouth was grinning, as if it was laughing at him. Emolan sat in his office, with a sneer on his face. Emolan never bear grudges. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his meditation room. There was a large element pool next to the meditation room, which was full of liquid fire elements, and in the center of the fire elements stood a vigorous little tree. This little tree had been in the element pool with extremely rich fire elements for a long time, and with the fire spirit that was always merging with it, it began to undergo some changes. Originally, Emolan did not understand this change, and could only let it change, but after studying the fire phoenix, Emolan found that he seemed to understand some of it. And not limited to understanding, he could also see that these changes contained a lot of loopholes, disadvantages, after seeing the fire phoenix. It was simply unbearable to look at this. As he watched, the uncomfortable Emolan could not help but intervene to correct the mistakes, and personally participate in the changes. Chapter 545 Water Element Realm. The changes of the fire pattern would are very slow. Even if Emolan sees the wrong node and starts to correct it, he can only let the fire spirit that has been integrated into the fire pattern would influence it subtly. This process takes a long time. Watching the changes of the fire pattern would become more and more perfect. Emolan feels very comfortable. The fire pattern wood is not very useful to him now, compared to the past, when he cultivated the fire pattern wood as a staff. Now he treats it more like a potted plant, cultivating it bit by bit, making it perfect bit by bit, making it pleasing to the eye. This is a very comfortable process. After all, the fire pattern we can't keep up with Emolan's progress. In terms of its effect, Emolan hasn't used it for a long time, and it's out of date. But the overall value is definitely not low. It's definitely phase-saving to use it as a potted plant. You can take it out at any time. It not only shows Emolan's wealth, but also shows Emolan's high understanding of the fire element structure. It's just that ordinary people can't understand it. President, you are messing with this broken stick again. Su Zongxing came in, and found that the meditation room was not closed. He poked his head in and said, Emolan's face darkened. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out. Oh, I just came to ask you, President, if you really participate in blind dates. A friend asked me to ask. Get out. Okay. Su Zongxing got out of here tactfully. But Emolan was upset again. In a distant wizard tower, Lu Bin finally recovered a little and struggled to get up. Thunderbolt. Ah! A blue lightning bolt fell. And Lu Bin fell to the ground with paralysis all over his body. Twitching all over. President. I heard about you. Xiao Hua accidentally passed by the 5th floor. And cautiously poked his head in and said. But he was interrupted by Emolan before he finished speaking. Turn left when you get out. Okay. Thunderbolt. Ah! Lu Bin twitched all over. President. Thunderbolt. Ah! President. Get lost. Thunderbolt. Ah! Emolan closed the office door, and placed a lightning launcher at the door. Huh, finally I can be quiet for a while. Emolan let out a long breath, and threw down 3 lightning bolts. Ah! Hey, it seems to feel pretty good. Lu Bin smacked his lips, and suddenly found something. After the office quieted down, Molan came to the experimental table, and continued to work on the extremely complex spell architecture. This architecture covers a wide range of aspects, can realize many functions, and is very powerful. So the difficulty of creation and construction is far beyond imagination. Emolan is now struggling. Hello. I am Linhua. Hello. President Lin. I am Kuqingji. Linhua sat in his office, and looked at the mage who was brought up. The mage was not very old, and he should be about 27 or 28 years old from his appearance. But his hair was not thick, which made him look a little old. Well, I've heard of it a long time ago. I've heard the president talk about your idea several times. It's a great idea. If nothing goes wrong, it won't be a problem to build a powerful new profession with this idea. Thank you for the compliment. Kuqingji smiled. Okay. Welcome to join the Mage Association. I won't say anything else. According to the president's instructions, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment first. The environment in the association is roughly divided into 3 types: scenic environment, social environment, and even the scientific research environment that you are most concerned about. Don't worry. We will take them one by one. It's up to you. Linhua nodded. And he stood up and took Kuqingji for a walk. The Mage Association is located in the center of a vast lake. And this lake is located between thousands of mountains, with the reflection of the mountains, and the natural and beautiful scenery, which makes people intoxicated. However, Kuqingji did not care much about this. After the initial sigh, Kuqingji's attention was basically focused on the banks, the mage tower in the lake, and the various experimental sites. These seemed to exude infinite attraction, making him unable to move his eyes away, and also made him discover for the first time that experiments could actually be carried out on such a large scale. Poverty and knowledge limited his imagination. Hey, why is there constant thunder in this wizard tower? Kuqingji asked curiously. Linhua glanced at the wizard tower and said calmly, Oh, this is a lightning test site, experimenting with a highly controlled lightning spell. Oh, is that so? Kuqingji found it a little strange. He seemed to hear some strange sounds in the thunder, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Let's go! I see you are not interested in the scenery. Then I will take you to see the social environment and scientific research environment. You can watch these two together, because most people are in the lab or on the way to the lab. Okay. Kuqingji put the strange voice behind him, and said with expectation, The research conditions of the Mage Association. The Mage Association is divided into districts based on the Mage Tower. Mage Towers are being built in batches, so the number of districts in the association is also increasing rapidly. You can learn about other ordinary districts later. I will now take you to familiarize yourself with the main scientific research districts. Lin was said as he walked in front. There are 3 main research areas. The first and largest research area is the research area with the President's Mage Tower as the core. Most of the projects of the Mage Association are located here. The second and third are the research areas of the Mage Towers of Mi and Lu Bin respectively. The lightning test site I just mentioned is Lu Bin's Mage Tower. You can remember it. As for mine, you just arrived. It's the most ordinary one. It's my office. As for the main test site, the research area is underground. My real Mage Tower is also underground. You can come and see it if you have the chance. Lin was said as he took Kuchinji into Mo Lan's Mage Tower. Look, these are all project teams. A powerful mage takes on a project and gathers a group of mages to work together. This method can greatly improve scientific research efficiency. You can also refer to this method when you are doing research. Come on. I'll take you in to meet them. Lin was said as he led Kuchinji into the laboratory. However, at this moment, Lin was stopped. Are you doing an experiment? Wait, what is this experiment? Lin was stunned after he sensed it clearly. Kuchinji, who was standing next to him, looked at the experimental table and saw a complex spell model running on the experimental table. With a supply of space elements, a fist-sized space channel slowly opened, and the other side of the space channel seemed to be an endless blue ocean, in which the extremely rich water element gushed out like a spring. Seeing this, Linhua, who was standing next to him, finally dared to confirm it. He opened his lips slightly and said slowly, Water Element Realm. Chapter 546 Shock. Water Element Realm? Kuchinji asked doubtfully. Linhua nodded. Yes, the Water Element Realm is behind the space channel. The project of this laboratory is to create a designated 6-ring spell. The function of this 6-ring spell must be to open a space channel to the Water Element Realm. Obviously, they succeeded. Water Element Realm? Space channel? Create a 6-ring spell with a designated function? Is it so powerful? Kuchinji suddenly felt a little mysterious. President Lin, are the labs on this floor the better ones? No, why do you think so? The first floor of the Mage Tower is the worst lab. Generally speaking, the higher the lab floor, the better it is. President Lin, what you said is a bit hurtful. I will apply to go to the second floor as soon as I submit this task. The mage who was in charge of the experiment saw Linhua coming over and said, Well, if you submit this task, it will be almost the second floor. Submit it quickly. There are many people watching this task. One was done by Nyahua before. You should be careful not to be robbed. Hey, no. No, I'll submit it now. The mage laughed and immediately called the tower spirit to start evaluating the task. When Kuchinji saw the tower spirit, he was also stunned. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. It was clearly the style of a medieval mage, but just a moment ago, Kuchinji clearly had a sci-fi feeling. Is this the mage version of the supercomputer that Emotion said? Kuchinji muttered to himself. Linhua beside him nodded. Yes, that's what the president is talking about. It has a name. Called Tower Spirit. The spirit of the Mage Tower. Linhua operated it for a while before speaking. I have already authorized you. Next, you just need to use your mental power to sense the interface. The Tower Spirit will actively connect you with mental spells. You can try more. In the life of the Mage Association, the Tower Spirit is always an unavoidable link. Everything, whether it is the internal website, the technical library, or the task hall, everything is in the internal network of the Tower Spirit. In addition, conducting high-precision research is inseparable from the powerful computing power of the Tower Spirit. Kuchinji has already connected to the Tower Spirit at this moment, and his perception has sunk into the Tower Spirit. At this moment, he is in a trance, because everything he saw at this moment was beyond the reality of technology, and was something that reality technology could not do at present. It seemed incredible to him at first, but now it was actually in front of him, which made him feel very wonderful. As soon as he entered the internal website of the Mage Association, the first post that Kuchinji saw made him open his eyes wide. Emotion wants to go on a blind date? This doubt came up in Kuchinji's mind, and he subconsciously sent this question to Emolan. Emolan, who was looking at the water element space channel spell model, saw this news and his face turned black. Thunderbolt. Ah! Lu Bin, who had just taken a break, was struck twice again, making him want to cry but not cry. Linhua did not expect that Kuchinji had just done such a bold thing. Looking at him, said, How is it? I guess you don't have the heart to visit the laboratory. So, Do you want me to apply for 1% of the computing power of the tower spirit for you for 5 minutes? When Kuchinji heard this, his breathing suddenly became heavy, forgetting all the blind dates, nodding quickly, said without any politeness, "Please, Lin Hui. It's okay. It's okay. It's very easy to apply for a 5-minute trial card." Lin was said with a smile. Kuchinji had never seen the world, and he was very satisfied with the way he made a fuss about everything. "Well, okay, start the time from now. 1% of the tower spirit's computing power, and the duration is 5 minutes. After hearing this, Kuchinji immediately immersed his mind in his mind. Sure enough, at this moment, the tower spirit seemed to become a part of him, and became a component of him. Kuchinji had an idea, and a question came up. The tower spirit started to work instantly, and the result was calculated and passed to Kuchinji. The speed of calculation surprised Kuchinji. So fast? Let's do a difficult one. The answer came to his mind instantly. Kuchinji couldn't help but start to calculate a difficulty he encountered during his research. One data after another came to his mind, and one data after another was calculated. The deduction of the experimental process, the verification calculation of the experimental data. Everything went very smoothly. And soon, the difficulty was solved. Another one. Kuchinji felt very happy. He took out another question and started to calculate. The moment of the calculation was refreshing. The answer was about to emerge. 5 minutes were up. The experience card expired. Kuchinji was stunned. It took a long time for him to recover. Awesome, too strong. Kuchinji muttered to himself. He probably understood the help and significance of the tower spirit's computing power to a mage. You don't need to think about everything you calculate. The tower spirit will calculate it instantly. As long as you have inspiration, as long as you know the method, the tower spirit's computing power will help you minimize all the boring processes, so that you can study happily. This refreshing feeling is so comfortable. For a researcher, it is a great help. Moreover, in the state of spiritual connection, the tower spirit will not be like a foreign body, but like a part of the body, a part of the brain. This will help the research more than a real supercomputer. Kuchinji interrupted the connection with the tower spirit, turned his head to look at Linhua, and sighed again. President Lin, the Mage Association is really too strong. I used to be a naive person. Lin was smiled when he heard it. You are not weak either. The strength of the Mage Association is based on the unremitting efforts of countless mages. As you just saw, a project team has developed a spell to open up a space channel to the water elemental world. In fact, the space channel to the wind elemental world was just opened not long ago. The Mage Association has many project teams and many projects. Each project has elite mages involved. They often communicate and learn from each other during research. Just like a car, some people study tires, some people study engines, some people study shells, some people study fuels. You do a little bit. I do a little bit. The big car of the Mage Association was built. Little by little, the big tree of the mage profession has become more and more prosperous, strengthening mages, perfecting mages, forming a technology chain based on mages. This is probably the original vision of our president in establishing the Mage Association and the current purpose of the Mage Association. How about it? Are you interested in becoming a part of it? I'm too ambitious. If there is a chance, of course I'm interested. Lin was smiled and stretched out his hand. The two held hands together. Welcome to join the Mage Association. Chapter 547, Lich Project launched. It's my honor, Kuchinji said with a smile on his face. Lin would continue to walk forward, and said as he walked, since you are the member that the president decided to recruit as an exception, so according to the rules we discussed at that time, there must be rules for making exceptions. The rule just made is to have a magic fight with an elder, and you can join successfully only if you win or tie the magic fight. I didn't mention it before, I hope you don't mind. It's okay, this is normal, otherwise, recruiting casually will definitely cause gossip, Kuchinji said without any concern. Just a fight? Fighting has always been my weak point. I usually don't fight. When I fight, I always throw out a few sacks of spell models at once. I have to prepare for a fight for more than half a month. It doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that your rules don't allow this. Linwu waved his hands when he heard it. No. No. Can it be used? Kuchinji's eyes lit up. No. No, you think too much. Fighting is not about fighting. According to our president, we are not a fighting profession. Although other fighting professions can't beat us, our main job is still research. So as a research profession, we certainly can't rely on fighting to determine strength. Well, Magic fighting is a literary fight. Linhua pondered for a moment and said, let's put it this way. In a designated area, with the same elemental power and the same mental power, both sides use magic to attack and defend, and crack the opponent's magic. Note that this crack is not to block, but to destroy the structure of the opponent's magic, so that it collapses instead of dissipating. Then directly encrypt and reinforce the spell. In this process, if you can improve it at a very fast speed and create a new spell, the chance of winning will be higher. The whole process is judged by the tower spirit. After the end, the tower spirit will score you based on the construction of your spell model, the simplicity rate of your spell nodes, your spell improvement, the speed of creating spells, the strength of temporary spells, etc. The one with the highest score wins. Therefore, the difficulty of magic fighting is still quite high. It is very brain-intensive, and the scope of examination is very wide. All aspects will be tested. After a magic fight, it is clear at a glance how good a mage is, what aspects he is good at, and what aspects he has shortcomings. I roughly understand it. It sounds very interesting, Kuchinji said thoughtfully, without fear, as if he was interested. Linhua nodded at this. He had been constantly considering Kuchinji along the way. He was not considering his magic level. He had seen this before, and his level must be good. So he just nodded a few times in this aspect. He stopped after confirming that the experimental notes were written by him. The main consideration was his personality. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Emolan had just chatted with him for a short time. Even if he had heard some things from Wanren, it could only be regarded as hearsay. It can't be taken seriously. You have to see this kind of thing yourself. And Linhua has seen nothing for so long. After all, Linhua is only in his 20s. And he is still a little bit lacking in judging people. With his level of judging people, he needs to get along with a person for a while to see him clearly. Anyway, after this journey, Linhua feels that Kuchinji is not annoying. He is not arrogant or has a narrow-minded attitude. He is easy to get along with. That's about it. At this time, Linhua suddenly remembered something. By the way, you can log into your internet and take a look. Didn't you take out half of the soul stone vein? It should not be taken. But we are really short of soul stones. So we will not be hypocrites. The association will accept half of the soul stone vein. But it will not be taken for nothing. After we explore the reserves of the soul stone vein, we will convert it into points of corresponding value for you. You can use these points to exchange for knowledge, technology, laboratories, apply for tower spirit computing resources, elemental stones, magic plants, experimental products, and everything else that the Mage Association has for studying spells. This is the hard currency of the Mage Association. Normally, you can only get it by contributing technology and completing tasks. Of course, real money can also be exchanged. But generally no one does this. You can take on some private work outside to make money. But points are not easy to earn. The mage will be in 5 days. During this time, you can use the points to exchange for some journals to read, and have a general idea of the association's technology. You can't do anything in the other 5 days. Oh, by the way, the reserves of the vein are still unknown. So you can't see the points now. You can only see an overdraft limit. And you can pay it back when the points are reached. Half a soul stone vein. There are not many people in the Mage Association who are richer than you now. Haha. I guess you can count them on both hands. Kuchinji logged into the internal website of the Mage Association and saw the overdraft limit of points. But because he was not clear about the prices of the Mage Association, he didn't know whether it was much or little. I saw it. Thank you. And by the way, Linhui, where do I live? You're welcome. I'll take you there. And by the way, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow for a while. This is my assistant. You can add him as a friend. And you can contact him directly if you have anything later. Okay. After asking the assistant and Kuchinji to add each other as friends, Linhua asked the assistant to take him to where he lived. And he came to the outside of Imolan's office. Looking at the triggered spell model at the door of Imolan, Linhua tiptoed and carefully walked around. President, you have decorated your office into a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Who dares to enter? Since you dare to come in, it means that the effect is not in place. Tell me, what's the matter? Imolan said unhappily. I have specially recruited Kuchinji. Ordinary member level. Oh, Is there anything else? Also, I have to go on an inspection, which will take a long time, and may delay the progress of my project research. Oh, it may affect the progress of my project research. Oh, is there anything else? Well, since you are like this, I will leave. Let's go. Linwa walked out of the door sadly. But he didn't hear Emolan calling him. Damn. Aren't you fooled? Linwa was disappointed. In desperation, he could only go back to the bottom of his own mage tower. Below was his real mage tower. The mechanical mage tower. How many steps does it take to put a mage tower into a box? The answer is 3. First open the box, then put the mage tower in, and finally close the box. After a while, a locomotive slowly drove away from the Mage Association with a large and long carriage. Question: mages must go out. But what should we do if they may be in danger if they leave the mage tower? Answer: take the mage tower with you, and leave your hometown with the tower on your back. Not long after Linwa left, Kuchinji became familiar with the environment of the Mage Association, and then relied on the power of points to pull up a simple project team. And the project name was Lich. Chapter 548, New Tower Spirit Architecture. Success? Kuchinji murmured in shock. He was in a small laboratory on the first floor of a mage tower. In addition to him, there were 3 ordinary member mages in the laboratory. At this moment, everyone was looking at the ceiling in shock. That was the high-precision projection of the brain that Kuchinji had just projected with the help of the tower spirit. The neurons were like stars. Hundreds of millions of stars dotted the dark laboratory, forming the appearance of a brain. This scene was like a dream, and it was extremely shocking. This is simply the most beautiful spell model. This is simply a creation of nature. Kuchinji muttered to himself. It took him nearly a minute to come back to his senses, and began to use this precious moment to analyze and study the brain structure, not trying to summarize it into a spell model, but wanting to find a key structure in it, and then transplant it, in order to maintain the existence of the spiritual space, so that the new profession has a foundation for emergence. But the road is long and difficult. Time passed quickly. Kuchinji was studying the extremely complex structure of the brain. Lu Bin was splashing ink on a blank piece of paper, building a new space, while Linwa was driving a train, staying in his own magic tower, although he was in the outside world, but his research project did not stagnate at all. And Emolan was studying the Fire Phoenix, while studying to create his own spell structure, while meditating without stopping, and on the 5th day after Linwa left, Emolan heard a surprise. Caught a wind spirit? Emolan looked at Mark in surprise and asked. Yes, President, it has been sent to the Mage Tower and will be brought up later. After receiving Mark's affirmative reply, Emolan's mental power swept down, and indeed found that someone was walking up with a bottle. A smile immediately appeared on his face. I didn't expect the wind spirit to be so fast. I thought the water spirit came first, but it turned out to be the wind spirit. Emolan murmured, and soon a mage brought the wind spirit up. After the mage left, Emolan did not hesitate at all, and immediately came to the element pool layer of the mage tower, and came to the wind element pool. He gently opened the bottle cap containing the wind spirit, and revealed the wind spirit inside. The wind spirit is very special. It is invisible, and has no fixed shape. Emolan cannot see it. But his mental power can feel the rich and condensed wind element inside the bottle, and the ignorant spirituality. This is the wind spirit. This thought emerged in Emolan's mind. And the next moment, he poured the wind spirit directly into the wind element. Emolan could clearly sense that the wind spirit made a slight sound when it touched the liquid wind element. And a trace of joy emanated from the spirit. And then the evolution process that was similar to the previous one began. Emolan had gone through this process countless times. And the skilled Emolan quickly merged a spell slot with the wind spirit. After merging the wind spirit, Emolan felt his spirit lighten. And the airflow in the surrounding environment seemed to be reflected in his mind at all times. Breathing, walking, dust, cyclones, headwinds. All the changes in the airflow around him were reflected in Emolan's brain. And he could clearly and comprehensively outline the surroundings. Moreover, Emolan found that he seemed to be able to control the airflow around him very easily. He didn't need to think about it, but only needed to think about it. It was like instinct. Or rather, it had become Emolan's instinct. Silently, with only some changes in the flow of air, Emolan's feet slowly lifted off the ground. And soon Emolan was floating in the air. However, this time, Emolan did not use his mental power to move himself, but through some ways of controlling the airflow. He skillfully used the airflow to make himself float in the air, and even fly. Although this flying method is not very fast at present, it will become very impressive as Fonling grows. And the sound is quite small, which finally made Emolan get rid of the rough landing method of the original flying method. Not bad. Emolan smiled slightly. After fusing the wind spirit, Emolan was in a good mood, and simply read some reports from the association. In the past few days, the association captured some earth spirits from the abyss, and all these earth spirits were constructed into tower spirits according to the plan. However, unlike the plan, the materials for constructing the tower spirit this time did not include a spiritual system extraordinary core, but all were newly obtained soul stones as the basic cultivation. Zhang Guangmo, who went to explore, had completed the basic work and started mining. These soul stones used to construct the tower spirit were the ores mined in advance. According to Zhang Guangmo, this soul stone vein has very rich reserves, and it is a rich mine. It takes a long time to mine. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Guangmo drove a train underground when he went there. During the process, he directly opened up an underground passage deep underground for the train to pass. Therefore, after the ore is mined, it is not brought to the surface, but directly loaded at the bottom of the mine and transported to the Mage Association. In fact, not only the mined ore is not brought to the surface, but no one goes to the surface. Lu Bin and his team started mining at the bottom of the vein, and after mining, they loaded the ore and transported it back. However, there was no passage leading to the surface of the vein, and even the passage opened by Kuchingji before was collapsed by them. Therefore, the whole process was silent, and no one in the outside world knew that there was a team of the Mage Association mining ore here. This made Emolan suddenly realize that it was so convenient to go directly underground, and it was so easy to do things. What's even better is that this method did not increase the cost of the train carrying the Mage Tower. It just increased the consumption of earth elements and spent a little more time during the first opening of the road. The former is not a problem at all. The earth element originally gathers from the environment. It's all free. As for the latter, it's slow to open the road for the first time, but it will be faster in the future, and it won't be discovered, and there will never be traffic jams. Great. Emolan murmured. I can use it frequently in the future. Emolan muttered as he looked at the report, and then continued to read. This time, the tower spirit was not installed on the Mage Tower, or it was not directly installed on the Mage Tower as a Mage Tower steward, but according to the plan, trying another architecture. A brand new attempt. If the current tower spirit is the first generation of tower spirit, then the architecture being tried now can perhaps be called the first 0.1 tower spirit, with some improvements. And this improvement is not in hardware, but in software, some new technologies in architecture. For example, professional and clustering. While Emolan was reading the report, he felt the operation of his tower spirit, running at full capacity. And this is not a special situation, but a normal situation. Chapter 549 Fully Synchronized. Full Load Operation. Long-term full load operation. If the tower spirit is only responsible for scientific research, it would be fine, but unfortunately it is not. Take Emolan's main tower spirit as an example, in addition to scientific research. The main tower spirit is also responsible for the entire Mirror Lake, and some key places outside the Mirror Lake. It controls all the automated spell models and architectures of the Mage Association, operates the association's intranet, and has the function of instantly counter-blocking the enemy's attack, and is also in charge of the technology, points, and identity data of all members of the Mage Association. In short, the tasks undertaken by the main tower spirit are too numerous to count with both hands, and a considerable part of them are much more important than scientific research and much more urgent. Most of the tower spirit's computing power is tied up by research projects. Normal operation is fine, but once an unexpected situation occurs, the tower spirit operating at full capacity may not be able to react in time. Of course, Emolan has already drawn a line for the main tower spirit. The current full load operation is only the computing power for research, and there is still some margin for the warning computing power. But despite this, the truth is the same, and it cannot go on like this. So, in this context, the tower spirit came into being. The tower spirits of the future will be divided into different roles. In the future, the main tower spirit will not divide the computing power for external calculations, but use all the computing power to maintain the operation of the Mage Association. Be vigilant at all times. Ensure the safety of the Mage Association. and become the first line of defense of the Mage Association. In terms of research, a special research tower spirit group will be built. When designing the tower spirit, it will directly tend to research calculations, build the tower spirit with the optimal solution, and then use the cluster method to maximize the computing power. This kind of research tower spirit group can be used for research. No need to leave margin, can be completely squeezed out. Currently, these tower spirits are used to build the experimental tower spirit group. This experimental machine uses the latest tower spirit template designed by Linhua. There are 7 tower spirits in the whole tower spirit group. The 7 tower spirits are deeply connected. The theoretical maximum burst computing power can reach 17 times that of the current main tower spirit. The utilization efficiency in research is much higher. And now this tower spirit cluster is about to take shape. Only the last Earth spirit is needed to fill the last gap. Emolan put down the report and continued his research. His research progress has been a bit slow recently. The main reason is that the Fire Phoenix seems to have discovered that Emolan was spying on it. Now it has learned its lesson and stayed inside obediently, motionless. Its claws have also disappeared, which greatly disappointed Emolan. He had no choice but to take the risk and provoke it. If it fights back, Emolan can spy on a few scales and feathers. But if it doesn't fight back, Emolan's mental power will penetrate deep into its body to study it. Then, Emolan laughed happily like a pig. Fire Phoenix, ah! Just when Emolan was teasing the Fire Phoenix, his mental power moved, and a message came from the tower spirit. An Earth spirit has been captured, and the last tower spirit is in place, and the tower spirit group is about to take shape? Emolan raised his eyebrows, and his interest immediately grew. I'll come to watch. Emolan's words echoed through the tower spirits and into the ears of Muqian, the leader of the tower spirit group. Muqian stopped immediately after hearing this. What's wrong? Su Zengxin asked curiously. He was also a member of the tower spirit group project team, and played a pivotal role. Because his deep spiritual connection played a big role in this project, many difficulties were overcome by him and his team. The president is coming to watch the ceremony. The president actually wants to go out? Su Zengxin blurted out in surprise. He was shocked. Just now, he suggested that it was just a polite thing. Based on his long experience with Emolan, Emolan probably won't come, not because he looks down on you, nor because he thinks it's unimportant, mainly because Emolan is lazy, too lazy to go out. Sometimes he doesn't even bother to look at Linhua and Lupin's projects, staying in the Mage Tower, and his spiritual power indicates that he has arrived, and he looks at it himself. And today he actually went out in person. What the hell? Zong Xian, I heard you say bad things about me behind my back before I even arrived. Hee, President, no way, I said it to my face. Get lost. Emolan laughed and scolded, and nodded to Muqian next to him. President. Well, you guys continue. I'll come and see. Okay. The originally young and shy Muqian has become cheerful and mature after training in the Mage Association for so long. After speaking to Emolan, he looked around and said calmly, Begin. As soon as the words fell, an earth spirit was released into the earth element pool, and then a spell slot merged into it, and finally the soul stone intervened, and the tower spirit took shape. This time, the soul stone was cut into a diamond shape, and after becoming a tower spirit, it floated in the air under the control of the mage. Muqian subconsciously wanted to clap his hands, but he suddenly saw Emolan's presence from the corner of his eyes, and his hands paused, and then turned slightly raised. Rise! As soon as the words fell, a big hole appeared on the ground, and a huge monster as big as a house slowly rose up. The main trunk of this behemoth is supported by space bronze, and it is covered by ordinary steel, presenting a hollow shape. This hollow behemoth is rhombus-shaped, with a sharp top and bottom, and 4 sides in the middle. There are 7 holes in the center of the rhombus, and the holes are also rhombus-shaped, which are exactly the same as the shape of the tower spirit's soul stone. There are countless lines, patterns, and channels around the rhombus holes, connecting them together, and finally all gathered on a tower spirit at the core. At this moment, there are already 6 tower spirits embedded in the rhombus structure, and the surface emits bursts of fluorescence. Under the fluorescence, the light beams flow rapidly and flicker, showing a bit of science fiction. In place. Yes. At the command, the last tower spirit was pushed into the hole. Click. It fit perfectly. The tower spirit was perfectly embedded in the groove. At the same time, white light spots flowed into the tower spirit along the channels. Ding! 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 The tower spirit of the tower cluster number 7 is loading. Loading successfully. As soon as the voice fell, the whole diamond structure made a buzzing sound, and then the overall fluorescence lit up, and went out, on and off, just like breathing. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The crucial moment has come. Start. As soon as Mu Qian finished speaking, pure spiritual power flowed into the diamond structure through the pipe. The diamond structure instantly burst into dazzling brilliance. After the brilliance faded, the diamond structure was suspended in the air and slowly rotated. The air around the diamond structure was slightly distorted, and a strange voice sounded. Calibrating, calibrating. The voice was very strange, buzzing. 7 voices sounded at the same time, but not synchronously, forming a series of overlapping sounds. However, as the sound continued to sound, the synchronization rate of the sound became higher and higher, higher and higher, until finally, completely synchronized. Chapter 550 Kui Tower Spirit. Complete synchronization. Mu Qian had not relaxed when the sound was completely synchronized, because this was only the complete synchronization that the human ear could capture. There were still differences in the more subtle frequencies, and they had not yet merged into one, so Mu Qian still needed to verify it with his mental power. Fortunately, there were no accidents. Just a few seconds later, the 7 tower spirits reached the current design signs, that is, the synchronization level in design. At least at this moment, whether listening to the sound or using mental power to capture the frequency, they could no longer be distinguished. They had become a whole at this moment, a whole that was synchronized in frequency. At the moment of complete synchronization, the terrifying spiritual power spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to have been distorted. The strength of this spiritual power far exceeded that of everyone else. However, this phenomenon only lasted for 1 second. After 1 second, the 7 complete but incomplete tower spirits completed the connection and fusion, forming a new overall tower spirit. An unprecedentedly powerful tower spirit. At this moment, everything about the tower spirit, reporting every function of the 7 initial tower spirits, and every pattern was designed for calculation and research. This tower spirit group is designed for research. It is the number 1 tower spirit of Yanzi, and its name is Yeni Tower Spirit. President, do you want to try it? Imolan looked at Yeni Tower Spirit quietly, and shook his head. What is there to test, Tower Spirit? All your computing power applications will be moved to Yeni Tower Spirit, and you will be the intermediary to maintain the connection between the project team and Yeni. Yes. The main Tower Spirit replied, and the next moment Mu Qian found that Yeni Tower Spirit started to work and began to calculate. Obviously, the computing task has been connected to the Yeni Tower Spirit, and has officially started to operate. Seeing this, Mu Qian suddenly felt some pressure in his heart. To be honest, according to his estimation, there must be many problems with the Yeni Tower Spirit, big or small. Originally, he planned to test it himself before entering the internal testing stage, but he didn't expect Imolan to directly connect the computing task to the outside world. Hiss! Mu Qian rubbed his forehead. This is really a challenge for him, and couldn't help muttering to himself, I hope there won't be any big problems. As soon as the voice fell, the calculation of the Yeni Tower Spirit was stuck. Mu Qian looked carefully, and then slapped his forehead helplessly. It's over, the data is streaming. Alas! Mu Qian sighed, and said nothing, and directly led people to adjust and modify the Yeni Tower Spirit to fix the loophole. Perhaps the main Tower Spirit felt pity for the Yeni Tower Spirit, who had just spoken, and his calculation tasks were transferred to it at an increasing speed. At the beginning, it was very small, and it gradually increased with the passage of time. And it was during this process that more and more problems were exposed. Compared to ordinary Tower Spirits, this kind of Tower Spirit group is indeed more prone to problems, and is not as durable and reliable as ordinary Tower Spirits. However, when all tasks were handed over, and all loopholes were solved, the strength of the Yeni Tower Spirit was instantly revealed. President, now the computing power resources occupied by the Yeni Tower Spirit only account for 3.75% of the total computing power resources, and it is very easy to operate. Imolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said in surprise, That's all? This is the entire computing task of the main Tower Spirit. Although the main Tower Spirit has left a considerable amount of computing resources, this part alone is also very large. The data is correct, that's it. Hiss, in this case, the total computing power of Yeni should be more than 20 times that of the main Tower Spirit. The Yeni Tower Spirit is composed of 7 ordinary Tower Spirits. From this point of view, the computing power of each Tower Spirit has basically tripled. Okay. Emolan nodded repeatedly. Continue the experiment. Conduct multiple extreme tests, if there are no major problems. Start qualitative production. All future tower spirits will use professional architecture. The tower spirits used for research will use the tower spirit architecture dedicated to research. The tower spirit architecture used for management and operation will be specially developed for management and operation. All tower spirits will be professional. If the design is completed, the old tower spirits built before can also be gradually updated to this new architecture. Yes, Mu Qian said with a happy face. The results achieved today are indeed beyond imagination, much higher than what they calculated before. When Emolan walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned around and said loudly, "Oh, by the way, don't forget the project we decided on before. Now that the tower spirit is ready, let's try it out. If it can be supported, I will notify Linhua to prepare in advance." "Okay," Mu Qian replied loudly. After Emolan left, Linhua floated up and looked around. Without saying a word, he raised his right hand. "I won't say anything more. Thank you all. Just 2 points. 1. Pay wages and bonuses. All of them. 2. A celebration banquet. Let's have a carnival tonight." "Huh? Ha ha ha." In an instant, the laboratory was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. Some male mages excitedly hugged the female mages next to them, causing the female mages to clench their fists in shame and anger and hit his chest again and again. Some male mages excitedly hugged the male mages next to them, making the male mages excitedly clench their fists and instantly turned into the size of a basketball and punched him away. "Get lost." Emolan, who was leaving, heard a smile on his face, returned to his own mage tower, sent a message to Linhua. The message only had 2 words. Okay. Closing the chat window, Emolan looked at the fire phoenix that quietly transformed into a claw to grab the energy storage crystal, and found that Emolan turned into a pool of fire elements as soon as he approached, without any movement. Emolan teased it with a smile. While teasing it, he studied it. 10 days passed in a flash. Linhua, who was on a business trip, exceeded the originally scheduled time, and came back a few days later. When he came back, he brought back a list that contained 100,000 people. A list of 100,000 people, hundreds of millions of applicants, screened one by one. If it weren't for the assistance of the tower spirit, I would have died suddenly. Linhua said unhappily, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Okay. Stop acting. There's nothing special about being a mage. But it's definitely not easy to die suddenly. How can a profession that can work 23 hours a day by meditating for half an hour die suddenly? You can finish it even without the tower spirit. And it's easy with the tower spirit. It's the tower spirit that's tired. What does it have to do with you, Linhua? It's to check. Linhua saw that Emolan had discovered it, patted his clothes, and said confidently, Go. The project is being prepared. The players are gathering. You go and help. Don't let down at the last minute. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. Okay. There will be no problem. You can rest assured that we will take action. After saying this, Linhua walked directly towards the direction of the tower spirit of Kui.